But
Keep all of it.
toward the Earth, because there's some heat in there, and so
Just some heat.
yeah,
So some heat cannot contain all, but can contain some.
yeah, exactly.
What's the amount you can contain?
Oh, I don't know.
What's
Yeah,
the?
that's
Give me a
complicated.
percentage. Give me a percentage.
Most, like 99.9+%. I don't know.
All right. So if something were to pierce this so-called bubble, how much would escape then?
I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean?
All right. So if you have a rocket ship that leaves the Earth's gravitational pull, there's going to be left a trail, right? So wouldn't that piercing? You ever pierced it? You ever seen a bubble pop?
Yeah,
Something escapes from inside, right? So if something from inside is going outside, then it would pull a lot of stuff out with it. So what's keeping the stuff from traversing into that other medium?
it's heavier. I mean,
It's heavier than the medium.
Well, so wait a minute. No, there's very few rockets that ever leave the Earth's gravity. I don't know what you're talking about.
And did they go to? We just went to Mars. We've gone to the moon a few times, right? So there's holes, correct? So
I wouldn't. What do you mean holes?
So what you're saying? These holes just close back up?
Wait, we went to the moon?
There aren't any holes in the atmosphere.
Right. So the moon is inside the atmosphere, is what you're saying?
No, the moon's obviously not inside the atmosphere.
Okay, so when you had the Apollo rockets, you had all these so-called moon missions that left Earth's gravity. And
wait,
so
what missions?
Gravity is like a bubble, right? So therefore, you would have to leave this bubble in order to make it to the moon. Right?
No, gravity's not like a bubble.
Didn't NASA
what
claim?
Is it? Explain. What is it? Explain what it is then.
But didn't NASA claim they can't go higher than low Earth orbit? So what?
Well, hold on.
Missions?
Let's let Matthew answer this, because if it's not a bubble, what is it then?
Okay.
Gravity acts like and can be measured as a force that varies based on the square of the distance between two objects. So it's not like there's on again, off again.
Right, but it would be surrounding the entire Earth, right? So it would be circumference of the Earth plus or minus, right?
No, there's not a point in time a point in space where there is no gravity. There's always gravity. It just decreases so small. I mean, if you're as high as the ISS, there's like 90% of the gravity is on the surface. If you're as high as the moon, it's quite a bit less. If you're out at Mars, it's barely measurable. But there still is gravity from the Earth no matter where you are.
So there's gravity from Earth no matter where you are.
That's right. It's just really tiny out at Mars. And it's only 90%.
So there's gravity from the Earth affecting Mars.
There's a little bit, yes.
So then there's gravity from Venus affecting us, right?
A very tiny bit, enough to perturb the orbit slightly, but yes, not much.
So there's gravity in all directions on a spherical body, right?
Yep.
Which direction is it pulling us?
Down. That's how you define.
Towards where? All right. So if I leave, so at every point I leave Earth. Let's say you have every point on the Earth, and you have ships leaving the Earth at every point. Which direction are they going to
go? You mean like ships on the ocean, or what?
No, like spaceships. Yeah.
Are
they all going to go in the direction that they're pointing in, or are they going to go in a certain direction?
So most spaceships orbit the Earth, and so they kind of go perpendicular to down.
All right. So, all right, let's make it simple, right? Let's just do 4 points.
Okay.
On the Earth, 1 pointing directly away from the sun, 1 pointing towards the sun, 1 pointing to the north and south, east and west, whatever you want to call it. If those spaceships leave the Earth, what direction are they going to go?
Spaceships generally go up at first, and then they go faster and faster to the side until they're in orbit.
Now, is that on purpose, or is that a cause and effect?
I guess I'm not picturing what you're trying to ask here. I'm sorry.
You're saying gravity is down, right? And I'm trying to
Yes.
get you to understand. All right, so if it's down, what's down, right? So if
That's
Towards
a
the
good
center of the
question.
and you're saying gravity extends to Mars from Earth, right?
That's right.
So I'm saying, so if I were to, you just use your imagination, right? You
Okay.
have a ball,
Yeah.
right? Just pick 4 points on that ball
Uh-huh.
and make a spaceship leave each point. What direction are they going to go? If gravity's pulling in one direction down, not
Yes.
towards the Earth, because now it's pulling. You're saying it's pulling the Mars too. So, what direction are these ships going to go? If they
All
leave
different
once,
directions because down is
exactly
different
right,
for each of them.
right. So shouldn't they be so are they caught in the wake of the sun's gravity as well
A little
as
bit,
it's
but
pulling? Right. All
not
right. So
much.
if they leave the Earth, right, and they leave the gravitational pull of the Earth, they should just float off into outer space, right?
Yes.
Are they not going to follow the sun in its path?
They. I mean, if they leave Earth orbit, yes.
So then they're necessarily not really leaving the orbit because they're following the path of the sun. So they're going to get pulled with the sun and the Earth at the same time, right? Because there is no free space within the sun's wake. There is no free space. Everything's being pulled within that wake. So they would have to leave the entire wake. Well, you can't really have a wake in a medium that has no wake, but they would have to leave the entire area that comprises the sun pulling everything within its grasp that's contained within that I guess gravity well or whirlpool you want to call it, right? So
Yeah,
technically you
and so
couldn't
far
float
there's
off
only
into outer
been
space.
2. Yeah.
Yeah, so you couldn't float off into outer space. You'd still just be pulled along with the sun, right?
Yeah. There have only been 2 spacecraft that have left the orbit of the sun, and that's Voyager 1 and Voyager 2.
And where are they now?
So I have a question.
Yeah.
How would they leave the orbit of the sun?
Bro, can I ask him a question real
Blossom?
quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask a question.
Okay. So you assume, I guess, because you're a globe earther and you believe in the globe, you assume that there is a molten there is a molten
A core to the Earth.
core. Thank you. Yeah, a molten core. So did you ever see the experiment that shows that metals which are actually molten or extremely heated cannot be magnetic? And the other question is, if the Earth is in a vacuum and is, so to say, in space where there is no up and down, and it's round, and it's pulling, and it's pulling, and you say it's pulling on one side down, on the other side it's pulling down. Whereas the barrier where it decides to not pull the one side where it's pulling down actually up, because it needs to be a point of stopping of the pulling, right?
No, it doesn't ever stop. There's always.
All right. So, but how do you have gravity with a core which is supposed to be molten magma or whatever?
I don't know much about the core of the Earth, but we do know that that compasses work. So there is a magnetic field. So we know it exists, but maybe not. I'm not sure why it exists, but it does exist.
But did you ever see an experiment actually showing that magnetism doesn't work with when it's actually extremely heated or even a fluid core, so to say?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. So maybe it's still a mystery. So if you heat a metal to molten, then who knows?
So let's sum it up. So I get you to. So I get you to. So I can understand you a little bit better. So you like to actually, let's say, believe more in things which are actually like more like a myth and not really, observable or testable yet. So you actually rather believe
magnetism is observable. We know that the Earth has
magnetic field. But the cause, the cause is always the thing, because I can also say, and I know that there's magnetism on this flat and real stationary Earth.
Sure, yeah. So magnetism exists. As to the cause, I don't know why. I think the best guess is a rotating molten core, but if there are experiments that show that doesn't work, then there must be some other explanation. I don't know.
Yeah, but don't we learn that when something is rotating, that everything, actually falls off it? Like if I would, let's say, stick stick a gum on a tennis ball, no, not a tennis ball, let's say a basketball gum, which maybe would represent, like, let's say a huge city, okay, a really, really huge city, or whatever, and I would spin that basketball at the same equal speed when it replaces a more tinier image, or remodeling of the Earth.
Yeah.
Do you think this gum would stick to the Earth due to the spinning?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Here's another analogy. Let's say you have an analog clock that's waterproof, and then you get the hour hand wet, and then the hour hand is spinning. It spins twice every 24 hours. It's actually spinning twice as fast as the Earth is. Do you think that spinning will sling the water off of the hour hand because it's spinning so fast?
What is the hour? I'm German. I don't know what is hour hand. So I don't know.
Analog clock has two hands: the minute hand and the hour hand. There's two. Imagine a clock has two lines on it.
That's it. Okay, yeah. Okay,
what
was it again?
So that short hand, they call it the hour hand. If you get it wet, will the water go flying off of it because it's spinning so fast?
Hell fucking yeah.
If I get the thing wet.
Yeah, if you get the hour hand wet, will the water go spinning off?
If it would be spinning equally to what they say about the spin of the Earth.
Yes, in fact, it's spinning twice as fast. It's spinning at a rate of two revolutions.
Spinning twice? What's spinning twice as fast?
The hour hand on a clock.
I would say it.
Where does
the
this
water falls off. Yes. I
Yeah,
mean,
so,
you know how
was he asking you about the core? And then
you
went to our hand?
No, he was. We were talking about whether water goes flying off a spinning object.
Did you ever see how dogs actually get rid of water when they like jump into a lake?
Yeah, they sort of shake it off.
Right. So that's actually what I would think about the ridiculous claim as that the Earth is a globe spinning, and if it wouldn't stop spinning, we would all fall off.
Yeah, it's just not spinning that fast, I guess.
Yeah, it's 1,000 miles an hour. Is not fast.
No, it's not, because it's so large. It's 0.000694 revolutions per minute, so it's going twice as slow.
Okay, so
15 degrees per hour.
How fast does the core spin?
About the same rate. I don't know.
Okay, and it's what? How? What's the size of the core in comparison?
Oh gosh, I have no idea about the core, but
exactly
we know
right.
We know that
it's like one. It's supposed to be 1/10 the size, maybe less.
Could be.
But still,
you saying you wouldn't notice the spinning of that?
I don't think so. I don't know how you could measure it.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you give me
core, right?
Can you give me actually any proof of how that supposed atmosphere is keeping everything out of being sucked into the open vacuum?
Yeah, the atmosphere has weight, so it stays down.
But helium and hydrogen don't. So why?
No, helium and hydrogen also have weight. They just have less weight.
No, you can't weigh it. How are you going to weigh it?
What do you mean? Helium and hydrogen are just elements. They have weight.
Yeah, but how do you weigh
it? You can put it in a container and see.
Oh, you do what? What was that?
Oh, container.
Yeah, so there's two ways to keep.
So how would you weigh the Earth then?
I don't know how. But
exactly. You don't know how, right?
Yeah.
No,
don't know
it's
how.
not really possible because weight is based on pull of Earth.
Yeah, so nobody talks about the weight of the Earth. They talk about the mass of the Earth instead, because weight is relative to being in a gravitational field and being on the surface of the Earth. But the Earth itself.
Just a little bit of context for somebody that doesn't know who Matthew is. He's been here for a long time.
No, we're
He
just
actually
having
has a
fun.
pretty big
Yeah,
YouTube.
we know.
I'm having
Yeah,
fun,
I know
man.
fraud. I know fraud knows, but probably some other people don't really know. He's been here for a lot of time. He knows all the arguments. The point is, if we ask him for proof, he will never provide any, and that's fine. He continues to believe in it. That's fine. That's his choice. But that's simply where he is now. He just knows he can't really prove them, but he just likes it and he thinks it's true. It's just his belief. Matthew knows a lot more. He knows. He really knows these things. It's just that his mind doesn't really want to change because he doesn't feel the need to. It's that simple. It's
So
Yeah,
since
that's a
we're
good
talking
summary.
about so much religious things and assumptions and things we can't actually prove, let's go even deeper, because I always like to do that with people who believe in a globe, and I guess they actually also believe
let's see how deep he is.
wait, and they actually believe in a Big Bang theory. So can you tell me what would be your assumption, because we're talking about assumptions and not things we can observe and factually prove? What would be your assumption? When did matter, because it's always about matter, not about heaviness, matter. When did matter decide to have the consciousness to say, okay, today I'm going to collect myself together to Earth, today I'm going to collect myself together to a sun, today I'm going to collect myself together to a moon, and today I'm going
that's
to
a pretty
collect
good
myself.
question.
Come on,
Okay.
come on,
Okay.
son.
All right.
That's just
So
too
what?
much, dude. Start somewhere.
No. Yeah. So how did they gain that knowledge? Say, okay, and then wait a second, and then I'm gonna
Oh, come on,
stop,
bro.
and then I'm gonna
How long is this question?
wait,
I
and
know,
then I'm gonna
dude. You don't even
one
have a
second.
begin. What's the introduction? I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah,
It's
1 second.
ridiculous.
It's an overall question, and then I'm gonna
And he doesn't,
stop,
dude. That I don't even know where you are with this. I mean, come on, man.
and then I'm gonna stop collecting this matter and say, okay, this is the size that this planet or this Earth is going to be, and that's it. So what would be your assumption? When did gravity actually stop, pulling things together to create this Earth and say this is the final size?
That is a great question, and that would stump someone who believes in methodological naturalism, that there was a blind, random process that somehow magically came up with the exact
You don't
right
believe in that?
initial conditions. But
Oh, Matthew,
obviously
so
that's
you
not
think
true.
God exists?
So obviously that's not true. There must have been an intelligent designer that picked the exact level of magnetism and weight of electrons. All these things are very finely tuned and created so that life is possible on Earth, and so that points to a designer.
Right. So Matthew, where are you religiously?
Oh, definitely. I think there was an intelligent designer who created the Earth and created mankind.
Right.
And also,
so we have evidence of actually an intelligent designer giving us the story behind how he created the Earth, and everything in the first page of it tells me that the Earth is actually flat and an enclosed system. So why are you keep on believing in things which are opposite, and actually believing things which are published by people who tell you that there is no God and that you're a space monkey?
But here's the thing, though. Once you accept the intelligent design,
I do
scenario or a narrative, then you have to say, I don't know for sure.
Yeah, all of these were just looking at what is the best evidence point to. I don't think
so. You have to, because that means if there is intelligent design, someone did design this whole thing, that there is a possibility you're being lied to. Okay, because once you accept that, because if you were to just say, I accept what these guys are saying, Big Bang, all this, boom, 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 there is no designer, then you can't fall into their belief system, because they're claiming there is no intelligent design. So you're outside the box, but within it at the same time.
Yeah, so obviously, I think that they are lying to me when they try to say that the Earth came about just by a blind process with no designer. And in fact, they have a motive for doing that, because I think honestly, I think their motive is that they don't want to realize that they're going to have to submit to God and His rules if He exists, and so they would just want to
Exactly.
live their
Good
life how they
point.
want to. So that's why most people.
So they
that's the real
they
reason why
wouldn't
people.
lie about his creation.
Yeah, they
wouldn't lie
would.
about his creation.
Yeah, they would if they
No, they
didn't, like,
would.
just
Yeah.
like what he said. If they didn't want to follow the rules, and
No, I mean, but about the shape of his creation.
yes, they would. They
That
would lie. They would lie.
Yeah, they
yeah,
would
but
lie
why
about
do
all.
you believe in the lie then?
Oh, because it wasn't atheists and non-believers who came up with the globe idea. It was sincere Bible-believing Christians who were trying
No,
to
it was
figure out how.
Jesuit priests and
Well,
Freemasons.
that's not the truth of the
That's
history
not
of it.
true.
If
No.
I'm not sure
So
where
you
you're
got
getting that from.
fooled. You got fooled by
I
it.
don't look into that. I've looked into that, and
Yeah,
I haven't come to that conclusion.
Newton was the one who first wrote down the law of gravity, and he was a strong believer in
Yeah,
God.
but there were people before
Wow,
him.
I mean, actually, every
Well,
president
hold up,
puts
Matthew.
their.
Matthew,
One
even
second.
Newton said himself that to believe two objects can action at a distance instantaneously to no field is to somebody that has any basic knowledge of philosophy a completely stupid idea. Even he himself said that what he's proposing is really preposterous. Like, this is insane. Yet he still proposed it.
He still
But
proposed
actually,
it. And
Newton, actually, to correct myself, actually, he never proposed a scientific experiment. Just to be clear, he never actually did any scientific experiment.
Hey,
The
what
thing
did you
is-
mean by your Bible believing Christians? I'm a flat earther. I am not a Bible believing Christian.
Can I just say that not everyone who claims to, know God or love God is actually a Christian or even religious, or let's say a believer? Because as I know that like every president puts their hand on the Bible, but I don't think that Trump is a, Jesus believing, having a relationship with God man. Same with Biden and every other Freemasonic president that there was since the beginning of Freemasonic America. So
and along those lines, the so-called Christians, if you want to call them that came up with the Big Bang Theory and the ball bullshit, like I'm not a Christian, but I sure as hell I'm not going to call them Christians.
Nope, they never read the first page of the Bible, I guess.
do you realize that the people who came up with the Big Bang Theory were Christians? And in fact,
Yeah,
it was the atheists who said that the universe was eternal. And so this was a Christian idea.
You didn't understand what I tried to give you as a metaphor, okay? I can
just because they
put my
call
hand,
them Christians.
Yeah, doesn't mean they're Christian. I can put my hand on the Bible as long as I want, but it doesn't mean anything in the end of the day. Someone can say I'm a police officer, but in the end he's just someone in a costume, So same as the Pope.
Sure, you'd have to look at the writings.
I can put a sticky note on your car, but that doesn't make me a cop.
Yeah. I think there's good evidence that Newton was a strong believer in God.
Newton was a Mason.
I don't know.
Also an alchemist, like he was a try-hard alchemist.
They all believed in their imaginations. I love their imaginations. Here, maybe look at this picture if you're interested. Post it in Livestream voice text.
So a compass is what geometers use to make, Euclidean geometry.
No, Matthew, no.
No?
It's not. I mean, sure, that's what they use, but that's not the reason why they put it there. If you read their own books and their own, Gnostic teachings, it's not that.
Yeah, I don't know much about that. So.
They always have to put it in. So
That's the problem,
there's a couple of reasons why a lot of people that are in the conspiracies go on and just say, yeah, they're making it in plain sight because whatever. To be clear, there's exact reasons why they do it. So there's actually multiple. First of all, is in their belief. If they put it in plain sight, if they explain it in movies, in pictures, in videos, in books, in anything at all, and we don't get it, we don't wake up, then in their religion, it's like our consent. Legally speaking, they to themselves give power, they empower themselves to do what they said they're gonna do, as a joke in a movie. That's first one. Second one.
Interesting. So actually, I've heard this idea of hiding things in plain sight, but I never knew why.
It actually is about this. They think that they have the right then to do it because they presented it to us. You can read this up when you actually go on and buy their own books, like, I don't know, 33rd Degree Masons or whatever, esoteric teachings. They actually say that. Then there's also, they themselves, the big ones, because the fact is that 99% of everybody that's in secret societies, they don't even know what's going on. That's the truth. Like, very few people actually know what's even going on in them. The thing is that to us, the people, the general public, they're presenting to us the truth using symbols. You know, they make gestures, they present those symbols in specific areas, and you have to look them up so you find out the truth. They're not giving it free on the table. You have to burn calories to look them up, research, study, think, and then you'll find it out.
I see.
In a sense, they're I don't really like these people, but in a sense they're nice because they want to give you the truth, but in a hidden way, right? So this would be the second one. I had a third one when I started to talk, but now I forgot it.
If you would be a nice person, you would not make it complicated and create a secret sign language which only the ones who are in your religion would understand. If you would be nice, you would just make it understandable for everyone. But because you want to keep a certain power, you're gonna make it complicated, and you're gonna make it your own secret language, so no one understands. But as you can see, they also put it in plain sight. Masons, or I guess a certain part of the lodge, higher. If you're a higher ranked Mason, you're also gonna be, ritually invited into knowing that the Earth is stationary and flat.
So to answer the XO in the live stream text, yes, I think Catholics are Christians.
No.
No, Catholics are not Christians, Matthew.
No.
I think that they sometimes have bad theology, but I think...
No, they're nothing to do with Christianity, and I'm not a Christian. Telling you this. So
what difference does it make?
Okay. They're actually going along. They don't even read the Bible. Have you ever talked to a Catholic?
Yes.
Yeah, they don't even know the Bible.
I agree.
So how can you call them Christians?
Some of them are. I would say some of them are true believers.
They think they are. They're following a satanic religion.
Yeah.
Do you realize that the
pagan
Jesuit
religion?
Oh, hold on. This brings up a good point. Do you realize the Jesuits were hand in hand with the conquistadors, raping and murdering and subjugating every indigenous peoples that they encountered?
Yeah, so that was wrong. That's bad.
Yeah. Do you realize those are the same people right now that are in charge of your life and everyone else's life here?
No, they're
gives
not.
you a number when you're born.
They are. Do you realize Georgie boy, Lemaitre? He's a Jesuit. Created the Big Bang.
Okay, so you judge the quality of somebody's ideas based on their theology?
It has nothing to do with their theology.
Isn't that the genetic fallacy? Like he believes something about theology, so you don't like what he says.
They're the same. No, they're the same group of people. Is the point?
Yeah, exactly. So that's a genetic fallacy. You judge an idea based on the merits of that idea, not based on who came up with it.
I can judge it.
So if I start going to a Catholic church, does my DNA change?
I can judge it based on the subject matter.
Yes,
he
that's
created
what
something.
you should do.
Yeah, I can do that. I do that. That's what I do. But you still can't ignore. We don't live in a vacuum. You can't ignore the relationships of those groups of people that have it in their doctrine to destroy humanity.
Yeah, I just don't know much about these Freemasons. So I don't know. I don't have any response.
Yeah, but that's something you need to dig in to understand how this whole life of the spiritual earth is being established. Because that's most of the time the biggest thing which keeps globe earthers from actually understanding why there is this huge lie going on and how was it established. How did they do it? Why did they do it? What's the reason for it?
Oh no, I don't think that's why most people still believe in the globe. I think we still believe in the
It
globe because
is,
we haven't
trust
come
me.
up with we haven't found anything that explains things better.
Then you're just
Yeah,
trying
and
to ignore
unfortunately,
things.
reality-based topic material is not allowed in the mainstream.
Yeah, but so I mean, Globers, we say, oh, we have a map that matches reality. We have an explanations for sunsets
don't.
and seasons, and all these things work. And that they're until I see something better, I'm not going to change my mind about that.
Yeah, but the problem is it doesn't actually match reality. If you
Which doesn't?
realistically lay that template of the globe over reality, it doesn't match in any way, shape, or form.
I have a globe sitting right here, and it seems to match.
Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
all except it. There's no curvature in reality.
Yeah, other than that little factor, Sonny, the fact that everything's flat. Yeah, other than that, it matches great.
I mean, you're not going to be able to see curvature from the surface very easy.
It doesn't match anything, though. That's the point, is that you have to use your imagination to say that it matches. So again, it's the paradox of the mental control that this religion does to it. Doesn't match anything. And it's hold on real quick and sweet.
Sorry.
We don't need any explanations. Of course, the globe has all these explanations because the globe requires these ad hoc, ridiculous pseudoscience explanations. If you understand the earth is flat, there are no explanations required. That's how everything already works. And that's why it's weird, because God's word aligns with the fact that what we experience is true. So it just doesn't make any sense.
But so you wouldn't call a dome an ad hoc reification fallacy that's never been seen?
Who said that? Well, who said? Hold on 1 second. Yeah, exactly. Who said
firmament?
Who said that?
People say firmament and dome to hold.
Well, that's what the Bible
earth.
says. So, wait, this is insane. Wait a second. You're saying the Bible's wrong, and the Bible shouldn't say firmament.
I'm saying your interpretation of calling a firmament something firm is just a quirk of
Wait,
English language.
if I know, because
sky.
according to the second law of thermodynamics, the gas has to be contained. I don't know what the container is like. I just know there is one. What's the problem?
Andrew, hold on 1 second. Yes, that's the point, is that God said he separated the waters from the waters. So I believe that. Look, the sky is blue. Imagine that. Wow, the sky's blue, just like my swimming pool when I light it up at night. So the sky's blue matches that. Stars are in the firmament. They twinkle, twinkle, little star. And we can breathe air. And it says that there is a firm sky above us. So of course, because I believe the Bible, I'm going to believe that. And that's what I experience. I don't believe or experience that I'm living in a vacuum. Duh.
Wait, so you think firmament means something firm just because the first 4 letters are the same in the English language?
No.
It was written in Hebrew.
Right. It's called rakia. Yeah, rakia.
Yeah.
To be spread out like a molten look. It even gives a descriptor, like a molten looking glass, not like a vacuum.
Yeah,
like
that's what it looks like.
So there's a specific, literal, specified detail to this word, a molten looking glass, which is a container. That was easy.
Yeah, I don't think there's an actual container. I think that's a misreading of.
Yeah, but that's the point, is that you have to. The whole point here, I'm done after this, guys. The whole point here is that I can accept reality and the word because they match. And if you believe in a globe, you can't believe either. I rest my case.
Yep.
Yeah.
And generally, you don't even have to follow Christianity to understand that there has to be a container, because according to the laws of physics, as I said, the second law of thermodynamics and the whole idea of entropy, it has to be contained. What the container is like, where it is, what it's made out of, how it looks like, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, according to what we understand, is that there has to be a container.
That's incorrect.
Exactly. That's
according
why we
to the
don't
laws
need
of
that. That's
physics,
the
you
whole
can
point.
have pressure without a container.
Look,
Why.
Matthew.
Hold on.
Okay, listen.
Last thing, we don't need an explanation. See, here's the point. What's your name again, Andrew? I just want to point this out. Is that's the whole point here, is that I don't have to explain it away. We just accept it. You see, they need this ridiculous, contrived explanation that goes against what we experience, and that just shows how insane it is. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would call a container a ridiculous, contrived thing. You don't have to have a container.
So you see, Matthew,
You just had to re-explain it.
You say that's true, but the thing is, everything we've ever experienced and we can experience and replicate and know for a fact, empirically speaking, it's gas pressure in a container. To assume that the fact that we have gas pressure in the atmosphere, the whole point of small scale is completely irrelevant. Quantum physics does not apply only to the quantum field. It applies to everything. There's no physics that only applies to level and suddenly stops applying to higher levels. Anything that applies at a small level must apply to anything that's bigger than it, even if it's infinitely bigger.
Yeah.
I have a question. Did you guys ever show them the laser test, which actually disproved their mathematical curvature calculations?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the laser tests.
So you're also denying that? I'm just gonna
Yes.
keep on sticking to your belief.
Yes,
Wow.
because squinting at the horizon and
You know what's that called? That's called
cognitive
that's called
dissonance.
that's called being
No, that's called-
indoctrinated by religious beliefs.
It's called zealotry.
Man, you're admitting. Do you really want to be a slave to that people that actually in high ranks laughing about you and their Freemasonic ranks that you believe their comic Disney BS that you made up with this Nazi Werner von Braun back in the days?
The people in the highest Masonic rings do not think the Earth is flat. They know it's a globe.
They know it's flat. They don't think it's flat. They know it's flat because they made the lie. Because their grandfathers made the lie, you know. Because.
And Matthew, you're saying that Earth is open system.
Yes.
Yes. And how it's possible that all this gas pressure what we have is not going to that vacuum?
Because the air has weight, and so it has a slight preference for going down.
So stupid, man.
Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, great. And what is the speed of atmosphere?
Wait a minute. Wait, he just said something needs to be addressed. What about water vapor? That's not going down.
Yeah, water vapor has weight also.
Yeah, then why is it going up, and why is it just hanging there in millions of tons of water in clouds?
It has to do with the humidity and temperature.
Okay. But I want to come back to the gas pressure.
Uh-huh.
And what is the speed of the atmosphere?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on the temperature.
I will tell you. It's 66,000 miles per hour through that vacuum.
You're talking about the speed of the Earth's orbit? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm telling you what Earth is doing around the sun.
Okay.
Is that Earth doing without atmosphere or together with atmosphere?
The atmosphere generally follows about the same speed as the ground below it, except when there's wind, I guess.
Okay, that means that atmosphere is going 66,000 miles per hour around the sun. Is that true?
It's about that, yes.
Atmosphere, it's going 66 miles per hour through the vacuum together with all gases and together with the air.
Yeah.
Are you saying that? 66,000 miles per hour.
The more you
with the gases and
the more incredulous you become
together, it's not going 20 miles per hour. It's going 66,000 miles per hour through that vacuum together with all that gases and together with the water.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you imagine that speed?
Being incredulous about having a hard to imagine doesn't constitute an argument.
How gases can go with that speed in open system together through that vacuum? How gases can be attached to the earth and going that speed through the vacuum?
There are very little forces going on them.
Yeah, you need imagination. Again, that's the thing about this religion is that you have to deny all the laws of nature to believe it. You have to.
Okay, but just being incredulous about something doesn't constitute an argument. Like I could say, can you believe that you can get on a phone and talk to your mother 400 miles away through invisible airwaves and radio waves on your cell phone?
Something that's already been done thousands of times, yeah.
Yes, but can you believe it? You can't even see the air. You can't even see the radio waves.
We can if you wait. No, Matthew, I get the point, but not really, because we can build machines that are sensitive to that kind of thing. So we can detect those.
Yep.
Humanity has never yet to build anything that detects any movement.
Yeah, you can't.
No, we can build rockets and yet you deny them.
Detect curvature, yeah.
Yeah, so gyroscopes detect 15 degrees of movement per hour.
Yeah, bullshit.
Gyroscope. I'm sorry, you've never done that. That's a lie. You have to lie, Matthew. You've never done that. You've never used the gyroscope.
I didn't say I did.
You have to deny all of your senses, Matthew. That's your choice. That's your choice. You have to deny all your senses and the second law of thermodynamics. That's it. You have no demonstration
Matthew,
of what you're saying.
It's just like have to deny all your
Sonny,
senses to say that
he said
radio waves
gyroscope.
exist.
Okay, can you say
Yeah,
who
you're
proved
just
that with the
deflecting.
gyroscope? The name, year.
Guys,
who
do you know
proved
what
that?
I'm thinking right now?
Matthew,
You
can
know
you say
what?
that who was the man who proved with the gyroscope that Earth is
Yes,
moving?
answer the question. Yeah.
Bob
I
Nodell
think
in the.
I think
Oh,
we're wasting
Okay.
our
yeah, these people
Bob Brodell proved the. Okay,
we're
we
wasting
are
our
missing what.
energy on
psychotic.
someone who wants to be in a religion rather than living in the truth. So can we just
Yeah.
stick to keeping our energy charged for actually people in here who wanna, accept truth on
That's
what we
true.
all
Yeah.
observe?
That's slander.
My goal here is
So-
just to
Slander,
answer
Matthew. You
your
slandered Bob.
questions.
That's slander, Matthew. You shouldn't do that.
Your goal is just to keep to your spinning monkey ball
No, it's to
and
explain.
religion.
It's to explain how this globe Earth stuff works accurately, so you guys have
So,
an
man,
accurate understanding.
So you would,
Yeah, you look at
but
the
hey,
live
from
stream.
that
You can explain it
perspective,
to
from
us,
that
like we don't know
perspective,
anything about the
we
Holy
should
Spirit
all
model.
be liars, right? From the perspective that you think right now, we should all be liars. So what are we doing here then? If you think the Earth is a globe and everything is explainable, and your model or your imaginary ball is actually the truth. So you actually think that we are the idiots here, right? It must be.
I haven't called anybody by any bad names.
No, I know, but
Matthew,
you think that
nothing works on the globe. Nothing works on the globe. So how does the globe works?
I think things do work on the globe, and I'd be happy to explain it.
Listen,
Nothing
this,
in
Matthew.
reality works on the globe. How does the globe works?
Matthew, what do you think about these things, about these observations, about these things, what people on this server saying, all these things, what do you think about that thing? Is that enough for you, or that is not enough for you?
Is it all gibberish?
No, wait, people.
I think most of the explanations, I have good answers for most of those explanations, and I'm happy to describe any of them.
Great.
Yeah, but we don't have explanations. That's where you're missing the whole plot. We don't provide explanations. We provide demonstrations. Verifiable, observable, repeatable.
I will repeat the question again. Everything what people think here, they saying we know that Earth is flat because of 8 inches per mile square, because we don't have gas pressure without container, because we cannot prove the rotation, and you have examples. You are here, Matthew. I think more than anyone else. Like, you know what their argument of these people.
I don't find them compelling.
Is it that enough for you, or that it's nothing?
No, it's not enough. I think the globe explanations are a better explanation.
I'm now really interested. Why you are here?
I think it's interesting. So I think in general, it's good for people to expose themselves to people who disagree with them, both politically and about the shape of the Earth. So I think it's a healthy thing to have your views challenged. That's why I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what are you challenging? Everything that you can't explain is actually just, a construct of if, when, what, eventually, maybe, theoretically, and what we're trying to give you, and I think many people already gave it to you, are laser tests, observable things you can do yourself.
To challenge your beliefs.
That I want to explain, because we and I think that's enough. For example, Matthew.
No, yeah. Ryan's right. I'm not here to challenge your beliefs. I'm here to challenge my beliefs.
This is enough for me, I'm saying. And we continue, and we want to give information to other people, and to think, nobody want to deceive nobody. We want to give only this information, only what we are saying here about this information. And if people take that information, say, this is enough for me, I will look like that, or whatever, people will stay, speak about that, maybe find some other truth. But people like you, for me, if I'm you, for example, I will rather go away now from this server. I'm telling only my opinion, and I will go directly to my living room. I will turn on the television, and I will go watch every day mainstream television, and I will never ever come back to this bullshit cult.
Sasha,
Right.
if you're gonna watch CNN for 20 hours straight, you will die. So keep that in mind.
I'm not watching TV like for 20 or 30 years, mainstream news, not TV, mainstream news.
Very good.
30 years. Yeah, for sure 30 years. Even more. 40 years. No, I'm lying. 35 years.
Yeah, I agree. Otherwise, we end up in echo chambers.
No, Matthew, I'm telling you, for example, because I don't understand, because whatever you said, no, whatever, sorry, my English is bad. That what you said is not enough for me, It's not enough for me and for these people here. I'm sure, because they are starting to be angry. They're starting to tell you, but why you are explaining, why you are speaking pseudoscience? For these people, you're not. Do you understand that?
He loves the world. Typically the people that challenge their own beliefs.
And I have two things.
I have explanations for it all.
For me, people are coming here to troll because of fun. Second thing is they are coming really to find out and to listen and what these people have to say, And third thing, they are maybe, I can only understand they are paid to do this. Else, or they are stupid, like, I don't know, they don't know what to do in life and they need to do this like a for.
No, my main goal is to challenge my own beliefs, because if I just stick with all the same people that believe the same thing I do, that doesn't challenge me and make me grow and help me become.
Yeah, but what else do you need to actually understand that you're living on a stationary flat plane? What else? How many more things NASA fails? Do you actually need to see them in their green screen room hanging on the strings and faking the globe Earth? Do you actually need to see them in their swimming suit?
No, I guess I would just need a model that fits reality better.
Yeah, see, there you go. He said it again. He wants a fictitious cartoon to understand reality. Because
no, I want something that matches.
But we watched them.
Okay,
but we watched them 6
okay,
hours.
Real quick.
Sorry, man.
Hold on one second. Is that he loves this religion, this pseudoscience, this worldly ideology so much that he doesn't even care what reality presents it. So he's admitting he doesn't care what reality tells us. He cares about what cartoon models say. So he doesn't want the truth. He wants to be comfortable in the world.
No, I want the truth. You're putting words in my mouth.
No, you don't want the truth, Matthew. That's the point. No, Matthew, you don't want to do. Because of that, I'm telling you why you don't go and turn on the television and don't listen this bullshit what we have to say, man. That's my point.
How do you know what I want?
I have a question.
That's the point. What do you want?
Fruit. Yeah, every day we.
What do you want, Matthew?
Honest
I
question.
want the truth. Go ahead,
Matthew. Please,
no, you don't want the truth.
Explain, please, how my helium balloon goes up in the sky.
Because the air around it is heavier.
So the air is heavy?
The air is heavy.
Man, whatever argument you start, I'm telling you now, whatever argument you start with Matthew, it will finish with the pseudoscience. Whatever you touch.
I want a model.
Either that or it's a true explanation of what's really
going on.
But
no, listen, guys, just for the record, though, he admitted he doesn't care what we see in reality. He wants a cartoon model.
No, I do.
So why is he still here? That's my question.
Guys, let's just.
We can move on.
Godric was trying to ask a question and just get to a conclusion. Godric?
Yeah, thanks. Can you elaborate on that, please? The air's heavier. Can you elaborate, please?
Sure. Just like if you put a log underwater, it sort of pops up to the top because the water is much heavier than the log. It floats.
You literally just presented buoyancy.
So buoyancy overcomes gravity.
Yes, buoyancy is also what's happening with it.
So how do you separate gravity and show that it's real? If buoyancy is a more powerful force or whatever you want to call
they're complementary ideas. I mean, it's just
ideas. We're not talking about ideas here. Cause and effect. You need to separate gravity from buoyancy, which is apparently a stronger force, as well as the electromagnetic force, which is much more powerful, tens of magnitudes more powerful than your gravity. How do you separate gravity if buoyancy and electromagnetism are so much higher?
Oh, I don't separate them up. They all work together.
You have not validated that.
Godfrey, did you finish what you wanted to say and the points that you wanted to
No, I think he gave an explanation, is what he gave. Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah,
but here's the thing. What if I explain that the sky is pulling my balloon up, and the sky is repelling heavy stuff like rocks? That's my explanation. So how do you deal with that then?
That is an alternative explanation, and what we'd have to do is kind of look at the two explanations and see.
Yeah, Matthew, how many subscribers do you have, Matthew?
What do you mean?
On your YouTube channel, how many subscribers do you have?
How many people of the world are just subscribed to you?
550,000, and then my biggest video has.
And how long?
million views.
Yeah, that's great. And how many? How long has your channel been up?
10 years.
10 years. Okay, so yeah, that makes
above average.
So, but money doesn't have anything to do with it, huh?
That's right. I get paid. I get paid by YouTube. I get paid by Google for ads that are on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, good for you. So people like me that have had a YouTube channel for 4 years, I don't get afforded that luxury, do I?
You do. It depends on how much, what kind of content, and also how much.
Yeah. So if it has anything to do with flat Earth or reality, then it's not allowed, and the subscribers are going to be squelched.
Imagine he needed to confess to his subscribers that he actually changed his religion into believing the truth. You know, how many of these 500,000 people would actually say, "Oh, good job, man"?
Matthew,
my subscribers and watch my channels because of the prank videos I do that has nothing to do with Earth.
Matthew, why is YouTube
What prank
shadow
videos
banning?
are you doing?
Matthew, why is YouTube shadow banning flat Earth?
Good question.
Because they believe it to be a conspiracy theory, and they want to provide high quality content to people.
So does the world?
Prank videos are you doing?
Okay, real quick, hold on 1 second. Does the world usually ban the truth, or does it ban the lies?
It usually bans the lies.
Oh, okay.
There we go, folks. You heard it here.
Can you
when you believe
send me
in
your
this
YouTube
thing, it's more important.
account?
Listen, guys, real quick, it's more important than money. When people believe this space religion, which is the weirdest thing because it literally turns their minds into empty space. It's ironic. They have to hold on to it because of the pride. It's always the same cause. Pride is everything for these people.
Yeah.
No, I agree that is a
But do you like this? Do you like this
Yeah, that's
example?
true.
For example,
Matthew believes, it's my opinion, this is an opinion, that Matthew believes he's a science educator or something like that for the globe Earth. Like he's a white knight for the globe Earth.
I wouldn't say that. I just like science and math.
So you show that by avoiding all science and denying it and deflecting from real science.
I like how you use books in your videos in the background. That is always a strategy. Some books in the background. I already think, okay, here's read some books.
Matthew.
Yes.
If I stand on a bowling ball, will I weigh more? Even a little bit more?
Stand on a bowling ball. I don't.
Because it has more mass right under me. You're adding mass to what's already there. Right under. Put a bowling ball down, I jump on it. Will I weigh a little bit more? Like if you had.
I don't know. I'd have to do the calculation, but you'd be higher. So as your altitude increases, your weight decreases.
So how high do I have to be? Like a tall building? I weigh less. Like I said, 5 pounds, like in the Empire State Building.
Oh, it'd be tiny amounts of, fractions of ounces. I don't know. But if you go up to a tall mountain, you weigh slightly less than you do at sea level.
Matthew, this is my story because you tell that you are a paid YouTuber. I'm also paid atheist. I don't believe in God. But every Sunday, I'm going to church to tell people that God doesn't exist.
Oh, that's not very nice.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Matthew. Matthew, thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you understand?
I did.
Matthew, I have a question. What are these books that you're using in the background when you're talking, like right next to you, when you show your face talking? What are these books?
I'm not sure which books you're referring to. You're talking about a specific video that I made?
Yeah, like almost every video where you're talking to, yeah, okay, not all videos, but let's say the latest videos.
Yeah, I just put some books there to
So
make it look nicer. I think they were fiction books. I don't remember which books they were.
okay.
There's no significance to them.
Because I always wanted to know that, I see so many people on YouTube when they try to show you some, explain to you some cool things that with nice words, flashy words, they always use a lot of books,
I think it's just to make a nice background. I'm not trying to say anything specific about by hiding certain. I'm not trying to hide the truth in plain sight or whatever somebody was saying earlier.
Oh no, that's not what I'm saying. It's just it just gives the viewer the feeling that the guy who's actually talking has some kind of knowledge and education because he reads books,
Yeah.
It's just let's say a thing of our what's the English word? Sorry, I'm natively German, so I need to think a lot when I try to get up with certain words.
I would love to visit Germany someday, by the way.
Yeah, it's beautiful. If you want to visit Germany, visit where I am from. It's near Luxembourg. It's the Mosel area.
Okay.
We have a lot of wine here, and it's beautiful. Many old Rome. Like where I live right next to not right next, but like 20 minutes away from the oldest city of Germany. It's an old Roman city founded by the Romans, and it's beautiful.
Nice. Yeah.
Matthew, what does some of your subscribers say about you hanging out in the Flat Earth Discord?
I don't think they care. Most of my subscribers are just looking for a quick joke.
So what do they say about it?
I've only made one video, maybe two that mention the flat Earth, and it's sort of split. Some people, it depends on what they believe. Some say that I'm wrong. Some say that I'm right.
Well,
Matthew,
would you like your subscribers to be of their own mind and maybe make a decision for themselves, or
yes.
you just,
Yes, of course.
Will you tell them that you hang out with flat earthers in Flat Earth Discord and ask them to come in here and maybe make up their own minds about the topic?
Yeah, in fact, I put a link to the Flat Earth Discord in the moon video I made.
Here, this is the region. This is exactly where I live, where Flat Earther lives.
Is this in Metz or somewhere near there?
It is. It's around the area of Trier, Luxembourg, like not far away from Luxembourg.
Okay.
It's like in the west of Germany.
Okay.
But
Matthew,
like even the New York Times put the region here in Germany where I live on like the top 10 of locations in Germany to visit. So must be pretty nice for many Americans, I guess.
Yeah, that'd be cool. What did somebody ask about the Bible?
Matthew, do you have any videos about you speaking about the Bible?
Not directly, no.
Wow. Okay, because that's what God has me do all the time. He makes me talk about the Bible and the Word of God and talk to as many people as
I talk about that all the time in my classes. I tell students about the Bible.
Right, but on your YouTube channel where you have a few million followers, I find it actually telling that you don't talk about the Bible, and because if you were part of God's family, He would use you for that. That's the thing.
No, He does. I mean, yeah, I talk about.
You're not. You just said no. You didn't. You just said you don't make YouTube videos with your Bible.
I'm very open about the fact that I teach at Biola University, which everybody knows is a Christian university.
Right, but you don't preach the Word of God on your YouTube channel. That's all I'm saying.
I do not. That's right.
Thank you.
And that proves that I'm a bad person?
No, it proves that.
No, it doesn't.
Hold on. It's the intent. It's the point that I'm a tiny YouTube channel. I have no followers really, and I probably speak about the Bible more than 99% of the world because I'm in God's family, and the Bible says you will know them by their fruit. See, that's how this works.
Yes, I agree.
What school do you teach at?
Biola University in Los Angeles County, California.
Off of Lincoln?
No, it's in La Mirada, which is near Whittier. This is it, the southeast corner of Los Angeles County.
And you never got an invitation by any lodge brothers?
And what do you teach?
Mainly mathematics. I used to teach computer science, but I also work in the Office of Digital Learning. So,
okay, thank you.
That's interesting that no one ever approached you. I mean, they're pretty quick in getting people involved into their religion.
I think there's most people who are evangelical wouldn't be comfortable in a lodge. I think. Masonic lodges is kind of like counterfeit religion. So
you believe in the Savior,
yes.
Jesus Christ?
Yes. At my university, we preach that Jesus Christ is the only way to heaven.
Okay. So did they ever read the first Bible, the first page of the Bible?
Yes, the vast majority of the biblical scholars who read Greek and Hebrew think that the first chapter of Genesis 1 is consistent with a globe earth.
Oh, that would be a bunch of liars. They would all be liars. Yeah, they'd all be habitual liars, and they'd be Satanists. Hold on 1 second, real quick. Wait. Michael Heisner even admits that it describes a flat Earth, and he doesn't believe it. So that would be a lie.
I don't think they're lying. It would be different to say they're incorrect. I'd be okay with that.
No, they're lying. They are lying. I know those people. Yeah, I've spoken to them for 15 years. Yeah, they're all lying.
So you mean by lying that they know that the Bible says the earth is flat, but they're
without a doubt. Yeah, they're lying about the word. It says you will not add or take away from my word, or I will remove you from the book of life. They're perverted liars.
Right.
Fact.
Yeah.
So
it's pretty serious to go.
I know these people personally. I don't think they're liars. I'm okay with them being wrong. That's one thing, but they're not.
That's because you want to believe a lie. You love the lie,
Matthew, what do you think?
Being wrong and being a liar.
Matthew, what do you think about this verse, for example? If you're not going to go into Genesis, what do you think about? Do you not know? Have you not heard? Has it not been declared to you from the beginning? Have you not understood? Since the foundation of the earth, he sits enthroned above the circle of the earth. Its pillars are like grasshoppers. He stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them out like a tent to dwell in. He brings the princes to nothing and makes the rulers of the earth meaningless.
That is an accurate description of what it looks like. You go outside.
100% flat Earth.
I don't think it's saying anything about the
tent. Oh, have you ever seen a tent over a ball, Matthew? Have you seen a tent spread out over a ball?
No.
Okay. And if I'm above something and looking down at it, I'm above it, right? Well, a ball Earth has no above or down or upon. Yeah.
So this was written centuries ago, and you're asking 21st century questions about the shape of the planet Earth and trying to squeeze.
No, it's not a planet. You don't know the Bible. If you don't believe the Bible, you can't understand.
I believe the Bible.
God says there's planets and that the Earth is not one. God says that there are planets. It is not talking about Earth. So you clearly don't believe the Bible at all.
Hang on, he said it. He said flat circle. Does it look like a flat circle, Matthew? That's how it looks, you said.
Yeah, circle is flat. Yeah, circle's flat.
That's what it says.
It does look flat?
Uh-huh.
But I'm asking, does it look like a sphere?
It looks flat. It looks flat.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Are people grasshoppers?
No, but they are smaller as grasshoppers.
No, that's a metaphor. I mean, the Bible consists of these things all the time. All the time.
1 second. Also, wait 1 second. Okay, one at a time. One second. That also make sure that people understand that it doesn't say the Earth is a circle. It says the Earth has a circle of the Earth, which is the horizon, which is why we see it around us in a circle. And only God. Here's what's crazy about this: only God can be above the circle of the Earth. So if you believe in astronauts, you're literally believing that they can do what God does. It's so satanic.
Yep, it's pretty satanic.
Astronauts that did see the Earth as a circle.
We have some new people.
Right. That means that you think they can do what God does. Yeah.
So I just want to make one statement to Matthew. So you're saying the Freemasons are believing in a fake Earth or propagating a fake religion, rather, right?
Yeah, Freemasonry sounds like fake religion to me. Yeah.
Right. So why are you agreeing to the fake religion's cosmology?
Oh, because fake religions can get some things right.
They're sun worshippers, man, and if you worship the globe, you're a sun worshipper too. And I don't know how God is gonna react to that. I don't want to judge about it because it's something I put in God's hands, you know. But if I would be the one who painted the picture and the things inside that frame would actually deny their reality, you know, I would be in serious. I would be pretty, you know, as a father, I would be thinking, okay, what are you doing, my child? Are you actually trying to deny what I have given to you as a gift?
Yeah,
to
the book
understand and observe.
Forbids worshiping the sun. I mean, obviously, I'm not a sun worshiper.
Yeah, but that's the globe model. It's about the sun.
Saying the sun is the center
sun-centric.
is different than worshiping the sun.
Right, that's the point, is that, you know, you're putting the sun in the center when God says the heavens and the earth are the main construct. The sun is just a light, so you're completely ignoring the word of God.
No, I say that there's a difference between what is physically at the center versus what is at the center sort of spiritually. Like the spiritual importance is different than physical location.
Look, it even says in the Bible, see to it that no one takes you captive by philosophy and empty deceit, according to human tradition, according to elemental spirits of the world, and not according to Christ.
I agree.
That's right. Amen. Here's what's also really amazing, guys, is that it really says in Exodus, and this is a big deal because this is God himself talking. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. So this is such a big deal to God. He is so disgusted with this ball earth religion. He says they are graven images, and he even mentions them. A likeness of anything that is in heaven above, which is amazing because that's what they talk about, right? The balls in space, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Now, what's most amazing of this is that it says there's water under the earth, which is, if you believe in a ball earth, you have to completely throw out the entire word of God. And it says they're literally graven images. That's how much it disgusts God.
The second commandment is about not making graven images. It's not a commentary about the shape of the
No, it's
Earth.
specifically talking about the construct of his creation. You're having graven images above the earth, it says. It says, any graven image that is like above heaven, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You have to ignore the entire sentence because it even describes water under the earth.
I believe that 7,800 miles straight down from me is the Indian Ocean.
That's not under the earth. That would be in the earth, not under. That's the point.
Yeah,
You can't even understand basic words.
False
you can't
idols.
even right. Real quick, Sonny, you can't even understand the most basic, literally kindergarten terminology when you believe in this globe religion.
Look, I recognize that you guys all say all these verses support a flat earth, but I'm just telling you the vast majority of Hebrew and Greek scholars who love
Then
Jesus.
they're liars. Yes, you're.
Yeah, then they deceive.
Yeah,
it also
liars.
says in the,
Hold on, Swage. He's saying the vast majority of people that don't believe in the Bible agree with me. Then that's the point. Yes, none of you believe the Bible, Matthew. That's why you're deceived.
People who do believe in the Bible and speak.
You don't believe it. You don't know. You're admitting you don't believe the words. I've studied Hebrew and Greek. That's what
I admit that I do not believe the Bible as you interpret it. That's true.
I know, because you don't take it literal. You don't believe anything God said.
I believe that
Listen to this, Matthew. Listen to this. For the time is coming when people will not endure sound teaching, but having itchy ears, they will accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own passions, and will turn away from listening to the truth and wander off into myth.
I agree, but I think it applies to you and not to me. How's that?
No.
Yes.
We know that all other civilizations beforehand knew that it was bad, and I'm not gonna believe some CGI pictures and some NASA, which also means to deceive, into me and believing myths, man. I believe what God has given to me, and if God gives me senses which show me that this Earth is stationary, that the horizon is horizontal, and that I can even measure it, I'm not gonna wander off into myths and still think because they show me flashy pictures and they have nice people giving me flashy answers, yeah, with nice words and some numbers here and there, that I'm gonna actually, say, God, it's interesting how the Bible actually, clarifies it, but, in the end, it's not clarifying enough. The story is not good enough, it's just, in the end, I think it's still a globe because it's, what your word says could be also false, and it could be a false translation and so forth. But, give me one hint, okay? What does firmament mean, man? There's a distinctive definition for a firmament.
Firmament means sky. The
firm.
fact that it has the first four letters are in English happen to be firm is a quirk of the English language. It's
No one
rakia.
said that. You keep strawmanning us when we say firmament. We didn't say firm. We need to describe the word firm. No, if you want to go to the Hebrew, it's called rakia,
Yes.
and it's even described as a molten looking glass. And
That's what it
obviously you
looks like.
can't, and you can't believe any of it. Yeah, you can't believe it.
I say that's what it looks like. I think it just means sky.
That's as it is. It doesn't say it looks like a molten looking glass. It is as a molten looking glass, because that's the point, Matthew. You have to keep adding to the Bible and taking away from it.
Can I tell you one more thing? What I think this whole NASA and Dragon and Satan thing is, what they're doing? It's also written in the Bible. The coming of the lawless one is by the activity of Satan with all power and false signs and wonders, and with all wicked deceptions for those who are perishing, because they refuse to love the truth and so be saved. Therefore God sends them a strong delusion so that they might believe what is false, in order that all may be condemned who did not believe the truth but had pleasure in unrighteousness. Okay? They show you this nice ISS, they show you these nice false wonders, signs and wonders in the sky, with all these so-called satellite and whatnot they all do to make you actually fall away from the word. Okay? Get that. You're being deceived by deceived people.
I think the deception has more to do with people being able to make up their own rules, relativism, even change their gender. All this type of stuff is what
That's what globe is. That's what the globe.
So you mean genderism is a sign and wonder which make people disbelieve God because someone is turning from a man into a woman? You think that is the only sign and wonder Satan is capable of doing? What?
That's an example.
It also says he wants to have his throne above the earth. He wants to be God. That's the ultimate goal of Satan. That's why he's giving you all these signs and wonders. How many young people are growing up loving NASA, loving the stuff you believe in, and then denying God because they can't, believe in God because they've been told so much lies? Tell me, man, and you want to tell me that still that thing that you're believing in is the right thing to tell kids?
Yes, it's the right thing. I think God.
Okay, all right. I can't help you, man. I can't help you. I just give you.
It's pretty bad. Yep.
Any last words on the topic, because we have to move on and there's new people.
I agree.
I have last words real quick, that obviously NASA's most important mission is called Apollo, which is the Antichrist in the Bible.
Right.
So God is not impressed with these people that believe in the Antichrist.
No.
Thanks, guys.
And one more thing, I love you, Matthew, and that's the only thing why I'm telling you this, okay?
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Because I care about your soul, that's all. That's why I'm telling you this, because if I wouldn't tell you this, I would be feeling pretty bad, okay?
Yeah. Don't worry, I have assurance of salvation. I believe I'm going to heaven. I trust Jesus for righteousness. And so, yes, I believe all that stuff. We're good.
But you gotta believe the whole word, okay? And the truth, which comes with God. And the truth sets you free from this world.
All right, we have Edrunes. Welcome to the server, Edrunes. Are you there? Edrunes. All right, Edrunes, if you want to open your mic later on, hopping in the PC checking. I'll mute you for now.
At least it is on the topic, though, Gemsy.
What was that?
Yeah, go ahead, Gemsy. I was just going to say, at least we're on the topic, though, so we are, correctly doing this. Go ahead.
Oh no, yeah. That conversation was pretty good. I liked it a lot. It just we do have the Bible section in the survey for if we can talk about it. Definitely, I like the conversation. It's just Matthew has had this conversation many times, but with you guys, he showed a few other things, which is pretty interesting.
He's a deceiver from day one, that is Satan. He
he makes men create things which can deceive many men and lead them astray from the shepherd. I'm just trying to get there because my heart is bleeding if I hear people say that actually, God created a round spherical earth, and what NASA does is actually something which is wanted by God and so forth. And when we're gonna tell his children, it's okay to tell children that space is real and all these signs and wonders are wonderful. It just makes me go, a fire inside my soul. I can't, put down somehow because it's against the scriptures. It is completely against the word which God and the revelation He gave me through His through the relationship I have with Him in the past year.
Amen, Swig. Not only that, but look at the people. I mean, how crazy is that when we can have these polar opposite ideologies, and you have this literal secular world, millions of atheists literally defend the space religion first more than anything, even more than evolution, because the space religion protects evolution religion. It's the number one atheist belief system. 99.99999% of these atheists absolutely need the ball earth magical space cosmology for their atheism, and that should be just all the evidence you need. Is that what does the world believe? What does the majority believe? The Bible makes it very clear that if you're even of the world or love the things of the world, the love of the Father is not in you.
Right, and you know what Jesus also said, which is so fundamentally important. He says, "But Jesus called the children to him and said, 'Let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them. For the kingdom of God belongs to such as these,' and showing in these false signs and wonders to hinder them to understand the truth and the kingdom of God is for me an abomination. Dude, I can't get the English word. Abomination against the kingdom of God. It is straight from the kingdom of darkness, and it makes me sad in my heart if I think about how many kids are being indoctrinated with satanic Luciferian sun worshipping lies,
So Swig, let me ask you a question. If God really did make the earth a globe and He made millions of stars and millions of galaxies, how would that detract from His glory?
No,
He didn't
go
do
ahead,
it.
Swig.
I know you're saying he didn't do it, but I'm saying why would that be a big problem if he did?
That would make him a liar.
Because
God's not a liar.
Because yes, first of all, God is truth and nothing but the truth. He's the definite truth. He's second of all is that His word is actually underlining everything, which concludes that He made a stationary and closed system. And the third thing is, which I would say is, if it's actually such a great thing, why are these people proclaiming to say that there is an evolution theory, that we're coming from apes, and that you completely that your life is extremely let's say uncertain, because there could be a big comet killing you every moment because you're just flying through space and time on a spinning ball. If this story actually, if you think this worldview gives kids hope in their life, meaning a desire to actually see God with their heart, okay, then I don't know what reality you're living, man. But it's actually not what I experience. I see many friends around me that where it's really hard to break through, to actually give them a little bit a glimpse of His kingdom, because they're so filled with these filthy, stinky lies of this kingdom of darkness which is ruling over this earth, okay? And once again, the Bible also tells you that it's a kingdom of darkness. It's the fallen angel who rules this earth. So if he rules this earth, do you think that the things you learn in school, in this satanic school system which we have today, and it is satanic in its roots, do you think they would actually tell you the truth about the Creator, about His creation, and so forth? Don't you think that the devil would always try to flip everything upside down and pervert the mind of the youth, to make them actually believe what is false.
Yes, I agree with that.
Because he is the father of lies, okay? And if the father of lies is the one on the throne on this rotten earth, which is going to be judged one day, okay? We don't know, not even Jesus knows when it's going to be the time of judgment. No, only the Father, the Creator, knows, okay? Do you really think that he would tell God's children the truth? No, because he hates the ones who are made in the image of him, because he hates God. That's why he hates the kids and the adults and whatsoever who are made in the image of the Creator. We are made in his image, and that's why we have one enemy from the beginning who hates us, who hates the truth that we can give through the revelations that the Creator can give us, and who hates the whole authority that he has, okay? So he's going to play his game until the end to deceive as many people as he can, because he is already judged. He was once in heaven and was cast out of heaven. He knows that when judgment day comes, he knows where he's going to be cast into. And that's why you want to have as many kids, as many people of God, okay, or children of God with him. And that's why I don't believe in anything what the world tells me. I only believe what is written in this book, and I believe what I can observe with what he gave me since I was formed in my mother's womb. End of the story, okay?
I agree that the Bible is true and inerrant in the Word of God. However, there are some things that are not mentioned in the Bible. For example, the existence of electromagnetism. And I think that the scientists that do electromagnetism is true, even if it's not mentioned in the Bible.
It talks about weights in the Bible, Matthew.
Yeah, but it doesn't talk about magnetism anywhere.
Doesn't talk about magnetism because it doesn't use that word. Do you also think the Bible doesn't talk about dinosaurs?
You can't.
Sweet, hold on 1 second, Sweet, real quick. Hold on, real quick. Matthew, do you think the Bible doesn't talk about dinosaurs?
I don't know if it does. It's hard. Some of the Book of Job seems to mention something like dinosaurs.
Okay, let me ask you this real quick, Matthew. How much of evolution do you believe? Like, what do you believe in the uniformitarianistic principles of Charles Lyell and these guys? Like, how old do you think the Earth is? Older than 6,000 years? What do you think about evolution? How far have you gone into it?
I believe that naturalistic evolution is false and that the world was made by an intelligent designer.
So how old do you think the Earth is?
I don't know.
Okay, do you think it's older than? Do you think it's older than 10,000 years?
I think it's older than 50,000 years. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good. Very good. Okay. So, do you believe in God-breathed evolution? Do you think God made evolution happen?
I don't think so. He may have had punctuated sort of creation where there were times where he created new types of animals. I don't know.
Okay. So you don't believe in the 6-day creation then? Okay. So
it doesn't seem likely.
Okay, very good. Okay, now what about where did you get the idea that the Earth, God's creation, would be at least 50,000 years old?
Oh, just by evidence of God. So God speaks in two ways: God's world and God's word, in revelation and creation. And so, in God's word through creation and his world, it seems like he left us evidence that the Earth is older than 50,000 years old.
So what is the evidence? What is the evidence?
You can dig down in Antarctica and find like 100,000 layers, summer, winter in the snow pack.
Oh no, they're not summer. No, they're not summer, winter. They're hot, cold, hot, cold, hot.
Yeah,
cold.
exactly.
That's why when the airplanes in the 1940s crashed there and then they were recovered 50 years later, they thought that the layer was equivalent to a few 100,000 years. Obviously, World War II was not a few 100,000 years ago, so that goes right out the window. Do you have any actual evidence that the Earth is older?
No,
than 10,000 years?
It just seems to match.
Match what? Match what?
I don't. What do you mean?
You said
it just
matches.
seems. It seems more likely. Yeah, it just seems more likely the distance of stars. Evidence.
How do you know the distance of stars?
There's a whole science behind it.
There is no science behind that. That's not science at all. So this is just one deception after another. Is the point, guys? Is that I knew that it was going to go here because if you believe in this heliocentric religion, usually you have to throw out the whole Bible. So that's the point I've just proven.
I just don't think it contradicts any of the Bible. That's all.
Well, I know because you don't believe the Bible.
I don't believe in your interpretation of the Bible. That's correct.
You don't believe
if I may jump in,
Jenny, go ahead.
Did he just say that there's nothing in the Bible that says anything about heliocentric model? Or
that's right. There's nothing in the Bible that says that the Earth is flat.
No, that's wrong. It says in Job 38:5.
Okay,
yes, I understand that your interpretation of those verses.
I'm sorry, Jenny, continue. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jenny.
That's okay. So for those people who ascribe to the Bible, and I'm speaking in general, and you believe in the heliocentric model.
Yes, like most people who believe in the Bible.
Those persons may want to read the first chapter. I forget which passage it is, but when it talks about creation, that he created light, and then I believe it was on the fourth day he created the sun and the moon. That doesn't sound like the heliocentric model to me at all.
That's right.
I mean, I'm just making, real bare points here. I'm not, I guess I could pull it out and read it.
It's not only that, a ball is. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. It's all right.
Not only that, a ball is a form. Yeah. And the chapter 1, verse 2 says that it was without form.
Yeah. That's awesome. I never thought about that. I appreciate you for bringing that up.
Yeah, so I think those 6 days are meant as a literary device to explain the grandness and completeness of God's creation, not necessarily answer 21st century questions about exactly how it happened. The main purpose of that chapter is to say who and why, yet we keep asking how.
No. Oh, no, they were being literal when they were making the description of the creation story.
Hang on, Matthew, you said
figuratively.
23rd century. I thought they knew that the Earth was round in BC. No?
Yeah, but I'm saying
Greece.
Here we are now in the 21st century trying to answer 21st century questions by looking at chapter Genesis 1, which was meant to answer who did it and why. And the answer is God, and the answer is for his glory.
But they were also describing how it went.
Yep.
In what order. And they were very specific.
Correct.
And if you read Jubilee, it tells you exactly the same thing in the order and what he did and what days and how many things he did in that day.
Matthew, let's back up a little bit. You said we talked about the verses. I think it was Isaiah looked on the circle of the earth. You admitted that was flat, and you admitted the real actual world looks flat. Did you not just say that a few minutes ago?
From the surface it's so big that it looks flat.
No.
And then when they describe the circle of the earth, that's not a sphere in the Bible. That's not a sphere, is it?
No, it's a circle, because if you're standing on the surface of a sphere, it looks like a circle.
Okay, so they describe a circle in the Bible. It looks like a circle in reality, but it's not that, is what you're saying.
That's right. Other evidence points to the fact that it's not that.
Okay.
Oh, what's that? What's the other evidence?
Pictures from space, sunsets,
so no other,
seasons.
Okay, no other evidence. Nope. Sorry, no evidence. Wow. Okay, thanks for.
Well, I just listed a bunch, and you
don't have any. Sunsets is not evidence. That's another lie, Matt.
Constant size of the full moon all night. GPS works. Satellite dishes.
You're just hiding from the shape of the earth. So you keep lying.
I have a question.
You gotta stop.
Yeah, Jenny.
I have a question. So Matthew, I think it was Matthew. Yeah. So did you just say that proof of the globe is pictures from space? Did you really just say that?
No, I never use the word proof because I think that in science, proof is reserved for math and for
the person who
logic.
Asked you.
That's not even science.
We used evidence. I use the word evidence. Evidence towards one idea versus the other. I don't like the word proof.
Okay, so just so I'm understanding where you're coming from, you believe what NASA tells you.
Most of it, yeah.
Wow. Okay, that helps me. Thank you so much,
I mean, if I presuppose the globe exists, then everything that NASA says seems reasonable, right?
You said most of it. You said most of it though. So hang on, he said most of it. So some of the stuff you don't believe, is that right?
Some of the stuff I'd have a harder time explaining or describing why I believe it. Sure.
So then why would they lie then? Why would they lie?
I don't think they do lie.
Don't you examine people's integrity?
Wow.
Matthew, can you explain me what happens here? Because you're so good at explaining. I think that's something that teachers can do very good. Well, what happens here? What I'm about to pause right now. What happens there, and what did NASA do there?
I see a picture. Oh, is it supposed to be a GIF?
It's a GIF. If you press on it, you can see it moving.
Yeah, so he grabs his belt loop. I don't know. He's just. What am I supposed to? Am I supposed to interpret this as evidence that they're on harnesses?
Yes, sir.
Was that his
grabbing
belt loop? You saying? Hold on. You say that's his belt loop?
I don't know what it is. So I know that you guys like to squint at these 2-second.
You're just looking away. No, hold on, Matthew. Wait a second. Wait. Hold on 1 second, guys. I got to point out that Matthew, you are running for your life away from this GIF, and that just told us all the real story. Thanks.
Incorrect.
Excitement.
Wow.
You're running for your life, Matthew.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. I really can't.
Okay, I have to show why Matthew.
First, he said it was a belt loop. He's grabbing.
Elbow, real quick. Watch this. Watch this. 1 Thessalonians 5:21, King James Version. This is why Matthew doesn't like the word prove, because the Bible says it. Prove all things, hold fast to which is good. That's why you don't like that word.
Uh-oh.
No, I think that there are
seriously,
proofs in other areas. Like I can come up with a proof that there's an infinite number of prime numbers.
You can't.
I should re-listen to how I should re-listen to how Matthew, what he just said a few moments ago.
Matthew,
I want proof of
infinity. If you get to infinity, Matthew, let me know, and I'll give you $5,000 in both my cars. Thanks.
Oh no, my point was that.
So
you don't have proof then that you can have an infinite number of proof.
No,
Matthew, that was a real red herring, because I'm sure the Bible wasn't talking about prove things in mathematics, like how many prime numbers there are. Come on.
Yeah, that's right.
Hold on a second.
Is that
he just came up with he can't prove it.
So Matthew said a few moments ago that we are squinting at these NASA videos. So he says we're squinting at them, and that's how we're seeing what we're seeing. You know, like I don't know, man. Maybe he's the one that's squinting.
Well, yeah. So they have hundreds and hundreds of hours of ISS footage, and then you clip out little bits that make it look like there might be a harness there. That's all.
It's called coincidence theory.
Matthew,
it's called coincidence.
So, for example, this guy holding a hammer and the card, that card is not falling. He's using a magic trick to make it look like it's falling. That's the whole point of that video.
That's funny.
Come on, man.
I just want to say, do you know this verse in the Bible? It says, "For the wisdom of this world is foolishness before God."
Yes, that's why.
Sounds about right to me.
Yep.
So the cameras are squinting.
No.
Yeah, no. We are squinting at these videos and making shit up, is what he's implying.
Yeah. So that must mean,
for example, the guy in the blue shirt with the card and the hammer. That's a good example.
That.
So the human being is squinting, and the squinting is going through the camera, I guess.
No, really, what's happening, Sonny?
People who are keen on TV and films, they watch a film, and they have to watch it a few times to see where the film made an error. You know, like somebody wear like a watch in like an old time film, or something's left on set, and you're not going to say that's how you find out that what you're watching isn't real, because there's errors in it, and that's how you find out that the NASA is total bullshit. Just
Hold on, Swage, before the meme goes away, real quick, Denny, can divert Matthew to the meme that I just posted of the guy in the ISS dropping something as he reacts to violently catch it? Yeah, how about this meme right here, Matthew? What do you think of this? What's your next excuse?
Unfortunately,
I think that I don't think that that's dropping. I think it just sort of went out of his hand. I don't think it was.
It's a
really,
magic
that's
trick.
not
Is
okay.
what
So
he
no matter.
said.
So this is a perfect example. We show him things dropping, and he says they're not dropping.
This is a perfect example. We interpret this person in the red shirt two different ways. It's
You literally deny obvious reality.
You
Matthew.
deny
That's what
reality,
this religion does
indeed.
to people. This religion
see,
destroys your
I
spirit.
would say the same
So
thing about
guys,
you.
guys,
That's
do you
because
know-
you have a destroyed
Matthew.
spirit. That's why you don't preach the Bible, Matthew.
guys,
Matthew, what about the screw that fell?
guys,
I don't think it fell. I think it just went.
Dude, there's so
Guys,
much evidence.
Wow, Matthew.
Yeah, El
Guys,
Bolico, can you believe it? It didn't fall. You show him something falling, it didn't really fall, bro. It didn't.
Okay, look,
fall, bro.
this
Trust
is all
me.
because of my preconceived idea that they are in weightlessness.
So
That's
it doesn't
why.
fall. Yeah, Matthew. That's not a psychosis.
Yeah, I mean that's just a belief. It's just
brothers
his
and
belief,
sisters.
man.
You
That's
know
his
how the world tries to make the flat earthers look foolish. So let's read this. Let no one deceive himself. If any of you thinks he is wise in this age, he should become a fool so that he may become wise. So I'm gonna be a flat earther and I'm gonna be a fool in the eyes of the masses. But I know in the end that the things that I rely on are the wisely things because they're given by God. Okay?
Yeah, I don't think it's
Amen.
that's talking about the idea of a flat Earth. I think it's talking about people saying.
Oh, you don't get the
Yeah,
spiritual thing
he's
behind
not.
it.
They're not. Yeah, listen, Swidgy, they're not talking about the people that say the Antichrist is their most important mission. Anything like that. Don't worry.
Yeah.
For the wisdom of this world is foolishness in God's sight. That comes right after that.
Yep. I agree.
As it is written, he catches the wise in their craftiness.
Yeah, but Swig, it also says don't throw pearls to swine.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Don't throw pearls to swine. Okay, so
Has anybody spoken to Angry Bird?
So is it not true that they're trying to make us look like fools if we believe in the flat
Angry
Earth?
Bird ran away.
Yeah, it is true, but you shouldn't tell that to Matthew because he hasn't got ears to hear.
Nope, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Nice and eyes to
No,
see.
I've been here listening this whole time. I'm listening.
Yeah, you're hearing but not listening.
No, you're hearing. You're hearing, but not listening.
Yeah, that didn't fall, guys. That just an illusion. He did that on purpose.
You're seeing, but you're not seeing.
Yeah, I
You're looking
disagree.
but not seeing.
I disagree. That's right.
Yeah, I understand. Anybody spoken to Idruna?
Хайде по-голубок, секунда капани до цирад.
Yo, Idruna.
Je permin do
Nice. That's
All right.
really nice.
I didn't understand it, but I guess somebody did.
I think it was Russian. I don't know what he said.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Russian. I'm familiar to CSGO Russians. Yeah, that sounds like Russian.
I think we have like 2 guys in here that speak Russian.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Gamzy does speak Russian.
So Matthew,
is
could I
the
just? Sorry,
Is
could I
the
just
person
ask Matthew? I've not spoken to you before. Is there a reason you've come here, Matthew? Is it your interest in learning about the flat Earth, or what?
That's
Yeah.
not
So
gonna
in
go
general, I think it's dangerous for people to be in echo chambers and always with people that they agree with. And so I like
just
exposing myself to other ideas.
We're just a bunch of squinters in an echo chamber, you guys. That's what's
No,
happening.
I'm saying if I went to Gem Panda server and only did that, then I would be in my own echo chamber. So I'm here to expose myself to other ideas.
See, but I don't ever remember going in there and they're talking about the heliocentric model, though, or anything else. They just like to make fun of other people.
Yeah,
Hey, Matthew,
sort of a toxic
Matthew, real quick,
place.
since we mentioned pictures from space earlier, even though you say they're not proof, they're evidence, and that's okay. Now, Matthew, I would ask you a question. Why do you think there's not one single recorded piece of footage from NASA that shows when the Earth curve starts, going from flat to curve, Matthew? How do you reconcile that?
I don't think it's. I think.
Wait, hold on.
It sounds like you're assuming that NASA's goal is to try to convince people that the Earth is round. I don't think it is.
No. You are hiding from the question as usual. How do you reconcile that there's no footage of any rocket launch showing us when the curve starts?
Because they don't think it's important enough to show.
Why do you have to lie? Why do you just have to lie and tell us? Why do you have to make up an excuse for they don't feel it's important to prove what they're claiming, Matthew?
Dude,
are you really this insane?
It's so simple, though. It's so simple. It's so simple.
They never
For them
pan
to
the
be able
camera
to
around
show
360.
Jenny, one
Guys.
camera. I could take my cell phone, put it on a rocket, and show you the one thing. And NASA can't do it. NASA can't put a $300 iPhone on a rocket to show us
It's
when the
called coincidence theory. It's,
I mean,
it's a
talk about that.
coincidence.
These are the conspiracy theorists. NASA doesn't want to do that. That's not important to them. I mean, this is insanity. Thank you.
Yeah, come on. It's not that difficult to realize
They've never
what's
spun
going
the
on
camera.
here.
They've never spun the camera around 360 either to see the fourth wall.
And it's not like they're not technologically able to. They're totally able to do that. I find it
Billions of
quite the
dollars.
coincidence they haven't done it.
Yeah.
Right, they can't do it. They don't even have a claim to it. They don't even tell you when you can begin to see Earth curvature. They just say, "Don't."
So what does
let's not
Matt
talk
say about that? What does Matt think about that? What we just said. I want to
NASA is unconcerned about trying to convince people that the Earth is round. They have no.
Oh,
no
really?
interest in
That's
that.
really
a lie.
fascinating.
That's the biggest lie you've ever told. That's the biggest lie you've ever told. That's what their number one thing is, to tell us that the Earth is a ball and laugh at us because they don't need evidence. You completely just destroyed yourself, man.
You said that was a lie, but that would imply that I'm trying to intentionally deceive you.
Yes, to say NASA isn't interested in having us believe the Earth is a ball is a blatant lie to the nth degree. Yes.
Right?
Okay,
Right.
you could. I would be okay
Couldn't
if
be
you
more
think that I'm wrong.
Blatant.
Maybe you think that I'm wrong, but I'm not lying.
No, you're making. You can't name one employee of NASA, but you're going to tell me what their opinion is. That's a habitual lying tactic, Matthew.
No, it's not a lie. It's my opinion
Yes, it
about
is.
their motives. It's my true opinion. It's my truly held belief that they don't care that much about trying to convince people the Earth is round.
A single human being that you're talking about, yet you're going to tell me what their belief system is. That is a
No,
lie.
I'm not. I'm telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I think.
Yeah, so thus we have all the faked photos. We have all the faked artistry of the blue marble. They've admitted it themselves. They've cut and pasted. They have everything that we see. They used to, in the old days, go up in aircraft and put freaking templates up on windows to fake the globe. So, oh yeah, so go ahead. Go ahead with that.
It's interesting that I'm expressing my opinion about what I think about NASA, and I'm being truthful about what I think about NASA, but you call me a lie.
Tell us your opinion. You said they don't care to tell us that the Earth, or to convince us that the Earth is a ball. When whatever his name, Robert Simmons says we had to take this flat picture and turn it into a ball to show it to you, and you're telling me they don't care to tell me that I'm on a ball, Matthew. You're either absolutely lying through your teeth, or much worse.
So
Wow,
there's a
that didn't
difference
work out
between
too well.
there's a difference
Matthew.
between being incorrect and being and lying. Do you understand that?
Matthew, that really didn't work out in your favor.
Yeah, but there is a difference between being incorrect and lying, Matthew. But when you're intentionally looking away from evidence, staring you in the face, and saying, "Oh, I can't see that," that is equivalent to a lie.
Yeah, because he squints at the picture. That's why.
Yeah.
I'm glad he did it, because it fulfills my argument that you have to lie when you believe in this religion. And so I appreciate it, actually. Thanks.
There's a difference between lying and being incorrect.
Yeah,
No, you're not
just
exactly telling the truth.
Hopelessly indoctrinated.
Well, technically, Matthew, I would like to add something. If you genuinely believe you're saying the truth, but you're not, and if you don't know for a fact whether or not you're saying the truth, saying that you're saying the truth for a fact is lying, even if you genuinely believe it. No, it is. You're actually lying. So if you don't know for a fact whether or not you're right or wrong, and if you say you know for a fact you're right, even though you believe deep down to your bones that you're right,
I've never
you're
said
still
I
lying.
know for a fact. I never said that I know for a fact that I'm.
Matthew,
So saying
what? Sorry, But what does your picture show me? Because the one that I sent you is the same perspective, looking at the same size of the Earth from the same perspective. Your picture is changing the perspective, and that changed the size of the continent.
That's
so
right.
Aren't you? Yeah. So you're actually showing me that my picture is right, and your picture is showing
Yeah,
nothing.
so I'm showing that just because continents change size in pictures does not mean that there's an error. It's just that the camera
Yes,
is
it
in a
does.
different spot. No,
Yeah,
the
but
camera's
in
in
my picture, it shows the exact same position and the exact same angle from which it's supposed to be photographed from. And you can exactly see that the continent is way bigger in 2012 picture than in 2007.
Okay, so your claim is that because the continent is bigger, that shows that it's fake. And my picture shows that no, it's possible to have a bigger continent just by changing the position of the camera.
Yes,
Not
but
enough.
my picture is not showing the change of the position of the camera. Okay,
Yeah.
yours is showing a change of the position of the camera. So the influence made by perspective or due to perspective is actually not a thing in my picture. It shows
Yeah,
the
but
same scale.
the changing the location of the camera would not make the sphere the same exact size, though.
Yeah, zooming in would. How do you describe my picture at 51 past the hour? How do you describe, why is it that
You
North
change
America
the
looks bigger?
position. If I
changed it?
watch an object which is big from above and then I go down, watch it in perspective, it gets really small.
Yeah. So
that's
it's
exactly
the
what you're
same-
doing. You're
it-
changing perspective.
It's the same as I look at a little bug on the ground from above, from my when I'm standing upright and looking at the bug. It looks small. Then I get a micro lens camera and photograph that thing, and it can look like a giant. That's the only thing you showed me in that picture. But it has nothing to do with what I posted, because I show you the exact same standards as from where the picture was taken. And
why do you think the picture was taken from the same distance?
Because you can actually go into a Photoshop, for example, and you can get a scale there, and you can see that it's the exact same size of Earth, which is shown.
Yeah, so the 2007 picture and the 2012 picture are the same number of pixels, but there's nothing indicating that the camera was the same distance.
What? You can actually see it.
Wait, how do you know the camera?
That it's the same? That it's the same distance.
No, it's the same size, but not the same distance.
Yeah, did you fail geometry?
I was asking myself the same question about you guys, but no.
Oh, you're an idiot.
Dude, can you explain me how your picture is debunking my picture? Because my picture is not showing someone going closer to the Earth's picture.
So in my picture, the continent can be bigger relative to the whole circle or smaller based on the distance of the camera and the zoom of the camera. And so my picture is not faked. So my question is, if
I know, I understand perspective, man. I told you, you already know that I have understand your picture by giving you the same thing with the bug, where you can stand, on your feet looking at the bug. It looks very tiny. You can go with a micro lens and shoot a picture of that bug, and it can look like a giant due to perspective.
That's right.
But it's not what I am showing in that one particular picture, where I'm showing you both the Earth from I don't even need to show you that picture. I have more than that picture, where I can show you how they change the look of the Earth from every picture they have released. So why is there such a big why is there such a big change every time they make a new Earth from Photoshop?
There's a big change between the 2007 picture and the 2012 picture because the 2012 picture was taken from closer.
All right, okay. You're trying to actually troll me, right?
No, this is what I actually believe.
Okay, then tell me, how do you see that it's taken closer? That
the 2012 picture is actually taken from a closer perspective to the Earth than a 2007 picture. And why would that be happening if the satellite is actually orbiting the same way as it usually does to make these pictures?
Oh, I think they come from two different satellites, probably. Two different sources.
Okay, but still I need to understand, how do you think that the picture, okay, is being taken from a closer distance in the 2012 one, I guess that's what you claim,
it's closer.
than in the 2007 one?
You're asking why do I think that?
Yeah.
Because the sizes are different.
But if the sizes are different, why is the size of the spherical measurements, you know, the circle that you can see, because it's a two-dimensional picture, right?
Yeah.
Why is the size of that not changing?
Because they zoomed in on one more than the other to make them the same size. You can zoom in and out and make the circles the same.
So you say they cropped something out. So you say that they cropped.
No, not crop, just zoom in.
It is photoshopped, but it's has
So
to be.
okay. Never. I think you're not getting the point.
Okay, I'm saying that my picture is similar to what's going on in your picture. That's all.
And I'm saying that's not true.
Yeah. Do you see in my picture the spheres are the same size, but the continents are different?
Yes, and I understand what is happening there, but it is not what is happening in the picture I showed you.
Why not? What's different?
Because you can see in my picture that it is a shot from the same perspective. Because I would not think that they actually use a different so-called satellite to make a picture of the Earth in 2012.
So your argument hangs
5 years later.
Your argument hangs on the speculation that they were taken
No,
from the same
also
distance
what
to the
I
same
told
satellite.
you before. No, what I told you before. Sorry for interrupting you. That was not nice. But also what I told you before, that the circle, okay, the measurements in that picture of the Earth do not change.
Just like in my picture, they don't change. The sphere is the same size.
I know, but in your picture you can clearly see that it is taken from a close distance, because there is parts cropped out, which is not in the other picture. So you can clearly see that it's closer, but in the other one, it is from the same perspective, taken from the same perspective.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to disagree. I think that they weren't taken from the same perspective.
So if you zoom in on a sphere, the sphere would get larger. Why is the sphere not larger, and why is the continent larger but the sphere is not?
Because they zoomed the picture so that the spheres would match the same size.
Yeah, but the continent's not the same size.
Just a myth. And it all is irrelevant because the water's flat. There is no curve. Stop lying to yourself.
That's true if you assume that water is completely flat.
That's true. That's true. Full stop.
Maybe you're interested in these kind of pictures and the changes in it.
Can I jump
Who
in
knows?
right here? And
Yes, but a little louder, please.
Yeah,
hey Elijah,
if you can, if you can, I'm just trying to tell you that you're a little quiet.
What?
Elijah, you're a little bit soft, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah.
Is this better?
Yeah, it's good.
A little bit.
Good enough.
Just pay attention.
Yeah, I was just saying that you know, there's this globe that we don't see unless you go out on faith, that these pictures are taken from a place that we also can't verify, that you would have to also take on faith that they have given you a real recollection of events. And so that is juxtaposed with actually how we experience water on Earth. In fact, if you Google matter in the liquid state, it'll tell you that it stays rigid within the volume of its container. And last I checked, the outside of the ball or sphere is not a container. But if you have an ad hoc explanation for how something you've never experienced works, course, you can say it works on this model that is actually in contention and is actually in direct opposition to how we experience things locally. So, I mean, people can believe what they want, but we know what we experience.
Yeah, so Elijah's right. It does depend on what you think about water. And Elijah says that water is 100% a straight line. The surface of water is a straight line. Whereas I would say that the surface of water over the space of 1 mile is not a straight line, but deviates 0.0109 degrees. And my contention is that it would be hard to tell the difference between 0 degrees and 0.019 degrees.
I think I know why you use degrees, Matthew, because you can't tell by degrees, but you can tell by feet and inches, couldn't you?
Yeah, but when you're looking out from a perspective, the law of perspective, you're talking about angular resolution. So that's why degrees matters.
No,
You're not-
because if you measure degrees, you can't tell because it's degrees. It's 69 miles per degree. But if you measure in feet and inches, you can definitely tell. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's just, you're right. It's 8 inches per mile. So if it's a mile away, it's 8 inches. And I'm saying 8 inches is going to be hard to tell the difference.
What about if we can see an object that's 10 miles away? Then what?
Sometimes near the surface, especially over water, there's refraction and humidity and all this type of stuff, so it's hard to tell.
Okay, but tell me how many feet that's supposed to be over 10 miles at 5 foot.
That's another.
Yeah, 66.7 feet.
Explanation. That's another ad hoc explanation after the calculations have been done, correct?
That's correct, because I assume that the ball exists, and I'm doing these calculations ad hoc as an explanation of how things must be.
66.7 feet. Did you round that? Did you round that up, Matthew?
Oh, I mean, you could do 66.6667 feet. It's basically 2/3 of 100. So 2/3 would be more accurate. So 2/3 would be more accurate.
So sailors are not seeing the lighthouses at 40 miles. They're seeing a mirage, huh?
They can sometimes see lighthouses farther than they're supposed to.
Sometimes?
Yeah, depending on the humidity.
So how accurate would their triangulation between sites on land be then? They would fucking hit the shore.
Well, so for lighthouses, they're looking for the lateral degree. They're not looking for how high and low it is. They're looking for how far left and right it is. They're looking for a heading, basically, not an altitude.
Can I get another mic check?
Ships are always at 0 feet.
Yeah, you're good, Elijah.
Altitude.
Does changing my volume somehow change like how loud I sound, or do I sound about the same?
About the same.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry to interrupt.
It sounds good now, man.
Go ahead, Elijah.
No, that's all I was asking. I mean, again, if we're gonna go outside of the model to further explain things, I mean, I'm not really interested in arguing over that. You know, that's fine.
Well, it's funny that he agrees that it's all starting from a presupposition. There's nothing you can do anymore other than that. It's enough already. What a person decides to do with that fact, it's completely up to them. There's nothing else we can do.
Well, Matthew mentioned that there's some sort of refraction. So my question to him is, when has he seen anything ever make a known spherical surface look flat for any reason?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's all because I assume that the world is round.
That's the point, that you're saying. You're adding a magical force to the equation. Go ahead, Elijah.
Also, just to point out my main point from earlier, right? Because I know you were talking about what it appears on the surface. I was talking about matter in the liquid state in general. You need a container. It's defined as you know, taking the shape of its container. And so regardless of anything, we just know that the outside of balls aren't containers for any amount of water. That's my whole point.
What about a drop of water falling? It doesn't have a container.
What about a drop? It's not a sphere. It never is.
It's not a
Kind-
sphere with
kinda
Earth
round.
and water on 70% of it. It's nothing like the globe.
Well, yeah, because I've looked this up because of course everyone knows that I'm into rainbows and stuff. So I had to look into the claim that water droplets are the cause of the prismatic effects that we see in the sky and when we look at rainbows. But I would contend that that's just not true. But for this purpose, I found out that water is not actually, water droplets are more so kind of flat on the bottom because it's actually going against the tension of the air that it's falling through anyway. So it's not like you'll ever get a sphere regardless.
What about soap bubbles? You blow bubbles; they're kind of round.
Well, that's because gas expands in all directions. So when you're talking about bubbles, you're talking about air expanding in all directions to
within a container.
yeah.
Yeah, and then the surface
And
of
then
that soap
it
bubble is
goes
liquid.
up, and then it leaves it leaves whatever water it was in. The soap bubble itself, same deal.
And there are limits to those spherical things, Elijah. The soap bubble and the water droplet can only get so big, especially the water droplet. Try making a water droplet the size of a 2-gallon bucket. So gravity just goes right out the door.
Besides, the water droplet and the soap bubble are both within pressure systems.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're if we're to believe that we're in a sphere, then we're a big old water droplet with inside of a container. I mean, I'm not inside of a container, contained inside a system that is somehow a vacuum, which coincidentally enough, you can't have a system with a vacuum without chambers or a container itself. At least that's not how we experience it. So we never experience any natural vacuums, only gradients, which also coincidentally need containment if that's also going to be demonstrated. So, I mean, I think these are fair statements. They're fair statements to make, and they're also very true statements to make based on experience, not based on what someone has told me. It just is what it is. Not based on a belief, not coming at anyone else's belief. Matthew, I love you to death. I'm just trying to be as straightforward as possible.
Yeah, likewise. I'm trying to be straightforward, and I like being here and talking to you guys. So, in everything I say, my goal is to accurately represent the globe side of things, so that you guys know what we mean. So I'm not trying to lie. I'm not trying to deceive. I'm actually genuinely describing what I think is correct.
But you did say earlier that NASA is not trying to make us think that we live on a ball. That's what you said earlier.
What I said earlier is close. I said I believe in my judgment. I don't think that they are concerned with trying to make people believe in a globe. I just think that's not on their
Right.
radar.
So Robert Simmons admits he took a flat pictures and turned it into a ball. And you think he did that for what reason?
To describe how they made that image. I mean, because they have a bunch of flat pictures. I mean,
so you're saying that they didn't want us to convince us that it was a ball? So they made it into a ball for what reason?
Because they genuinely believe that it is a ball.
There you have it. They never proved.
Right.
They never proved it. They just believe too.
So he's admitting that they don't try to convince us that we're on a ball, but they tell us that we're on a ball because they want us to believe what they already believe.
And then they draw it in CGI.
So thanks for playing, Matthew. So they're just there to propagate their belief onto us. You just admitted it. Thanks.
Well, it's interesting. Perhaps I'd like to talk with you privately, but I will say that my moon sun observations, I am kind of putting that on pause because Because it does seem to make sense with the model. I have to be honest with everyone. I have to see it 3D. I haven't seen it yet, but based on the Earth just spinning away from the 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 sun and moon as they maintain their same angle, it would seem to make sense, except for the fact that I can't wrap my mind around knowing that the light source is also east of my location. It seems like a paradox. Maybe that's just me wanting to have an argument that's ironclad. I don't know. I will talk with my higher power. We'll talk with my father. But um, that aside, I'd like to pose something new to you that I've probably never discussed with you, Matthew. And that
Sure.
is,
Yeah. So first of all, let me just say, good for you for doing your own research and going out there and looking and observing. I think that's good. And I also actually think that asking God to give you wisdom is another wise thing to do. So actually asking God to help you have a correct understanding of the way the world is, that's a good strategy. But anyway, what's your new thing?
thank you. I mean, because for me, God is, well, truth is synonymous with God. And it's like, so that's all I'm trying to do is remain true to myself, inwardly and outwardly, so that I'm not having false teachings. That's the main point of it all.
Yeah, and in fact, James 1, it says that you can ask for wisdom and God will give you wisdom. So,
yeah.
Or maybe it's James 2. I don't know.
Good thing he
So,
already gave me senses. Those are cool too.
What's up, chocolate? So here's
What up,
my
brother?
here's my statement to you. And I'd like to see how you deal with this one. So the Earth is a first law of thermodynamics violation. If you beg the question of the creation story, and gravity is just the ad hoc explanation for it all.
What's the question? I heard two statements. What are you asking?
Well, it's not a question, it's a statement, and I wonder how you deal with it. So the statement is, the Earth itself is a first law of thermodynamics violation if you beg the question of the creation story that they've given to us, and gravity is just the ad hoc explanation for how it all happens.
I guess my response is that I don't think that the existence of space violates the second law of thermodynamics. I think you meant second law.
No, I didn't. I specifically meant first law. I mean, because, well, according to the creation story, everything expanded into space, right? Which means there's no loss of energy, no reason for any loss of energy to happen, seeing as that is expanding into a frictionless environment. So the energy would have had to come from somewhere to create the sphere that we live on. And that's why I'm saying that energy is in fact what they call gravity. And that's why I'm saying that's ad hoc against the first law of thermodynamics violation, that is the sphere of Earth in the story, in which all things are expanding into a void of nothingness.
Okay, so I guess I would agree with you on the point that that the naturalistic evolution, that methodological naturalism, which is the idea that everything came from nothing, doesn't make sense and does violate the first law of thermodynamics. So my answer would be that God created everything.
Wait, time out. Nope, that's a little bit of a red herring. I'm not really talking about how it got there. I'm only talking about what happens after the initial bang, so to speak.
Oh, I see. So the
I'm
dust coalescing into the earth, that story?
Correct.
Yeah. That story doesn't violate the first law of thermodynamics because according to the globe model, gravity can pull things together and make things sort of clump together.
Yeah, that's why I called it the ad hoc explanation for it, because as we know, laws aren't violated, they just are. Right? They'll never be violated. First law.
Yeah, I don't think it violates that law though.
Well, I mean, that's because you're using an ad hoc explanation for it.
Well,
right?
I don't think anybody who, I mean, I'm not a physicist, but physicists who understand these thermodynamic laws, they wouldn't call that a violation.
What is gravity? Don't know. Next question.
Can I
Yeah, I
ask
don't-
a question?
Okay, let's not. Well, maybe you want to use the word gravity, or maybe you don't. But if everything is expanding into a frictionless environment and there's no energy loss, where is the energy coming from to do the opposite of this?
I don't know. That's a good
I
question.
mean, but you do know, because the answer is gravity.
Gravity's an explanation. So gravity is more like a what, not a why or a how. And so gravity, using the laws of
so
gravity.
you don't agree that it's ad hoc then? I mean, based on how we're talking and how the conversation is going, you wouldn't say, I can see how you can look at things that way?
No, I can see how you could look at things that way. Using the law, the law of gravity, the equations of gravity might seem ad hoc because it explains how it works, but it does. You're right. It doesn't explain why or the cause.
And you just admitted that gravity doesn't have anything to do with science. Then, if that is true,
That was
because
the initial.
what? Because of what? Wait. Because of what question is not a scientific question. So gravity has nothing to do with science.
Wait, could I ask
think
a
science
question?
does involve what questions?
Could I ask a question, please? Just I'm on the cuff here, and I really don't know, but I just want to know a flat earther's response to when they look in the sky and they see a spherical moon. Do they just think that doesn't simply exist, or what would their response be to that?
Well, it obviously exists. So the straightforward answer is, we see it. It looks like what it looks like. I can't take anything away from the moon, but at the same time, your whole universe is flat. So what would you say to that?
Well, I would say that the universe is constantly expanding, which would suggest it's constantly expanding in every direction, meaning that it can't be flat because every dimension.
No, but it's already accepted that it's flat. So I don't think you understand. Go ahead.
Real quick,
MG.
terminology, Elijah. It's the galaxy. They say is flat. They even draw the pictures of it look like a pancake. It's the galaxy. Yeah, you have to explain that. It's the galaxy.
Well, they say that after the Big Bang, there was such an immense force behind it that it expanded horizontally.
Yes, but horizontally, does that mean just we're not living in a two-dimensional plane? We're living in a three-dimensional plane.
But that's how you're talking about the Earth, which is obvious. But when it comes to the universe, I'm just giving you the words that NASA gives me, sir. So please don't argue with me. I'm only repeating what I've read and what I've learned.
I know, but so for example, when you look at the moon, you can see a clear shadow at the side of it, suggesting it is curving round. What would your response be to that?
Well, when there's a lunar eclipse, my answer is when there's a lunar eclipse. And because are you asking about the moon looking to like maybe potentially look spherical? Because it definitely has nothing to do with the shadow of the Earth, because moon phases have nothing to do with the Earth. But if you're talking about eclipses, and more to the point, selenilian eclipses, well, the model describes one thing, and that's the Earth, Sun, and Moon in a syzygy, right? In a line, right? But when we experience this in real life, actually, they call it geometrically impossible because you can see both the Sun and the Moon above the horizon. So you have a straight line of sight for the light. And moreover, the thing that you would call a shadow of the Earth is actually not from the bottom up like you would expect. It's from the top down. Sometimes it's from left to right.
No, but so do you understand that do you believe?
So are you going to answer any of his questions, or are you just going to?
I mean, to be honest, I have no idea what he just said. He just
So
said,
that should be your response then.
I
sir.
think you
that would
should
be
let him.
the honest thing.
Respond.
Thank you.
I mean, yeah.
I don't think you should tell me what to do. Thanks.
Yeah.
I think you shan't tell me what to do either, sir.
Yeah, to be honest,
Yeah?
but
Okay.
this Elijah guy has
tell
just
you you.
responded to my question by splurting out a load of random waffle about shadows.
How do you
and
know
I
that
have
if you didn't hear what he said?
Well,
And,
I mean,
and
I
if
mean,
you're not
well,
and not
well, if
listening,
I
how
can
are you going to
respond
get
to that,
answers?
I mean, okay,
if I
he
can,
can.
if I can respond to that, because I really didn't get a chance to respond to your criticism, and it is a criticism because there's a difference between complaint and criticism. Look up logic in the Four Horsemen. So check this out. Here's the thing. I responded to you by asking you if you thought that the phases of the moon were caused by the Earth, because it's not. So let's start with that. Did you understand?
So you just referenced the four horsemen. On that, like, isn't that like a mythological characters or something?
Not in the way that I'm describing it. In fact, they use it in psychology to help married couples understand each other and communicate through basic logic. So now that I've educated you on that, can you respond to what I said?
About the shadows?
I'm asking you what you think, what your position is, so I can more adequately respond to you.
No, I can respond to that, to be honest.
Well, what are you saying, so that I can like? What are you saying about the shadow of the moon? Are you talking about phases, or are you talking about eclipses? Which one?
I mean, no. I mean, what you responded with to my question and my criticism. To be honest, my honest answer is I cannot respond to that. I don't know.
That's fine. No problem. I'm not trying to push you or make you feel away. I'm only here to give us what information that I have. I'm not here to misunderstand people. I don't want people to misunderstand me. And I appreciate your response. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no,
I
sorry
think his
for the
point.
criticism.
I think his point was, if the moon is a sphere, and you understand that the moon is a sphere, why would the Earth not also be a sphere?
Because it doesn't measure to be one. And when I say it doesn't measure to be one, I'm not talking about measuring the whole Earth, because no one did that, not your side or mine. But when we talk about geometric, we're talking about Earth measured. And as far as I know, as far as I've been taught, as far as I've been told, the horizon is supposed to be at a geometric location, and it's based on the radius of the Earth. So we can do a little math to figure out where that is. And in reality, when we try to do a little math to predict where it is, it's never where it's supposed to be.
That's a problem for you
Man,
guys.
I'm on my game today. I just saw my daughter.
bro.
I just saw my
You on
daughter.
point, bro. Do it, man. Came in at the right time, bro. Hello.
I think the Glober thought the Earth causes the moon phases. That's what I think he thought.
A lot of them do.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think he thought that as well.
Poor guy.
To the new guy, the guy that just
Me?
Can we put the explanation? Does somebody know? Can they put it in live stream that the Earth is not responsible for all the moon phases?
Who was the guy that said that if we look in the sky and see the moon is a ball, then why wouldn't we presuppose that we are also on a ball? Who is that?
Oh, that was me. That was me. Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear Elijah when he talked about the galaxy shaped like literally a disc that they tell us it is?
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, so why don't we think we're a disc then? Because they show us galaxies that are discs, so we must be on a disc. Is that correct?
Because we observe the moon and we observe the other planets through telescopes and stuff, and we see that they're not flat. So I don't see why.
How do you know? How do you know they're not?
Because we can see them with our eyes.
Yeah, you don't see them.
Can I show you? Can I show you real pictures of the planets?
Guys, can I just finish real quick? You've never seen a celestial body anything other than in a two-dimensional representation. That's what every real picture in reality shows. So according to your logic, we are also on a two-dimensional representation because that's what we see in the sky. Correct?
Okay, but according to that logic, our eyes see in 2D. I mean, it's a flat plane. We can perceive depths, but if you take a snapshot of what we're seeing right now, it would be 2D. Do we live in a two-dimensional plane? No.
No,
So
obviously
what is that
not.
logic?
So that argument's gone then. Yes, I can't just think I'm living on something because I saw something else. That's the point.
Okay,
Hello?
chill, man. Just relax.
You
relax.
chill.
Look in Livestream and tell me what you think about this picture in Livestream I just posted, please.
Okay, I mean, we're just here having a civilized conversation, and I'm not sure which guy it was, but don't know, getting a little bit mad, bro.
Yeah, it's okay. Shade off. It's shade off. All he's trying to point out is, but by looking up to the lamp or the light bulb on your ceiling, doesn't equate in any way logically to the floor you're standing on. That's what you're trying to say. You're trying to say, I look up to the sky, they look round. That means what I'm standing on is round or a ball or whatever you're believing.
I live on a ceiling fan because I have a ceiling fan. Yeah.
A big fallacy
What's
with
up,
Globers.
MG?
What would you guys?
And that Earth is a planet. That's the problem.
Guys, I'm curious to what you guys' opinion on the goblin theory would be.
I would say that you are evidence of the goblin theory. Huh?
Yeah. Thanks for showing up.
I'm evidence of the goblin theory?
Yeah. Do you like World of War? Do you play World of Warcraft, Shadow?
I do, yeah.
So I know. Man, I'm a prophet. Go ahead, guys.
Explain to us about the goblin theory so we know.
It suggests that all the planets are spheres, but they don't revolve around the sun. They actually revolve around the Earth. What would you guys think about that?
They do revolve around the Earth, the flat plane of Earth. Yeah, that's what actually happens. So they're mixing the metaphors is what they're doing.
Wait, I've got a question as well. This is actually not supposed to be a criticism, but just a genuine question. What is gravity created by in your guys'
There's no.
logic?
Whoa, wait a minute. When did you? Why are you using the word? Elijah, hold on 1 second.
Hold on. It's a necessity for the creation story because it would make no sense that spheres exist in a creation story where everything is expanding and are portions of a greater whole.
I have to follow up with this, but you're asking me about gravity. Do you know what gravity is?
I mean, do you know what flat is? Like, what sort of question?
I do. No. So you're hiding from the question now. You don't even. So you just use the word gravity. You don't even know what it means.
What's gravity? Okay, what is flat?
He's scared to death of his own.
Nice dodging, bro. Nice dodging.
Okay, so I'm going to walk into a room, make a claim, and then hide from it. See, I'm not a coward. Can you please address your own claim now? What's gravity?
Okay, well, the thing is, you don't believe in space, so
you can just say you don't know.
A direct question.
Can you just say I don't know, like an honest person? Just say I don't know.
Can you
like
say
you
I
did
don't know
before.
what flat is? And then
You did it before. Why can't you do it again?
But because I can't use any of my
because
logical
you can't do it again, or is it because you don't know what you're saying?
I'll accept stuff.
It's a natural. Okay, I'll tell you what it is. It's a natural phenomenon, which is the force that pretty much grounds us all to this planet.
Show me.
You know
it's
what?
all mass and energy. Like
You're lying
things-
now.
in
All you
seconds.
had to do was say I don't know, and you'd be in the clear. Instead, you're lying. Why do all Globers have to lie? That's why I'm.
How-
a
how
flat.
am I
I don't think
What
he's
am I
lying. I think he's stating his
I'm stating my-
interpretation of gravity.
Stuff up
Well,
as a
gravity's
lie.
not about your feelings, is it?
Yeah, it's not feeling.
Okay, do you believe in gas?
But you have a feeling about gravity, and you feel
Brother,
that it's not real.
why are you so triggered right now? Why don't you just
we're
try
not-
to
we're not
relax and have a conversation?
I mean, that's exactly what we're doing.
Well, you kind of sound triggered, which is why I asked why you're triggered, because you sound triggered. So I'm just trying to calm all. Hey, I'm trying to calm all of this down.
True.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So I've got a question.
Do
you believe in gas in the atmosphere?
Hold on, one of you guys, and I think it's you, sounds like they've had a little bit too much coffee. The other one is actually fine. So you got to understand why we're responding to your friend this way.
Yeah, true. Do you believe in gas in the atmosphere?
Why do you keep asking us what we believe instead of what we have proven?
Okay, do you believe that there is gas? Okay, do you believe that there's proof of gas in the atmosphere?
Do you think we're all breathing right now?
Yes. Okay. Well, so
Right.
the molecules
Thanks.
in the
So
atmosphere.
next question.
Okay, but let me.
Yeah, but
finish.
if you question that the Earth is if the Earth is round, then how do you know that what we're breathing in is gas? You know, Like, what proof do you have for that?
That
Wow.
makes zero sense.
That's a
I mean, it
super,
doesn't.
super duper duper skip of logic right there.
Okay, tell me what proof you have.
Can I just
Tell
finish
me
my
what.
question?
Okay.
Okay, listen. So, if we're breathing in gas and gas molecules are floating around us now, then gravity is affecting them differently to how it's affecting us. This is because density. The density
Okay.
of the gas. Okay,
You're-
what would be your explanation for that?
Hold up, Speedy. Hold up, Speedy. Speedy Gonzalez. Just cool it for a second. What direction do gases go in here on Earth?
Tell me, enlighten me. I don't know.
You don't know, but you're sitting there spouting out that gases do this and gases do that, but you don't know what gases natural, what they actually do in reality is. I don't
So you've
understand.
completely switched the question. You just asked me what direction do they go and what do they do. That's two different
You,
questions.
no, you said they go down.
No, I mean,
You
I
said
didn't.
things
I said
go, you said things go down.
yes, things where
boom,
gravity has a
boom.
strong enough force to act on it.
Yeah, so what about gas then?
So,
But
do you know about the
already
periodic
gave you
table
the
and
answer,
relative
Sonny,
atomic
right?
mass and stuff like that?
So he already
off in the
gave you
weeds.
he already gave you the answer, Sonny. We can work with that. So you said you have gas floating around and about because of density. So let's take it a step before density when you said gas was floating around. Well, that's a problem because as you're talking about the atomic scale of things, these are also masses, correct? If I have one molecule and another molecule, based on mass attracting mass, they're supposed to come together, no?
No, because the mass is not great enough, the density is not great enough to have a gravitational force.
No. Well, how does that make sense if we have an Earth that once was just cosmic dust?
Because what happened was there's a slightly large. Are you gonna let me finish? Yeah.
You got to stop
So there's.
lying.
What do you mean? Stop lying. I can just say you're lying. You know, we can both play that game. It's not gonna get us anywhere. Okay, you're calling me a liar. I'm calling you a liar. Good logic,
Can
man.
you stop lying? You can stop lying now.
I think you can stop lying. Like,
what am I lying? What am I lying
about? Cut each other's throat, or can we have a conversation here? You know.
Here's what happened. I'm going to explain to you how balls in space.
So when you say
that's
here's what happened, I mean that's pretty declarative. How do you know? How do you know?
Great lie. Good lie.
That's what you said.
Which is funny because you just started a sentence. What had happened was
I mean,
because you was about to tell us a cool story, but now you want to hear his story, right?
Yeah, I mean, I want to hear a story about how the Earth is flat. That's pretty cool. Go on, carry on.
Do you think you're smart right now?
No story required. It is what it is.
Stop lying.
Your
stop lying.
story would actually be validated if we could have some actual Earth curvature, because that's what you need if you live on a ball.
Yeah.
Do you have any measured curvature of the Earth that you could present for the room and everybody?
Do you have any
listening?
measured curvature of the flatness of the Earth? Do you know where?
You only know how to respond to questions with questions that you don't even understand.
Okay. I've got a genuine question. So if I
I
went
already
in a
asked
straight
you a
line,
genuine question, and you seem to be,
Okay, but this is another question. If I went in a straight line north, right?
I don't.
Where would I go?
Patience for this.
Now you're talking about geometry or something. You're avoiding. Look, I'm going to give you some help. I'm going to hold up. Relax. Just relax.
If I went in a straight
just
line
relax.
north, where would I end up?
Relax for a second. You know that thing on your front of your face? Keep it closed for just a second. Okay, check it out. I'm going to help you out here. All you have to do to validate your gravity thing is first show us an actual measurement of the curvature that amounts to exactly the size they told us. 3959 miles is the radius. You need to show us the drop over distance because a curved surface like a sphere requires a drop over distance, correct?
I mean, yeah, whatever.
Whatever? It does or it doesn't?
I mean, whatever.
Does a
whatever
curved
you say.
ball, wait a minute. Does a curved surface or a spherical surface require a drop over distance?
Yes, obviously.
Okay, good. So all you have to do is show us a historical measurement of this drop over distance on Earth anytime in history before the space age, and that's a good start. And we'll go from there.
I mean, so before the space age, did they have cameras that could prove this? You know, were we technologically advanced?
Do cameras prove things?
Well, they can.
How?
If you took a picture from space and the Earth was flat, then I would believe it.
With no measurements, so you're saying that proves something?
Sorry?
Can pictures be falsified?
Yes, but can flat
Thank
Earth
you.
pictures
I rest my case on the pictures. Thanks.
Oh wow, you got me
Can't-
with that one. Nah, you
No, they
actually
can't.
just got me with that one.
They
Okay,
can't be fucking used.
if you
Okay,
went in a
period.
straight line north, where would you go? There would be an ending if the Earth was flat in your theory.
Would the
Where
straight line north require a drop over distance?
No,
on a
I'm asking
ball?
you a question. I'm asking you a
Yeah,
question.
I'm answering. I'm
Yeah, you
answering.
can only
So
go
you're going in
straight
a
on the
straight
flat
line. That requires a drop over distance. What's that drop? When was that drop over distance proven? With
No,
measurement.
I'm just saying, if you walked in a straight line,
Yeah,
theoretically, a perfectly straight line, where would you go?
I don't know, to the neighborhood store? I don't fucking know. What are you talking about?
If you walked in a straight line, like to the end of this flat Earth, where would you end up?
There's
It's a
no
simple
end.
question.
We didn't claim there's an
So
end. You're just
where are you
psychotically
gonna start
babbling.
going?
Depends on what direction you're going, bro.
Okay, I just stated the direction, north. If you went straight north, where would you end up?
You're gonna end up at the center. You're gonna end up at the center of the plane.
And it depends what
Yeah.
you're
Center of the plane.
That's like
So do you
asking me, have
believe-
you stopped beating your wife yet, bro? Get a life. Come on.
Okay, no, I think what he's trying to say is, do you believe that there's an edge to the Earth or no?
No, we don't believe there's an edge. No one's been to an edge, so no one here is going to quote that there's an edge. That's you guys claiming that based on this
No, we're
fantasy
asking-
you have, that you have a fantasy idea of what flat Earth is, and you
No, we're
have no
asking a
idea
question.
what it actually is. You're going based on pseudoscience or these opposition groups that are controlled.
Okay,
That give
yeah,
you these
can say
stupid
that, but
ideas of
actually-
edges and boats falling off the edge and where's the edge? No one fucking here believes in an edge. Get over
Okay,
it.
then I'm asking what you believe in.
So how is overpopulation a thing? Like, why can't we just infinitely expand out to this expanding plane?
Is overpopulation a globe thing?
calm down, man.
Is that a globe
Infinite.
thing?
Who said
ready first.
infinite? There you go again.
For the
Nobody
record,
said
there is
infinite.
no
I never
number.
heard anybody here claim there's an infinite.
Okay, if
mean,
there's a
I
flat
did. Did someone
plane
say
with
that?
no
Stop.
edge,
Hey,
if there's a flat
hey,
plane
guys.
with no edge, then where, like, how can you control
Nobody
that?
says there's no edge. We don't have proof of an edge. Just like you don't have proof of the globe.
You just said there was no edge. You just said there was no edge.
I did
Okay.
not say there was
It,
an
it
edge.
probably wasn't you, but someone else just said there was no edge. So
No,
I
yes,
think
Okay.
literally. So,
Is there an edge to a plate?
yes.
No, there isn't. The
Well,
plate
yes, there
keeps
is.
going.
Okay, yeah, okay. It goes round to the other side, but there's an edge to the face of the plate, the top
Yes.
face of the plate.
That's not
If
an
you
edge.
think straight lines can exist on a globe,
Not true straight lines, no.
right? Yeah, that would be a good indicator of what we're living on. We're not living on a globe because we go in straight lines.
Well, yeah, but we don't actually go in straight lines, though. It's just the
Okay, that's another lie. You've
the
never
cha-
done it. That's what all
Okay,
air
let
travel
me-
is
let
based
me-
on. They're called waypoints. Do you know what waypoints are? Air travel is based on a straight line. Airport
I
to
don't think
airport,
it's
straight line.
I don't think it's travel.
I
don't
know
think
you're
it's-
just making it up. I know you haven't looked into it.
Yeah,
that's why you're
man, just
lying.
making it
Yeah,
up.
Try
Yes,
looking into
making
it.
up.
Yeah, try looking
don't think
into
you
it
know-
instead of just believing a fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, you believe the Earth is flat, so I don't know,
Yeah, you're
sounds
believing a
like-
fantasy. You don't even understand your own belief system, and you're hiding from
fantasy.
your own claim. Remember when you said gravity and then hid from it for your life and never gave us a definition? Yeah, that's you.
I mean, one of your colleagues, explained their I don't even know what it was, their theory with the 4 horsemen, which I'm looking up now as some mythical creatures. So I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know
what
how.
you believe in. It's a perfect analogy. You believe in a
weren't
mythical
even
ball.
paying
Yeah.
attention, Oreznik. Oreznik, I
wasn't
have a
paying
question. Oreznik, no, you weren't. It's clear. I have a question for you. Have you entertained the possibility that you're wrong?
I mean, yeah, we both could be wrong. That's a possibility. I'm not denying that.
Question. That
So
wasn't
then,
the
why
question.
why do you behave as if you are right with everything that you say?
Because all
And
the
that
scientific
fundam-
knowledge
and that
we have
fu-
now.
no. Finish. And that fundamentally everything that we're presenting to you, which is observable, is just by definition wrong because you have an opinion.
Well, I mean, like, you would call me if I say the Earth is round. You're calling me a liar.
again.
Well, I mean,
Hey, Russ, why are you scared to death
called this
of
guy.
every single
you've
question
called
they
me a
ask?
liar multiple
You've
times,
called this guy a
suggesting that I'm
liar
wrong.
over and
You
over
have
again.
lied. Yes,
and
both
then,
of you are lying. Yes, both of you are
Yes,
lying.
so therefore
and
you're
then when
indefinitely
we
sure that the Earth is
Yeah,
flat.
stop
So
lying.
that's just
when we questioned you, you say
Because it's
but
verifiable.
the,
You can
the
stop lying
evidence
now.
is undeniable. But can't we say that our evidence is undeniable?
Yeah, you haven't even looked into it. You don't even have any evidence. Where's your
You
evidence?
haven't brought any
You haven't shown us
evidence.
Present
Fucking
something.
pictures from space. Like, what do you think about
Yeah,
that?
cartoons. Yeah, and when we show you that they're fake and that there's bubbles in space, what's your next excuse?
Bubbles in
So-
space. What is that?
What's your next excuse when we show you bubbles in space?
so
I
you know
don't know
NASA.
what the argument is.
Yep,
So
just keep
this,
hiding.
this is my
Just keep
point.
hiding. That's fine.
I don't know what the
flat
argument
Earth
about bubbles in space is. Can you explain that?
Exactly, because you haven't looked into anything. You think TV is
A
reality.
flat Earthers
Why
is
don't
too
you explain
stupid
it right
to invent space travel. Can they not like go up into space?
Wow, that was a good one. That was a good one. When about 10 minutes ago, I asked you if you had any measured curvature, and you've been waffling ever since.
The EXO, I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah.
What is the bubbles in space?
So address the curvature.
Yeah.
Or don't
you
speak.
still you want to go to bubbles in space, right? When I say Earth curvature, it's like you flinch, right? You know why?
Hey, but
Because
I'm
you
not-
have no measured curvature, because you live on a stationary flat plane. You guys can't deal with that, which is why you sound like children right now. Do you
It's not
understand?
that we can't deal with it. It's that we've been taught one
Well,
way.
you sure haven't addressed.
Okay, but why did? Okay, this is a genuine
Wait,
question. What? Is this guy having a spasm?
No, you sound like that all the time.
Okay, I'm just asking questions. You know,
He's
we're just
actually
trying to
mocking you, and you asked him if he's having a spasm. That's actually funny.
Okay,
Address the curvature.
Sorry, I mean, I don't. Repeat the question.
Chill.
Address the curvature.
Address the curvature. What does that mean?
Address the curvature. That is the foundation of everything that you believe. Address it.
Address what? What do you want me to address?
Well, you live on a globe, right?
Yes. Address the curvature. Address.
Okay,
flatness.
address.
And that globe would require some curvature, right?
Yes, of course.
No. Again, you're just diverting. Address the curvature.
But
This
can you
is what
expand on
you.
that question?
This is no. You understand. Don't pretend.
Okay,
Address
so
it.
I
Address it. Present something of substance.
what do you want me to pull? Like, what, do you want me to just call you a liar? Like, that's your fundamental argument here.
What are you talking about? Are you purposely not paying attention, even though
You're
you
just saying
you
address the
understand what
curvature.
I'm saying?
Address
Yes,
the
address it.
curvature. Okay, can you address the curvature?
Oh,
I don't need to because I'm not the one claiming it. You've
Okay,
claimed
can you
it.
address
Now
the
address
flatness
it.
then? Can you address the flatness then?
No,
Stop
you have the
diverting
claim.
and answer
Keep the
and
burden.
address the issue.
Okay.
Yeah, the burden of proof is on the globe. You've claimed it's a globe. Show us the curvature.
Wait, who is this guy just jumping in? No one else you to speak, buddy.
yeah. Well, Orenzik, you come in with a wig on
Shut
and
the
a globe
fuck
in your
up,
hand, and the
asshole.
first thing you do is
Just
throw the
mute
globe
this.
away.
This guy's a clown. Mute him. He's disrespectful and he's just
I'm sorry for
doing
being
everything.
disrespectful.
I don't care. He's doing everything but answer and but address the fundamental claim of his religion. So
Yeah, but you
Go
guys are
ahead.
lying.
why give him any more time?
But you guys are lying. You're lying.
I know. Yeah, you believe in adult fairy tales.
Okay, how did you determine that?
Because you determined that I'm lying, so I'm just calling you a liar.
No. Listen to the words that are coming out of the microphone into your ear, right? How did you determine that I'm lying?
Because you determined that I'm lying, so we both just, came to the conclusion that we're both wrong.
Again, how did you determine that I'm lying?
Because you said the Earth is flat, which is just incorrect.
I know you are, but what am I?
Again, how did you determine that I'm lying?
Because you stated the Earth was flat, and the Earth
Yeah,
is
and
not.
do you have something to counter that, like a
And
measurement of
again,
curvature?
and again, how did you determine that I'm lying?
Does anyone here actually have a degree in any of this stuff?
He's running away from all the real
Yeah,
questions.
he's running and running.
Can you
You have authority.
Again, the question still stands. How did you determine that I'm lying?
Wait a second. Yeah, okay. Carry on, guys.
You actually have 2 minutes to answer the question, or I'm just gonna fucking mute you. I'm tired of it.
Okay.
And you sound like a child.
Okay,
So
but you believe the
either
Earth is
have
flat,
an
so-
adult
Yeah, you're scared to
conversation
death.
or go away.
But you believe the Earth is flat, so I mean.
He's scared to death. He can't
Oh,
answer.
so
anything.
that means you
The
have
way
nothing
you're
to say?
being so hostile in your behavior that you're like speaking so fast and so loud, and why this and why that, and jumping away from the questions, trying to, instead of answering them, concludes that you're actually afraid of, revealing something inside of you, which is actually admitting to the truth. But you don't want to admit. You don't want to admit. You don't want to. So just go away from here and quit it. You don't want to.
No, listen.
It will end, and it will just end in the fact that you're getting kicked or banned. I know how this is going to be
but that just
ending.
enlightened me. That just enlightened me. Thank you for that enlightenment. Thank you. The Earth is
No,
flat.
because you're just skipping, man. You're not answering the things you're going to claim here.
You've come
He
here
just
with a globe
asked it. He
model,
just
and we're
asked
asking
you, can you
questions
give
about
us
it.
proof of the curvature? And you just.
Okay, like what the fuck?
Some
people talk differently. It's just the way he speaks. Like, why do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but he's not saying anything.
I'm talking about skipping. I'm talking
The
about
point is
skipping
that he's
the
not
answer.
saying anything, my friend.
Yes, he's
We
just
don't care
pulling
how
words out.
it's what he's saying that counts. And all
But
he's
your
doing
friend
is
just said
jibber
that he
jabbing
was
and
fast.
flopping his lips and not saying a damn thing.
It was a metaphorical example in a way that I just did it a little bit, over the top. It's not actually what he did, but I wanted to say that he's actually just
what he did. Yeah,
He-
exactly.
you're just jumping, man. You're not here to answer anything. You're just here to mock us, to be silly and not really, go have you don't want to have a civil conversation. You're not even trying to answer things. So answer the one simple question: do you have proof of a curvature? If not,
How can I
just
have a
say
civil
no.
conversation with people who believe the Earth is flat? It's just impossible.
He just proved my point.
He's just perving now.
Yeah, he just.
So we can move on, right? This is.
Thanks for proving my point.
Bye. Have fun with your Santa Claus ball.
Useless. Okay.
You just made the claim
Shed
that
Earth,
you can't have a
right?
civilized conversation with somebody who's a flat earther. You and I had a pretty civilized conversation and check it. Now who's being dishonest now?
So Shed Earth, you're a friend of his, right? It's your friend.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
Yeah. So what? It's kind of ridiculous how he behaved. So I hope you can do better, right? Adults just talking, right?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just here to have a discussion. I'm not trying to.
So
yeah.
Do you have any measurements of curvature?
Personally,
awesome.
I don't know. Which I mean, I understand that you can probably go out there and observe that some of the curvature that like it can be disproven, right? Like with I don't know. Someone showed me like the. I don't know. I can't remember the arguments. I can't lie.
Like with every observation we make. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The observations, right? So I understand that point, and
right.
I don't really have a solid argument against that because it seems that there's some proof there, but yeah.
Right. And you can do this yourself, right? You don't have to look at NASA or anybody else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just do this yourself. Right. That's what we're all saying. We're not here trying to convince anybody, right? We all know the heliocentric model. We all are aware of what they are saying. So anything you have to say, we have already heard 1,000 times, right? So we're just giving you the tools to look at it yourself, do it yourself, and come to your own conclusions at the end.
Thank you for your honesty, okay? So, see, I wouldn't say anything about you the way I've, tried to explain what we would be ending up with that guy, Orensik, or however his name is.
Yeah.
I highly appreciate people like you, okay? And the thing what Roger said, yeah, don't accept what we're saying. I mean, we're all once were people who believed the globe model, but we've seen the problems with it. And we're just trying to, if there's anyone who can give us actual proof of the opposite, that it's actually, curving 360 degrees in every direction, he has proof of it, I'm happy to have a discussion about it, to look into it, and maybe in the end, if it's actually, if other things could be proven and add up to it, I could actually change my mind. But if we have people like this joining, it's really, senseless. But like, for example, you're a prime example for having a nice conversation,
Oh my god, they're sucking your cock so hard, man.
See, that's what I mean. It's just guy is not
Thanks for
capable
proving
of
his
being.
point.
Oh wait, sorry, you unmuted me. I didn't realize, man. Sorry, that's my
Orenza,
bad.
can you please shut up, please? It's okay.
I mean, I got unmuted, so you know. Yeah,
Grow
that's
up, man. Please grow up
Yeah.
a bit.
Orenza, is there anything else that you want to hide from when it comes to your own religion?
I'm not religious. I'm an atheist.
You're definitely atheists are the most religious people in existence. You think nothing made you because balls. That's a religion.
Yeah, but you believe in God.
Yeah, you believe nothing made you. Talk
Do you
about
have any proof
religious
of God?
zealotry. No, you are the religious zealot. I have proof of a religious zealot right now because you're scared to death of your own religion. That's why you're asking me about mine now, because you can't defend yours. That's the point.
I mean, I'm not religious, so that
Yes, you are. You're so scared to death of defending your own religion, you can't even talk about it. That's why you say words like gravity, and then you can't define gravity. You just hide from your own claims like a religious zealot.
It's quintessential religion.
Well,
atheism is religion. Yeah,
I identify as
atheism is
non-religious.
religion. Yeah, you're a
Okay,
religious zealot.
can I ask a question? Okay, so you would say that we.
Question. I've been waiting to get off the train to speak for a minute. And I need to address your dear friend saying that it's hard to have a conversation with flat earthers. Number one, why would he be here then? That makes no logical sense. But number two is this. So we're flat earthers, but he didn't know what the cause of the moon phases was. He doesn't understand what geometric means as it relates to the horizon. Like, I don't understand this. I don't understand how you can come and ridicule and basically just disrespect people when they're telling you things that you don't even know about your own belief. Where they do that?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I've just been told I'm religious about 20 times, so.
Because you are.
Yeah, you are.
But I'm not.
What I mean?
But I'm not.
Hey, what's up? So, Arenzek, I have a question. What's the cause of information?
What?
What's the cause of information?
Some sort of scientific or physical proof, something.
What?
I mean,
so the universe that is made up of information on every single level is caused by scientific proof? What?
I mean, yeah,
I'm talking about information on the reality level.
I mean, yeah, scientific proof.
Where does the information that makes up everything come from?
Well, my belief on it is that,
I didn't ask for your belief. I asked for empirical data.
What? Empirical data and what?
Do you have empirical data?
Laughing.
Okay, so your empirical data is that God created everything, correct?
I am asking you if you have empirical data of where information comes from. If you say you have a belief, then congratulations, we're both religious.
I mean, I'm not religious.
I want him to answer the question, and I'm definitely going to revert him back to your question. But everything I've heard come out of your mouth, when posed with a question that I'm guessing you've never actually been asked or thought about, you begin to answer with, I believe. And that is exactly what a religious person would say.
But do you know what the definition of religion is?
Yeah, a culmination of beliefs, a belief system, faith in something without direct evidence. Yes, I know exactly.
It's actually the belief in a worship of some superhuman controlling power.
Like
that's
gravity?
what the definition is.
What?
Like gravity?
What? A human controlling power? What?
A superhuman controlling power.
Wait. So the Buddhists who don't believe in a monotheistic God believe in a human controlling power? Are you dumb? You stupid?
Buddhism isn't a religion if you look it up, but
yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's simply not.
I have
Your
controlling
argument is
power
Buddhism
over
is
my
not a
family
religion.
and
You're
children,
just
but that's
no. We're
not
just going to call him
religion.
stupid now, guys. He just argued that Buddhism is not a religion to support
It's
his
not a
idea.
religion.
He's a retard.
It's not a
Forensic,
religion.
you're just stupid, and you don't
I'm
deserve
trying.
any kind of
It's not a
argument
religion.
anymore.
Buddhism is not a religion. So
Wow, you called someone retarded, damn.
Nah, man. So you get annoyed at me.
Categorically, Buddhism is not a religion. So
You're just and you called me a retard for that. So what do you want me to say? I can't
by
argue with
definition,
something.
it's just not.
Mimus, real quick. If you have controlling power over, a family or a community, is that a religion?
Sorry. No. That's not what I said at all.
It's superhuman, which means it's greater than human.
Yes.
Hold on.
So if you actually listen to what I'm saying,
Hold on. Time out. Let's just slow this down and rewind for a second. Because first of all,
Yeah,
anytime
good idea.
I have a disagreement, I like to just go straight to the Google. So the first thing I find on Google, Buddhism is a faith, which is one of the words that I use to describe religion, right? A faith that was founded by Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, more than 2,500 years ago in India.
Okay.
Well, I looked it up and I found that we examined why many consider Buddhist practices to be philosophical rather than religious.
I don't care what you looked up to cherry pick. I looked up the most broad, which is Wikipedia, which is Buddhism. It's under religion. It's an Indian religion based on a series of original teachings. It originated in ancient India as a Sramana tradition, sometime between the blah, 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 and it even has a holy text. It's a religion. Congratulations.
Confirmed with the fact that philosophy is also religion. Thanks.
I mean, a faith and a religion is different. And that was the point that Elijah made. That it's a faith and not a religion, I think.
No, faith, religion is a system of beliefs leaning on faith, not direct evidence. That's basically what I said.
I mean, I would argue that Buddhism isn't a religion, but that's a whole different argument. That's not what we're here to talk about.
I got a citation.
Semantics.
Meme got a citation, and they both say that it's a religion.
I would categorically
So you have an
disagree.
atheism. So you have an atheistic faith, right?
I mean, yeah, I believe in no God.
Right, you have a faith. It's a religion. There you go.
That's agnosticism.
Confirmed. Great job, guys.
What do you think he feels about that?
Guys, hold on.
Religion
Hold
is
on,
the
guys.
belief of a worship
I
of
really
a
do believe
superhuman
that.
controlling
Yeah,
power.
let Meme explain it real quick. Meme, yeah, go Meme.
Hold on.
How do you think that makes God feel?
Forensic, I need you to define agnosticism for me.
Sorry? Someone who doesn't believe in religion. Or God.
No,
or God.
Okay, so now define atheism for me.
Well, atheism is someone who also doesn't believe in a religion or God.
No.
Agnostic is when you're not sure, and atheism is when you do not believe in God.
Disbelief is being not sure. I don't believe in Bigfoot, but I can't quantitatively say no. I don't.
So does that make you?
No, it makes me agnostic. That's literally the definition of agnostic: is to lack a belief in something because you have no knowledge of. Agnos. Atheist means to deny God, which is there is no God. It's a positive declaration. So you don't even know how to define yourself. That's how dumb you are.
I am an atheist. I just categorically do not believe
No, you're
in
not.
God.
No, you're not. You're someone with an identity crisis. You think if you label yourself an atheist, it automatically makes you seem smarter. It doesn't. Not a sticker you can put on a car.
But I am.
What are you on about? He said he doesn't believe.
To you.
He said he doesn't believe a God exists.
You don't believe in God. Great, you're an agnostic. Congratulations.
But I'm not an agnostic.
You're
an
an
atheist.
agnostic. Congratulations.
So
There's nothing you're going to say that's going to change that.
So do you think it's just impossible to be an atheist?
So let me ask
It
you
is impossible to be an atheist. Yes.
Okay, let me ask your other friend a question.
It's a paradox.
Let me ask your other friend a question because I need to do this. I need to pit you against each other. Do you agree that terms have to be well defined in order to have a conversation?
It depends. I mean, if you have two conflicting definitions of a word, then
depends on what?
It depends on what the actual topic is. Because if you're debating about a topic and you have
give me an example.
Well, like just now, we were debating about atheism.
No, not like just now. Give me another example.
Okay. If you're debating about what the universe is, and you have two different definitions of what the universe is, then it's going to be a bad discussion because you're both speaking about two different things.
So you agree with me, in order to have a proper conversation, you have to agree on terms.
Yeah, I'd say.
Okay, so since we have these terms already, wouldn't you say that your friend is kind of attempting to deny what's already written based on collective experience and understanding and trying to communicate with each other?
Yeah, but the problem with that is
hold on.
Okay, sorry.
These terms have already been put down. I mean, it's not just me. I mean, he asked if anyone had a degree. Well, some of these terms I would assume, because I don't have any university education, are talked about at that level, right? It's not like there's different definitions. That I'm pretty sure when they're having a conversation, their terms are well defined. Yes or no?
Okay, yeah, sure.
I would just like empirical evidence that atheism
So why would
is
he
true.
say? So why would he say he is an atheist when he doesn't identify with the term?
I do identify with the term. I do not believe in any god.
Well, let your friend answer this.
Okay, so if
if
atheism
the term is defined as what?
If atheism, I've looked it up. So atheism is the disbelief. Is the disbelief or okay?
Oh, share your cite your source, please.
Is Google Dictionary, Oxford Languages.
Where you're reading from? Okay.
Yeah, Amy.
Okay, where should I put it? Voice text. There you go.
See, let me interject here. Here's the problem: is that if you're defining atheism that way, then you are defining it as agnosticism and not atheism. This was done by Anthony Flew in the 1970s when he was losing a debate. That's where this comes from. You cannot revert your atheism to I don't know. Atheism was and always will be the positive claim that there is no deity. If you go back to I do not know and it is unknowable, i.e. disbelief, that's agnosticism. You cannot have both.
But I don't believe in God. I categorically do.
Okay, you're an agnostic. It doesn't matter how many times you say
You've
it.
just contradicted yourself.
But atheism is described as a disbelief or lack of belief in the existence of God.
You guys have a
You're
creation
too
story,
stupid.
guys.
You're too stupid
You don't
to
even
listen
know
to what I'm saying, and this
You're
is
too stupid to listen to what I'm saying. That's a pretty good argument.
You're too stupid to listen to what I'm saying because
Pretty
you're an
good argument, pretty
NPC.
good
You're
argument.
British and you're an NPC. You have no idea what I'm saying.
Yeah, so
I'm
because
saying
we're from
how
Britain,
you're-
we have
All
this.
right, I'm banning you. I'm banning you. Goodbye. There. Okay, he's banned. How about the other guy?
Yeah, I'm listening.
How about the guy? Okay, you're gonna
The
listen,
other
right?
guy is cool.
All right, the other guy's gonna
The
listen.
other
to you.
guy is cool.
Tell me the difference between agnosticism and atheism in that definition.
Yeah, I'll look up the definition of agnosticism. Okay, so agnosticism is a person who believes that
Let
nothing
me
is
pose
known.
to you before you answer. Let me let you know that if they are two terms defining the same exact thing, that would be a law of identity violation. Do you know that?
But they're
You
not
know
though.
what I mean when I'm saying that?
But they're
why
not
would you-
defining
why-
the same thing.
What do you know what it is that I'm actually telling you when I
Yeah,
say
I
law of
understand.
identity violation?
Well,
So,
I mean, I guess that's
on
when
what
you call
grounds
two
are you
things.
saying it's not when I'm only taking the situation and using the word that applies to the situation? And if you say, well, how so? I would just have to get the definition for this and examples of this. And then if you look at the examples, it will give me an example of exactly what you're doing right now. Meanwhile, you're telling me that's not what we're doing. That's not okay.
In the primary Wikipedia article, it is disbelief is one of the synonyms used.
Yeah,
How are they
but
different?
belief actually is
No,
not
for
the denial.
agnosticism.
Yeah,
So how are
it's
they different?
denial of existence.
Hold on, I'm talking here. Why am I getting over talked?
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
if they're both defined as disbelief, then it's an identity violation. And
Yeah,
I've
but they're
already
not
said,
both
and
defined.
this is why I call atheists NPCs and brainless retards. Anthony Flew.
Okay.
Anthony Flew. Listen to me. Do you know who Anthony Flew is?
I don't know who Anthony Flew is now.
Anthony Flew was a famous atheist in the 1970s. He was the predecessor to like Richard Dawkins and Ditton and all those guys. He was losing a debate, and he redefined atheism during the debate as a lack of belief, and it picked up from there.
Okay, so what is the true definition of it then?
It is the denial of God, the existence of God, the denial of the existence of God. It is a positive claim, because if it's not a positive claim, then it is agnosticism. Because an agnostic claim would be, I do not know, it is unknowable, I disbelieve.
Okay, well, I didn't know that, so, you know.
I'm saying is atheism itself is an untenable philosophical position because it cannot be proved to be true, can it? Can you empirically validate atheism? Hold on. Can you empirically validate atheism as being positively true?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I feel like it has a more like colloquial term now.
I don't give a damn about colloquialisms because you see what happened to British guy because of colloquialisms. He turned into a retarded NPC. He didn't know how to escape the colloquial meaning of anything and think for himself. I don't appreciate that. I don't like that, and I don't respect people who can't break out of that.
Yeah, sure. My question was going to be, I was trying to ask about 20 minutes ago, was if you say that people who believe in the spherical Earth, right? They're blind and they're being like tricked by people in higher power, and they're being fed lies, right? You'd say that?
No. You know what I would say, and I'm gonna bounce it back to you, Meme. I would say the people that believe in the sphere have not looked into it, because that was my position. None of us woke up and were like, "Oh, we're just gonna be flat earthers, and this is the model that we're going with now." No, someone challenged me, and I said, "Of course I can prove that it's a globe, because I live on one." Duh. And then I could never prove it with empirical evidence, things other than the TV, things other than some space agency that are giving me things through the TV or the screen. But what they have given me is numbers that I can go out and verify to be true. And I verified that it is not true. It is literally as simple as that. So everyone else in the world either doesn't care enough, is ignorant, or has never been challenged to actually do the same thing that I did. So trick, I don't know. They were too lazy to look into it.
Yeah, but then what would you say NASA is then? Would you say that NASA is tricking everyone?
Who cares? I mean, how old are you?
I'm 16 years old.
Okay, so you don't have experience with the government and them giving one narrative and then moving with another. You haven't seen enough contradictions in your lifetime to actually understand where we're coming from.
Okay, so I'm not old enough to understand?
Would that did you hear what I said?
No,
you don't have enough
you
life
are old enough.
experience. Well, see, because okay, so I'll ask you this. What conspiracies have you looked into that turned out to be true?
None really. None that have been confirmed true, no.
Mic check.
Can you not hear me? Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, we hear you, Lulu.
That time.
Oh.
That time.
It's ladies' night.
What's up?
What's up, Lulu?
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Just
You're not.
I got cut out.
You never interrupt.
I don't want to interrupt.
Oh.
Fake intro and start.
Yes, it's that time.
Oh yeah.
It's the party.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
Hey, ladies.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Elijah. Do you want to make your your closing statement or whatever? I really don't want to interrupt your thought.
Thank you so much. It was nothing like what's that other day where I was just having a conversation and then it was 1 o'clock and it was like, what's anyway. So yeah, my only question was, well, give me something in which it was a conspiracy that turned out to be true. If you're hard pressed or you can't come up with anything, then my statement is true. You don't have enough experience.
Okay. Okay. Who are you talking to? I'm sorry. Who's the Glober here? Speak up, sir.
Wait, I don't even know. Go ahead. All right. Thank you, ladies. Have a good night. I'll be here.
Yeah, anytime. Anytime. Glober, hello. Still there?
He bounced. It was Shadorf or Shadorf. I was with him in VC
Oh.
check-in for a long, long time, and he came in with this really bad flat earther wig on, and it fell off in the VC check-in. But
Okay.
I don't know. It seems like maybe he made a turnaround. I don't know.
He's
Oh.
afraid of female flat earthers.
Yeah, I guess we scared him off. Ah, it's too
No,
bad.
I ended up checking him in later on. He admitted to trolling before, but he didn't seem hostile when I was talking to him.
Okay. Well, if he comes back, then we can continue the conversation that
He's
Elijah
back.
was having.
Hi guys.
Oh, you're back. Hi. You can stay. This is Ladies' Night Flat Earth side. You don't have to leave.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
I can't really remember what I was saying.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll be asking you a few questions anyway. But I just wanted to say hi to the ladies that are here before we start. Hi.
Good evening.
Hey, what's up?
Hello, Lulu. Good to see you. Hear you.
Yes, you too.
Hey, girlies.
Hey. Let me see who else is here. Oh no, that's not Redford. Oh, you almost got me. Just Kim, hi girl. I know you don't talk, but and I think that's it. All right, back to the conversation. Shadorf.
Yeah, I can't remember what I was saying. Someone said I still want to ask them what happens when you turn a bucket of water upside down. Like, don't really understand the question there. Like, the water falls out, maybe. Huh?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So you think that the shape of the Earth is a globe? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I've been told, but I'm curious about the opinions of the flat Earth, and yeah.
So, what I mean, because I haven't been listening. I kind of have been listening, but what evidence did you provide for that?
I mean, I didn't really provide evidence. I was more just having a discussion about kind of. I think we were speaking about atheism and agnosticism and how they are the same thing, apparently. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, do you want to? I mean, I guess we'll give you the opportunity to go ahead and provide your evidence for the globe Earth.
Well, personally, I mean, I don't have any evidence. Like, I haven't gone out and measured the curvature of the Earth myself. I haven't flown a plane and observed the curvature of the Earth, and I haven't gone to space and seen the Earth from outer space, so I can't say definitely if it's a flat Earth or a globe Earth. But
you still believe it's a globe Earth?
I think it makes the most sense to be a globe Earth.
Okay, so what part of, I guess, the flat Earth doesn't make sense to you?
Just a lot about like how our understanding of physics, a lot of that bit is based.
Which part specifically?
Stuff like shadows and that kind of thing.
Shadows on the Earth? How wouldn't that make sense?
So a lot about okay.
No, don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Well, I myself, I'm not really that educated about all the different arguments and stuff, but like I said, I'm just here to learn about all the different flat Earth
Well,
arguments, and I don't really know any counter arguments either. So I'm not going to be able to sit here and try and deny the evidence that you've given, about the flat Earth.
I mean, I'm just trying to understand where your thought process is, because you said you haven't done any of these like things that would prove the globe Earth supposedly, right? So I'm just trying to understand. Okay, if you don't have evidence for the globe as of right now, what would it make sense on a flat Earth? So then maybe we can go that route and explain
I don't
things
really
to you that way.
I don't really get the reason why, like, NASA, the government, they would all be lying to us. Like, I don't see what agenda they would have to lie to us about the Earth being a globe,
Mm-hmm.
I yeah.
Okay, so that would be like your biggest issue with flat Earth, or not necessarily about the Earth itself, just like a motive to why somebody would lie.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, so
But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so basically, like you said, you haven't gone out to measure the curvature of the Earth, which is a necessity for a sphere. And many of us here have. We have gone out there. We've measured the Earth. We've observed really distant objects where they should be behind the curvature, below the curvature. Sorry, at hundreds of feet down, and we're still able to see them. So these things have proved to us that we are not living on a globe. Now, for you to, what my recommendation is for you to go out there and actually measure that first, and then you can ask the question of, once you confirm it for yourself, then you can ask the secondary question of why would they lie. There's a lot of reasons that there's a possibility of why they would lie, but that would be falling under speculation. I can't tell you to why some people lie and why the government lies. They've always lied to us. There's so many things that they've come out years later and said, oh yeah, we lied to you guys about that. So I don't know why I would need to provide a motive for somebody to lie to me when they have a history of lying to me.
Well,
You know what
yeah,
I mean?
but it's not like the government's been lying about this for like a few years or something. They've been lying about this, if the Earth truly is flat, for literally the entire existence of a government since the
No,
claim
not
that the Earth.
necessarily. Because
What do you mean? Not
this
necessarily.
hasn't been. No, I meant it's not like the entire existence. People back in the days believed it was flat. Nobody really
but
that,
since
and so
I think
about
it was
500.
Aristotle who made the claim that the Earth is round, right? Is that right?
Well, how did he make the claim? Do you know?
I think he used sticks and shadows and stuff, right?
Okay, but that's just one guy that said something back in the days. But the government as a whole back in the days didn't lie to the fact that the Earth was flat. It was recently that was propagandized to especially after NASA and the whole moon landing. That's when it was really pushed that the Earth is a globe. So it has been more or less about 500 years. I would say within the last 100 years more or so, that has been pushed on us that that this lie particularly, right? So
yeah, but people have
back in
believed
the
it for
days,
years.
yeah, I'm not saying
Right?
they don't. I'm just trying to tell you the government has lied about multiple things within the past. I don't know. Pick a year. I don't know, 100 years, right? My point is, you have this entity, this body of government, right? This entity that is known for lying about things. So why wouldn't you think that they have the capability to not lie, to also lie about this particular subject?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, but wouldn't that imply that they could be lying about everything? Like, can you
Well,
begin to
sure,
question
that's
every
yeah,
aspect of
yeah.
reality?
You should. I recommend you do, because if they're lying about one thing, then unless you really go through everything that they're presenting to you and proving whether they are lying or not, how would you know that they're not? So what I'm saying is, if you have somebody that is a habitual liar and they're telling you something about just a random thing, would you just believe them? No, you would try to confirm it for yourself, because you know that person is a liar. So what I'm saying is, unless you go out there and prove to yourself that the Earth is flat or a globe, then you cannot go based off of their words because they are a known liar.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Okay. So my recommendation again is for you to go out there, do the experimentation yourself, and come back to us and let us know what you found.
All right. So what experimentation is that? Like the observations of the
yeah.
the horizon and stuff, right?
Yeah, specifically like the measurements of the horizon. One moment, I got a phone call. Okay, if one of the ladies could take over, please.
Take over. Sounds good. So, was there any kind of conclusion? I'm kind of only half paying attention. Sorry.
No, we were kind of just speaking about I don't know. I just said that the points that she brought up were fair enough. Like I obviously don't have any evidence for the round Earth.
The topic was why observations need to be taken, why it's worthwhile to go out and make your own observations, why that is important to understanding the lie of the globe.
Yeah, observation is the first step in the scientific method. You know, if you're going to claim something is true scientifically, the first thing you have to do is observe it in nature. So if it isn't observed, then you can't even get started with science.
Okay.
So, I mean, guessing is fine as long as we know it's guessing. And beliefs are fine as long as you know they're beliefs. And you can have a conviction about something without complete, absolute proof. But you can't claim that it is absolute proof on a topic like this, especially, that doesn't rely on testimony. It relies on observation of the natural world, and that's where the laws of physics come from, is observation of the natural world. Things that always happen are natural laws. So if we make a claim about the natural world, it has to start with observation, and then you have to go through the scientific method to prove or disprove, falsify, test, repeat, whatever it is, before you can claim it's an empirical fact. That's really what the basics of what we're saying.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair enough. Yeah. So you wouldn't say that the it's a fact that the Earth is flat, would you? Would you say that?
I would say that's what we observe.
Okay.
We don't observe it being spherical or either concave or convex. We don't observe that.
Okay, fair enough.
We don't observe it moving. We do observe that gas pressure requires a container, because the very definition of pressure, of a gas pressure, is the force it exerts on the edges or the walls of a container. Since we have gas pressure as air, or we wouldn't be able to breathe if it wasn't under pressure, then the sky, the air, must be contained in some way. Okay? We also know that gravity is not a container, because we can observe, once again, observing the natural world, as steam rises, it rises. It goes in all directions. It doesn't lay on the ground. It doesn't fall down. So gravity is obviously not a container.
Yeah, but
Otherwise, we wouldn't need a container for air pressure.
That's due to displacement of gases, right? The steam rises.
Okay.
That's due to displacement of gases, which is greater than the force of gravity, right? That's why steam rises.
Gravity in the spirit, and gravity in the spirit that they present has never been verified. It doesn't exist except for on paper and in ideas. And I will say that it is a fact that the Earth is flat, because that's how it measures. It's not just observably and practically used, but yeah, it is flat because it measures flat.
So the force of gravity that, like, globus? Is that the term? Globus?
I'm sorry.
Is globus the term for people who believe in the spherical Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the force of gravity that globers observe, how would a flat earther explain that?
Well, first of all, they don't observe a force. What they call it. Well, first, remember also there's different definitions of gravity. There's Newtonian gravity, which is 100 years out of date, and there's Einsteinian gravity, which is supposedly the result of the bending of space-time, so that gravity is just really not even a force by that definition. So there's no such thing as force of gravity, right? We observe that things go either up or down, and gases go in all directions. So there is no universal downward bias toward the Earth.
But for a flat earther, what is the reason that if you drop an object, it falls towards the ground? Like, what is the reason for that?
What is the reason that helium balloons go up?
Because their density is less than
Exactly.
that.
Exactly. It's a matter of density.
Okay.
But we still haven't answered the question of how we can have an atmosphere full of gases under pressure, especially without a container and next to a huge, huge vacuum that space is supposed to be. The air should dissipate, gases will go from high pressure to low pressure. Space is allegedly 10 to the negative 17 torr, so basically a vacuum. Why doesn't the air escape? And don't say gravity, because gravity is not a container. We already know that.
Isn't gravity something that pulls all the mass around it towards itself?
It doesn't pull everything. Some things go up, some things go sideways. And if gravity was a container, we wouldn't need, say, a tire to have tire pressure, because gravity would contain it, right?
Okay.
So since we have air pressure, there must be a container. And since there is air that has not escaped into the vast vacuum of space, then there must be a container, or space is not a vacuum, or both.
So you believe there's a container to the Earth, around the Earth?
That's what the laws of physics are telling us. That's what we observe in every case. In order to have pressure, the formula for air pressure involves, it involves a container. It's part of it. It can't be defined otherwise. There must be a container on which the gas presses to have pressure.
Then just shoot the container.
What's that?
Just shoot it.
Just shoot it? How does that contribute to the conversation right now?
Well, if it's a container, then you can shoot it.
Yeah, irrelevant.
Yeah, please put yourself on mute, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
so you see what I'm saying?
So you believe like the stars and the like everything in the galaxy, do you believe that that's all inside the container, or that's part of the container? What do you think?
Well, they move across the sky is what we know. We don't know if they're in the container by observation. We can't tell. We can't go there. But you still haven't answered, do you understand that since we have air pressure, then space cannot be a vacuum and the air must be contained?
Well, I think it's more complex than you're kind of letting on there, because I think although the force of gravity is still acting on on all the steam that's like rising to our eyes, just because the force of gravity is just so great, you know?
Okay, well, if it sounds like you understand these complexities, right? So you want to share these complexities that you're speaking about?
Wait, what do you say? Sorry.
The complexities that we just don't understand, right? Can you explain these complexities that you're talking about that allows this to occur?
I'm saying there's complexities that we don't understand as the human race yet in science.
Right. So you don't know what they are. You're just saying that they must exist, right?
Well, I'm saying that there's a possibility. I think the flat Earth theory rules out the possibility that there might be something that we just don't understand yet that could explain all the
first
issues
it's
you have
not a
with
theory
global.
because it's been measured.
Okay, but I'm saying it's a theory because I think you're theorizing that it's a flat Earth. There could be other
Not making a claim.
possibility.
We're not making a claim. We're just saying what we observe. And we're
Yeah,
observing
okay.
things about
You're-
gas
you're-
pressure, and we're asking you how that can be, how the Earth can be a spinning ball in a vast vacuum, still having its air pressure without a container and next to a vacuum. How is that possible in your model?
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not a physicist, so, and I'm sure you're not either. So I'm not well versed in all like the complexities, like I said, of.
This is really simple, actually. I mean, I have
Well,
taken
I don't
physics
think
at
it
college
is,
level, so
really.
Yeah,
it
because
is.
that's why I wanted to jump in when he said theory. It's like theorizing, and
Okay,
because
I'm sorry.
you
I'm
do
sorry for
realize.
using that word, but I
Well,
don't.
no. Don't be sorry. I just want you to understand why it's not the correct terminology and the correct like thinking for the thing that you're trying to determine. Because like for something to be theoretical or to have a theory, like that's a scientific term for a scientific logical. What the Earth is and how that's not a science question anyway. It's a measurement question. So it's very simple. You just measure it. You just measure it. Right. And I want you to realize what you're doing mentally, like cognitively. What you're like. I want you to realize what you are doing I want to go back to what you said earlier about it's more complex than that. You were explaining to us how it's more complex than the simplicities than what we were presenting, that it's more complex than that. Why? And could you explain them? No. What are those complexities? You don't know. But you're stating that they're there because in your mind, they must be, because this must be true, right? But it's not checking out to be that way. So what you're doing is you're giving excuses for it, and you're already trying to like make a pathway for it to be true, and you don't even you don't even know what these complexities are. These complexities that in your mind must exist because they have to in order to make this true, because apparently there's obviously something we're not understanding, because this has to be true in your mind. It can't not be true. So do you see what you're doing? So if you stick with what's verifiable, and if you just like look at the things that are tangible, that are testable, they're pretty simple, honestly.
Okay, yeah, I
It's
understand
kind of
what you're
like
saying.
but
Yeah,
it's kind of
sorry.
like, you remember like in the Disney movie where the stepsisters are trying to make the glass slipper fit on their foot and they can't. Okay, heliocentrism is not Cinderella in this great story. Okay, and that's the problem, is we have things like natural law, like how gas acts. Okay, that's a natural law that can be repeatable, testable, can be done by anybody and replicated 24/7. Now, there alongside of that, there's a story that's being told to you, and those two don't work. Okay, in this example, the heliocentric model is the stepsister's foot. Okay, it doesn't fit. We got the glass slipper, but the heliocentric model doesn't fit. And what science doesn't just say, hey, this theory isn't working right now, so we're just going to put it on pause and wait until we find more information to check it out. That theory would be terminated instantly. Okay, and I just am going to bring it back to gas pressure, because in the definition of gas pressure, it says gas pressure is the force of gas particles colliding with the walls of its container. Okay, so this is very specific.
Okay,
For gas
then the
pressure
pressure,
to exist,
the
it
pressure,
has to have the walls of the container, implying a physical object.
Okay, the pressure that we observe in our atmosphere is due to the weight of the gas particles above it, pulled down by gravity onto the surface, which is why as you go up, yeah, okay, and it's similar to like liquid pressure, right? The weight of water becomes higher. The weight of the water above the current position is higher as you go down, right? So that's why at the bottom of the ocean, the pressure is really high. It's a similar thing. When gravity is acting down, we need a citation for that.
You're trying to talk about pressure gradients now, and
if that's what it's called,
you're
yeah.
running away from gas pressure. Can't talk
I'm
about
not
gas
running
pressure
away from it.
gradients. Yes, because this is, again, we know that some gases rise up. Helium rises up. Okay? So gravity's not affecting that because it's going up in that
Okay,
moment.
if you jump,
And
can I say something?
gas does not contain gas. It's impossible. And nobody, I just got in a debate with a engineering student yesterday and just asked him to provide an example of gas containing gas. Nobody can because it violates natural law.
Okay, if you jump, is gravity still a force acting on you? Or not a force, sorry. Is gravity still acting
So
on
I
you
jump
if you
in
jump?
my room. I go back
Yep.
down to the ground. Okay? Then I
No,
jump in the
no,
swimming
no.
pool.
As you jump,
I jump. Just wait. I jump in my room. I fall to the ground. People are going to say, "Oh, that's gravity." I jump in a large body of salt water and I rise up to the top. No gravity. I rise up to the top. It's all about relative density, like Level was saying.
can I explain what I was saying? Alright, so when you jump, at the height of your jump, it's not like gravity isn't acting on you, right? As you're going up, gravity is still acting on you. But it's the energy that you're using, the kinetic energy you're using from your legs that allow you to jump and go up. So that means that the energy that you're using in your legs to jump is greater than that of gravity. And that's the same as gas. That's how
You
gas
keep
rises up.
saying gravity, though.
Okay, I believe
We're asking
that there's
for
gravity.
gravity. Yeah. But you were asking for the proof. What is your proof of that?
It explains. Well, okay. My proof is that I don't believe that NASA and the government is lying to us. I think it's more.
No, for gravity, dude, not for that.
What?
What is your proof for gravity?
Okay, if the Earth is a sphere, then gravity must be real, right? Because
I'm not asking what if. I'm asking, you claimed gravity's was pulling you down. What is your proof for this so-called gravity?
Okay, but I don't think you're getting that. If I believe.
No,
Okay.
I don't think you're getting her question. She's asking you if you're going to invoke gravity as a thing, as a fact, right? As part of our reality. She's asking you for some verification, for some substantive proof that it's real. Like, can you substantiate it? Can you, like, identify it?
Yeah, I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say, which is that I'm trying to maybe play devil's advocate here and try and prove the point of someone who does not believe in the flat Earth, where the Earth is round, right?
Yeah,
That's
we
my
get
point
that.
of view. Okay.
Yes.
And if the Earth is round, then the main explanation for why everything goes towards the center is gravity, right?
Yes, we get that.
Okay, so that's why I believe in gravity. If
Okay.
the Earth was flat, I believe that there wouldn't be gravity.
Hold on. Here, I'll give you an explanation. The reason things go in certain directions because there's these invisible fairies that decide like which direction we are going to go, whether we're going to float on water or whether we're going to, like, if you jump up, if you're going to just come down and land midair, if you're going to land on the ground. There's invisible fairies, and I will write out a story and give you an explanation as to how they work. So will you believe in that?
If you believe that, like I wouldn't say that you are wrong, because people believe in God, right? And even if they have no proof for God themselves, then
So if I gave you an explanation for how that works, you would tell me that I'm not wrong and that that's a possibility, and you would believe that.
I mean, I wouldn't believe it. No, I would say technically it's a possibility. Technically, a possibility is that there could be gravity fairies, but I don't believe that's
He's
a
all
thing.
your guy. Yeah. At this point, I think he's all yours.
Wait, hold up, dude. Hold up. We're trying to. How do you establish like an objective reality? How do you establish that something is true? If I'm saying gravity, I'm sorry, if you're saying gravity and I'm saying fairies, what can you do to prove who's right?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that we use science and we use evidence, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
I'm not. The thing is here, I'm not saying that you're wrong. Okay, I'm not saying that the flat Earth is wrong.
No. Here, you keep going back to that. I don't care what you're saying. What I'm asking you
I'm
is
reading people in chat, and they're saying,
okay. Forget the chat. I'm talking to you, so just focus here. What I'm trying to establish is that you claimed gravity is what's pulling us down. We're claiming fairies are what's pulling us down. Now, what can me or you do to prove, or another person to prove who's telling the truth? Tell me like a method that I can do to prove gravity or fairies. What can we do?
okay. You can use like measurements and stuff, like a Newton meter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that uses the value of gravity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
okay, go ahead. Let you finish.
yeah, our weight is another value that we use in many calculations in life, and our weight is literally our mass times the gravitational field strength, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of the Earth.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you okay? Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I didn't really have anything to say. What were
Well,
you gonna
okay.
say?
What I'm trying to get you to give me is like, because you're already invoking something that you say is something that was already proved, gravity,
No,
right?
I'm not saying it's
So
proved though. That's not what I'm saying.
okay,
I'm saying
then
that's what I believe.
so then you're saying gravity is like God. It's like a belief.
It is a
I-
theory backed by evidence. Like
Yeah, it's a theory backed by evidence. Exactly.
I've been asking for this evidence. That's what I'm asking for. What is your proof for
Well,
gravity?
okay. I'm not. I'll try and find proof for gravity right now.
Okay.
But
Yeah, I'm just trying to establish what we can do to prove what they tell us is real. How can we verify this, right? Again, you're saying gravity, I'm saying fairies. What makes my claim any less than yours, right? And you're saying it's backed by evidence or whatever. So whenever you find it, just bring it over. All right. Take your time.
someone quoted me and said gravitational field strength. Do you know what that is? Like,
Don't worry about it. Take that to the chat. If you're reading from the chat, just take it to the chat. Aidin, what is it? How do you say your name?
Aidin. So could you guys possibly give us some evidence for your barrier that you keep on talking about?
So, hi, Aid. What's up? First of all, welcome.
What's up?
So, I'm assuming you believe the Earth is a globe.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, Kai, do you want to take this? I know you like the. Wait, is she here or does she leave? Oh, never mind. She's not here.
Pretend you just got served a steak and you've got a steak sitting in front of you on your plate. Okay, so tell me, and then I'm telling you that there is no such thing as a cow. There's no such thing as bovine. But yet you've got a piece of bovine. You got a piece of steak right in front of you that came from one, right? But I'm telling you that you have no evidence that cows exist. So what would be your response to me? You'd say, well, right here's a piece of beef on my plate. Here's my evidence. I'm like, well, I don't see the cow. So prove to me that there's a cow. Show me the cow. And you can't show me the cow, but you're like, well, here's a piece of steak. This is my proof.
Okay, but that's the most logical conclusion. That's
okay.
Why we
Well,
came up with
it's like the
gravity.
same thing. You're like, I can't take you to the container and show it to you.
Okay,
but
so
we have gas pressure.
Okay, and we
so
can't take
there
you to
must
gravity
be
and show it to you.
a container.
We can't take you to gravity.
It's the same thing. We're both just talking about theories. But I think my theory is backed up with more evidence.
No. You see,
We're not even talking about gravity.
Yeah, you're talking about something
You're
completely
talking about
different.
your container that holds the gas pressure in, or whatever you're talking about, and I'm talking about gravity.
But you asked your question. Your question was, can you take me to the container? Can you? Where's your evidence of the container? And I'm giving you an example.
That is?
There's air pressure, okay, on your plate in front of you. So there's definitely a container somewhere that's, allowing it to be produced.
I don't think he got your analogy, Truth.
Well, if I throw an
know.
apple up, it comes back to the ground, and that's my proof of gravity.
Yeah, but remember what I said about fairies versus gravity? I'm still waiting for the other guy, but if you want to jump in and tell us this evidence that proves gravity, go ahead.
I mean, I don't have any on hand right now, but I was just curious since you guys are like, show us evidence of gravity. I was just like, okay, what's your evidence of this container you're talking about?
Oh,
Gas
it's
pressure
not
is the necessary
equivalent. It's not
antecedent.
equivalent.
Yeah,
Okay,
look
you
at the
answered.
chat.
Thank you.
Look at the chat right now. Big long definition, well, not left definition, but quotes from scientists on gas pressure always involves the walls of a container. We have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container. This is observation of physical law. You can do these experiments on Earth. There is no such thing as gas pressure without a container. Therefore, since the atmosphere has pressure, it must be contained.
It's a great idea, Jimsy. Hey, dude. Sorry, I'm not. What's your name?
You can just call me Aidenese, whatever you want.
Aidenese. That's a good idea. Can you read that? The definition.
Out loud or just like?
Yeah,
I'll
just so that I know that you are actually reading it and absorbing the words of it. Just read it out loud so that you can hear yourself say it.
Okay.
Fällt euch eigentlich auf, was für ein Bullshit ihr redet?
That was German. He said, "Do you actually see what BS you're talking?"
Who said
Or
that?
do you actually acknowledge? I don't know, some German dude.
Yeah, German dude. Keep it English, please. Keep it American, please.
I think he hopped out because I think it was.
Yeah, keep it American, guys. Keep it American.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you read that out loud, Agnes?
I am.
Did you find it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've got him.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Roger.
And if you read it out loud, it also, so that anyone else, can listen and can also hear the definition of it.
They're trying to compare apples and oranges with the analogies because, like I said, in every case, pressure must have a container. If we have pressure, then container. If pressure, then container. And yet he's trying to distract from that. It's a red herring fallacy, actually, because he can't answer, how this logical proof is illogical or wrong or disproved because we're doing observation. It's a natural law, the gas law, not the gas theory that we observe in every case. And so we can say with confidence scientifically that if gas pressure, then container. And since we have gas pressure as our air that we breathe, then it must be in a container. There's just no escaping that.
You know what, Paula? You know what I believe it is like. I think they come into it pretty much like certain that they're right and thinking that it's going to be easy to just destroy any argument or whatever, and then they get in it and they have this, like, they're personally invested in that, and they've already got this mindset focus. If they would just start with a clean mental slate, and then logically think about these things that they're being told, and just look at this like in an honest, intellectually honest, open manner, then I don't think it would be as hard for them.
And part of the thing, I think that comes from public education or government schools where you're taught to just believe what you're told from authorities. They have very much invested mentally and emotionally in being told what's true by authorities. In this case, scientists and educators who are also in turn repeating what they were told when they were just listening to authority. And people are not taught to think for themselves at all. So they have it in their heads that they cannot do science. that is too complicated. That's what they always play that card. It's too complicated. You're oversimplifying. You know, and that's just how it goes typically.
And they often do the proof by assertion, like Grace posted, because that's how they were taught. The teacher just goes, "This is how it is." So they say that.
Hey,
Karma. Hey
can
there.
I say something, guys?
Hey.
So atmospheric pressure is actually, as I said earlier, it's different to regular pressure because
Air
it's
pressure is air pressure, is it not? What's like what? Okay, what's
no.
regular pressure? What's regular? We're talking about gases.
All right, so no, okay.
In either case, right?
I'm talking about gases as well, but it's a different type of pressure. Okay, can I say what I was going to say?
There's
All right,
one gas law.
Okay, sure. So pressure, right? Is the
Where's this
colliding?
source from?
Hold
What's
on,
the
you
source?
don't. You
Hold
said
on.
okay. You said okay, sure, as if in a condescending, like hand waving type.
All right, we can get a
like,
follow up on that,
so
or you could try and listen to what I'm saying, maybe.
Okay, well, we can, but if you're saying okay, sure, in the way that like, okay, sure, yeah, you say that, but whatever. I'm just going to go ahead and say what I say because as
Yeah,
if
it's-
they are more, because if you're claiming that they're more, if you believe that they're more, present them.
It's because you keep interrupting me, and it's kind of annoying. So yeah.
Well,
So
it's kind of annoying when you say, yeah, sure, like that, okay, and hand wave it. Okay,
And he's
so
also backing the question.
huh?
Atmospheric pressure is different than gas pressure. Atmospheric assumes a globe, which is what he's trying to validate, but this is just begging the question. Any form of argument where the conclusion is assumed in one of the premises is begging the question. It's a form of circular reasoning and it doesn't require a question. It's just, I mean, come on. You got to use logical arguments or nobody's going to want to talk to you.
yeah, and I won't interrupt you as long as you clear that up before you go any further. So, is there more than one, or is there like are there
What are
different
you
types?
saying?
Are there
I'm trying.
are there
Okay.
different types of pressure?
Yes. Okay. So the pressure of if you stand outside, the pressure of where you stand, how high you're standing up in the atmosphere, right? That is determined by the amount of weight above you, the amount of weight of gas above you, the force acting down on you, right? Okay.
Okay,
Well,
we're talking. I'm not agreeing with like the premise that you're trying to say, but I am going to agree that okay, we're talking about gas pressure now. Now, give me the other kind.
okay, yeah, that one is the one that you're saying. It must need a container. You see, okay, I do not
Tell me
understand
the kind
fallacy,
that
right?
doesn't need container. That's what I want to know.
Okay, that's when, say, I believe in gravity, right? So I believe that gravity is acting on all the mass in the atmosphere, contained within the atmosphere. So that's us, all our buildings, and also the gas in the atmosphere, right? So that gas in the atmosphere is being pulled down.
But
That's
we're more
the
interested
didn't
in
provide- you didn't
actual
provide-
things instead of beliefs and bare assertions. Do you have any evidence to support your beliefs?
Asking how
Yeah,
we weigh
you
gas.
didn't provide your evidence for gravity yet. So don't claim gravity until you bring that for us. Remember, I was waiting for it.
You're saying, okay, can you understand what I'm saying? You're saying, right?
I do.
I don't think you do because then you'd understand. Okay, you're saying
still invoking gravity in this in your claim, and I'm trying
yes
to tell
because
you.
you're trying to disprove gravity.
You're also
by
being
using
fallacious as fuck, left and right, which shows you don't have full comprehension of the subject. So you can't claim that he doesn't when you show a clear lack of it yourself.
Yeah, and in this thing that you're invoking, also you're claiming that it acts upon gases and pulls them down. So I need a demonstration of that. I don't care
And we
what
need
you
to
want to
know
call it.
how many gas laws are
I'm not
there?
calling you anything. How many
How
gas
many
molecules
gas laws are there?
How many gas?
How many
what?
gas laws? Gas laws. How many are there? You said there's more than one.
Gas. I didn't say what. I said there's
You
more than
said
one
there
type
was
of
two
pressure.
different.
I said there's more
Yeah,
than
you're
one type
saying
of
there's two
pressure.
different. Okay, so that means two different formulas, two different gas laws, right? Because you're
necessarily,
saying
no.
there's not just one.
No, not necessarily. All right.
Then they wouldn't be
Sorry.
different.
Yeah, I don't really see why you're laughing because you don't really seem to understand what I'm saying.
You,
So
bro.
We do.
I don't think
Do
you
you-
realize what you're
do you-
saying if you think
okay.
we're laughing because we don't understand what you're
Tell-
saying.
tell-
We're laughing
tell
at
me-
what you're saying. Pay attention
Okay,
to the words coming out of your mouth, honey.
Tell me my definition of atmospheric pressure then.
You
haven't given us a definition, Dum Dum. Do you want us to mind read you?
I literally just gave it just then.
Could you guess more
You're an
fallacious?
idiot. You're an
Oh
idiot.
my god. Okay, honey.
Oh, we're idiots.
Okay,
Yeah,
chill,
you
chill,
don't listen.
chill.
Okay, can I say what I'm
Don't
gonna say?
spiral. Don't spiral.
Alright.
You said something about the weight being pressed down, and then you invoked
Screaming down the
gravity.
mic, laughing.
That the gas is being pulled down, and so I'm trying to tell you you didn't provide evidence for your gravity. Don't invoke it. You said you were going to go back and look for the evidence, and you're back here without the
Okay,
evidence. So
I'm not proving gravity. I'm disproving.
I asked
your
you to prove it earlier. So do you have the proof for gravity or not?
Okay, I don't need the proof of gravity if I'm trying to disprove your disproof of gravity. That's not how it works.
I'm gonna
That's
mute.
like saying that you don't need any proof of unicorns to prove that unicorns are real. And
Yeah.
what?
Listen, Shadow. I'm gonna mute you until you go and get what you said you were gonna get the first time. All right.
I just wanted to. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to clarify something. When they're saying proof of gravity, so what we're observing is things are falling down.
Yep.
Okay. And we're trying to establish cause and effect relationship. So you'll need, when we're talking about evidence, we need actually some evidence that establishes that gravity is the cause and the effect is things falling down. Okay, not just us observing things falling down, but actually that it is indeed gravity as the cause. Okay, that might be a little bit more helpful on your quest.
Yeah, and he said he was gonna go find the proof for gravity about 15 minutes ago.
Did I say that?
And
It's
yes,
only in
you
regards
did.
to the things that actually go down to stick to equilibrium too. Some
Yeah,
things go up.
yeah.
Some things
And-
go
and-
sideways.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you did say that, Shadraff, and that's why I redirected the conversation to what's his name, Aid, because I was giving you time to look for it. So, and it's all recorded, so don't pretend like you didn't. Anyway, I'm gonna give you more time to go back and look for it, and we can go back to Aidenese or whatever.
Okay. I have a question. It's a little kind of different from the topic, but I was wondering, do you guys believe?
Sorry, Aidenese. I'm
No?
so
Okay.
sorry to interrupt you, but there was a point that Truth had you read the gas pressure. I'm sorry, was it Level Up or Truth? I'm not sure. But they had you read the gas pressure definition. Did you understand it?
Yeah, I understand why.
Yeah, I was
why you
actually
guys think
wanting
that
to do it
barrier
out,
would
out
exist.
loud, but that's okay.
No, I read it. Can I ask my
Okay,
question?
so no, hold on. Let's finish this up because you did say something about the container, like why you need a container or something. But do you understand why now you?
No,
how
I
it is-
understand why you need the container, but I didn't understand, like what the container was.
Yeah, we don't really know. Nobody's gonna claim like it's made out of this, it's made out of that, it's this big and whatnot, because we can't go there to verify it. So, but we know it has to be there in order for you to have gas pressure. Do you understand now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, can I ask my question?
Sure.
Okay, do you guys believe that like the Earth rotates the sun?
The Earth rotates the sun?
Like rotates around the sun?
Okay, so, well, first of all, I have to say this because, you said believe and you said you guys. So we're individuals when it comes to things that we believe, that's on an individual basis. When it comes to, the earth and the things that we are discussing in here at the moment, it's verifiable information. So it's not a matter of belief. So if, do we have any reason to believe that, what'd you say, the earth rotates the sun?
Rotates around the sun.
Around the sun, yeah.
Oh, do we have any reason to believe that? Do we observe that? Is there anything in our natural world that we observe? Is there any measurable movement of the earth?
Do you believe that the Earth rotates around the sun?
He just repeats the question. Like that's just went over his head.
Asking.
How old are you, by the way? Are you?
I'm 14. I'm just asking you a question. I just
Okay,
like
so
to know
when
an
an
answer.
adult when an adult is trying to have an adult conversation with you, please don't just speed over what you
Well,
just said.
I don't understand what you're trying to like tell me.
Don't
Like,
keep
I'm
using
asking.
the word belief.
What are you talking about? You already ordered it, didn't you?
Elbow, hot
Question.
micing.
It's also just if you're not sure what
Okay.
somebody was saying, why not ask about what they were saying instead of repeating your question, making it seem like you just ignored everything the person said. It's just general politeness, you know?
Okay, repeat what you said, please.
You asked us if we believe that the Earth rotated around the sun, and yeah, I'll take a little more mild and more patient approach, since you are 14. It definitely will, because I mean I want you to think about these things, right? I don't want you to get into the combative, debative, argumentative. I want you to actually think about these things. Okay, so I turned around and I asked you, is there any reason for us to believe that the Earth is rotating and moving around the sun?
Well,
That's what I'd ask you. Like what?
The 4 seasons. Spring,
The 4 seasons.
summer, fall, and winter.
And you don't think that there may be some other logical explanation for the seasons other than that?
There might be. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, so
I've heard is that the Earth rotating around the sun causes the 4 seasons.
Well, how do the seasons work on the globe model? Can you tell us? It's a test to see if you know what they say.
Well, when the Earth rotates around the sun, it's at different distances, causing the Earth to be warmer or colder.
Okay, so when the Earth is farthest from the sun, what season is it?
Winter, I assume.
Wrong.
Actually, yeah, it's actually not. That blew my mind when I realized that, Kai.
I know.
It makes
It's just like they teach you Newtonian instead of Einsteinian, even though they said that they replaced it. They don't replace it in school. It's so that once you start questioning it, they can be like, "Oh no, we've already updated that," and then you're like, "Oh, I was wrong about which scientism to believe. I wasn't wrong about scientism." It's like a trap.
Exactly, and people just say, well, we have seasons, but the explanation doesn't make any sense. So they tell us, and I know this because I always got this question wrong because it doesn't make any sense. When the northern hemisphere is furthest from the sun, it is our summer, and when it is closest, it is our winter. Now they say that we're experiencing the summer still because of the tilt of the axis, and they say that this tilt is absorbing the sun's rays and the oceans are heating up and they're making it hotter. But here's what they can't explain is as we're at the farthest part from the sun, we have the most hours of daylight. And as we're closest to the sun, we have the least hours of daylight. It makes no logical sense.
The other thing that doesn't make sense that people don't think about, it's warmest in the tropics, right? That's right on the equator. That's how the equator is defined as the halfway point between the two tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. And tropic just is from a Greek word tropos, which means the point at which you turn around and go back. So it's the band around the equator where the sun can possibly at some time of year be 90 degrees overhead. So that's how it's defined. I'm sorry?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And the thing is, well, before I forget what I was driving at, if the Earth is tilted, the tropics should be at a wavy line back and forth over the equator, or, one hemisphere, then the other hemisphere. It shouldn't be a nice, even line around the equator. It should be at an angle, and the angle should crisscross throughout the seasons, but it doesn't do that.
So did I get that right? I put it, tropics mean the point at which you turn and go back?
Yeah, tropos in Greek.
Tropos.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. So like, for example, in my location, the sun never gets above about 73 degrees in altitude at the summer solstice. At different points, it'll be lower altitude. Like the farther you get from the equator, the lower the maximum zenith of the sun will be. But there is the between the two tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, the sun at some point in the year can go 90 degrees overhead. No place beyond those on either north or south is the sun ever 90 degrees overhead. So the tropics just map out the maximum and minimum north and south path of the sun throughout the year.
Oh, I learned something.
Cool.
That tropos. Yeah, pretty cool. But no, if okay, so the Earth, measuring the Earth, we don't like this story that they're giving us. This dude, well, okay, who's the dude? I don't want to sound disrespectful and just say, if I say dude, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Just know that, okay? So the 14-year-old is who I'm-
Denise.
Oh, is that who? Okay.
Yep.
So, Adenise, but we do. We see the Earth present itself to us level. Allegedly more than 70% of the Earth is covered with water. And I say allegedly because we don't know that either. For sure, we don't know how much of the Earth is covered with water. But, they claim that more than 70% of the Earth is covered with water. We observe water to always seek its level and to lay flat. Horizontal. Horizon is horizontal. That's, from left to right. It's flat and it's level, right? So we know how water observes. We see how the Earth presents itself. It's not like bending and curving in any spherical shape. We have topography, but if you go by the sea level, which is, how you figure it out, it's all by sea level. It's all level. It's not curving. There's no measured curve. Sorry. Sorry about that. I don't know if you heard that or not, but my bad. But anyway, there's
We did
never
not hear
been,
it. Don't worry. Whatever it was, we didn't hear
there,
it. I don't think.
okay, thanks. There's never been any measured curvature of the Earth ever. Okay, anywhere. And if you can look and you can try to find some, there's never been. The only thing they've ever did is they've done observations, and observations with which would work on both a spherical surface with a very, very, very far distant light source. It works the same as it does on a flat and level surface with a much smaller, more local light source. So it doesn't prove either or. And that's all they have. And that's nothing, right? There is no measurement of curvature. We see Earth laying flat and level. We see water laying flat and level. We don't detect any motion. We don't feel any emotion. There's never been any measured movement of the Earth. Okay. And with all of this in mind, and then knowing, how we observe gas behaving, the natural laws, that you've got to have a container. You don't have pressure. Because if you don't have walls for the gas molecules to bounce off of, you don't have pressure, period. And gravity, this thing that they're like, we don't even need to go into gravity. We don't even need to go that far. It's like knowing all of this, if you that is like your base axiom, right? That is the base axiom that you start with. What everyone observes, what you observe, and then if you're going to go from there, and if anyone is going to tell you that it's anything any different than what you see and what you observe and what you experience, and at this point, by this point, what's been measured, then they need to give you something, right, to provide some kind of evidence. They need to demonstrate it. They need to back it up. So we need to find where they've measured curvature. We need to find where they've measured movement, because they've never done that. And if they present something, we need to be able to go out and verify it. So this is kind of the point that we're at. You can have seasons with a smaller, more local sun, right, that moves across the face of the Earth. And face being another, geometric term for a flat surface, right? It's a flat side, a flat surface. That's what a face is, and it's referred to as the face of the Earth. And so that's where we're at. And not only that, but a lot of the government documents, they even refer to the Earth as a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. In a lot of their documents.
I'd like to say that a face isn't a flat surface. Like a sphere can have a face on it, so that doesn't mean that it's technically flat. So if you call the face of the Earth the face of the Earth, that doesn't mean you're saying it's flat. You're saying it has a surface that goes all the way around it. That goes all the way around it. Yeah.
It's a flat surface.
Okay, yeah, you say that, but saying it has a face doesn't necessarily mean that it's flat.
You can see it with your own eyes.
What does face mean to you?
Let's
look that up. Let's look that up here. But I mean, I don't like that's even a nothing burger, really, because I mean, a geometric term for face it refers to a flat surface on any kind of geometrical shape that you've got. If you know what the entire shape is, and there's like the face of it is going to be a flat surface. I know I'm not. I know I'm not wrong on this.
Where's like a face of a pool ball? Show us the face of a pool ball, please.
What do you okay? Have you ever done? You're in America, right?
There it is. Drace posted it. I was getting ready to try to, but I know I would have probably got kicked out of the room and lost my connection if I'd have tried to do anything else right now. In solid geometry, a face is a flat, planar surface. I mean, it's just I don't even have to go any further, do I? That forms part of the boundaries of a solid object, be it three-dimensional, a solid, bounded exclusively by faces is a polyhedron. So that's the only way you even get it is if you have bounded faces. Like it has to have more. Okay, so if you've got, I'm not even going to try to explain that to you any further. It's pretty self-explanatory.
Where is the face of a sphere, though? Like, where are you going to point to a sphere and say this is the face of a sphere?
It's the whole thing. Like,
Can you read the definition? Can you read the definition? Just read it.
You're thinking surface. Okay, you're just thinking surface.
Yeah. I think he's mixed up.
Can you read the definition too, so we can make sure that you understand?
What?
The definition that Drace posted.
In solid geometry, a face is a flat. Okay, all right.
All right.
Okay.
So stop it. Cut it out. Thank you.
A sphere has no edges and therefore no corners. It has one curved face that goes all the way around.
Bro, chill. It's okay. We're all here to learn and.
What do you mean chill out? I just said something, and as soon as it goes against your argument, like
no,
you just
because you're spiraling into something else.
Am
that
I spiraling
we're not even talking about? Yeah.
What?
I'm still waiting for that evidence for your gravity. By the way,
you were just talking about it. As soon as I say something that disproves you, you just deflect and you just speak about something else. Now you're going back to gravity. I was speaking about.
No, that's actually what happens with you. As soon as we disprove what you say, you deflect and you bring up something else.
Do I? Or did I just come back?
What did you disprove?
I read a definition that went against your one, and then you just said about gravity. Like what?
Where did you just not read where it says what Drace just posted, and you yourself just read? A face is a flat surface, and then you went to spiral into something else.
I'm not spiraling into something else. I'm saying a sphere has one curved face that goes all the way around.
Nobody was talking. Okay, whatever, dude. I'm not gonna argue.
We were having a discussion about that.
Okay.
I mean, that's not face, honey. That's surface. Okay.
Sure. All right. Sure.
That's surface. Can you at least be honest? Like, please have an honest discussion with us.
Yeah, I mean, you can believe what you want to believe, but if you're just gonna deflect every single time I come up with a valid
argument, I was gonna actually speak up to say that you did good because you're gonna freaking be intellectually honest, but then you spiraled into something that was so irrelevant. So whatever. Anywho, Aidenese. Let's go back to this guy, Aidenese. I think we're having more of a constructive conversation with this one.
I also just want to say, you guys are doing great. It was nice hearing you. I think I'm going to go back to doing stuff at home.
Bye, Karma. Nice to see you
Karma.
again.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That just bummed me out, actually.
Funny. Huh? Sorry. I actually wanted to ask Aidenese what he thought about the information that we gave him about seasons and the tilt and the distance, all that. What do you think?
Well, I looked it up, and I still stand by my argument that the axis causes different parts of the Earth to be to get hit by the sun more direct, causing them to heat up or cool down.
Okay, so
And-
all that makes sense to you, that the further we're from the sun, the hotter it is.
Really have that
and
big of an
whatnot.
impact on.
Right. Okay.
Okay, but could you guys never really gave me an answer to my first question. If do you believe that, or one of you, not all of you, because one of you believe that the Earth rotates around the sun?
No.
No, you don't believe that. So
No.
what keeps the Earth just from going away from the sun? Why do you think
Let me ask you one thing before I answer that question.
Mhm.
Are you, when you think of flat Earth, are you thinking of a disk in space?
That's what I've been told, yes.
Okay, well, nobody here claims that. So I'm gonna put bring your attention to the chat. Are you in the chat?
Mhm.
VC chat. Okay. So just take a minute to look at this, because it will help all of us. I just look at that, right? Just take a minute to read that, please.
So could you send me an image that more represents what you feel like a flat Earth could look like?
Okay, so I can't give you a model if that's what you're trying to get to, because there's no way for any of us to go out there and accurately measure the whole Earth because of the limitation that is put upon us financially, lawfully, and other stuff. So what I can do is tell you that the Earth measures flat. It is used as flat and motionless. And all of us, including you, including the other guy, all of us experience it as flat and motionless. So I can give you the proofs, I guess, for the flat Earth if that's what you want, but I can't give you like a picture of the flat Earth. Actually, I can. You can just go outside and take a picture, and there'll be a picture of the flat Earth. But yeah, I can't give you a model. There is a what Old Dude posted. It's a concept, and it can kind of help you and kind of guide you to see it in that sense. But it, of course, this is not accurate, and this is not the whole representation of what the flat Earth would look like.
So wait, is that thing floating? Is that supposed to be the sun?
What is floating? I'm sorry?
The thing that old dude sent?
Yeah.
Is that is that supposed to represent the sun?
So the sun the sun is small and local. It is not a huge gas ball 93 million miles away. And that actually represents a great a concept of how day and night would work on a flat plane.
So what powers this small object to produce so much light and so much heat?
I don't know. You tell me.
But he even knows what
I
makes
don't
the
believe
sun do
that
what they
it's
do
that
in their
small.
model.
Wait, so how does on the globe Earth what powers this giant gas ball in a vacuum of space?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what it's called, but it's the the molecules colliding that cause the amount of energy that produces
Okay,
the
you're
light
saying
and
nuclear
radiation.
fusion. All right, you made
I
up
did not say
nuclear
that.
fusion.
Whatever.
Well, that's what you just described. You didn't know the name. I gave you the name, nuclear
Mhm.
fusion, when molecules are pressed together. Okay, but the problem is, well, one of the problem is you can't know what the sun is made of or how it works. You just don't know. We don't know, and you don't know. Okay, so we're in the same boat when it comes to don't know. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
And another problem is you can't even do light spectroscopy because that has to be in a very tightly enclosed container in a box in order for them to get the spectrum analysis on light. So you can't use that across 93 million miles of who knows what. So there's no way to know what makes the sun work. So asking us that question doesn't prove anything at all.
Yep.
Okay, but under what I've learned gives me a logical explanation for the sun. Some small thing that floats above us that spins from no shown source of energy, just spins. That's not very logical.
I don't think your model is logical either. I mean, it says the sun is hurtling through space and the Earth and the planets are spiraling around it as it moves at breakneck speed. And somehow this gas ball doesn't dissipate into the vastness of the vacuum of space. It just keeps itself together with magical gravity, which is waved like a magic wand to explain things that cannot make sense. So I don't find your model logical at all.
Yeah, Aidenism. Aiden, not Aidenism. Aidenese, sorry. Look in the chat, right? I posted the GIF. That's what they're saying is happening to us at this moment. That's your model right there. Does that make sense to you?
That's over a very long period of time. That's not like real
It doesn't
time.
matter. It doesn't matter. Does that make sense to you?
I've gotten more logical explanations for that than that other model that you showed me. Yes.
So
I don't see
how
how
come?
it's more logical.
Yeah, that's just a
That
claim.
seems more the theory of gravity, and that
Gravity again that you don't have a proof of.
The theory of gravity and that the Earth
Mhm.
rotates around the sun makes more sense to me than the model you showed me, and that's my
So
opinion.
what is the? Why is the sun moving? Where is the sun moving to? What's making the sun move? What gravity?
We theorize that there is a black hole.
Uh-huh.
Sorry,
There's a what?
There's a black hole at the center of our galaxy
Uh-huh.
that acts basically as a sun
Mm-hmm.
for our solar system. Does that make sense?
Okay, that's a story.
No, it doesn't make sense, bro. What the? I'm sorry.
Okay, wait.
I forgot.
Sorry. Okay, Adi, I don't even know how to say her name. Just a dude. Let's test your intellectual honesty. What do you observe moving? The Earth or the sun?
I honestly don't know.
Really? When you
Mm-hmm.
go outside, do you feel like you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour?
That's not how it works, but okay.
No, I'm just asking you what you observe.
It's totally irrelevant.
I mean, if
it's
I
really irrelevant.
It is very irrelevant.
Wait,
I don't know what the hell is this
Long.
Not at all.
Long.
It's
Stop
not
interrupting.
no, wait.
Stop
Can I
interrupting.
just
let him speak?
No.
He will get his chance once you're done, Aidenism. Trust me.
I just
We'll
muted
give
him
you all
because
the
he's
time
not
you
going to
need.
talk over me.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I'll answer your question, then let him speak. I guess if I would walk outside, I guess I'd see this. I think the sun would rotate around the Earth. Yes.
The sun is moving. Okay. Thank you. So that is what we observe. So we observe that. And that doesn't mean that's necessarily what is happening, but we observe that. And if someone is going to say that that's not what is happening, that it's actually the opposite, then they have the positive claim, and they have to prove that the Earth is moving.
Okay, only because I observe a magic trick does not mean it's actual magic.
Exactly, but now because but whoever is saying that the Earth is actually spinning 1,000 miles per hour, they have to show that the Earth is measured to spin that fast. So can you please provide that for us? When in time they measured that the Earth is actually spinning 1,000 miles per hour? Who did it? When did they do it? And how did they do it? Thank you.
Okay, could you unmute Slunk?
Nope, because I
She
asked you
you a question.
Oh, okay. You want me to provide evidence of that?
The measurement, not a picture from NASA. They had to know the Earth was spinning before they could even send satellites up in space. So I need you to show the measurement where they actually measured the Earth itself spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Who did it? When did they do it? And how did they do it?
Okay, I can try to find.
Yep, thank you. While he's finding that, maybe we can have that rude dude talk.
Yeah,
but
go
keep
for
it
it.
relevant.
The rude dude.
The rude dude.
Okay. Yeah, so you said something about what we observe in real life. So we observe the sun, obviously, moving instead of the Earth. But it's all about relative positioning. So we are on Earth. The Earth is spinning. We can't. Really can't prove it unless you. Well,
Did you
you
miss
will
what I
probably
said?
deny it. Yeah, you
Did
will
you miss
deny
what I
it.
said? So
Yeah,
no.
yeah,
So
yeah.
because
I
it
need
goes
to.
against what we
Yeah.
observe, because it goes against what we observe, that doesn't mean it's necessarily true, right? There's like sound
Yeah.
frequencies that are higher than we can actually pick up and perceive. But if someone's going to tell me that there are high-pitched sirens singing mermaids that are singing and I can't perceive it, they have to show and measure and document that these are happening, that these frequencies are occurring. So that's why I asked the other guy to provide the measurement that the Earth is actually moving itself.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Great. You should have no problem with what I just said. Do you want to help him? Why don't you help him? And why don't you help him? And you also provide when and who and how measured that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. But wait, what do you want me to do? Just get my story,
Provide
or actually?
evidence. No. Provide
What, just-
evidence that how, where, and
you
what
will deny
method was
everything I
used.
would even say.
No,
I mean,
why don't you try?
Stop saying that
Wait.
and provide it.
Yep.
Okay, I mean, you can say the reason we have day and night is a reason why
No,
you
that
could
they measured
observe
that the
that it
Earth
was.
is spinning 1,000 miles per hour. Just provide the evidence. Stop talking about your feelings. Just provide the evidence. That's all you got to do, and then you can destroy us, flat earthers.
Yep.
So just show when, who, and how
Wait,
measured that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour. That's it.
Here's what you misunderstand, Slong. Let me clarify. You're saying you're saying
You
that
want evidence, yeah. You want measurements.
No.
You want
Okay.
empirical
Yeah.
measurements. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because you know why? Because we're saying that the sun and the stars and the moon they're the ones that move that are moving. Sorry, and you're saying that it is us that are moving. So we have to be in an objective situation. What can we do to prove who's telling the truth? Right. So give us something that you have, something that we can all verify that has been done to prove that it is us that is moving. That's all we ask for, because we can just make claims all day. It doesn't matter.
I haven't done the research of how they.
Okay, no problem. No problem at all.
Of how they actually measure it empirically. I don't know.
They haven't, but go ahead, search for it. And come back to us. Don't worry.
Well.
Yes.
They haven't. Are you serious?
Well, okay, but hold up. You haven't done this research.
Wait,
and
but
you're
do you
telling
just
me
think
that they have
people
without even
claim
knowing.
everything? Do you think people just claim things out of nowhere? Well,
a lot
okay,
of people do. Yes.
Let's talk about
yes, they
another
do.
thing. So
No,
why
we're not.
why
We're not
no,
claiming
why
things out of
why
nowhere.
would our government why would our government
Why would they lie? Sure.
We're not claiming things out of nowhere. We're showing what we see, what everybody sees. We see the sun moving, the moon moving, and the stars moving. Okay? That's all we see. That's not just us pulling something out of our asshole and making it up. That is what we actually see and can point to the sky and show you, hey, look, this is moving. You're the insane person, and you're the one saying, those things aren't actually moving. We're moving. However, I have no evidence for it. Okay? We don't even need to talk about why would they lie. We just need you to provide evidence. And if you can't, then you really shouldn't be participating in the conversation.
Can I jump in?
Did you get evidence?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. When
Okay,
who measured? Who measured? How was it measured?
Here,
And when did they measure that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour?
I'll send in chat.
Share with the panel, please.
I'll send in chat. Like, you wanted me to read your definition, so I'd like you to watch this video.
Okay. And explain to us what happened.
A giant swinging ball.
You can watch it and then let me know if you have any questions.
Why don't you explain it to us?
Well, you wanted me to read your definition, so I'd like you to have the same courtesy.
Do you have a definition? Have something for me to read. I'm not watching a video right now.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Because I'm in the debate with you. So please just provide.
I'm
happy to read something out loud. Provide me something to read out loud.
You can
as
read
we
the
did for you.
transcript of the video if you want.
Okay, so you're running away.
All right, you talk to her. I'll
Okay,
watch the video.
can I say something? Can I say
Go
something?
ahead. I'll watch
Okay,
the video.
go on the video, click the closed captions thing, and then play the video, and then read.
Exactly. Thank you.
Not too hard.
Okay, Lulu's gonna watch the video. Does someone want to provide a screenshot? And I'll read it out loud. Guys, I'm not running away. We're not running away. We're not going anywhere. So provide.
Am I getting this right? He's presenting. He's like presenting something, but he's not even like presenting the argument. He's not even presenting the claim. He's wanting us to extract and come up with our own claim from a video. Like, no, you need to present your claim. Like, you need to present.
I'm presenting my claim that the Earth rotates and spins.
Do you even understand how?
Did you provide when, who, and how did they measure that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour? Can you answer the? So you can't even answer those questions.
Well, I provided research for you.
I'm asking.
I watched the video.
If you're not,
I
answer
do not
those
have
questions.
the exact answers,
So
but
you
it's in
don't
the video.
know. So then you
No,
don't
I do know.
Then tell us.
I do know. Then watch the video. You wanted me to read your definitions.
If you can't
so
even answer
watch
it.
my videos.
Okay, so they're invoking Coriolis effect if you want to take them through that. But I'm halfway through the video. I'll watch the rest.
Okay, so what is it saying about the Coriolis effect?
Yeah, because when they came up with the the equation for the Coriolis force, that is they couldn't do it with the Earth because they could never detect any movement of the Earth, so they had to go on to the moving parts of machinery.
Guys, I accidentally got banned in the text chat. I accidentally said a bad word. I'm very sorry. How long does it take for me to not be timed out, guys? Yep. Okay.
So can we have the 14-year-old please provide us?
But did you get sent to this detention because you're in here now? I'm sorry if I think I'm going to have to leave and come back because I think I'm over speaking people or something. I'm not hearing anyone.
No worries. I'm just getting so these guys are so ridiculous. The 14-year-old, can you please explain to the panel what the Coriolis effect is, please? Since that is your evidence. You didn't even answer the 3 questions I had. If you say for us to watch the video, you're just admitting you don't know anything that you're talking about. So we're not going to talk to you if you're just making things up on the fly.
Well,
why would we have a conversation with somebody who's arguing something that they don't even know anything about?
What? The video is my research. You asked me for research, so I provided you with the
No.
video.
Explain to us what the Coriolis effect is, since you're using that as
Watch
the
the video.
explanation.
The
Okay,
video
so you
explains it
Also
perfectly.
use focus pendulum, just
wow.
throughout the just so you know. Yep.
Oh, that is ridiculous. That is really ridiculous. Oh, nice. Never mind.
Okay.
Here,
Sorry, I
I'll
was gonna say, can I get unbanned in the chat, but I already did. So thank you very
Here,
much, guys.
please read the definition.
I know
Yeah,
what the
we
Coriolis.
understand the Coriolis.
Okay, then why are you asking me?
Do you
Because you
understand
don't
it?
barely understand
Yes, I watched. I
Clearly.
sent a video explaining it, and I just sent a definition.
It's okay
No, you
not
didn't
to
send it.
understand it, just so
No.
you know. It's not a trick
Do you,
question.
do you
Yeah, sorry.
understand what an inertial and non-inertial reference frame is? You can't
What?
not understand that and say that you understand Coriolis. You must know the difference between an inertial reference frame and a non-inertial reference frame. Tell me the difference, or you didn't even watch the video. You don't know what it is.
Sorry, I do not understand the question.
Yeah.
Well,
Have
in
you ever
the
heard the
video,
term-
it doesn't explain that. He just says, the Coriolis.
No, well, the thing is, if he's telling us Coriolis effect is a proof of something, he must know what an inertial and non-inertial reference frame is. How do you? What's the definition for those?
I don't know, but that video, I watched it, and
No. Look, I'm telling you,
pretty good for me.
Coriolis depends on a non-inertial reference frame, and you don't even know what that is, and you're say that Coriolis is a proof of something?
Well, I've gotten more evidence that the Earth is around.
No,
than
you're
a
deflecting. You're
sphere.
deflecting. You're deflecting.
I'm
Look.
deflecting?
Yeah, you said Coriolis effect in the video proves something, and I said you don't even understand Coriolis effect if you don't know what a non-inertial reference frame is, and you don't know. Ergo, you don't understand it. It's not a proof of anything.
So how about you tell me what it is?
We
Yeah.
can't do this debate where it's like, nah, like this is ridiculous. Like if you don't understand your own side of the argument, we cannot have a conversation with you. That's not even an insult. That's just how it works.
I do understand it.
No,
But
because
you don't know what an inertial reference frame is.
Yeah, you just say, look at the video. That's pathetic.
Yeah, you guys tell me to
I'm
look
just
at
gonna
the
mute this
definition.
kid. I'm just gonna mute this kid because we don't have time for this teenage drama. Like this
Yeah.
is so sad.
The difference, Aiden, is when we told you to read the definition, we wanted you to understand it, and then we explained in detail what that meant. You're just saying, that doesn't work. So go back and understand what it means, and then to us. And this has nothing. Yeah, it's not like to make you feel bad. Saying I don't know is not a bad thing, guys. Okay, if you don't know, you don't know. We all of us looked into it in detail, so it's not like to put you down. And you're 14, so you're looking into this stuff way ahead of all of us. So just so you know. Yes, sure, Slunk. Kai, you wanna give it a go with Slunk?
I'll unmute him. Hopefully he will act better than his colleague. There you go.
Okay, hi. Yes, I'm gonna take a different approach. So I'm just gonna ask some questions, let you do your story. And also, so I found some proof of how you can measure the Earth spinning. So there's something called long exposure photos. Do you know what that is?
Long exposure photos, like the.
It's okay to say no.
You
It's
can
okay to say no.
You can take a picture of the sky and
Of the stars, yeah.
Yes, of the stars.
Okay,
Expose
yeah.
it for a longer time, and then you can actually see the path the stars take over time. And so that's a way.
Star trails?
Yes, star trails. Yes.
So
that's the way.
how does that prove that the Earth is spinning?
Um,
And not the stars are
what
moving.
do you mean? Wait, so you're actually thinking all the stars would move instead of the Earth? Isn't that more of a stretch than just saying the Earth moves? Because if the stars are really far away, wait, do you actually believe the stars are far away or not?
Do you think that the their so-called northern hemisphere turns at a different direction, like an Easter egg, as if you're opening an Easter egg, twisting an Easter egg?
I don't understand. What do you
Like, are they
explain
moving in
further?
different? Because go ahead, Kai. I'll post the picture I didn't mean to.
The picture.
I'm having a bad habit of just jumping in right in the middle of someone else's conversation, and I'm sorry I've not.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
I'm
please.
just asking
I do
questions
that all
right
the
now.
time.
So okay, so don't be bad faith. I'm just asking questions. Okay, so I'm just letting you explain your worldview.
Okay, sorry. What was your question again?
Okay, so isn't it a bit of a stretch to think all of the stars are moving instead of just the Earth as a reference point? So yeah, you understood the question, right?
Yes, which brings us back to observationally, that's what we see is the stars moving. So if you're claiming that we're the one moving, which is what we asked Aiden is to do, is provide the proof or the experiment, right, to show or how they detected this. And the stars, the star trail. Do you see what Roger has posted? A few of the pictures of the star trails that.
Yes.
Okay, so this actually goes against your claim because if you take this was taken, I believe, like at the equator-ish part, which shows the stars moving. That's what Truth was trying to get to. Is like if you were to use this as your proof of the stars moving, then the Earth has to be moving. Sorry, for the Earth to be your proof that the Earth is moving, then the Earth has to be moving opposite ways from the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. Do you get that?
Why?
Oh crap! I posted it in the wrong room.
Why?
Okay. Do you see? If you're standing, look at the trail, the star trail.
Yes.
And
Wait,
the
of
way that it's
the last picture or the one before that?
either one, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It
Well,
wouldn't
the one
matter.
before that,
The black and white.
it looks fake, if I'm honest.
Okay, fine.
Or edited.
Look at the bottom one. If that's fake,
The
it doesn't.
bottom one.
Do you want a
less
video?
Okay, how about you provide us the picture?
Here,
How about
I'm gonna get a.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
sure.
give a
with our
360
pictures?
video.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give a
sure,
360
sure.
video. This was taken in Monument Valley. This was taken in the northern hemisphere. Man, talking about fake stuff.
Well, but it's hard to find something that isn't edited. So
Well, here's the thing, though. You can do this yourself, right? Like this is something that these pictures are something that is within our ability to do. So, Truth posted what Roger
So
posted.
did you do it yourself?
And
is this
what?
something you did?
No, I personally haven't done it because I don't.
So
proof
so what's
as
the proof? So
you brought this
didn't prove.
up. You hold up.
Okay,
hold
yeah,
up.
yeah.
You
But
brought this
you
up.
believe that the stars are moving. So
We don't believe that.
Yeah, you
We
should-
observe that. We observe that.
Can someone?
But you didn't observe it.
Okay,
because you didn't do the experiment.
does anyone have it? And can someone
didn't do the
post?
experiment.
Can someone roll that beautiful drone footage?
Wait,
You know, instead of that,
point
beautiful
I'm making-
beam footage, just that beautiful drone footage. You know, because one way to know, dude, is you can take a drone and you can like hover in the atmosphere and you can see the things in the sky move while the Earth remains stationary beneath the drone.
There it is. Drace posted it. Well, this is like a clip of the whole video, but look at that.
Is this a Mark Sargent one? Was he the one that did this?
No, it's actually Lunatic from.
Okay. I thought he did one too, but yeah.
He might have. I mean, there's plenty. But
So it's not like this is some no name person who we don't know anything about. These are people we know.
Yep. And again, the reason I say you can do this is because I'm not telling you that you need to do this in order for you to believe it. What I'm saying is these are things that we can verify, which is within our verifiability, unlike NASA and whatever that they tell us they went to space and they saw the spin of the earth. That is something that you cannot prove. That's why I kept asking for like evidence and things that we can do, that we can verify, the average Joe can do to prove this. So you don't have to do this in order to believe it, but because you're questioning the reliability of the pictures. I'm telling you, these are things that you can, and hundreds of people that are not flat earthers have posted such pictures of the star trails of like both from the north and the south hemisphere.
Okay.
And for the star trails to prove that the earth is the thing spinning, then that would mean that the star trails all have to be going in the same direction, because the earth is the thing spinning. But in the video I posted, and I will repost it again, here's just a little clip of the video. It's a 360 video from Monument National Park in Colorado. It shows that the star trails is going in two different directions, which would infer that as the cause of this, that would mean that the earth has to be spinning in two separate directions at one time. Okay. So star trails actually prove the flat
Is it
earth.
quiet?
Okay. Another question then. So
Are you
how
gonna acknowledge, are you gonna concede then that what you brought to the table was actually not evidence? And that's okay. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily that it's you have lost, but what you've brought in is not sufficient yet. Will you concede?
Not really. No, you didn't really convince me. But
we're not trying to convince you. Okay, it's not about convincing. It's about presenting the evidence. And there's a preponderance of evidence that indicate that the stars are what's moving, and you have a severe deficiency in evidence of the Earth moving because there is none.
Yep. And also,
my next question
look at the picture I just put. Look at the picture I just posted. We're not done with this subject yet. You can't run away yet.
No, that's what I'm saying. My next question was for this subject. So, do you think the stars are really close or far away?
How could anyone know the distance to something that we don't know the size of? You have two unknown variables. Two unknown variables. You cannot solve the equation. Okay.
But I'll tell you this.
Okay, so
I'll tell you this
we
though:
can measure.
the Earth isn't moving. It's the stars that are moving. It's the sky that's moving. And I'll also tell you this: the Earth isn't even a sphere. Did you know that?
What?
Do you know it's not?
No,
did you know?
I didn't. No.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Dude,
hear.
it's not
What
really.
did
Did you know it's not a sphere?
Can you say that again? It's not a sphere?
Sphere, spherical, ball, globe.
Yeah, okay. But that's just your model. I mean, what?
No, that's reality. That's objective reality.
This is the ground you walk on, dude.
Why are you
measures flat? There's no curvature measured.
It's
okay.
No, wait, what? That's not true. Wait.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know the Bedford level experiment? Do you?
Yes.
Do you? Yeah, you know. Okay, so you can actually do this yourself.
Yes, you can.
Yes. Did you guys do this?
Yes, plenty of us.
Yes,
have.
you did.
It measures flat. I'm sorry to tell you this.
Okay. Wait.
Hold on. Have you done
distance?
the observation?
No.
Have you done the experiment?
No, but people have.
No.
People have done this observation multiple times. And actually in ancient times they already did this experiment, and they came to a conclusion of
Okay, why don't you
not
provide
flat.
that? Why don't you provide that to us? Go ahead.
It's what do you mean? I mean, this is pretty common knowledge. You can just search this up.
Okay,
Common
so
knowledge.
from our observation and measurement, it measures flat. There's been long distance photographs done by non-flat earthers that shows
No,
mountains
but those are
that are done.
photographs.
Yeah, I'm just letting you
No,
know.
but
There's
that's different. You
okay,
have
forget the
atmospheric
photographs.
refraction. Do you know what that is?
Refraction now.
Yes, refraction.
Refraction gets you out of any
how
long distance photo
I
that
know.
shouldn't.
laser test? Laser
Wait,
test.
do you actually know how? Wait.
Yeah, I do
Okay,
know
so
something
explain
about physics.
refraction. Explain refraction for me. Do it.
Yeah, light goes in a straight line until it hits a change of density, in which case it will bend toward the thickest part of that change of density. And you're invoking a bunch of vertical columns of change of density. Let me finish.
Okay.
You're not even listening. You're not even
sorry.
listening.
I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm sorry.
explaining. You have to have a bunch of vertical density changes, ever increasing thickness around the surface of the Earth to explain things that are too far to see on a ball. Okay? That is a belief in magic.
Mm-hmm.
Magic. Okay. Do you know
Yeah.
the principle of least time in physics?
What?
Wait,
Deflect again.
if
What?
Least time. So
these are your.
Yeah, there's the
then
picture right
you
there in the
have
chat.
to explain them. Then you
See
have to
Roger's
explain.
post? See Roger's post?
okay,
See
so
that those vertical columns? That's what has to be the case in order for refraction to explain away the lack of curvature, and that is pure fantasy. It doesn't. Refraction cannot save you.
okay.
That is not reality. We don't observe those vertical columns.
And
what
listen,
is even
I'm gonna say,
more
I'm gonna
pure?
say even I'm gonna say even if light was behaving that way, that if you look on those cards at point A and point B, up like the direction up at point A on card 1 is not like it's a totally different direction. Is up would be at point, card number 5. So even if it was being lifted up, it still would not be raised to like the level point for, card number 1. It's like it's still, even if that were possible, it still wouldn't, but it would just put it up above, card 5. It's still not going to put it flat out in front of card 1. It's just not like, even if but it's not doing that, right? Light's not doing that because light travels in straight lines, and it would have to do that all the way around. But not only would it have to do that all the way around, but it would have to bend. It couldn't just travel in straight lines. It would have to bend because it's not going to look level, relative to at the first card, relative to the center of the Earth in, comparison to card number 5. It's just the tangential directions are too. It's just like I'm sorry. I'm getting way too worked up over this because this is like there is no.
It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, if you're claiming that there is a form of refraction that will extend your horizon further out than what it is, then present it. Now, there's a lot of there's a lot of optical effects that can make one, appear to be, make things on the horizon appear to be wavy, or appear to be, blocked, or you can have the sky cast down in front of it, and it can cause the horizon, the point at which the Earth appears to meet the sky, it can cause that to appear to be shorter and closer, but there is none.
Okay,
There
so
is
you
none
can
that will
actually.
make it appear to be further, unless you know one that can make the horizon appear to be further than its actual location, then present that particular refraction.
Okay.
Yep.
And define
So
it. Yeah.
you can observe refraction, of course.
Yes.
I think yes. I think you agree. Even you agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Did
Yes.
you hear? Okay.
And yeah. And so why does refraction happen? Do I need to explain that, or do you just want?
Level Up already explained that to you in detail. I don't know. You weren't obvious. And did you understand what Truth said to you about refraction?
I heard about Hoffitz.
Well, that might be your problem there. You need to pay attention to what is actually being said to you. Refraction doesn't explain why you see things further away than, at least for the horizon to appear further away than where it's supposed to be.
If you heard half
Refraction
of it, then
only-
you heard it anyway because I just repeated the same thing twice. I just tried to like explain it a little bit better.
Wait, that
If
doesn't
you- if you-
Regardless,
hurt
yeah.
both parts
Yeah.
equally. But, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
refraction is not going to save you. It's the
Yeah.
point.
Yeah,
Name the type of refraction.
Yeah.
the type
Define
of
it.
refraction. What do you
Okay,
Name and
how
define
about
the type of refraction that will extend your horizon
What
further
do you
than what
mean
it
with
actually
the
is.
type of refraction? You got one type of
Yes.
refraction, and it.
No, there's more
One
than one,
type,
honey. Don't you know anything about refraction?
Jesus. All right. How about somebody take him to Black Swan? I think he's at that point.
Next one. Oh.
You know, it's also okay to admit that you don't know the subject really well and just say, okay, maybe I need to research this more and I'll come back to it at a later point.
Yeah.
Because you obviously don't know much about it if you don't know there are like, what, 5 types?
Because these arguments are just. They're
No,
so
Slunk, you
weird.
don't even
you
understand
don't
your
even.
own argument.
No, you don't hear these arguments.
You don't even know
Okay,
proven
mute
science,
him.
man.
Yeah.
Because this is the sad
Slunk.
thing. It's the same issue that the other guy had. Is they're trying to argue something that they don't even fully understand. Anybody that's talking about refraction should know that there's multiple types. And if you don't know that, then you're uneducated and you shouldn't be using that as an argument.
100%.
And also, I
And
think that
if
he
you
laughed
admit
after-
that
sorry.
you didn't realize that they were that many. I don't know. I have a lot of issues, Kai. So I don't know if I'm overspeaking you or if I just don't. I don't know. So it probably is me. But I was just going to tell him.
No, you're good. You're fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
It's
met
not
you,
you,
Alex.
yeah.
It wasn't any problem.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Well,
We like it.
listen. I want you to stop and think about this for a minute, okay? If it's not a bad thing, we're not going to mock you. We're not going to laugh at you. We're not going to make fun of you or no bullshit like that. Okay, I promise. I mean, if you realize that you don't understand the topic as much as you thought that you did, and that if you realize that there's some things that you could learn from it that would help you understand, and then you could see more from where we're coming from, right, with some of the arguments. And if you want to go over it, like, look, dude, we're patient. We teach people to come in here and defend the globe. We teach them about their own model all day long, every day. It's what we teach them their model more than we teach them the measurements of flatness and the need for. I mean, we believe it or not, we do. And I'm not saying that we need to teach you everything because you know nothing. I'm just saying if you want to admit, right, and just come to the realization that you really didn't know as much as you thought you did, and that you could understand it more. And if you want to continue on with the discussions and like discussing it and learning it, and just understanding it better, that's great. We can have that. But where you're going to come into problems and issues with everybody in this room and everybody listening, everybody in this server, is when you reveal that you don't know these things, and then yet you want to advocate for them, argue for them, and pretend and act and treat us as if we don't know and that you are the one with all the knowledge and that you know everything and that we don't know shit. Now, if you start acting like that and wanting to debate in that way and be intellectually dishonest, that's when there's going to be issues. But if you just want to have a discussion, say, okay, well, I didn't realize there are so many different types of refractions. Maybe I don't understand how all the different types of refractions work. And maybe now, once if I go over this and understand this, I can probably see, how some of these things can be explained, by refraction, like that picture right there. Okay, that photo right there where the boat looks like it's floating in the sky. Okay, the boat actually hasn't moved. Okay, even optically it hasn't moved. The sky has been cast down. It makes it appear as if it's been lifted up, but it hasn't. The sky has been cast down. So but you can still see the horizon. See, most people believe, and even me, someone had to explain it to me. I had to learn this too. But it's the sky being cast down. The boat it's exactly where it appears to be. Right. right where it's at, but the sky is being cast down. It makes it look as if the water ends before it actually does, because you can still see the. So, and there's other types of refraction. Maybe this, along with understanding gas pressure, the second law of thermodynamics, and doing research into the lack of any verification or substantiations of gravity, or the lack of any actual measurement of curvature, then, like, if you can understand all these things a little bit better, and if you want to discuss it, that's fine. But just don't act like you know it all and that we don't know anything when you keep revealing how very little that you do know. You know nothing about it. Okay? We'll be patient with you, but don't act like you know it all.
Hey, he's like laughing at us. Meanwhile, like when he brought up star trails as proof of spin, he got totally debunked with that, and he just kept going because he didn't actually want to admit he was wrong and that we were more educated on the topic than he was. It's just disrespectful. It's really disrespectful that you're going to be laughing at people who are intellectually more well-versed on this than you are.
It's actually very, very, very dishonest, especially when you are shown and you realize
Okay,
that you
I'm
didn't
finally
know, and then
unmuted?
you
Okay.
continue to present yourself as someone who knows all of it, right?
Okay, cool.
It's just totally
you're done?
dishonest.
Can you just stop unmuting me when I'm in the middle of a point? Is it so fucking hard?
No, we're going to mute you whenever we want. This is our server and
Oh,
you're a guest.
wait. Shoot. Just give me 1 second. See, I wasn't prepared for this because I've not been in here for a while, and I haven't really had a chance to use it, and I really, really, really want to use it. So, yeah, just 1 second.
Court Complaints Department. For English, press 1. Para español, primero dos en este momento. All of our representatives are currently busy with the destruction of the globe. There are 666 callers ahead of you. Someone will be with you shortly to provide tissues and directions to a safe place for your religion. Please leave a brief description of your complaint after the tone.
Oh, beep.
Love that.
That's
That was
beautiful.
beautiful. Oh,
Hopefully he caught that.
How can I get a copy of that?
I know we need to have it embedded in.
By the way, Truth, if you want a beep sound to it,
Yeah.
I can add one at the end. No
Well, I think there is one. I just played the wrong one.
Oh, no worries.
I'm not for sure.
So, are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what's the next topic? Could we go back to the stars? Or do you want a new
Yeah.
topic? What topic?
So no. But so, actually, give us a few minutes. Okay, Jack said he had a question a while back, and I wanted to give him the opportunity to ask.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Jack, it's all you.
Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll just get right to it. So to say that the Earth is flat is to say that not only people in NASA, but people in every space agency, every space agency in every country of the world are lying to us, as well as every astronaut and astrophysicist. They're all lying to us. Isn't that a bit of a reach?
Can I take that one? You know the pandemic that's been going on for a year. When it first hit, every government in the world was in lockstep with this thing. I mean, down to the city mayors, everybody was lockstep. Everybody went along all of a sudden. Do you think there's worldwide corruption? I do. I think that was evidence of it.
I also personally have evidence of corruption within government,
what?
even as far as
So
Iceland.
if everyone is telling all the kids that there's Santa Claus, right? And we know that we find out that Santa Claus isn't real. I mean, is it wrong of us to tell others that Santa Claus doesn't exist just because everyone believes it?
Yeah, but no one who matures enough to understand things believes in Santa Claus.
Do you understand how illogical this is?
It's an appeal
This
to
argument that
ridicule.
you're making. I mean, yeah, thank you, Karma.
What?
See, she's got the she's got the names of them. I can identify that there's one occurring, but she can tell you which one it is.
It's only because Trace is posting them in the chat. He's the best at identifying this stuff. But yeah, appeal to ridicule, presenting the argument in such a way that makes the argument look ridiculous, usually by misrepresenting the argument or the use of exaggeration. Exaggeration in this part, essentially. But yeah, misrepresentation, because they're not necessarily lying, you can believe it all you want and think you're doing something to do with space.
What? So, but you guys claim, I mean, it's your claim that the Earth is completely flat. So, and that we've never been to space and stuff. So,
No,
what?
no, they're claiming that the Earth is a sphere, and we're measuring it, and that claim has been falsified.
So if they really believe that, as you guys are saying, then what are they busy doing?
Faking CGIs. So
It's also
Jack,
how are we supposed to know all that?
Wait, so are
So
you guys
because
trying
you
to say?
don't know because you don't know what the other things that they're doing, other than looking at the Earth and measuring the Earth, right, and taking pictures of the Earth, which they're not doing that either, because you don't know what they're doing outside of that.
Wait,
you can't think of anything else that they're doing. Then that's your argument that, oh, the Earth must be a sphere because, well, what would they be doing with their time if they're not doing that? What would they be doing with their tax dollars if they're not doing this? That's your argument?
Yeah, it's an argument from silence, a conclusion based on silence or lack of contrary evidence, or drawing a conclusion based on the silence of the opponent when the opponent is refusing to give evidence for any reason.
Wait, so do you guys believe that they are indoctrinated? That they are indoctrinated and they truly believe it is round, or do you think they're lying to us?
Yes.
Either way, that's a belief. You're just asking our opinion on this, then?
No,
because it's not like we have evidence for someone's intent. You can't really have evidence for that that's concrete. It's mostly just circumstantial, and that's not really anything.
Yeah, everybody that works for NASA is not in on the conspiracy or anything. Nobody claims that. Everybody that works, like 95% of the people that work, probably believe that it is a globe, and they're passionately involved in that. They've dedicated their lives to that because they believe it's a globe. So I don't think they're intentionally lying to like the teachers that teach this, that they're not intentionally lying to their students or whatnot. But there is a level of conspiracy that there are people at the top that do know the truth and that they are withholding information.
Also, an example of this is my brother, Trace. He had a friend who was an astrophysicist, and he genuinely believed in the globe and all that stuff. And
he disowned his mom.
He disowned his own mom when she realized the Earth was flat, and then eventually had quit his job when he realized himself that the Earth was flat, when he actually looked at it properly.
That's pretty sad.
Yeah, I felt bad for him, and so did my brother. But hey, they got there eventually, so it ended up in a happy story, you know?
Yeah.
So
these astrophysicists and astronauts use complex mathematical models and physics
But models are not reality, my friend.
And
I could make a model for unicorns. Reification, my friend.
Okay, so models can actually predict reality. So we can use math.
Or reality presented itself and they used reality to create their models.
Yeah, you can also do that. Yeah, for
But
sure.
that's
Yeah, but
supposed
then
to
you're
actually
not
not
predicting
prediction.
Yeah,
anything.
but you
Yeah.
can do both.
Well,
Okay, so so we in 2018 we actually measured gravitational waves. Do you believe in that or
Tell me a gravitational wave so I can measure it.
yeah, that's a good
what?
term.
What do you mean? We did measure it
Okay,
in
go
the
ahead,
lab.
present it. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's a really big, I guess, facility, and they
Like
No,
actually use light.
present the article or the paper that you read this from.
I don't have it right here. It's from my memory. What I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you're talking about LIGO. If you want to Google it, look into it, and then try to
Yes,
present it.
yes.
But at least look into it yourself first, so you know
No,
what
no,
you're presenting.
I did look into it, but I don't have it by hand.
Okay, so this thing that you're saying that they measured, did you just believe what they said, or did you test it yourself and verify it for yourself?
Well,
Not to mention,
don't
it's an
really have-
interferometer and it's a giant laser beam in a vacuum tube. It does not actually
Yeah,
prove what it claims, as Dre said in text.
Well, I don't really have the resources to do this experiment on my own. That's yeah. The
but guess what?
gravitational waves are
It's a base
very,
precision as
very
well.
faint, but the gravitational
guess what we
waves
can
are
do, though?
actually. Can you stop interrupting?
Well, no, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, it was rude of me.
Also-
It was rude of me, but there's a reason, because you've already admitted that you can't test it, you can't measure it, we can't test it, we can't measure it. So it's really irrelevant. Okay,
Not
it's
to mention,
irrelevant.
light can't be bent by gravity if it's massless.
How can you just dismiss
too.
everything that we can't test?
Light can't
Yeah,
be bent by gravity if it's massless. Did you catch that?
Well, that's actually not true. Gravity is actually caused by the curvature of space-time.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we finally got an Einsteinian! Yes!
Can you
So
put
it's
down
so
a
rare.
rank?
Everybody comes in here thinking it's Newtonian. You
Yeah, can
Well,
you show us how to
no,
curve
there are
time?
models. Wait, can you actually let me talk?
Yes.
Just
Go
for-
ahead. Go ahead. Make your point.
Okay.
Make your point.
Yes. So we actually make models of reality, and you have the Newtonian model, and it predicts reality pretty well. It's okay, but Einstein with relativity made a better model that explains reality in a better way into what we observe. So, for example, black holes is what we observe is actually light bending around the black hole. Do you agree with that, or?
So we let you finish, right? Do you have proof for any of these claims that you've made?
Well, gravitational waves were actually observed, but you don't believe they were. So
And we told you
that's
why, but I mean, there's a lot of people that are not flat earthers that that say that doesn't really prove anything. But okay,
yeah, sure. So
yeah, sure. So do you have anything that is? First of all, how does space and time bend? How does a concept thing bend?
Can I turn the question onto you? So if
No.
No, okay, I'd like for you to answer hers first, because it's kind of like, this is the thing that I've been wanting. I want to add that this is the stark distinction between Newtonian and Einsteinian, and the reason that they went from Newtonian to Einsteinian is because, well, first I'll hit you. There's a reason. It's like this is my utmost thing right here. The biggest difference between the two, right? But go ahead and answer hers. It's very important.
So it's actually mass that curves space-time.
How do you curve
But-
time? Time has no mass. Time is a concept, a perception
that's
of
not what
sequence. How do you
space-time
bend it?
is.
What is
It's
how?
not what
What is
space-time
space time? What is space time?
Okay, so it's actually a model. Basically, it's a model just to
Another
predict
model,
reality.
okay.
How can
Yes,
a
another
model
model.
do anything?
Yes.
How can a
Can I
model
finish?
do something?
So now I want to finish what
What
I
do
was
you
just saying
mean?
just a second ago. The reason they went from Newtonian to Einsteinian is because mass attractive mass is something that we can actually test, because you can test like you can test an object. You can see whether or not it's being attracted to a larger object. It's like you can test this. This is something that you can test, and you can see that it never happens. It's not occurring unless it's magnetic fields, and then it's not the mass itself attracting another mass. And I ain't even going to go into what mass is or what it's not, but it's an actual field of energy. So unless it is electromagnetic in nature or something like that, mass does not attract mass. So we could figure this shit out. So they have to come up with something different. So it has to be something conceptual that we can't test, that we can't verify. So this is a non-falsifiable, like, conceptual idea of the imagination, propped up and supported by assumptions, and it's like layered. It's like a layer of a cake of assumptions. It's propped up and supported by nothing but just calculations and equations and explanations. That's it. Oh,
Okay,
and pretty
so
drawings.
can I? Okay, can I turn the question back onto you? So I can't prove anything because I didn't test it myself. Yes? Do you agree? It's basically what you just said, right? Anyone?
Is that for truth or for just general? What do you
It's just a
mean?
general question. Do you think I can prove anything
that I
didn't
of
test
course.
myself? That I didn't test myself.
Yes,
So
if it is
okay.
if it is within the means of the average Joe, if it is within the
Why?
actually being able to verify it, then yes, it is. You can go out there and do it yourself. If it's just a claim that is only a few people have a access to, then that's most likely I wouldn't use it as a verifiable proof, because it is not verifiable. Do you know what
Okay,
that word
so
means?
yes. So
Okay.
if anything is done by a scientist and they write a paper on it, I'm just supposed to not trust it immediately.
Well,
So
it depends on what they're writing. Again, if you're
Well-
writing about black holes in like that are a gazillion light years away, and I don't care who it's from, that's just some unverifiable ridiculous thing that they came up with and proved it in math. Then I mean, I'm not going to believe you. You could do whatever you want, right? But if it is talking about, like Truth was saying, the reason why they went from Newtonian is because people could actually try and repeat the test, and it was falsified. They couldn't prove that. So then they had to come up with something that people couldn't really understand. You have to be an astrophysicist with a whole bunch of years behind your belt, and have this like a huge board full of calculation and equations in order for you to understand it.
Which
Right?
they're
General
off by
relativity and
what
special
is it?
relativity. Yeah. Which contradict each
10?
other. And so
How much are
that
they
means
off, Lou?
That means
Go
the
ahead.
average Joe just can't really
Yeah,
prove
those calculations.
anything a scientist does in any facility, basically, that you don't have access to yourself. So
Well, okay, first of all, when you say scientist, what are you talking about? Because there's a lot of fields in science, right? So if you're talking about specific scientists, let's talk about the specific scientist, and because I'm not going to just generalize and brush every scientist with one brush, right? So if you're going to talk about a specific scientist, let's talk about that person, because I don't know what you're presenting, because pseudoscience is being presented as scientific experiment and whatnot. So let's go from there.
sure, pseudoscience does exist, absolutely.
That's not the one I was looking
but-
for, because when she was talking about the calculations, I thought it was a really good time to like interject and throw in there that even with those, they even admit that they're off by what is it, 10 to the 100, 120th?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he also says that they don't do scientific experiments in any of their fields. They admit it.
Nope. Yep. And these are the quote unquote scientists themselves saying this, right? They're telling you 95% of what they do is speculation and theorization. And so I don't know how you're going to go from you're looking at some light in the sky and all of a sudden have the answers to all of these questions. And they even say they're 95% dumb. So I don't know how more
Wait,
obvious it could be for you.
What
Yeah,
do you mean
yeah.
they say?
What's his face? Neil deGrasse Tyson says they are 95% or 94% or 96, whatever. It's in the 90s
Wait, it's
percent
so obvious what he means
dumb
by that.
about.
It's wait.
They means they don't know, right? It means they
Yeah,
don't
of course.
understand it.
Yeah,
So
that's science.
that is not
That's
science.
the process.
That is
Of course, it's the
pseudoscience.
process of science.
No. Hold on.
You're 95% wrong.
Does he know the method of science?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, and he still hasn't said what space-time is. I'm never going to get that answered.
That's because it doesn't exist.
Man, you're not even
Sorry, I
going to listen to what space-time is because
You
you
know,
don't
you
believe
keep
it.
deflecting.
It's
You
just
keep
you
deflecting.
can't
Tell
prove it
me.
You
yourself.
even said
You're
it.
not gonna
You're not
accept
going to
it
listen
because
to
you're
it
Tell
because
me.
you're not going to
Stop.
believe it.
Okay.
The
Stop.
key word there
Tell me
being
what it is.
believe, because there's nothing
what
but
it is.
belief for them.
Okay.
Wait,
There's no
there's
evidence.
actually there is evidence.
Now
but
let's
it's
go
from,
back.
but it's from. Of course
Slunk.
there is.
Let's
It's
go
just from
back to
scientists. So
space
you
time.
don't believe it.
Tell
You're
us
not
what
gonna
space
believe
time
anything
is.
about it. You're not
Space-time, what
even.
is it?
Don't
What
start.
is it? What is space-time?
What is space-time?
What
Okay.
is it?
So it's a model. I
Uh-huh.
said this. It's actually a model to predict reality. So
Uh-huh.
you got 3 spatial dimensions and we got 1 time dimension.
Mhm.
So to explain why the universe doesn't end up going back to another point in the universe at the other side and going around, they made a model, space-time. So this is flat, the model. And the curvature is caused by objects with mass. And and that curvature, it's a model. It's not actually something.
Reality.
No, no.
You're right.
It's not actually something that curves that you can observe. It's just a model to predict reality.
Okay, thanks. See, here's the problem. You gave us a model and a theory and something that's not even physical that you say is making things fall.
Of all
You're
of those
saying
things
it's
you just
causing
mentioned.
physical things to fall. You're asking us to believe something on blind faith because somebody wrote it on a chalkboard and said, oh, there's all these dimensions and they're not physical, but they cause physical things to happen. I'm sorry, but that is not logical, it's not rational, and it's not convincing at all.
She's about as rational as saying unicorn.
That's a
Of all of those things that you just mentioned, hang on.
You're not going to believe anything because
Well, no,
And this is
I'm
because it's made by
Stop.
scientists.
Whoa.
No,
Stop
no,
for a
no,
second.
no,
Of
no.
all of those,
pseudoscience.
Okay, everybody,
hold on just a
everybody,
second, dude.
everybody, calm down.
Okay, I've
True, I
tried to
think
wait
true,
and and let everybody say their stuff before I said this, and I don't want to like take that as an opportunity to move on to something else because of all of those things you just mentioned, that big long list in this story and how all supports each other or whatever. Of all of those things you just listed, give me one aspect of it, just one that matches reality. Just one of it that actually matches reality and has been
mass is attracted
verified.
to mass.
Bro, he said
That's the
things
thing.
fall. What?
Mass
You
is
can't have
attracted to mass.
Newtonian and Einsteinian physics at the same
Please tell me
time.
Okay,
I misheard
can
that.
we go to that point? So things don't fall. You're not gonna tell me things don't fall, right?
So you're going to tell me both
Did you hear her
Einsteinian.
question?
You
What's this random bullshit?
You don't believe in
No,
gravity,
listen.
Did
right?
you hear what Truth
Listen.
asked you?
No.
Slonk,
Ask the
Slonk,
question
listen.
again. Yeah, ask.
Listen.
Yeah.
You cannot have Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity at the same time. You can't say mass attracts mass and the
it's a
curvature of
model.
space-time at the same time. You won't even let me finish. You complain about getting walked on.
It's a model.
Yeah, don't
I know
interrupt
it's
her
not-
if
it's
you
not
don't want to
It's
be
only
interrupted.
created to predict reality. So you,
It doesn't
And the
predict
two are
reality.
it
incompatible.
does predict reality because things
No,
fall.
stop yelling. Stop yelling.
Hilarious.
Okay, what is your reason why things fall? What's the reason?
Don't
things
worry
fall?
about that. We're trying to figure out the.
No.
what
I'm
Truth
trying to
asked
figure out
you.
your model.
No,
We'll
we're
get to
trying to
that.
get
Don't
you
worry
to
about it.
explain
We'll
your
get to
model.
that. Yeah, we're still on your ideology, right? So
What do you want
I'm
to explain?
curious about when Truth asked you, with all that BS that you explained, no offense, which one, just one of them, that matches true reality?
I just said so. We're never gonna.
Yeah, but which one
We're
did
never getting out of this.
No, you didn't answer it. You didn't answer it. Please, if you did,
Exactly,
repeat it
because
again.
there is none of it that matches reality.
Yep.
Not one.
Why not?
There's
Okay,
not
which
one
one?
part of what you
Fall.
said.
Mass is attracted to mass.
Oh,
Things fall.
fudgesicle.
Wait, is he back to Newtonian now?
It's
Bro,
both. You can use both. Some models explain
Is he
reality.
conflating
in
mass,
some,
mass attracting mass with falling?
some models have
and
better
I think he's
predictable
spiraled too far. He
capabilities.
doesn't even know what's going on in his mouth, man.
Quote that Einsteinian physics replaced the old mass attracts mass, Newtonian. It's been replaced, superseded. You cannot have them both at the same time. It's not
Yes.
just something we made up, it's something your people made up. You cannot have both at the same time. No, you can't use one for one thing and one for another. One replaced the other. You cannot have mass attract mass.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
They didn't.
Yes.
Can I quote Newton on this,
No,
please?
they didn't. Of course
Yes.
they didn't. No.
Okay,
No,
the
you
wait.
cannot
Newtonian
have
model
both.
still works.
Slonk. Karma's gonna
Can I
quote Newton.
wait? Can I just say a few things, please?
I'm just going to do this real quick. It is
Without
inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must do if gravitation in the sense of Epicurus be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum, without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in any philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent be material, immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers. So he didn't even believe in it, and he didn't want it attributed to himself, because you'd have to be retarded to believe in it.
Okay.
His words.
But if you're going to claim that something is the cause of these of an effect that you're observing, how would you do that? How would you establish that it's the cause of something?
How would you establish that? Okay.
If you observe a natural phenomena,
Yeah.
right? If you observe the effect, the natural phenomena, and you think to yourself and you form this hypothesis, what do you explain to me what you would have to do to establish that cause of the effect that you're observing?
I mean, you can attribute it to anything, but you need to isolate it.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay.
And you need to isolate it and do what?
Isolate it and observe. What are you building to?
You need to isolate it and be able to do what? You need to be able to manipulate it, right?
Yes.
You need to be able to determine that it is, in fact, the cause of the effect that you're observing. Okay, so
yes,
show me where gravity has been isolated and manipulated to establish that it is the cause.
You're not going to believe me. Because it was done on the moon. The experiment was done on the moon. Yeah, well, you're not going to believe it because
We're
it's
talking
from
about
NASA.
the Earth. Don't go to the moon. Tell us how they did that on the Earth.
Okay, so on the Earth, it's a bit more complicated. I guess.
Mhm.
Because
Wait. No, we can't go. We
Wait,
can't even
why are
get
you
past that
interrupting me
because
again?
we
Come on.
cannot get past that. They never even claimed to even go to the moon. It's
God.
like no. I'm sorry, dude. Like there is no way in hell you're getting away with that. It's like you're saying that they established, they isolated, manipulated it, and proved that it was the cause of the effect on the moon. That's where they did it. So what about before they ever even claimed that they allegedly went to the moon?
You can isolate some external factors on the moon, like the atmosphere. The moon doesn't have an atmosphere, or a very, very thin one, I guess.
Dude, they hadn't even claimed to have been there yet.
What? Wait, NASA claimed they have been there?
No,
What do you
before they
mean?
established the law of gravity.
Oh, okay.
Did
Yeah,
Einstein go to the moon?
Wait. No, but
Because this is
wait,
Einsteinian
no,
gravity, right?
We're talking about how you can prove it. Right?
No, how has it been? How did it get proven? And yeah, if you think that if you can, yeah, we'll cover that too.
But you don't believe in it.
You keep saying that. Just present it, dude.
Okay, so on the moon, you can isolate variables. Do you agree?
Okay,
well, let's go. Next week.
How are you going to do that?
I don't
Come on, let's go.
How are we going to do that?
Okay.
You and me next week. Come on, let's go.
Remember
Go test this.
verifiability?
We can't
Verifiability.
Bingo.
Without a budget.
Yeah, because
and NASA has a budget. They went to the moon.
It's unverifiable hearsay, bruh.
And they took pictures. They actually took pictures, and you don't. Yeah,
but
you think they're edited. They already know.
Hearsay.
Because you.
It's about as true if a group of people had sat and gone to Narnia, photoshopped a bunch of pictures, and then the closet is being guarded by some guards and nobody could go. The Sasquatch, yeah.
He believes.
Oh, you believe in the Sasquatch now?
Wait, and what?
Trace in the background is hilarious.
I know. I love him.
Okay.
Do you know why they
He's the
say
only
that
reason
you
I
can
can follow
actually?
with these guys.
Do you know why they say that you can actually think yourself healthy, and you can manifest things within your body, perfect health, because you have all of these little, tiny, magical fairies inside of your body that are just waiting and listening to your thoughts. So if you think about it and if you say it, those fairies, they'll actually go on through your body and they will make you healthy. So did you realize that that's how you can actually think yourself well? You believe that?
No.
You guys are so wrong.
Ah, dang, who unmuted you, bro?
Oh my gosh.
Okay. So this is becoming really bad faith.
Listen, you guys are so wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. That's not space-time, okay? That's not how it works. We've known this for years. I don't know what's wrong with you. The Earth is not flat. Hello?
All right. Does anybody want to take the? You know what? I'm just gonna mute. You're too annoying for this.
Wait, who?
Not you, Slonk. I mean, you're somewhat annoying, but not as annoying as.
Oh, thank you.
So, yeah, back to whatever it was that we're talking about, space time. So, do you have the proof on Earth? Don't worry about the moon, right? Let's get back to Earth. Can you provide us with the method that they did it on Earth?
Math.
Because if they did it on the moon, wouldn't they Earth first? Don't you think that would have been it would be more logical to do it on the Earth before they went to the moon and did it?
I mean, to escape and to reach the velocity to escape the gravity, they'd have to know it before they ever.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, come on. Did you say math?
Yeah, you did. I just was gonna.
Yeah, but you don't believe in math too, right?
Oh, what does that even mean, dude?
Math is a damn language, dude.
Yeah, math is
It's like me saying you don't believe in Arabic. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter what.
Well,
No.
I don't think your model really makes sense, so that's why. And of course,
We don't have. Look, okay, so we we're not making a model. We're taking your model, and I'm saying yours because you are owning it in every aspect of the way, and then some. Okay, you have
Why?
yours that I think is even separate from what they have. If you ask my opinion, I believe that you've actually got your own little conceptual ideas that you've just tried to pretty theirs up with. I don't know. You've got your own, I believe. But
No,
the reason
I really
no,
don't.
it's yours that we're
No,
testing.
it's not
It's
mine.
yours
It's just
that we're taking apart. Okay.
okay. Well,
Because it's yours
it's
that
not
is
only mine. That's what I'm trying
not
to say.
substantiated. And it's your model that does not match with anything that we observe or experience in reality. No one does ever anywhere. You don't
okay.
either, dude. Look, you're the,
Oh my
you're yeah. Listen.
Okay,
You
let's do
live on
something
this
simpler. Let's do something simpler. Okay,
Yeah, measure
geometry.
the Earth. Yes,
No,
let's go to geometry.
yes, let's go to geometry. So,
All right.
these models are not compatible, right? We agree. So, with geometry. So, if you would travel to a certain place, let's say by plane, in a straight line, you wouldn't measure the same distance, right?
What are we measuring? The Earth or
Why would you go in the
okay,
plane?
we're measuring how far we have traveled.
Oh,
Okay.
actually, which one do you also believe in? Do you believe in A, B, or C? We have the one that's kind of like a bit fat in the middle.
Oblate
The
spheroid.
oblate spheroid.
How far a plane
We have
travels?
the purple,
geoid.
the geoid, of course, and the
C,
the
the
blue
NASA
marble.
image.
Yeah, the blue marble from NASA. Which one of the three do you believe in?
Well,
I'll repost it for you here. Look
okay,
at that
sure.
there.
Well, the A looks very, very much too elliptical.
Well, some people really believe in that, so we're genuinely asking.
No, that's probably exaggerated for a reason. But so is C actually a? Oh well, I guess you don't believe in real pictures of the Earth, right?
Well,
even NASA claims they're not real pictures. They admit it's Photoshop.
Yeah, they edit them. It's true. They admit
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
So A, B, or C?
That doesn't mean they originally had a picture of the Earth. You can still.
Have you heard about Robert Simmons, the NASA graphic designer?
No.
Here's a quote by him. "We wrapped the flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space." Became the famous blue marble. Robert Simmons, NASA graphic designer.
Okay, well, I didn't know that, but
I know, neither did I until I started looking at it.
I don't really think it's pretty irrelevant. I think for the conversation.
You can see that.
There's also there's so many examples of, for instance, where they copy the clouds, where they accidentally left the Photoshop tool on the image, and where the continents are, where a country is as big as a continent in one, and then smaller on the next, and they're just really bad at this once you start giving it a close
I
look.
didn't read into these arguments, so I really can't debunk them.
Oh, I just wanted to let you know. Also, if you start looking into that, that's actually pretty funny to look at. It has some pretty funny ones.
Okay, cool. So where were we? A, B, or
So
C?
geometry. You wanna?
Yeah, geometry.
Oh, actually, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead and choose A, B, or C, or all of the
Sure.
above.
So
D.
I don't really know where you got these models from. So I don't really know the explanation behind them. The elliptical one probably is taken out of context. I don't know. I think it's very exaggerated to what people actually believe the a bit elliptical Earth would look like.
It's very close to what Neil deGrasse Tyson describes. It's just less pear-shaped.
Well, regardless of how they depict it, like even if something is exaggerated, they actually give us the exact numbers.
Should we just go with C for sake of argument?
Geo.
With C, the model in the picture. the Earth described as C.
So it's like almost a perfect ball. So we should expect a pretty constant curve.
Pretty constant, but there's still irregularities. So maybe B.
I
might
get
be
you.
better.
Topographical stuff, right? Like mountains and things you're talking about, right?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Of course, we always count for that.
Wait,
You're
can I
actually
ask one
wrong.
question?
The answer is D. It's a flat plane. So
Yeah.
Good one.
You have passed
okay,
the test.
yeah, go ahead. Ask your question about geometry. We were waiting.
It's not about geometry. I just wanted to ask one question, unrelated. Or I
Well,
guess
wait,
a
is
bit
that
related.
can all
I do that?
there's going to be about geometry? Is that it?
Sure. We can talk about geometry later if you want.
Okay, I got a question too that I want to ask you whenever you're finished.
Can I ask my question?
Go ahead, because I've been waiting for a while to ask this one.
So, obviously, you believe Venus is not flat, Mars is not flat, the Sun is not flat. They're balls, right? Or they're spherical.
Personally, I don't have any beliefs about it. I just know there are lights in the sky. I don't know anything else than that, but I don't have any belief about it.
You're not okay. You're not making any assumptions about it. So the
No.
moon, you don't really. You're not making an assumption. It's
Yeah, we have limited information to work with because it's not like we can do much experiment with this. It's pretty high up.
okay, but from observations, what would you think from observations? Just by observing the moon, the sun. What do you think it is?
Oh, you think you're asking for speculation then?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's speculate. Sure.
Anybody want to take this?
There are lights.
Yes, yeah, there'll be lights, and to go off into speculation, it would, especially when I've got like, I'm dying to ask another question, and speculation go on for a long time. Like you're talking about these lights in the sky. I tell you what, they're not. Okay, they're not what and where and like and set up the way that they claim that they're set up. Do you see what I just posted there? It's like you can click on it, and okay, so there's Venus, and there's Jupiter, Mars. I can't even see what that other one is. What is that? Is that
okay? So do you
Jupiter,
have
Mars, and whatever, and Venus, and in the heliocentric model? Yeah.
Do you guys have a telescope?
Hold on,
well,
she's gonna ask the question.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, there's a point for me. I didn't just post this just to say, "Huh, look at these beautiful lights." You know that I can't, that they're not what they say. There's actually, okay, so you know in the heliocentric model that these stars, right, are well, they claim that Jupiter is a planet. They claim that Mars is a planet, but anyway, they're lights. But their claim of those things being planets, right, in the heliocentric model, the sun is on the other side, like they're located between the sun and Earth. Okay, so if we're looking at Mars and Jupiter, the sun should be behind them. Where's the sun? I mean, it's not like that's there. Right there is like a black swan, really, when it comes to just their placement of the stars. And we can't even go there and test the stars. We can't go there and measure the distance. We can't go there and do anything, but we can still debunk what their claims are, like just on placement of it, because the sun isn't behind it. It's like the sun would have, those need to be in between Earth and the sun, according to their model. Now you need to think about that yourself.
Well, no.
And you also need to think about. You also need to think about how they. Well, never mind. I'm not gonna. But I do have a question I want to ask you.
Yeah, sure. Do it.
You suck. Oh my gosh, it's like not even. It's not even going to be any fun now. Gosh,
So
it's like you're ready for it.
Truth. I'm ready for it.
Well, I mean, okay, so you understand the second law of thermodynamics, right? To have, you know,
In
in
a
order
closed
for
system, no energy gets lost, right? Yeah, I
entropy
think
is
that's
always
the
going to increase. It's
yes.
going to like higher pressure is going to flow into, you know, the lesser pressure. It's going to seek equilibrium.
Yes.
So,
entropy.
do you understand what they claim space is?
What do you think?
Not quite a
what
vacuum,
space
but a
is?
near perfect vacuum, right? A 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Near perfect vacuum.
Uh-huh.
What, like, how far away do they claim the sun is?
1 astronomical unit, and I don't really know
93
how
million
much.
miles. I mean, it's definitely, there's no question that they're claiming that it's in this area of outer space, which is allegedly, according to them, 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure.
Yeah.
And what do they
you're
claim the sun
probably.
is?
What do they claim the sun is? So the scientists?
Yeah, what are they telling us in this story of this
A big
heliocentric
ball of
model?
mostly hydrogen and helium undergoing fusion, constant fusion, and staying together with the constant pressure of gravity, which also causes the fusion because of the very high pressures in the core. That's what
I mean,
they
it's like
say
extremely dense, right?
And
Like it's like so much of it. It's extremely dense. So it's like a lot of gas, a lot of dense. It's like tons. I don't even know how to I don't even know how to describe like how much they claim.
well,
So
at that
it's like you've got
pressure, actually, at that pressure,
that's not
um,
that's the hottest thing that we can actually that they present to us, the hottest thing. So then you also have like the most like the most thermodynamic, it's like the most entropy that you it's like that is where you're going to experience the most of it. It's the hottest, right? So if it is the hottest existing in the coldest like environment, and it is like the most, it's like the most dense and the most compressed like volatile gases, right? In a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. How the fuck is that going on, dude? Like seriously, how the hell? Like, I mean, just think about that for a
Arthur
minute.
Eddington's quote really sums this up. Because, like he said, if your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I give you no hope. There's nothing for it but to collapse in deepest humiliation. And that's where they're at.
sorry, I wasn't listening. I was reading. What did you say?
I'm gonna read it again if you want.
Oh yeah, that'd be well worth hearing again.
It says, if your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I give you no hope. There is nothing for it but to collapse in deepest humiliation. Arthur Eddington.
Okay. But why would it contradict the second law of thermodynamics? Entropy is still increasing.
Are you okay? You are asking that, right? You're not like reading. Are you seriously asking that?
What if entropy is increasing in the universe, or what?
No.
No, how it violates it.
What? I mean, sure.
Well, you asked how it would violate the second law of thermodynamics, right?
Yeah. How would it violate it? Yeah.
Every law of thermodynamics, actually. But you don't understand. Okay, well.
What's preventing gas expansion from filling the available space of
I
outer
said
space?
that. Oh, I actually said that. It's gravity, but you don't.
You have no proof for gravity. You have no evidence for it as well.
Okay, sure.
And it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics because you need a container, and gravity is not a container. Ergo, the quote fits perfectly.
It's not a container, but it keeps the mass together because mass attracts each other.
Are you back to Newtonian?
Yeah. Oh my God, we're
Which
going
even
in circles.
Newton didn't
No, we're
agree
going
with.
in circles. If we're doing this again, we're going in circles. Let's just go to the next
I
point.
just can't believe it.
Yeah, of course you can't. Oh man.
I'm just getting tired
Okay,
of
so
this nonsense.
Yeah, you establish.
I'm also very tired.
Let's
So.
let's establish
But,
curvature. That's the main thing.
Okay, so do you guys have a telescope?
I personally don't know. I had one, but I.
Okay, but
What's this got to do with
you agree
curvature?
with
know.
me that you can actually observe planets yourself. You can actually buy
I
a
observe
telescope.
light.
No, you
Yes.
can't.
What got to do with curvature,
Observe
dude? I
light.
thought we was getting back to curvature. This is the
No,
this
we're
is
not
like the
getting back
second
to
or third time
curvature.
I've gotten disappointed about thinking that you're going to get to curvature. A while ago, when you
No.
mentioned something about
Yeah.
let's just
Wait,
go
I
to
don't like him.
geometry,
Wait,
I was
why
like,
do you want to?
yay!
Why do
But
you
no,
want to go
you
back
just wanted
to
to pick a picture,
curvature?
and you were done. And I'm like,
Wait,
Because
can I
Slonk,
actually make my
we
point?
actually never established this point with you.
there's
It's
an
actually
extreme
very
lack of it.
simple.
Point? The curvature?
Sorry, Lou.
Yes.
Sorry,
Oh no,
Lou.
you're good. You're good. Yeah, because Slonk, can we agree if you have a sphere or a ball or a globe, you would need to have curvature, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then we are given a set number of a set numbers for this specific size of ball that we're supposedly living on, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Sure.
perfect. So do you have any proof on how they initially measured the curvature of the Earth?
Well, I cited one experiment, the Bedford level experiment. You didn't find that convincing, I believe.
Okay, explain the Bedford experiment. What they did, what was the method?
Okay, so they measured shadows. They with two poles. With
Wait. Are you talking about the
positions.
Bedford experiment?
Yes.
No, that's not the Bedford experiment. You're thinking of another experiment with shadows.
I'm maybe confusing them.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead and explain the method.
Okay, so you can actually get two poles on way different positions and measure the shadows. And by measuring the shadows, because the sun is very far away, we know the light comes in. How do you say? I know the Dutch word, but I don't know the English word. I'm sorry. Evenredig. Shit.
Okay.
You're looking in live stream voice text.
At a right angle, I guess. No, that's not it.
Sure.
Are you looking for parallel?
Yeah.
Are you
Sure.
looking in live stream voice text?
What? What did you say?
Are you looking in the live stream voice
looking.
text?
Yeah.
Okay, so what did these shadows prove?
By measuring it, because of the different shadows, there are different lengths. You can trace them back to, the sun, and then you can measure the circumference of the Earth.
So that table is a ball then?
Yeah.
What?
Look at the VC text. That's what they're trying to show you. So this specific observation that you talked about doesn't really prove flat or a globe, because you can repeat the same experiment on a flat surface, which is what they're showing you. This exact thing that you're talking about being repeated on a flat surface and getting the same result.
Okay, yeah, but
So
the thing is, so this is only when you make the assumption that the sun is very close, right?
Yes.
So you're making the assumption that the sun is very close.
Yes, but
And
when
how?
he meant
Just like you would make the assumption that it's very far away, and not very close, just closer than 93 million miles.
Exactly. Yes.
Not
Yeah,
only
so
that, but you
that's
can
what
do
I'm
it on a
saying.
flat surface
And it hasn't been
and a
proven that
curved
it's that far
surface.
away.
Um,
Sorry,
it probably
No, it's okay.
has, but I
It's just
don't
not.
have the
It's
evidence.
it's not even the distance of the sun. It's both. Like it can be a faraway light. It can be a close light. It can be a curved surface. It can be a flat surface, and you can get like it doesn't. You can get both effects. Did you not see the examples that we posted? Okay. Well,
I
what's your
saw it,
response
And if
to
it was
that?
far away.
Wait,
Okay, so
why?
so this experiment doesn't prove either flat or globe. Let's just throw it out. Do you have another method to measure the curvature of the Earth?
Not the one that I can think of right now. No. Not just
Okay.
right off the bat. No.
Is there another one that they claim that they have done
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
other than the shadows? Since
I'm
we've
looking
just
at what
established
they have done.
Well, yeah. Well, what
Yeah.
they presented us, right? But we just determined that works on both. It proves neither. So, is there anything else that they have to provide for you, which you should be asking for if you're going to believe in this, right? To substantiate their claims, or is this all that they
Maybe
have?
maybe someone can can link something in the chat, maybe, and then we can
Sure.
talk about it.
Any Globers that could help him out, you can put your links in the chat.
If anyone has anything, another methods.
All right. So here's one thing I wanted to
Yeah,
bring
don't
your
hold your breath
attention
because
back to.
nobody's
Yeah. The thing is, so they somehow, whatever. Let's just pretend like they did somehow figured out the circumference of the Earth, and they got the radius, right? And they specifically give us a number for the curve rate. So, which is 8 inches per mile squared, right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah,
You
sure.
can look this up. I'm not making this up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, sure. That's. I think that's what they claim. Yeah.
Yep. And Drace posted it. So here's one thing I think you should do, and I think we talked about it earlier, or was it the other guy? I don't even remember anymore. But if you go out there, which is why a lot of us are here to begin with, is because we took these numbers, we went out into the real world, and tried to find and measure the curvature. And there was no curvature to be found. There was a lot of flatness going on. So there's been laser tests, there's been long distance observations, there's the black swan. All of these things that we're telling you are something that you can do yourself, that you can go out there, and you don't even need to have any money, you don't need to have any equipment or anything. You just need to get their calculation, their numbers, and go and try to falsify it. And it has been falsified, unfortunately for you guys. So, and if somebody can the FE core laser tests, there's a whole bunch of laser tests
Can you
done.
cite any papers with
Yeah.
laser tests or something?
Yeah, that's what
peer-reviewed?
they're gonna do it. Yeah, they're gonna somebody will post it for you right there. Truth just posted a laser test that was done by a whole bunch of engineers throughout all over the world with different locations, different mediums, all of the variables that could affect what the laser experiment was accounted for. And you can read it. It's like 100 something pages, so you can take your time with it, read it. There's been long distance observation, infrared pictures that were taken that we see mountains, we see rivers and whatnot that we should not be able to see. This is like at 400 kilometers away. These are Truth posted another one for you. And these people are not flat earthers. These are just average photographers that are taking these pictures, and they don't have anything to gain from this. Okay. So we have given you all of these things for you to go verify, to do yourself, to measure out there for yourself, to falsify the curvature. So are you willing to do it? Not right now, obviously, but whenever you have a chance.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, perfect. And if you do, if you can record it, like write it down or whatever, how far away it was, what your results were, and if you can do it over a few periods of days or weeks or months on a different type of atmospheric condition, that would be great. The more the more results that you have or data that you have, the better. So yeah, this is the main thing with the globe. If you don't have this, then you don't have anything else. We don't even need to discuss gravity, stars, and whatnot. It doesn't matter, because this is the basic foundation of a sphere, is curvature, and the curvature has been multiple times been falsified.
Yeah. So, okay, sure. Yeah.
Can I make a point right quick on what she said? I just want to make a point to you that these things
quick,
that she
yeah.
just real quick.
Yeah.
I don't know how to be quick, dude. No, I'm just playing. No, I just want to make a point on what she just said. Like, all this stuff that they give you, all these, like, whatever. I could name down a list of what they all are. None of them are facts. None of them are verified. None of them are, like, every claim and everything that they present to you to support their story of the heliocentric model. You can't test any of it except for one thing, and other than the second law of thermodynamics, because we can observe that. But the only one thing of their entire claim that you can actually test is the Earth. You can measure it to see if it holds up to what they claim. Like, none of the things that they give you are actually things that you can go and you can test and you can verify. It's like, it's not falsifiable. It's not testable. It's nothing that you experience, right? It's nothing that you can observe. It's not part of your reality except for in your mind after you've been told it. You would never believe and have any reason to if they hadn't told it to you. However, everything, I don't know if anyone told you or not, but there's an area at the bottom of the server. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom, when you think you're at the bottom, just keep scrolling until you find an area labeled additional information. You'll see rooms labeled from A to Z. Yeah, look through all that stuff. Anything we give you, anything you find here, you can test. You can verify it, right? You can go check it out. You don't have to go on faith. You don't have to, like, believe a story. You can go test these things and you can go check them out.
Yes.
Everything that they give you, none of it is anything that you can test or verify. And I just want to say, I hope no one bans this guy, like, in the very near future, because don't ask me why, but for some reason I really like the dude. I don't know why I do, because he showed a lot of, like, dishonesty here and there, but I don't think it's like genuine dishonesty from the heart. I think it just comes out as dishonesty because, he's in severe cognitis. But it's like he's humoring me to hell and back tonight, okay? And I like the dude. I hope he doesn't get banned. If he does, I mean, it's all on him, because you do have to be honest. Honesty is like the very number one top thing that's required to participate in this server above all things. And then
Yeah.
Okay, so I digress. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
That was a good point, though. Might even make it less likely that he get banned. So.
Yep. So Slonk, I do want to give you your, I guess, because we do have some new people that we wanted to get to, but I want to let you have the last word, I guess. I'm not telling you to leave or anything, but we're going to try to talk to this person. If not, we could always come back to you. But is there anything that you wanted to make a comment about the curvature or whatever Truth said?
Yes. So, back to the curvature. I got one last point. So, I asked some people to give me some evidence for what they believe, I guess, why there is curvature, or why the Earth is a globe, and someone provided. So, why do we have different night skies on the hemispheres? So on the northern hemisphere, we see different stars, and on the
Oh
southern.
no! Did I cut out right when he was
What?
going to give it? Damn
Oh,
it!
did it cut out?
No, I was hearing him. I think she's gonna come back in, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's actually it. So why do you see different stars on the northern hemisphere than on the southern one?
Okay. So that's a good question. It is. I get why you asked it, but please look into the actual physical measurement of the ground that you're standing on, instead of the things that are above you that you can't really verify. But we, I'm gonna
Your
go
attention, please. Everybody, stop. Subscribe to the Willity channel.
Wow, good one.
So, Patrick, that's just chill. So we'll come back to you, Slonk, in a bit. I did want to give a chance to Egong. You there?
Yes,
I know you want. Hey,
can
Egong, I'm glad that she's getting to you, and I'm looking forward to hear. But I do want to say one thing to this. The thing about the stars, and I will try to find it and post it for you. It's been a while, and I don't remember what I put it under. I don't know if I made a meme of it or what. Maybe someone else has it, and they can post it when I mention it. But Indio posted something, and it was really like the southern, what they call the Southern Cross, the Southern Stars, like were seen and observed above the 23rd parallel. Like how's like that's, just think about that, okay? It was observed and photographed above the 23rd parallel. Now these are the stars that are supposed to be on the bottom of the globe, right? So, but anyway, go ahead. I'll find it and post it for you. Go ahead on with Egong. I know I'm being a sot tonight. I'm sorry.
You're good. Hey, Egong, welcome.
Thank you. I'm just gonna present myself just to let you know what I'm about. I'm just a young teenager that is trying to figure out what's right and what's wrong. I unfortunately was born with malformations in my brain, which turned me into a sociopath with with zero empathy. My bad. My English isn't very good. It's not my first language. But I was just here to ask around, listen to you guys debate on facts about flat Earth and how people lie to
Ben?
us and everything.
Okay.
Well, good thing
that
is
was odd.
emotions don't matter when it comes to this. So, like, whatever you were born with really has no
Yeah.
relevancy to facts. So,
No, it's just a sociopath is very gullible. My whole life I've been taught that the world is a sphere, it's literally a ball. But as I look more and more into it and see more and more lies, I want to figure out why that is. People have always told me that this is right and this is wrong, but in reality, I don't know why it's right and why it's wrong. And this is why I'm here. I'm trying to figure out what it is.
oh, that's good. Best way to do that,
Okay.
and then it's for everybody, is to just stick with the facts, what's verifiable. And I'm sure Lou's ready to. If I'll shut up.
No. If you can take this, truth. I'm not sure how to start off, so.
Well, I mean, it's okay. So your concern about your gullibility. Okay. Well, it's like our
Then he
concern.
can test it for himself.
Yeah, our concern is everyone else's. Is everyone's gullibility, right? So it's like it just fits right in. It's like fits in perfect. So because we just stick with verifiable facts, which doesn't matter how gullible you are or not. If you stick with what's verifiable, and if you test things and let them like reveal the truth to themselves, it's not required for you to be, gullible or not gullible. It's like facts speak for themselves. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
to be quite honest, I'm just here to listen and debates and acquire as much information as possible.
But do you understand what they claim about the Earth? What they claim the Earth's size is?
Not really.
How long have you? How long have you been listening?
Well, I just joined the server.
Like 2 minutes ago or 2 hours ago?
Like about 10 minutes ago, but most of the 10 minutes were spent waiting in the VC, so I can actually talk if I do have something to say.
Okay. Does anyone feel like teaching him first the globe model and what they're claiming, or do you want me? I mean, do you want me to go on with it, or I'm sure Karma's really good at. I'm not going to put her on the spot though. I'll just let you choose.
As soon as he self-proclaimed himself as a sociopath, I am not talking to this man.
Because
I'm sorry, I have bad experiences with those, and I'm not coming near that. No offense.
Okay. So I'm presumed
I
okay
get you.
as an immediate serial killer. That is why usually I don't try to talk and just try to listen, because I am an observant person. But you know what? I think I can.
I'm
find
just saying, if
myself-
somebody says they're a sociopath, then I'm intentionally not going to get involved with that.
Okay. But from what I can see here, you guys have
It's
a
also an appeal to pity, by the way, which is
Yeah,
fallacious.
because there really wasn't any. I agree with you 100% on that, Carmen. Because there's really no reason, like there's no purpose for sharing that or for even saying
Appeal
that.
to pity, of course, is the
Well,
only reason, which is
well,
fallacious and nobody likes.
Okay, I am
But-
just legally required to say that, especially for job interviews.
Well,
This is not a job interview.
Well, for example, right now I'm working as a part-time programmer, and I'm legally required to say that I'm such person, just so they know my habits.
All right. Well, good thing is it doesn't. None of that matters when it comes to facts. So, I'm going to ask you what do you know about the heliocentric model?
Zero. That's why I'm here. I'm here to learn.
Okay, so I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Well, you can go ahead because all I was going to say is maybe you should just listen for a while you learn. You need to look in and learn. You know what they're claiming the heliocentric model is, because you need to know what you're discussing.
Yeah. Okay. So you've claimed that you're here to listen, which I have no idea. It was weird to me why you mentioned that you're a sociopath. I don't know if I.
Hello.
At least knowingly, I don't know if I've dealt with sociopaths. So just as you claimed, just listen, right? And we'll let you. I'm not gonna do anything, but we'll let you just peacefully listen. If you have any questions, just type it in the chat. And all I can say is welcome.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just like a reflex that I've developed nowadays. It's just like something ordinary, and it does catch people off guard. I'm very sorry if I scared people. Or
Yeah, no.
Well,
Don't
I've
worry
dealt
about
with
it.
quite a few of them, so it's.
Oh, okay. You see, I again, I don't know if I don't know if I dealt with. So, I actually will give you the listening pass instead of the VC pass, so that you don't have to deal with all of this. And we'll go from there.
All right.
Yeah, give you time to listen and learn,
Yeah.
and then later on you can, they'll unmute you from time to time, but later on you can get the VC verification back so that you can join in. But I think you should learn. Actually, I will say it's the first self-admitted sociopath I've ever met.
Yeah, which is weird to me. But anyway, again, welcome. You can put yourself on. Thank you. And hopefully you'll learn a thing or two about the place that we live on. Okay.
On the plus side, maybe it means he's better than the other ones we met.
Well,
possibly.
I don't believe he is one, to be honest with you. That's just me. I mean, but anyway, it's neither here nor there. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. There was this one guy in chat, but he left. Dang it. Started with LE, Les Shiffy or whatever. Anyway, do you guys see anybody new? Oh, Ariel is here. Hi, Ariel. Hello. Hey, glad to hear you.
I made it.
Yes. I don't know. Do you guys see? It's just VC.
So we're now talking to the young man who says that he has a personality disorder.
Well, if you want, I can. You can. It's just. He said he wants to listen and learn about the Earth. So.
Yeah, we just chose to do that because, well, I don't know if it's the same reason that Lou did, but he didn't know anything about either model. He didn't know anything about, the heliocentric model either. So.
In mental health, some people take years to get a diagnosis. He said he was quite young, so I'm just wondering. And there are many different personality disorders. Calling yourself a sociopath is a bit outmoded. It's Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity. That's not really a term that is in use anymore. It's really interesting, weird.
Mm-hmm.
And that's quite honest of a sociopath to, stick to the rules. Hi, everybody. I'm a sociopath.
Yeah, it was very odd. I've never heard that before.
And I have to tell you, because I have no empathy, just so that you know what to expect. But I'm really a nice guy.
Yeah, thank you for that. But again, you see, I've never dealt with one. I don't know what to expect at all.
Well, the one I knew murdered some people.
Oh, snap. Okay.
And animals and stuff.
Yikes.
Yeah. It's not exactly a great thing.
Yeah. Hopefully, this one is not like that.
Wait, do you have a new guy to talk to, or?
Oh, I just skimmed through the whole chat. No, we don't. So if you want
to
ask questions.
Um.
Sorry. Truth. You saw somebody new?
Flat Earther and Ladies Not. Damsel medic.
I'm right here.
They're Flat Earther.
Oh yeah. Yes. Hi. Yes. I'm sorry. I forgot to mention you earlier. You were here.
Not a problem, ladies. Not a problem at all. I've only been on here one other time before, and it was several weeks ago, so I don't know if anybody even remembers.
Yeah, I remember you said you were a pilot, right?
No, I'm a medic and a physician assistant that was in the Air Force with a flying unit, so I flew all over with them as their medic, and I've seen the world because of that.
Okay, got it.
Which
That's
means
really
I
cool.
also sat with the pilots a lot. I was in their cockpit a lot. That's where I spent most of my time. So, though I didn't fly the plane, I was riding it the whole time up front. So,
Nice. So, have you seen the curvature by any chance?
absolutely not. Which is one of the reasons I can't be a ball believer. Just can't do it. Flown all over the world, never saw it. Flew over a lot of ocean, and it's real flat.
All right. Well,
Of course it is. Of course it is.
yeah, we get some people that claim they've seen it from mountaintops. So, just wanted to double check.
Well, 12 years of flying would say no, not at all. And I've seen it up from the cockpit, which has the windows that are, not warped by any, curtain.
So have you ever discussed this with any of the pilots that you flew with? Or do they just not think about it?
Most of them don't think of, especially the military pilots, they don't really consider it, too busy with other mission accomplishments to go on. We're busy. It's not like a normal pilot at all. I mean, it's real different kind of a job that we were doing since we were refuelers or, if you're talking to.
Oh, you cut out?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, last words were talking to.
You talk to a.
Oh, I can't hear her.
Damsel.
You keep cutting out.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't know why it's cutting out on me. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Good. Like I was.
Oh my God, what is the timing on these cutouts?
Yeah, I know, right? Maybe drop out and drop back in?
Yeah, I'm going to try that and see if that helps.
Okay.
This feels like when somebody parks the car and you're like, oh, I'm going to get in, and they drive away like a couple of times, stop and drive away. Because every time she was about to start her point, it would cut out. Like, what?
Yeah.
Seems to be working okay right now, but we'll see.
Yeah. Yes. You're fine.
No, I was just saying, though, that the pilots that I dealt with were so busy, they just didn't have time to consider it most of the time. We were on missions and refueling other planes and meeting other aircraft in the middle of the air. So, yeah. And then, if you fly as much as I did, you can tell when any time that you're descenting, even the slightest descent, you can tell. And so if they were pushing nose down constantly to deal with the curve, you'd feel it.
Right, yeah.
Really good point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you don't lack observational skills. You you could you processed what you saw and you knew what you were looking at.
Oh, absolutely. If you fly enough, you can't even sleep on a plane without noticing any descent or elevation of the plane. You'll feel it. It wakes you up, makes you move around. It's all physical.
Yeah, that's definitely right.
Because of your vestibular system or something like that, right?
Well, exactly. As a medic, I have a hard time believing anybody could deal with the weightlessness that they claim to have with a vestibular system. We have people on the ground when theirs gets messed up even a bit, they can't even walk straight. They can't stand up. They can't eat. They're nauseated. They can't read. They can't function. Pilots that's one of the reasons they have a medic with them, especially in the military, is even if they have a head cold, we don't let them fly because of the problems with balance and with being able to operate functionally, in a way that's safe with multi-million-dollar piece of equipment. So you're not going to play with that system. So I'm still trying to figure out how they're doing the weightlessness thing and having no side effects from losing that reference that the system you're built with is it's absolutely necessary. You need to know up and down or you get lost. Our whole orientation is set up on a system that requires a downward force of some sort.
I get you. That's a really, really good point. Love hearing it from somebody who's got the expertise. Makes the Globers have to listen.
Well, even NASA has a professor that is a doctor that is a specialist in the vestibular system. And she claims that they have an amazing ability to overcome this loss of that downward force with no seeming problems, and she hasn't been able to explain that adequately. It's really quite interesting to watch her talks. It actually makes it kind of strange because she talks about the disability that happens with people that lose their vestibular system here on Earth, and it's catastrophic. I mean, you literally cannot hardly move.
What would
Yeah,
cause
it's
you
just
to
like-
lose that?
What was that again?
What would cause you to lose your vestibular system?
You can have an injury, you can have an illness, you can have any kind of infection in that area, which would, again, alter how things. The whole thing is set up on a water, it's a fluid-based system with, basically a crystal like a stone inside that has to float and is responsive to the change in direction. And it just doesn't make sense that if those stones are floating and then setting off the nervous system, the hairs that respond to the electrical stimulation of the stones touching them in certain directions, how that would work in a 0G environment without causing a lot of disorientation pretty quickly. Because even in those micro gravity flights that you take for training for supposedly 0G, they're not hardly able to do anything. If you ever watch those folks, they're kind of just all over the place, but they still have some microgravity that's keeping it going, keeping their vestibular system knowing what is down.
Right.
Thank you for explaining that, by the way. Love hearing it all really detailed explanation. I get too excited. I almost switched to Icelandic. Sorry if I keep stammering.
Yeah, go look up vestibular injuries and go watch videos on the patients that have them and the training that we have to do to get them recovered, even a bare minimum to be able to function. It's quite bad. I mean, it's one of those things that most people don't consider because it's kind of rare. I mean, it is kind of rare to see people with an extreme. People go through a temporary one, and from infections and illness, even a severe cold can possibly cause it. And then you have, vertigo. You'll have severe vertigo, and that's usually a vestibular problem.
Yeah, I don't
Funny,
know if it was
I learned about this when I was a teenager because of Count Vertigo, because I liked superheroes and he's one of the bad guys.
So with me, I don't know if it was the actual injury to my the trauma to my head that damaged the inner ear, the vestibular system itself, or if it was the trauma, the head trauma and neck trauma that damaged a nerve. But there's actually if I turn my head a certain direction, you know how you're not supposed to turn your chin past your shoulders, right? If I turn my head to the left, and then it just keeps getting worse over the years. Now there's different ways I can turn it. If I hold it there for too long, or if I'm bent over in a certain position and then turn my head the wrong way or whatever, it will cause that extreme dizziness. But not only that, it's really weird. And I'm only sharing this because this topic was brought up, but but not only will it cause the dizziness, if it happens if I sleep the wrong way. Okay, so when I do that and the dizziness starts coming on, it's I know I'm starting to get dizzy, and I've got to straighten up or change my head or move my neck, and I'm thinking that it's either something's getting pinched and blood flow is being blocked, or a nerve is getting pinched and it's damaged or whatever. But either way, there's some kind of damage there, right? However, if I sleep the wrong way, because as soon as I straighten up, it goes away. But if I sleep the wrong way and I wake up that way, I am messed up all day long. It's I have to hold on to the walls to walk around. But there's also a few other effects that go along with it, like the extreme nausea. It's you get so sick to your stomach, you're about to puke, and your body feels like it's going to overheat. to where the tops of your fingers, places of your body that you never experienced sweating, you didn't even know that they could sweat, will start sweating.
Yeah, because you're affecting the entire nervous system is linked to your inner ear, and any position that you may have held, like you may have a slow system when you're settled into one position. Those lithostones or crystals, as we call them, settle in the wrong spot or settle in a spot that just kind of responds when you sit up and gives you that sensation of vertigo. Is terrible. It's a terrible sensation for most people because your ocular system, of course, is linked to that vestibular, because that's how your whole orientation of, if you're not.
Yeah, that's actually the only oh shoot, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. No, you're fine. I'm back again.
Okay, I thought it was me again.
No, but just like you said, it's a terrible response. Your whole nervous system goes a little haywire when one part of it is malfunctioning that badly, because it affects all the rest of them other than your sense of smell. Everything is kind of linked to that inner ear, because it orientates even how your eyes position and see the world. So your brain basically goes bonkers, and then you have an endorphin release. That's where the sweating comes from, and the nausea and all that. It's because your body is stressed. It's in panic.
And the hypothalamus too. I was like, that's what controls your body. So I thought maybe whatever it was that was damaged is also maybe damaged that. But I guess if it can, affect it just because the entire nervous system is connected to it, then. But they usually prescribe something like meclizine for it. And it's probably the only prescription medication that I would ever that I do try to keep on hand. It's like, people who's allergic to bees, deathly allergic to them or whatever, they'll keep Benadryl. Well, I keep that on hand, and I've had it for, I don't know, the same. I've rarely had to take them, but because I always try to overcome it myself. But on occasion I will. I mean, when you live alone and you're like that all day long, it's kind of gets kind of rough. So you will kind of give in and take one then. But yeah, if the Earth were spinning, I believe we would definitely know it for sure.
Yeah.
Well, if you've ever had vertigo, and I've had it before because of an infection, and it is so severe, yeah, even laying down, sitting up, everything keeps moving, and brain does not like that sensation. It overloads it, and then your endorphins go, and you're in a panic. It's part of the flight or flight system. So yeah, it triggers it. But yeah, and everybody's different. It sounds like maybe you've had an injury at some point, and so yours may be hypersensitive. You get the stones in the wrong place for a period of time, you shift it, and then it sets it off again. So it could easily be just a hypersensitivity.
I also heard from like a coach or something that if you do eye exercises, that would help with your balance, I think.
Yeah, they do eye exercises to help people that have a permanent injury to the vestibular. They do all kinds of body position. They put them on swings. They put them spinning. They do all kinds of things to retrain the brain to deal with the system being so screwed up. But it takes a very long time and a lot of hard work. It's not an easy thing to overcome. And that's, again, why I have a hard time understanding how astronauts come right out of 100 days or more in 0G and then get out of a spaceship acting like there's no problem. There's nothing wrong.
Yeah, that, and when you look at the footage, it's so badly faked.
Yeah, but the physiology just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense when we are built to be in an environment that has a downward pull, and to put us in a new environment is not going to be easy to overcome. But yet these people act like there's nothing wrong.
Exactly.
Even the faking is so bad, though. You can tell there's even physiological symptoms with some of the ISS footage when they're hanging upside down. There is gravity there because some of them you can tell that their head and their extremities are starting to swell. They have red faces.
Well, they're definitely not in 0G. That's obvious.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're not in 0G at all because again, you can see the physiological effects that you should see if there's a gravity or a downward pull or whatever you want to call it. And it's still there even when they're hanging upside down. Just look at the film really closely when they're upside down, and it's pretty noticeable.
Yeah, it's also Drace just posted where somebody drops a bolt and it just falls. He has to catch it.
Yeah, those are the best.
Yeah, even the tilt of their head sometimes when they're floating, they'll have their head tilted upwards.
And that is because of the
Yeah.
vestibular system. That
Yep.
is exactly why they're doing it. It's because it's still functioning because there is some downward pull.
Yeah. Yeah,
I've
it's
even
trying
seen
to
one.
naturally adjust to it. Sorry, go ahead.
My favorite one is when he tries to do one of those flips, but then he falls in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
But yeah, I would say it's density rather than gravity or something along those lines, though I wouldn't know what to call it. But it's still super ingrained to sometimes just call it gravity because that's what everybody calls it, the globules and what you're taught when you're young.
Well, more than likely it is a downward pressure from more than likely electromagnetics. That's probably what's
Yeah, I've heard that
real.
as well. I
Yeah,
really
real
like that.
answer is something real, but it's been described differently, and I hate using the word gravity because it's not what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about something completely different of what they mean.
Yeah, I haven't personally looked into it enough to be sure what to call it. That's why I just say it's not 0G, because that's what I can see for sure.
Well, it's probably electrostatics and magnetics. That's the most likely causes of a downward pressure mediation.
I mean, I think it's always going to be more than one factor as well, because just
yeah.
like with the whole, an anvil will fall in air, but it will rise in mercury,
Sure.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're going to have buoyancy and density included there, and what the
Yeah,
substance
we live
is.
in a dynamic system.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's not one thing, but there is definitely something more electromagnetic than they want to admit.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, and I
I've seen
think
plenty of stuff for that.
I think the vibrational frequency of objects and of the medium and the relationship between the two plays a bigger role than what we are considering or think or can imagine. Of course, because it's not something that we measure or observe on a
I think
a
what you mean.
frequent.
I think I've seen stuff that fits with what you mean, though, because I remember seeing a video years back where people were lifting rocks with vibrations or making patterns in sand with vibrations. Like vibrations is a big part of the universe.
Yeah, and just and when you think about the electrostatics and electromagnetism and like all of those different the known variables, right, that we can actually manipulate and test out. It's like the vibrational. There's vibrational frequency that like there's a frequency of those like that's associated with that. I mean, it could even be perhaps the thing that causes those things to happen, right? It could like a certain particular type of never mind. I don't want to get too deep, but I just think it plays a bigger role than what we thought or consider, and also like the pressure is that created, right? The pressure, whether it's coherent, whether it resonates, or whether it goes against, right? If it's in opposition, if it's like attracting, or if it's repulsing, it has a lot to do with like the vibrational frequency. Like say the Schumann resonance is supposed to extend up to a certain point, and then you've got like energy from the ceiling, it's coming towards the earth, and it's like where they meet it's like that, I believe, is the point in which, you know, where there's Schumann resonance, and then where it creates like these two pressures that are not like at the points at which there's either a resonance or there's not. Like, I believe that those differentials is actually what very well could be what Tesla was, you know, maybe perhaps that's where he was pulling the electricity out of. I mean, I don't know. I'm just going to stop there, but I believe that there's something that goes on, you know, in the space where the two different pressures meet, and it has a lot to do with vibrational frequency.
Definitely, it's definitely something worth looking into at least more. I mean, it's an interesting thing to look into.
I think if we had Tesla's lab, I'd love to have his lab and not have just be able to play around with it. Could you imagine, like, him? I mean, just imagine the amazement and the excitement, and he had to like enjoy his life probably more than any other scientist that I've ever heard of ever, and he's more of a scientist, I think, than any of these others that they put in these textbooks, like, well, the pseudoscientists, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I believe anybody who lives in pursuit of truth, knowledge, true science is going to be happy. I mean, Flat Earth has brought joy to so many people. I mean, look at the server.
Have you guys seen the experience? A helium-filled balloon, like a normal balloon, connected with a wire and running a charge through it, that it will actually go towards the ground when you put the charge on, and then when you take the charge off, it goes floating back up.
Was it Good Times for All?
I think somebody that was, I think that was who did that. That was actually that was quite interesting to see that helium just changed the ability for it to float or not. So there is obviously some kind of downward pull or downward push of some sort when you involve electricity.
Well, electricity does a lot of funky stuff. I do not claim to understand that fully.
Yeah, I think it's called "Is There a Downward Force?" But I can't, like, if I try to find it and post it, unless it's listed in a video or whatever, you know, then I probably won't be able to connect back to Discord for a little bit, for a while.
Oh, don't worry about it. You can post it another time.
Or like just as you leave.
Maybe if I disconnect from the room and then get it.
Just wanted to say hi to Jenny. Hello.
Hello, ladies.
Evening.
Hi, Jenny.
Oh, hi.
Yeah,
Sounds like you
hello,
girls.
ladies. Thanks for being welcome. It is ladies' night, isn't it? Has it happened?
It is.
Yes.
Have I missed? What? It's already happened.
You're now in the middle of ladies' night, Jen.
Oh, okay,
You're
right,
standing
great.
in
Did
the
you get
middle of the
anybody
room.
coming?
Oh man.
Any heliocentrists coming?
Yeah, we have a few. Or had a few
yeah,
as well, but they're still here.
It's
right.
really
So they're thinking it over, are they?
sounds like seems like we have a really good turnout of ladies tonight.
Yeah, well done.
Yes, glad you're here, Jenny. It has been I think I haven't seen you in a while on these nights.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was here last week. I was here last
Jen.
week.
Jen.
No, not you, Jen. Jenny. I know you were here last week, Jen.
Oh, right.
So,
yeah.
yeah, I've been just like taking a step back a little bit, and I know you were holding it down, and the other girls along with you, and so, but I figured I'm way overdue to come in and see what you girls got going on.
Yes. Yes, please. We'd love to hear you flat smack.
Ooh. I'm a little rusty. I mean, as long as they're not confrontational. I mean, if they want to have a conversation,
Flat
that's all
Earth.
good. But I don't know. I mean, I guess it wouldn't. I don't. You know, I need to really practice. Not saying right now. The 3 points. Think I'm fairly familiar with them, but have I actually performed the 3 points on someone? No. I think it's so important to go over that with every new person, really, who, is welcomed in here as a globe believer. Because where it's important is that it's not science, it's pseudoscience, aka scientism, which scientism is more related to like the religious aspect of the big picture on the world stage. So there's that. But yeah, I mean, this server is popping all the time, every day, nonstop. You guys are like pumping out the music, and it's super great. Oh, speaking of music, is Dandelion in here?
Unfortunately, she was here earlier, but I think she had to leave. So
Yeah,
she's
I think.
usually here in the early. Of
Oh,
Yeah,
I missed her.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think I messaged her, and she kind of just does the introduction and then kind of, tiptoes out of the room once everybody gets in.
Yes.
So, yeah, but so far as a song, a little birdie told me that a song was written for her to sing, and I know she's been needing to take a step back. I'm just wondering if we can ask her about maybe in DM.
Yes, I forgot to ask her about it. I know I said I was gonna do it, but
Well,
my
because
mind.
truth be told, and this was a long time, quite a while ago, like maybe a month ago, I was asked to sing it, but our Aramastan told me that he wrote it for Mary Mom. I'm like, well, okay, so I'm not going to be stepping on any toes. And actually, Mary Mom has the most beautiful voice, and it's a song that is to Bette Midler's "The Rose," and it's just a beautifully written song. But I'm not as like Mary Mom plays the piano, and she's more musically inclined than I am. I'm sure I could do it, but I would probably cry if I heard her sing it. I'm just gonna say. Yeah. So it's like one of those songs. I just think it would be amazing. I asked her about it like a month and a half.
No,
So
or
yeah,
you
I
guys
would
could
love.
collaborate and do.
Well, the way she killed Bobby McGee when she played it that time.
Oh
I
my
mean,
gosh, I know. But
Yeah,
that
I mean,
song
it
is
was.
legendary. I'm not quite that good.
I really want to hear a song by you, though.
Yeah.
I want to hear you sing. And I still use Mary Mom's song as an alarm clock. One with and the Globers one, running.
As an alarm clock.
Yeah, I always wake up to that. If I'm too tired and I don't wake up to that, I have a song where a guy starts screaming in the beginning.
Oh my! I need that. I wish I could have. Yeah, I need to look for a yelling alarm.
Just get the Steel Dragon, stand up and shout, because the first beginning is just stand up and shout, and it gets me up every time.
I
I
need.
tell you
I'm
what,
a chronic. I am a chronic snooze hitter. So
If you're
something like that would just totally wake up my
Me
brain.
too.
Yeah,
This is
I
why I
think
have it. I'm
chocolate.
getting you this. Hang on.
Any chance you can message me the name of the song? Because I'm serious, I'll look it up. I'll make my own ringtone if I can.
Dre shared it. He's so fast. I had this song because me and my mom listen to this sometimes when cooking.
Mm-hmm. Steel Dragon.
It's from a movie. A really good movie,
I think I
actually.
saw it.
I loved that movie as a kid.
I'll play a second. Oh my gosh, that was Mark Wahlberg, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, he was sexy. Movie, if I remember. It's like, yes. Sorry,
He was really
TMI.
good in that movie.
Duh, it's all good.
Well, I went to high school. I graduated in 1989, so you
I
know
was
the
born
like
in
80s.
1993.
Yeah, so when I was in high school, hair bands were the thing. Bret Michaels was hot shit. And let me see. Hair bands. I mean, I don't think that'll ever happen again.
What about Whitesnake? Did you like Whitesnake?
Yeah, I still do.
Oh, I love Whitesnake with what was it called? What was my favorite one? It's something with wolf.
Here we go again. I mean,
No, wait. I'll remember it.
that's mine. Here we go again.
Mom loves that one.
I mean, you
Oh, I
can't
see it.
get
No,
more 80s
Still of the
than
night.
Oh,
In the still of the night, I hear the wolf howl, honey, sniffing around your door.
What
Fucking
about
love
their
that song.
video that they What about their video that they did with that redhead? You can't get more 80s video than that. Like she was on a car and stuff. It's so cliche. But yeah,
Glorious though.
that song is incredible. That
Oh,
man
I
has
love
some
it.
runs on him for sure. And you know
Oh
what?
yeah.
I've never had the privilege to see them live. Does he sound like that live?
I have no idea.
That would be very interesting to know, you know, because they do a lot with music manipulation. People can't sing it live.
Hmm. And the only rock songs I bothered listening to live or having on live was like Rob Halford, I think, because he had that crazy scream in my favorite song by him.
So what's new with you girls? Like with what arguments maybe you've done for Flat Earth or whatever? I haven't really been flat smacking lately.
I left flat earth proofs with the Discord link on little notes, random places outside when I was bored.
Wait, say
Does
that
that
again?
count?
You place some literature somewhere?
No, I always have small pieces of paper and pens with me, always. So if I'm waiting for a car or a bus, I might make like little notes with like flat earth points and then, the Discord link on the back and then just, put them in seats on the bus, put them on signs,
I
just whatever.
love that. Huh. How about
Did it the
that?
last time I was at the dentist.
I'm gonna totally copy that. You can't get more simple than that.
Yeah, do it. Also, I recommend if you like painting rocks or using Posca pens, that's super nice as well.
Huh. That is awesome. Even the rocks thing, I mean, write something on a rock and people go hiking all over the place around here.
Yeah, leave little hidden treasures.
Or yeah, I could go downtown, put something there. That'd be fun, like a little treasure hunt.
Yeah.
But usually when I come in here, I don't really go through flat earth proofs. I focus more on people's cognitive dissonance. Either you're one of a few things, intellectually dishonest, maybe not on purpose. I don't know, but more often it is. Or, you know,
I get you. I usually only jump in when somebody's being fallacious or needs examples of something. Oh, and Grace just said, and that's mostly because I'm yelling so hard. And I'm like, that's part of it.
I mean,
But I agree with what he says. So.
I happen to take the opinion that we should tolerate some what would be considered trolling, but if you continue to act that way and then you go into being like disrespectful, that's when, you should be flung into the void of discord.
Yeah, it's like warning before punishment. I totally agree with that. I work with kids. You never punish before you warn.
Oh my gosh, it's almost like you have to approach it like that.
Oh yeah, the only way to deal with Globers is acting like you're dealing with a first grader or younger.
Well, it kind of makes
harder
sense
they're into the globe.
It kind of makes sense to do it that way, because if you have to go with a clean slate in order to accept other information, I mean, you're starting at square one. So yeah, it's like first grade of flat earth.
Yeah, the problem with me is I could do it so much better, but I'm already like, I've been dealing with this shit at work, and I can't believe a grown-ass man is using the same fallacy a 6-year-old used on me today. And that annoys me, and then I get a little...
You know what pisses me off out of it is when it's like you're teaching someone as if they're in first grade, and then they turn around and they want to come up and get the chalk out of your hand and tell you to go sit down so that they can tell you how it really goes.
Oh yeah, that shit.
Yeah.
And it's always just bare assertions and stupid shit where you're like, oh my god, just more fallacies.
Well,
the fallacies annoy me.
It's not a wonder to me that everybody has to deal with so many fallacies discussing this topic, because, the heliocentric model is, these quote unquote theories based on other theories. And it's just, so when you unpack things that aren't true, you're going to find issues in that, it's because you have to rationalize. I mean, that's what a fallacy would be. You're trying to rationalize what you want your answer to be.
Yeah, it's just, even when I was a younger kid, our family, well, me, my brother, and mostly mom would be more logic-based. So even as a kid, I had a hard time, like, dealing with the kids my age, because I was like, why are they just making decisions based on emotions?
That's the worst thing you can do, for sure.
I felt like a Spock on the Enterprise, I'm like, I'm surrounded by these humans.
My goodness.
Okay, so if you guys, girls, don't mind, I was gonna end at the top of the hour with the music.
Is there gonna be any arena action following what we're doing?
Not that I know of. The one that we were supposed to have last week totally was a letdown and a disappointment.
You're talking about that teacher?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got super hyped, and then, like, apparently I went to the bathroom and missed it or something, like, or went and did the dishes, and then I missed it because it was so short, and she bailed. Mega bummer.
It was he, by the way. Yeah.
My bad.
He must not have had much of a science
missed
acumen.
it.
We
I got stoned and I missed it. Remember that song? I got stoned and it rolled right by. I can't do it like they did. I have to try to get too low.
I
But
want to
Dr.
listen to
Hook,
that.
remember that?
I don't remember that. I only had the one.
You're gonna have to post
I was
that
gonna
one,
do the thing, but then I got high.
Yep, that one I remember.
No, it's like they literally sing it like I was I wasn't like, I was trying to, yeah, I'll post it.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I forget. You got, I'm old compared to you guys.
It's also I'm Icelandic, so it's limited what I've been exposed to.
Hey Lulu, what song are you wanting to close out with?
Well, so in the honor that's not Jenny. You don't have a song. You need. I could play it, but it's been a while since Karma and Drace joined us, so I was gonna play one of their songs. And just want to say thank you for everybody that joined us. And Helio, if you're listening, you can end it after the song ends. Any closing statements you girls want to make?
Thank you, Lulu.
Yeah, you're
Am
welcome.
I in? Hello.
One moment there, sir. And also really great to see you, Damsel Medic. Please join us often, as well as you, Jenny, as well as you, Karma, and Ariel too. Damn, a lot of people joined today that don't usually join. So glad to see you guys. And Truth too. You've been MIA. Holy Lord.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I have to like continuously, like even still, I'm having, like it's really been a task to stay in here.
I know.
It's like if you hear me sometimes go test, it's because it's really weird because it's like I can't hear anything going on in the room. I can see them lighting up and I can hear them, but then if I don't say anything and it's quiet, then I just lose sound. I quit hearing them. But then as soon as I make a noise in my mic, then I can hear them again. And then if I lose sound long enough, then it's like I lose it altogether to where I don't even come through and I have to disconnect and come back. It's just some really weird shit. I don't know what's going on with it. But oh well.
Yeah,
It's a
I
challenge.
know. But we're glad to have you tonight and glad everything worked out for tonight at least.
Can you tell that I've been done? Like it's been so long.
I know.
It's like I'm built up and it's just like all trying to come out all at the same time. Anyway.
Yep. But yeah, great to see all of you ladies here. And I'm not telling you guys to go away after ladies' night. Please stay. After the music is done, continue with your conversations, please. Okay. So this is by Drace and Karma. I'll post the link there.
I want to hear chocolates too after.
Oh snap! Hold on, it's not working. Is it working for everybody else?
No.
Oh, okay, then technical difficulties. Please, one moment.
Fucked it up a little bit.
There we go.
If you know how they raise you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt the host, you get the gist then. On your own, when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, it got you working to the bone. Do you know how they raise you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
raise you in a system. So you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, every baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let it disco. Ocho Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny, such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Hell yeah.
Whoop whoop. Yep.
There it is.
Yep. That was Drayson Karma, The System. Check it out. I posted the link. Their YouTube link. Check
Man,
it out. And they got a lot of songs too. So this is just the beginning. Mm-hmm.
Loved it, guys. Loved it.
Yep.
We should
Like
play
this
Lulu's
entire
song as
circle.
well.
We
Do
got new
what?
people. We got new people.
Hi,
But
can I speak now or no?
yes,
I don't know. Can you?
Arthur, you may.
Nope.
Hey, I wasn't sure if you wanted to end it right there. I mean, I heard you talking, Lulu. I mean, right at the end of that song. I mean, did you want me to end it right there? I just did.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Right.
Yeah, usually after the song ends is like a nice segue into
cool.
the.
So now
to the
we're
end.
we're offline right now, and
Woohoo!
I'll
We can
start the
talk
live
about
stream
anything.
again here shortly. So you guys, by the way, that was badass. Good
Hell
show,
yeah.
ladies. That's good stuff. Continue. Yeah, somebody wanted to ask the ladies some more questions.
Yes, I think Arthur. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not gonna challenge the geocentric or like heliocentric model currently, but I just want to ask you. I was looking in your additional information thing, and I saw the debunks for Einstein's theory of relativity, and I wanted to know what you, specifically the people in this VC, thought about that, and if they agreed with the debunk video.
Do you mind posting it? I don't remember everything here, so I.
In the wait, let me scroll down to it again.
Yeah, what was there a specific thing that you disagreed with it, or I mean, you can share with us.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Share
and
with us.
also something that I wanted to point out before. This is before I had the ability to speak. I joined earlier. The dude who claimed it to be what was it, a sociopath? Weird dude, right? But the claim of him, what was it? Appeal to pity. That's a false fallacy call. Just want to point that out because appeal to pity. That would be like in reference to his argument,
Who are
like
you
saying
talking
he's
to?
appealing to pity to give like validity for his argument. I'm talking to who was it? There was someone who called the appeal
Yeah.
to pity call.
Don't.
What was that?
It doesn't matter.
All right, so back to this.
Yeah.
It's in the Gravity channel. Like, go down to additional information. It's in Gravity, and if you scroll up, you'll see the video that's on Einstein's theory of relativity.
The reason why that people are investigate gravity is because if you don't have gravity, you don't have the heliocentric model.
Okay.
So that's the reasoning behind that information. But there's many different coincidences with the heliocentric model. Gravity is not the only thing. Well, I mean, it's pretty much everything.
So, I'm off the clock, dude. I don't want to do the work. Can you just
Wait,
post the link?
Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can find this. I'm scrolling. Oh, here it is. Dissident science. Why special relativity is wrong. Post it where? In lobby?
No. Wait. Do you even have? So the live stream voice text right above us.
Oh, I see it.
Yep.
There, I just posted it.
Okay. How
So,
long? So what's your contention
specifically
about?
talking about. Okay, yeah. The video itself, it doesn't actually refute entirely Einstein's theory, because the problem with this is that theories aren't made to be objective, right? Theories aren't objective things. We don't claim they're objective, right? But we, using Occam's razor, like, we would use the theory which takes like the least amount of assumptions. So pointing out like little discrepancies or little inconsistencies or wrongs that a theory has doesn't refute the entire theory itself, but that's not mainly what I'm talking about here. It's his debunk in general, stating that particle accelerators like show information that are their observations that contradict the theory of relativity, which is actually false. The entire point about theory of relativity, like the infinite mass stuff,
My bad, guys.
The speed of light, this
Do you
theory,
think that
yeah.
special relativity has gone through the scientific method? This is our main concern with special relativity.
It is a theory. It's a theory. It has to have
So-
gone through
Well, I
this
mean, I'm just wondering if you know whether or not it's gone through the scientific method. You know this.
If we know, okay, all right,
And
yes.
it's-
The problem, actually, no, I'm just gonna say this. The problem with what you're asking me is, I feel like the conclusion you came to when you think of the theory of relativity is that you don't know whether it's gone through the scientific method. Therefore, we can't give it or hold it to like any.
Actually, I
standard.
mean, as far as I'm concerned, special relativity is just a bunch of numbers on a chalkboard. It's not.
Okay, are you aware? All right, if I write 1 + 1 = 2 on a chalkboard, that's a bunch of numbers on the chalkboard. Are you aware?
Well, I know I can put two fingers up and I call it two, right? No, but
yeah, but that's so you're.
I mean,
you can use
but,
math to describe reality,
no.
but
The
it's
problem,
not actual reality.
the problem with what I'm getting from you right now is that you seem to not believe in math. Am I right? Am I right?
Hold on. Let's describe
Okay,
math.
Archie.
Let's describe math. Is
No,
math
let's not move on.
Wait.
Okay,
Wait,
one at a
he's
time.
moving on. He's changing. He's going from one to another. He's just jumping. We're going back to what you were saying about theory and scientific theory.
Arthur?
You know the difference between a theory and a scientific.
Dude, I'm not trying to jump from point to point. I'm just
sorry,
responding
okay.
to
But
the
it was.
patience
Well,
you give me.
I mean,
You
it's
were-
like I was asking if any form of Einstein's theories are actual science, or they're in the realm of not physical sciences, right?
Okay.
No, it's taken as a scientific theory. Am I correct?
All right. Then I'm going because
way?
you're. I feel like
No,
I feel like your
they
question.
look at it-
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Wait, are you gonna
Hold on,
allow me
King
to respond?
No, give me a
Yes.
second. Give me a second. It's taken in as
okay.
a scientific theory. It isn't. Just take it in as one.
It isn't a scientific theory. Okay.
Is it part of the physical
You're all right.
sciences?
The question you were giving me whether I believe
I was asking for
Einstein's
physical
theory is
science. That was my
yeah. I feel like that question is assuming the conclusion. Because I believe, right? I believe something that has been taken as a scientific theory for many years now, something that's like engraved into society as something that is correct, something that someone won a prize for. I don't see why the skepticism is necessary. While I do understand why there is skepticism, and I do understand that you can have like different views, but simply saying that you see it as just chalk the numbers on a chalkboard, or saying that we don't know for certain that it's gone through the scientific method, that isn't refuting the theory itself. You have to show me a discrepancy, show me something is wrong within the theory, and then
hold on. Let me ask you this: what do you think that the theory of relativity, general, or what's the other one? Fuck. And what do you think it's describing? As far as
what do I think it's describing?
Yes, special relativity
Are
or general.
Are you aware of the conclusion? Yeah, are you aware of the conclusion?
Sort of, I guess. I mean, it's
okay. Yes. All right. I'm seeing
spatial anomalies or all
Space-time
kinds of
bendy
I'm seeing a
ball
trend here.
equals curve equals.
Okay.
No, hold on.
I'm seeing a very hold on.
Yeah,
Let me say
I'm
something
just
real quick. I'm seeing a very big trend here. Whenever I bring up the theory of relativity, right, and I bring up science, you start making fun of it by saying, bendy space equals ball, whatever. You say, you just see numbers on the chalkboard. And then hold on. Let me finish.
Oh my God. Can everybody just slow down?
Sorry, I'll be quiet.
I want to actually give him the opportunity to tell us what the conclusion is. I mean, you asked me if I knew.
Okay.
I know a little bit and a little bit more about it, but I mean, what do you think it describes?
Actually, then I'd like to ask you something. Then, what position do you hold on the theory?
Asked me a question, and I said I know a little bit about it, but you said.
Let me explain my relevancy, please. Let me explain my relevancy. So basically, you right, or I'm asking you if you are holding the stance that the theory of relativity is not valid, right? And the reason I'm asking you this is because on multiple occasions you've made fun of it and openly showed that you don't understand it and said you know a little bit about it. So I'm asking you if you're on a refutive standpoint when talking about it, and if so, why you who clearly does not hold like a very high understanding of the theory of relativity or general relativity, why should I take your word and like use it or like hold it to any standard of validity?
All right, so for the most part, it's because you can't validate what it describes when it comes to outer space and everything. It doesn't really describe things naturally. I mean, from what I understand, just in the general like low ball sense of the three-body equation, you can only it doesn't totally fix everything. With this solar system spinning around, universes and or galaxies and stuff like that. It doesn't fix that. It's just like it's really kind of doesn't really describe it well. In their model, because they don't actually.
You keep using these really vague terms and never giving like any evidence or reasoning as to why what you're saying is right.
Give me a more solid term to describe it. I'm asking you, do you understand it?
Okay.
Tell me.
So, do I understand it? But you're the one on a refutive standpoint. Yes, I do understand general relativity.
So now you're just waffling.
Okay, hold on. No.
You can't describe it.
What? Okay. No, I'm asking you now. I'm telling you, I completely understand general relativity to an at least like high degree, right? Now, you who has voiced that multiple times now that you don't fully understand general relativity. Would you like me to teach you what it is so you can actually formulate an actual debunk instead of saying the solar system, it doesn't fix anything? That isn't a debunk. That isn't a refute, right? You have to provide evidence or evidence
really
and
just
reasoning
kind
or
of like
something.
magic. It's math magic, to describe how balls spin around the universe when the Earth is obviously not a ball.
Okay. Again. This is not. This is not reasoning. This is not evidence. You're saying, oh, it's just magic.
You guys can have at it now. I just told him why. Anyway,
I'll give you one reason. It hasn't gone through the scientific method, so therefore it's not a scientific theory.
Okay, all right. So you said that the theory, which won a prize for someone who's praised as one of the greatest scientists of all time. Okay, all right. I'm just gonna say that you're completely wrong there. The theory of relativity and general relativity has no scientific.
Popularity,
which is not logical.
Give me the absurd phenomena, which Einstein.
Okay.
That's
all right.
one of the
Again,
scientific
right? What you guys are doing? This is a burden.
You don't understand what is a scientific
hold on.
method.
I'm calling. No, dude. I never. Why are you? Okay. Why are you like being so hostile? Like, why are? All right. Can you please keep it civil? Okay. We can take turns talking, right? And then we can like come to like a general consensus.
Maybe it's got a little bit to do with your attitude and the way you're presenting yourself, dude. Maybe that's what it is.
Okay.
Because you're presenting.
All right. I'll be
as,
calm. I'll be calm. Okay.
No, don't be condescending and don't be like presenting it
I
as
said
if
I'll
it's
be
like
calm. All right. I can be calm.
engraved in society as fact. Like how's it engraved? By indoctrination. So if you wanna show us how it's engraved factually, then provide something that's factual, some verification, and present it that way, and do it intellectually, and not with this condescending, passive aggressive, and then you won't get this attitude back.
I'll stop being condescending and passive aggressive. Instead, I'm just gonna ask. All right.
Just a second.
Are you gonna let? All right. So you keep. Okay.
Just a second. The argument itself is also an appeal to popularity. It's not logical or rational. You don't have any rationale to back your bullshit. Just stupid fallacies. That's why I'm getting mad.
And wait, how am I?
Wait, okay, so rational and try to frame something logically.
Okay.
Hey, hold on.
No, I'm gonna. Okay, are you gonna let me speak? What?
Not yet. I'm about to restart the live stream. I want this to be on the live stream. I'm about to restart it after Ladies' Night. Please, guys. So, but yeah, I mean, all of us have pointed out where you're not giving. You have been a little condescending and acting like we don't know what you're saying and all that.
Actually, I'd say that's very hypocritical because that last person who spoke was very rude to me and no one said anything.
Okay, well, I would ask.
Now you're just appealing to your feelings.
Appealing to my feelings, but that's what you know. But that's what you did. That's what.
No,
I know we did.
I don't like irrational.
Guys, hold on. I muted him because I wanted to just calm the whole thing, and him talking is not going to
we got to stop because I'm about to restart the live stream.
So
holy shit.
So can we
start the live stream for people to just start? It's like I'll hit play and everybody just be yelling at each other.
I know. That's why I want to calm everybody down. But can we have one person talk to him because? Like 5 of us getting on him is also not going to be productive for anybody.
No,
so let's have one person who wants to volunteer, and please let that person get to the conclusion. I know he could be a little bit annoying already. No offense, Arthur, but yeah, please, guys, girls, thank you.
Well, I don't want to be the one who's going to do it.
I don't care. I'm gonna mute him
I'll
now.
talk to him for a little bit, and then I'll pass it out because I just want to get. I want to get to the few points that I had that he doesn't have any science for it, so he can't validate it. Okay. And Eisen didn't have it.
Okay, Elbow. Yeah, you want to take it? Go ahead, bro.
Who was that, Elbow?
Yeah.
Doesn't have gravity.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not just go 4 people at a time on this guy. Please, guys. Please.
I'll be concise.
Yeah, Elbow, go for it. It's all you.
All right.
And Arthur,
give me a second. I'm almost.
Okay, wait. No, don't go for it yet. Wait.
All right. I can hold off for a minute.
No, not you, Helio. Everybody else, wait.
Oh, me. Okay.
Oh, I was waiting for you to hit play, Helio.
Yeah.
All right. Give me about 3, 2, 1,
and
go.
10 years later.
So, King, quick question: do you know what it takes for something to become a scientific theory?
Are we moving on from the previous point and going to?
No, it's about the previous point, but this is crucial to what you think that Einstein has.
They're going to give you their definition of what science is.
Okay.
Matthew, did I ask you to
so you
condemn any comment?
wait. So do you have a different definition of science?
Don't.
do.
Oh, really?
You do.
What is our definition of science, Matthew? Since you're strawmanning.
No, sorry. I was just helping the conversation so we'd know what you guys were going to do.
You open your big ass mouth.
Oh, give it away. I'm sorry.
Okay. Can you guys keep it
Matthew
civil?
hasn't had a nice day. Elbow.
Let's have Arthur and Elbow and Arthur, please. Everybody else try to scream behind muted mics. Thank you.
I'm not asking about the definition of science. I asked him, does he know what it takes? A scientific what it takes to have a scientific theory.
All right, theorem. Theorem. Why is that
scientific
theory? Yes, I am aware of like the scientific method. You have to test the theory. I am aware of it. You know, I did science. Still do. So
what is a scientific theory?
Why is this relevant?
What is a scientific theory?
All right, so let me ask you then. Are we talking about whether the general relativity theory or whether this went through the scientific method, or do you actually just want to know if I know what the scientific method is? Because I feel like that's kind of a tangent. It doesn't really matter.
It's not part of the tangent. It's not that. It's just because it has to go through it to become a scientific theory.
Right, so that's why I'm asking.
What is a scientific? If you know what is a scientific theory, then you should know that that's not a scientific theory.
It isn't what? It's been tested. It's what? It's been.
When did Einstein test his when he had what is his hypothesis? What is his observed phenomena?
Okay. Okay, so basically how the theory of relativity came about is you observe phenomena, as you said, observe things that we don't really have an explanation for, right? And then you give your own theory on why you think said thing is the way it is, right? Then you test your theory, right? Then you go through your theory, you try to work out any kinks, right? To your knowledge, right? And the problem that I'm sort of having here is that you are saying that this did not go through the scientific method, which I don't see why we should believe this instead of believe that it did, because Einstein himself tried to debunk the theory of relativity. Right?
Hold on. What? Stop. So you think it did? You believe it did? So can you provide any evidence of that?
Evidence in logical reasoning. Are you aware you can have evidence?
I want evidence of the scientific method. What he did. What is his hypothesis? What was his conclusion? What was his test? What was his observed phenomena? First of all,
I think he got a phone call or something.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
Oh, serious?
Pretty sure somebody told him, "Hey."
Man.
Very convenient, huh? No.
Oh, yes.
No, that could have happened, but definitely. I mean, you were doing great, Elbow, man. Yes, excellent, good questions. You're right on track, bro.
All right, I'm here. So, your question again. I'm asking you. Do you know what evidence and reasoning is?
That's not my question. My question was, what was his observed phenomena? Provide the evidence of his scientific test, his experiment.
Okay. Yes. Right. My evidence, like I said before, is evidence and reasoning. Okay. The evidence and reasoning that I have is right because under Occam's razor, what my conclusion would be like a more valid conclusion than yours, because what I say is that it has this theory. Okay. Why did you just ask me to prove something and then you interrupt me while I'm like giving my evidence or giving my argument?
He's still indoctrinated.
Oh my God! I mean, I'm done with this guy. Y'all can have him.
What?
Because all you're talking about is what a story you're about to spit out because of something that you think or believe.
Yeah, we're going to talk about science or reasoning and logic. I mean,
yes, logic is science.
No,
I'm so confused. You guys, okay, listen, right? You guys are
you've been using
very
fallacies
like
nonstop.
like
you don't have reason and logic.
Okay,
it's not
right.
under Occam's
You
razor.
haven't,
It's
but
not the most simplest
you
solution.
haven't heard my,
You
you haven't
are
heard my
just
argument. So why are you saying
delusional.
this? Okay.
According
Why
to
are,
Hitchens
why are you
razor,
guys,
I
why
can
are you guys
dismiss you on
allowing, why are you guys
baseless
allowing this
claims.
person to
Why can you
disrespect me?
not
But if
stop
I say
talking?
anything
Are you
condescending, then there's a
retarded?
problem. I'm still
if
confused, bro.
you actually be quiet and listen to what he's telling you, you would
Come on,
know
Yes, but no,
what
but
he's
what he, but
telling
no,
you.
but he's presupposing my argument. He presupposed my entire argument. I didn't say anything.
No shit. That's what the
Yeah, the scientific question isn't fair.
Calm down a little bit, please. Please calm down. He's trying to go through a scientific argument with logic and reason, which they're connected, but they're not the same thing. And he's not.
Yeah, it is. Logic is the framework through which
Well,
we
anyway, we're not
understand
going to
things.
do this. Hold on. Elbow was trying to tell you that, and we all recognized it. That's why we're all getting triggered. Just don't get triggered.
I
guys.
literally have not heard. You have not heard my argument, and now you're saying, "Oh, you're about to go on a story."
How
Like
about
that's
here,
seriously disrespectful.
guys?
Just
Okay.
stop talking.
Well, let's give him enough rope. Go ahead, explain your whatever it was that you were going to explain.
So, again, the logic and reasoning that I'm giving is that since this theory, right? Since this theory had, oh wow, okay, sorry about that. All right, since this theory has won many prizes, right? Since this theory has been recognized by many scientists, right? Tested by many people, right? Because that's the only way it can be accepted as like a valid theory, right? Every other theory, right, has to go through the same. If you win a prize, it has to be tested, right, in order to see if it is worthy of that prize. So basically, the conclusion I come to.
I know he's. Hey,
All right, so you're allowed to be disrespectful, but not me.
Go finish.
Let him finish.
Let him
I
finish.
think we're all about to say the same thing.
Let him finish his stuff.
Yeah,
if you,
like, what's the point? This entire time they haven't listened to anything I've said.
Yes, we have. We're listening.
Sorry.
We're
We're quite familiar with this argument, so it's not
because
like
they've won awards. They've won awards, and then what? Go ahead.
Okay, again, right? For this to be accepted worldwide as a theory, right? Again, we've talked about the scientific method. For it to be accepted as a valid theory or a theory that has not been disproved, it has to have gone through the scientific method. And I feel to assume otherwise, right, under Occam's razor, that's a much bigger assumption or a much bigger leap in logic
Here's
than
another.
what my
Here's
conclusion
another
is.
logical.
I don't think I understand what that means, but okay.
Logical fallacy is just like appeal to authority. Do you know how it was?
That's not. No.
All right. Well, are you familiar with it? How was the theory of relativity proven through the scientific method? That's really where the beginning of the argument was.
Yeah.
That's why I asked, and he goes through logic and reasoning. Is because they accepted it and appeal to popularity and appeal to
authority.
Yep. All logical fallacy.
I posted a video.
If you think you're logical, you're completely illogical. That's called logical fallacies, my friend.
Okay, no. All right. First of all, you called. Okay, no. Hold on. I just let you speak. Let me speak.
He's saying something. Hold on. Let him finish.
I posted a video in the text stream. It's Michio Kaku, astrophysicist and string theorist, special expert of yours. And he admits it. They don't use the scientific method. Your assumption is wrong.
Okay, this is the only. I can't speak, can I? That's
You're
not something.
speaking right now. What the?
Yes, but no, it's speaking and not being. Who's that?
Do you know who Michio Kaku is? Do you know who he is?
I can't understand what you're saying. Your mic is.
Asking if you know who Michio Kaku is.
Who?
Exactly.
Yes.
He doesn't know.
I didn't know. I literally didn't hear you. I can't understand this dude's mic.
He asked you if you know who Michio Kaku is.
Can one person? Okay, Mitchell. Okay, yeah. I've heard that name before. Yes.
I've heard that name before.
So,
we know who he is, and we're freaking flat earthers, tard.
I knew who that guy was when I was 10 because he's always on freaking TV.
Exactly.
So I can All right. I am assuming
Anybody
since
interested in
everyone's quiet,
science
then
would
I can
basically know who
then
this
I can
is. It's
move
like
on.
Neil deGrasse
Yeah.
Tyson and all those other guys.
Yeah, I don't understand. Okay, so basically, what I'm gonna say now is, right, you've made two fallacy claims. You said that I committed an appeal to authority, right? I did not commit an appeal to authority because what an appeal to the authority is me saying that since this person said it, therefore it must be true. That is not.
You
That
just
was in
said
no
that.
way.
You said
You
scientists.
just said
This is being recorded, dumbass.
I'm going to repeat what you said.
No, that's not what I. That's not what I said. That's
You
not.
said.
Okay, let me. All right, if that's what you. No, that's if that's what you interpreted. No, if that's what you interpreted my argument as, let me clarify. Okay. So.
It's
right.
How do you
First of all,
interpret? Oh, since
What?
Wait a second, since it's been accepted
let me clarify.
scientists.
Let me clarify. All right. I did not. First of all, it's literally not possible for me to commit an appeal to authority because we're talking about a
You're supposed to
theory.
be clarifying.
Theories. Right. Right.
You
Theories
said logic
themselves.
and reasoning. You said logic and reasoning. Where theories come from?
We're talking about the theory of relativity. Okay, listen,
You
right?
logic and
Yes,
reasoning.
I know, right? No, all right. Let me say this, right, damsel. I am not using logic and reasoning to prove the theory of relativity. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm using.
Yeah, we know that.
No,
bro. Okay, right. I'm using logic and reasoning to prove that, or to say that the theory of relativity had to, at some point, right? We can conclude this had to have some point gone through the scientific method, right? That's why I am saying that I didn't
That's like
mean
telling you it didn't.
okay.
Your assumption that it did
Bro,
is a fallacy.
you keep
You're
interrupting
appealing.
me.
No, yes,
Dude,
I'm
you keep interrupting
because
me.
you're lying to the audience and you're lying to yourself.
I'm lying to myself and to you. When am I lying? Okay, bro. Okay.
First of all, you lied about what you said because you literally said the thing that you claimed you didn't say. Then the second time you started lying because.
When did I? Huh? When did I
Dude, you
claim
can
something
listen
that I
back on
said
the
I
stream.
didn't
Do you realize this is being recorded?
Okay, what did I lie about? Tell me what I lied about.
So you didn't appeal to authority when you did.
Appeal to no. What I said was
And then you said
I
it was
wasn't
physically
saying
impossible for you to
I was
do
not
that,
saying
and a bunch of other stupid shit.
No, wait, hold up. No, I did what I said. I did not say that scientists they approve of the theory of relativity, therefore it must be true. What I'm
said it was
saying is
popular, therefore it must
right.
come to the scientific
No,
method,
let me
which you
finish
assume it
my
has.
let me finish my clarification, bro. Let me
And I
please
showed
let me
you a
finish my
citation
clarification.
from an expert
Let me
in the
finish,
field.
bro. Let me finish my
Listen
clarification,
to the
man.
words that are coming out of my mouth instead
Okay,
of talking.
why would I
and then
listen to
maybe
you if you
could
don't want to listen to
understand
me?
instead of being retarded.
What? Why, dude? Why would I listen to you if you don't want to listen to me? I've listened to
We
you this
did
entire
listen
time,
to
but you
you.
keep
Every time he's talked, you've talked over him. Are you freaking kidding me? There's not been one line that's come out of this man's mouth that you have not interrupted him. So you don't have a right to whine about that when you've been doing that since the beginning.
This is so hypocritical. This is
My
actually the
God.
most hypocritical conversation. Okay, listen, right? Again, the reason all right, let me clarify this one more time, right? The reason I did not commit an appeal to authority fallacy is because I did not say that scientists approve of the theory of relativity, therefore the theory is true. I said that. Okay, let me finish, right? I said that scientists around the world have accepted the relativity, right, and the theory of relativity, and the only way for them to okay, can I finish? All right, the only way for scientists, right, widely to accept the theory of relativity, right, is for it to have gone through the scientific method. I'm not claiming that the theory of relativity is objective. What?
So back to zero, back to the scientific method. How, forget everything else, how did the theory of general relativity go through the scientific method? Can you just tell us about that instead of everything else you just said?
What? But I thought are we not talking about whether it...
Back to zero. Answer the question.
Right, no, but zero, but that's not what zero was. Zero was whether it went through the theory of the scientific method or not.
Asked you. Yes, that's what Elbow asked you. So go ahead and tell us how it went through it.
Right, and that's that I just gave you my evidence.
No, your evidence is that you're appealing to authority because
I'm sorry.
accepted.
You just said that you did not use that as evidence as being your proof for the general relative theory of general relativity. So I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt and give you a chance to explain yourself, to tell us how it went through the scientific method. Please go ahead.
Okay. I seem to be like picking up on a misconception here. I'm not proving the theory of relativity. That's not what I'm doing, right? Because it is just that, a theory, right? A theory is not something that is objectively true, right?
So
But that
then
doesn't
we
mean we
don't need
don't
to
accept
talk
it.
about it. Then
Well,
throw
then-
it out the trash. Nobody cares about it if it's
What? No, but
objectively true.
everything,
Yeah,
everything.
so
No,
let's
everything.
move
It's
on.
No,
not
listen.
objective. Listen,
Almost
Arthur,
no,
do you
almost
keep
everything we know,
Arthur?
almost everything we know and stuff is not objective. Almost everything we know,
That
we
is true.
assume.
That
No,
is
we
true. But if
assume.
you're
No, we
talking,
assume that our perception
if
isn't
you're
controlled by like aliens. We assume we aren't lying down in an alien spaceship, like and we are dreaming of this entire world. We assume. We assume we are not in a simulation. We assume
Bro.
all of these things. These are all
Arthur?
assumptions. Nothing we
Arthur?
know is objective. Yeah, no, I'm
Arthur?
not. I'm
Well,
not staying
nothing
in
we
here.
know is
You people,
Arthur?
you people seem to be
Bring it back
intellectually.
to reality.
You
Bring it back
are
to
a
reality,
Okay,
bro.
so just a recap: no proof of gravity has been provided.
Yeah.
No
So
experiment. No hypothesis. Nothing was provided. Thank you.
did he leave? Oh no. Damn it. Arthur. Back. That was the weirdest spiral I've ever heard in my life.
Incidentally, for the record, I wasn't laughing at that dude. I was laughing at that meme Omega post to fucking Ronald McDonald. So sorry, everybody. I'm glad that person decided to disengage. That was really cringy. Ooh.
Yeah, he didn't seem to have the capability of listening.
No, no,
Or
no.
explain.
I'm not
or
appealing to
speaking,
authority,
or talking.
but what I'm saying is they accepted it.
So it must be true.
They won awards. I'm not saying it's appeal to authority, but they won awards, so they accepted it. So they must have gone through the scientific method.
Yeah,
I'm
that
not
was my
saying
favorite part.
I'm not saying it's
Prizes.
appeal to authority, but it was so popular, so it must have gone through the scientific method, right?
I
Possibly.
mean,
It must be probable.
yeah, and at the end, he couldn't really explain how it went through it. Went to aliens. I don't know what the hell that was.
It's also when somebody, instead of saying, "Oh, okay, I might have misspoke," or changes their stance that way, and instead goes, "I never said that," and tries to deny their own words, there's a red flag from the start. Because
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, you know what else? I mean, didn't Einstein receive a Nobel Prize for this?
I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
Well, yeah, Obama
Yeah,
got a Nobel Prize for nuking stuff with his drones. I mean,
I know,
he
right?
must have proved something
Yeah,
with the
but
scientific
I'm
method.
just saying, it's like, I mean, it's like he spiraled so hard. It's like,
Yeah,
hey,
he
it's
did.
okay if this was science. Let's actually talk about this. And he just kept screaming over everybody, and we were screaming over him a little bit. But at the same time, it's because we know this stuff. We've been looking into it for a long time. So it's like, where's Einstein's scientific proof for his quote unquote theory, right? And so that's our question. We're not trying to take the piss out of people that believe it. We just want to find the proof that he's actually proven his theory of relativity. Not a big deal.
I
Why do
actually
they
wanted
fucking
to.
get so triggered, man?
I wanted to ask Matthew. I know you were trying to help the fella out earlier, but what do you think?
I think there was a disconnect about what he was thinking you were asking and what you were asking. I think he was trying to appeal to the fact that the theory of relativity has won awards and is accepted by science, not as a proof that it's true, but as a proof that it is science, that it fits the definition of science.
And that was my question. That was my question when I asked him. So, Matthew, are you since you're more peaceful than that guy was, do you have any evidence of what I was asking for and a lot of others here were asking for? Do you have any proof that Einstein was doing science when he came up with the theory of relativity? And did he have any actually physical science to
I guess.
back
I
up his
mean,
claim?
defining words is complicated because language is complicated and just, it's based on usage.
English. I use English, so we're all speaking English here.
Yes, of course. But I'm saying that what people call science depends on what the majority of people call science. So I would say that the most scientists call it science, so they would call it science.
Okay, definition of pseudoscience. All right, hold on. I knew Hank. Saw you in there. I knew you were going to say this. It's like, all right, so has anything that Einstein came up with gone through the scientific method? Now, I know we've talked to you about this many times, Matthew.
Yeah.
So is there any part of Einstein's methods, the way he came up with this theory of relativity, has any of that gone through the scientific method? Are you
recognizing how you use the word science and scientific method? The answer is no, because as QE and maybe Witsit gets it would say, science is experimental. A scientific experiment has a control variable, dependent variable, and independent variable.
And
so if you use that definition, the answer is no.
Yeah, that's part of the.
Wait a minute.
Hold on, Hank. Let me do this really quick, and then you can have at it, Hank. So that's the physical sciences that we use on Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the scientific method we can actually use and apply on Earth, but what Einstein was doing was not something we can physically do on Earth.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Continue, Hank.
Yeah, please forgive me for my eagerness to participate.
No, that's good.
I'm probably roboting, so I would direct you to the link that I just posted. Let's see. All right, let's go with Anne-Marie Helmenstein. A hypothesis is an educated guess based on observation. It's a prediction of cause and effect, right? So are they talking about like regular science, or are they talking about like the scientific method?
I think that's the scientific method. That's part of what goes into it. Yeah.
Okay, so you said that QE and Witsit say this. Are they the only ones that say this, or is this something they made up?
No, they didn't make it up, but I think that they have an impoverished view of science and only say experimental science is science, but I would say observational science is also science, and they don't.
Okay, so if I observe something, is that science?
I say it is. You say
so if I'm watching porn, according to your very liberal definition of science, if I'm watching porn, that's science?
No, obviously I'm not. It depends on what you're observing.
Hold on.
Why not? Why not?
Hold on. You said observing. Yeah, you said observing things is observational science.
Let Hank do this, guys. Come on, he's talking.
Yeah, I'll let you guys have the mic after this. I just want to ask, do you think maybe your definition of science might be a little too liberal?
I think it's a necessary but not sufficient definition to say you're observing things. So yes, observational science involves observing things, but the other way isn't true, that just observing things doesn't make it science.
Okay, so are you familiar with the division fallacy? Like, I can't drive my alternator to work, right? The alternator is not the car, right?
Sure.
So what's the first step of the scientific method?
Well, there's lots of different things. If you're talking about the scientific method, if you're doing observations, it's one thing. If you're doing experiments, it's a different thing. If you're doing theory, I don't think there's one thing. Science is a big, broad term that encompasses all of those things.
I would disagree, and so would the sources that I cited. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say that the first step is to observe a natural phenomenon. So if that's just one step, then it can't be the whole thing, can it?
No.
Right. So I don't drive my alternator to work, and neither do you, right?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put it out there that science is a method for finding out cause and effect relationships. It's not just observing things, because if I watch the grass grow in my backyard and you're watching birds humping, we're not actually scientists, right?
I don't know. I mean, Yeah, I like to use the example of marine biologists. They go and observe behaviors of animals, and it seems to me like they're doing science just by sitting there watching. But
no, they're gaining knowledge.
That's not
through...
science, bro. Yeah.
Go ahead. You guys can take over from here.
Yeah, they're gaining knowledge through observations of different species. I mean, yes.
Are they gaining scientific knowledge?
No.
Okay. What would you call zoology?
I wouldn't call it science. I mean, why would you call it science?
No, that's fair. No, I understand that, and I think that's where I disagree. I would call zoology
so you
science.
Biology? No, I necessarily. I mean, according to scientific definition, I wouldn't call it science. I mean, it's practiced behaviors over time. It's not necessarily according to the definition of science, right? So, yes, I mean, just like, would you consider certain aspects of engineering? I mean, people call engineering science sometimes, right? But it's just.
I guess so. Yeah. No, I admit these are like fuzzy definitions. I mean, it's trying to define love or trying to define justice.
No, that's not what. No, these are. I'm talking about applicable things that you can actually practice. So, I mean, you observe biology and behaviors of animals. I mean, the behaviors of humans, even, right?
Yeah.
I mean, different aspects of psychology. People just. This science word is thrown around too much that doesn't really. They've applied this word science to almost everything, in like higher education, right? So it's kind of like it's not really science. It's just studying behaviors of things, or different things. I don't know. Do you think that? Let me ask you this, Matthew. Do you think that the word science is kind of abused on certain aspects of?
Certainly, I think that it can be abused, and it sometimes is. Behavioral science might just be better called social behavior or something like that.
There you go.
So yeah, there's lots of ways in which it's abused.
It's like almost everything's a science now. It's just like, hey, let's throw the word science at any type of study. It's like now medical science. I mean, I would consider some aspects of medical science to be science.
Because they do experiments and repeated observations.
Anyway,
Can I enter the conversation here?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, I'm a degreed biologist as well as a degree as a physician assistant through a medical school. So I'm just below a doctor. So I have multiple degrees in the biology. Sorry, I'm cutting out.
From biological.
I have to agree that it depends on what part of the biological sciences you're working in. If you're in the research end, it's pure science because you're running experiments. You're setting them up, you're running them, and then after your observations. That not all biologists, medical practitioners are doing. So it really comes down to, what part of that science are you doing?
Yeah, so damsel medic, let me ask you this. If marine biologists go and observe the octopuses, like the octopus moms, when they lay a bunch of eggs, they guard the eggs until they die. And so now it's known that octopuses only lay eggs once and then they die almost immediately after the eggs hatch. Would you call that a scientific fact, or would you call it something different since they weren't experimenting?
Again, it depends on if they set up an experiment to repeat that and make sure it's consistent. But even those kind of things with the biological science, things can change. You've got different species, and you can have crossover, and you can have some change occur over time with behaviors. I mean, behaviors is modifiable just like it is in humans. So again, it comes down to, can you set up an experiment and then prove that it's repetitive, experimentable, it's repeatable, observational. Anybody else can repeat it and see the same effect over and over. That's what makes science is experimentation and then being able to prove that it can be reproduced.
What if they aren't doing any experiments, they're just observing octopuses, and every time they've seen an octopus lay eggs, they also see that it dies after the eggs hatch? So they're not doing any experiments. What would you call that, I suppose?
I just would call it pure observation from a biological science perspective. You know, that's just what it is. Until it's researched, it's not fact. I mean, and that's the way it is. You can set up
but why is the word science involved in that when you just observe something? When you might be able to predict, I guess, but the octopus.
She just says science perspective. In other words, that the person was perspective was a scientist.
Okay. They're using some of the science tenets to observe. I mean, you're using things to watch repeatable observance.
Sure. Yeah, I may be a little jaded by this word science. When it comes to a lot of things. So yeah, I get it. It's all good.
Because there is a difference between scientism and science. So it gets misused a lot. Absolutely. Language is twisted. Who doesn't?
No, I actually agree with you there that I don't believe in scientism, which is the idea that science trumps everything else. But to answer Lucky FE's question in the chat, what is scientific about watching an octopus? I would say that marine biologists doing observations on an octopus, most people would consider that to be science. And so if maybe that's an appeal to authority, but if it's not science, it's hard to know what it would be.
Well, hey, check this out.
I'm not a clown.
It could be just marine biology. I mean, what?
It's a study.
Science. Study of biology means study of, right?
A study of something is different than performing science on it.
Well, that's the difference between a
I just want to say this.
Hold on, Dams. Well, let Damsel finish her phrase and then go ahead, Hank.
As somebody who's been through all that schooling and done that, there is a difference between somebody who is a biologist and a research biologist, or a medical doctor and a research medical doctor. There's a big difference. One is doing experiments. The other one is doing their job that's based on the scientific principles that the researchers have established over observational time and experimentation. So that, there's two levels to everything. Kind of like there's, in religions, there's the high priest and then there's all the lay people that know a little more than some of the others, you got different levels. So, but it doesn't mean they're not using scientific principles. It just means that they may not be involved in the research end of the thing. But yeah, there's research in even the biological sciences, because we're still trying to figure out the chemical compositions of how they do whatever they do, like changing color with the octopus.
Oh yeah, octopus.
There's just all kinds of ways to research things. So, again, it depends on where you're at with it.
So I got a question for you, Damsel. Could you look up the word philosophy for me, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Let me interrupt for a second. Is there a moderator here?
Yeah, there's several. Why?
We got a guy up in BC.
All right, I might jump there.
I'll take it.
All right, go for it. Continue, Hank.
Yeah, I was just waiting on her to come back with that definition for philosophy. And I understand that science is a derivative from philosophy, but not all philosophy is science. Right? So I'm waiting on her to pull up the definition.
Joyce put it in the live stream.
Okay, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks for pointing this out where you're going, Hank. I appreciate it.
I have to agree with what you're saying. You're trying to point out here that it can be a philosophical arm. That some of it is it's philosophy, absolutely, but there is research avenues. I mean, it's just like a lot of these things. Like I said, a doctor can practice medicine and never do research. Is he a scientist? No, he's practicing an art. It's more philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a biologist, I mean, you're fascinated with the life in this world, right? I mean, it's It's just
I love biology.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, most of us
Yeah.
do love something of an arm that has a scientific potential. I mean, everything is, but
I think the loaded language is difficult with this because invoking the word science conjures up like an irrefutable fact, but science, as has been pointed out already, is this method. And so I think you have to distinguish between collecting data and proving causation. You collect data, or you say you even collect a set of observations about a particular biological, like a creature, and you notice that this pattern happens. You haven't proved that it always happens, because there certainly could be exceptions to this. So your collection of data is a subset of the idea of the scientific endeavor, which is way different than proof of causation. And I think that's what people get hung up on so frequently when they come into the live stream or to the Discord in general, is that what we're interested in what we're interested in is causation. If you're going to make an absolute claim about what phenomena occurs in the universe, you have to prove causation. And that's why we often take issue with the notion of a theory, because we make a huge distinction between, in the one category, theories and explanations, and evidence. And evidence, evidence is a very high bar. Like you don't mess around with that thing, because if you're going to say that one thing causes another, man, you're in way different territory than saying, hey, we think such and such is happening. And this is very frustrating for a lot of us in the flat earth communities, because people come in here claiming like science when they're talking about theory, and at the center of that onion is causation.
And Matthew.
Yes.
Exactly. No, I agree with you wholeheartedly. As somebody who's
Yeah, that was well said, Lemur.
No,
that was
I agree, that was well said.
But
Thank
we've
you
been
so much.
dancing around the same thing for an hour with this. That's
Dude,
the
it
whole
needs to be danced.
purpose.
It needs to go.
Yeah, but he
it
comes
needs
in
to
here
go
with the
for.
same thing every time, and we've said this
Dude,
millions of times. It's come on. It's nothing new with Matthew.
Well, I think you need a little bit of authority.
Hey,
No. We know that. We know
that's the
that. But
problem.
Matthew's here to play. Matthew's here to play. Let's just let him play, and then we'll explain our side. Let's let him play, and nobody get pissed off at Matthew because he's gonna play the globe side. Come on, guys. We already know what he's here for. Come on.
So we were talking to King Arthur for a while earlier, and I was just trying to explain what I think the disconnect was between what he was trying to say and what you were asking. That's how this conversation got started.
I'll McCock this you.
well,
Don't call it diss, Matt.
well,
What?
you have to look
I
at
just
Matt.
want to say something real fast. People watch the tides, right? And then they immediately blurt out like the cause for the tides is the moon's gravity, right? Without doing any kind of science, but yet this is toted in all the science books. And it's, yes, I am complaining.
Hank, you're a trip, bro.
And then they don't even know how would you prove that claim? How do you prove that claim? You understand? That's an astronaut. That's a astounding claim to make, that the moon is causing this. How do you prove that? How would you prove that?
Well, you literally only have to say that the majority have reached a consensus.
And there's your problem.
Isn't there
exactly
consensus?
The difference between scientism and the scientific method is calculation versus measurement.
I would define scientism as the belief that science is the ultimate truth, the ultimate authority, and it's over all of philosophy.
No,
Who told you that? I mean, are you making this up?
No, I'm saying that's what scientism is. I don't believe it.
You just said it's 18,000 different kinds of sciences. How do you come to
All right,
one
I wasn't talking about definition though.
My bad. So, did Matthew say that? Was that you, Matt? That said that?
I was defining scientism.
Oh my God, man! I was just defending you. Now you said some bullshit like that.
No, I didn't say I believed it. I don't believe in scientism. I was saying what scientism is.
Give him some Alka-Seltzer or something.
Anyway, but
he's vomiting.
Can somebody define scientism for Matthew?
Hold on, Elijah speaking. Elijah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear him.
That's in the context of using the word science colloquially, though. Like, you guys are getting hung up on it as if you don't know that that's what he means. Where's the disagreement? Why do you disagree with him when he's not talking about the scientific method? Like, you guys just need to learn how to communicate better. It's fucking annoying.
Man.
Yeah, it could be right. I mean, let's just, let's just accept science as a general term of practices. Is this what you were talking about, Matthew? Or we can just generally accept terms about, it's like, this is a science, and this is science, and this, and then we'll just talk about them, whether it be biology, geology, whatever, all those kind
geology,
freaking paleontology, everything that has ology at the end of it, it's a science, right?
You want QE to have a heart attack?
No, I'm just asking Matthew if we should accept all of them as science.
Oh, okay.
I'm okay with using your definition. I'm just recognizing that we have different definitions on science. Now, scientism, I think we have the same definition, and I think we all disagree with scientism here.
No.
I don't like.
So
go ahead.
I just want to say real fast. In my opinion, scientism is when someone thinks that this information is a result of the scientific method, and it's actually just someone doing a false cause, right? Like I did earlier with the gravity and the tides, right? So it's being taught in science class, right? So that would be scientism, right? For the kid to go to school, hey, we're going to do science today. Get ready. Guess what, kids? The tides, that's because of the moon's gravity. That would be scientism, right? Teaching something as science, even though it's not, right?
I would say scientism is more a philosophical claim that science is the highest truth, and that it's the main way of finding. It's an epistemological claim about how we know what we know, and so they say science is the top philosophy, and I think they're wrong.
Dude, that's a really good. I love that. Don't you guys love what he just said?
Thanks.
I like it, man. I like it because you've been here long enough to know that we actually kind of think the same things. Like,
this is where
more
we agree.
philosophical than actual physical things that we can actually put our hands on, right?
I agree with Matthew. I like his definitions of it. I think he's missing a portion of it though, or maybe.
Well, that's okay. To be honest, Lou, he's actually helping it. He's helping us. He's helping us in a lot of ways.
I'm just saying, like with scientism, we're usually using it anyway about people who just take the word of science like the word of God, like they heard a scientific study said somewhere, and they just automatically believe in it because science said, like that. So I think that's like a more simple, like that's the way it's usually used when we're talking about it.
Yeah, that's a good definition.
I take issue with the word science itself because it's too broad. It's not specific enough. I think when we're communicating, we're trying to communicate precise ideas. We have to be more precise than just science, because science is this broad definition of a huge endeavor. Some of it's crap, some of it's not crap. Some of it's good science, some of it's bad. Some of it's been precise, some not. So I think we have to talk about causation and evidence. I mean, that's where the money is. That's why everyone around here sticks to the 3 points, right?
Exactly. I would like to point out that if you guys were to go to the other server, right, where all the ballers are, and ask them, can science prove anything? They all say that science doesn't prove anything, right? And if that's true, if you can't prove a cause and effect relationship, then why has it lasted for 500 years? If you can't prove certain things or disprove certain things, then what are we taking it so seriously before? Because when the average person reads headlines and it says scientists say, right, people believe it like it's almost more authentic than their religion. And in a lot of cases it is their religion, right? Scientism is the new one world religion.
It's the new faith, guys.
I think you're right. I think it's because human beings have a strong need for believing in something, a strong need for having faith in something. And if you take away God, they look around and science fills that hole. Doesn't fill it very well.
But why are they so adamant? Why are they so adamant in denying that it's a faith when they come in here? And we pointed out they vehemently deny that it's a belief system, that it's actually a religion. Why did they deny it?
Because they don't understand philosophy very well.
Well, and they've been indoctrinated. The word has been used in a certain sense. They've been told that.
Well, the reason is we all know the reason. It's the reason why we pointed out to every one of them that they're promoting a religion is because they hate religion. They hate the idea of God. They think they're atheists. So to tell an atheist that they have a religion, it's the reason why we do it.
Because they think religion equals God. You have to have a God that you can see, like a deity. They don't realize you can make anything into a God. Anything can become an idol, including your high priest of science. And that's the problem. Or the word science can become your new religious God. That's all they've done. They twisted the meaning, the definition in their minds.
Like the scientific method itself is really good. Like it's great. It shows you, it can reveal truth. I just posted a study. Well, it's kind of a review of literature by a guy by the name of John Ioannidis. He's a medical doctor and a researcher in Greece and the United States. Like the second to the last sentence in his abstract says, for many current scientific fields, claimed research findings may often be simply accurate measures of the prevailing bias. Now, he's talking about the medical community, but that's just true. We all know that the peer review process is not like sacrosanct. It's not like, and people do, just like you're talking about, people treat it like church. Like if you invoke the name science and you say this study said, you win the argument. But it's way more complicated than that.
Well said.
Actually, you're absolutely right. Like I said, they've made the word science the God for their religion. If they invoke that name, it's just like a Bible believer saying, well, God said so, and so it is.
Absolutely, 100%. We have to be very, very precise, and that's what I think. That's what I appreciate about this Discord is that's what I see, and it's easy to get lost on looking at the sky and arguing about what we observe over our heads. But everyone around here sticks pretty much to what can be proven, and it drives Globers nuts because we don't, typically people don't want to engage about all these theories and everything, and it's good. We need to keep doing that, even though it might be perceived by some to be kind of boring and predictable. That's where the money is.
Dude, that shit makes me laugh every time when they get triggered, and they just freaking spiral out. It's just like,
totally.
See, told you so.
Yep.
They're no different
bro.
than any
Whether
other
in the chat on the YouTube, chat in here, I mean, they just can't handle when we really solidify the point, break it down for them, and then they just lose their mind and then freaking leave, and it's just weird. It's just like we didn't do anything but tell you what you should have known in the first place. I mean, it's natural observations of reality.
It's
Freaking
because
awesome.
their heart is involved. It's a faith.
Yeah, they want this globe to be real, but
they do, and they have to believe it, because if they don't, their heart is broken. You got to understand, it's just like any other faith. If you have faith and it's destroyed, you may go through a large problem with your whole world collapses. Then that's what's going on. It's the destruction of their faith, which is their emotions. It's not just using their mind. Their heart is involved. And that's
Yeah.
the difference. You got to
Well, it's like,
disconnect your heart.
and you know what's really funny about that is, I never bought into the evolution theory, but I had the globe, before I came across flat Earth. So I was like, evolution is debunk and all this shit. When I was listening to Kent Hovind and shit, and he won't talk about it now, but anyway, when I found flat Earth, I totally ignored it for like 6 months. I was like, I won't take a look at this, right? Because
Yeah.
it's totally ridiculous. And when I finally did, when it hit me, it freaking hit me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's
So,
emotional. It's a heart.
dude, it was just like, oh, no wonder I never thought the evolution theory
And
was true. I was just like,
that's why can't look at it either. Ken Ham or whatever his name is, or whatever is the
well,
creator.
Ken Ham's the same way. He's probably
Same
a
way.
Glover too.
They both,
Yeah.
but they have a divided faith, which is really interesting because their heart is in two worlds that are both kind of interesting to
Yeah,
have.
and it's yeah. No, I
Going
won't
on
even
at
get
the
into the
same
religious
time.
part of it, but yeah, they're both the same way.
But when it comes down to pure science, you have to disconnect the emotions because it's not about your feelings. It's not about your feelings. It's about
the
facts
truth.
and about the truth. And it's all it's about. It's about the truth, nothing more. And if you try to involve your heart and get emotional about it, that's where you lose your ability to think clearly. And that's what's going on. They're disconnected from just, the whole heart thing messes their brain up. They can't.
That's why Ken Hovind won't talk to any flat earthers. He
No,
won't.
he won't.
He
because
won't even talk to them.
It will crush his heart, and he can't handle that right
Yeah.
now for some reason. His heart can't handle it.
That
He has to
motherfucker
learn to
spent
disconnect.
7 years in prison,
He's
and
such
he
a
won't even
hater.
talk to flat earthers.
He's a hater. He's such a hater, dude. It's so funny.
It's
No, he's a real
crazy.
hater. He calls us a bunch of morons and idiots. He's not funny at all.
Dude, it's pretty good.
He wants
I
to
go
check
spam
the
his
car.
chat sometimes when he goes live. I go fucking spam his chat all the time.
Yeah, you should.
I do sometimes. I don't do it all the time. It's just like,
Claims to love science, but he can't even disconnect enough
look,
to do that.
I won't
That
talk to you, flatter.
As a Christian, that whole cosmology doesn't make any sense. If you're a true Christian, that whole idea does not jive. You cannot blend that
it doesn't.
with God. You can't. It's impossible to connect those two. It's impossible.
Lots of people do it.
I mean, the reason I
they're
go
not
to
logical thinkers. They're using, as you say, they're using
I go
the
spam
heart.
his chat
They're thinking
sometimes,
with the heart.
not because I don't like his work, because I love his work. I love all his old videos, but he destroys evolution like nobody's business. So that's why I go mess with him up flat earth. So I mean, don't get me wrong. Anyway, I just want to put that out there. I don't spam his chat, but yeah, man, it's because he helped me wake up to some more evolution, shit, the stuff he was talking about evolution. Yeah, I'm not just spamming for the sake
if you
of
accept
spamming.
astronomy and all that shit, you have to accept that millions and billions of years exist. You have to believe in that. There's no way God just snapped that and made millions and billions of other planets in 1 second and everybody else at the same time and made Earth. Because it said in 7 days he made the Earth, right? Not the fucking universe, right? So it's so fucking weird, man. When they try and blend
It's
those,
like, why do all the Christians just deny the Bible? It's weird, man. It's like in 6 days, God made everything that exists. It doesn't say anything about galaxies billions of miles away.
Nothing.
What the entire fuck? And that's, it's like and with Kent Hovind's help, at a certain point in my life, I was like, wow, I never actually. I mean, I never believed in evolution, but when he solidified some of that, I was like, whoa. And then, he had problems with his ministry, whatever. He went to prison, whatever. I mean, shit, he might be a shill. I don't fucking know. But anyway, but that really helped me find out. It's like, when I saw Flat Earth, I ignored it because I thought it was really dumb. And then when I actually saw it, I was like, oh, it makes sense now. And I'm not sure if Kent sees it, but I don't know. He's got other stuff to do, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure Kent is still a globe earther, and same with Ken Ham.
Oh my. Yeah, well, I mean, Kent Ham. Hey, both of them have large ministries, and they got millions of dollars involved. So that's not on me. That's on them.
I feel like for myself, like Flat Earth was such an awakening. I mean, it wasn't something that, I mean, yes, you reasoned it out, and the reason you are a Flat Earther is because you understand the geometry and long distance observations. That was how it was for me. Like, and once you work through those things, but it's like an awakening. It's like you're asleep before you see that, and it's.
I remember the moment that I saw it.
Yeah.
I didn't see, I mean, I was watching videos, but when I understood it, I saw it. And then I walked outside and watched the sunset. I'm like, what? Yes. Oh, okay. I get it now.
I want to say it was like, for me, it was a relief, because it slowed my mind down, because when I was thinking about, the what we've been taught, and then you learn, wait a minute, that's actually bullshit. It was like I could, my brain, the process, I could slow down in my thinking now. Like, okay, now it makes sense. It made sense for me. So it was like a relief. I was like, thank God.
Yeah, bro, dude, all the evolution stuff that Kent was talking about. I mean, I watched all of his freaking videos. Him like debating 3 atheists at the same time, and at a university in front of a crowd and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, he's got some good points, and so anyway, so later when I saw the flat Earth stuff, I was like, yeah, flat Earth, no, I'm not going to look at it. And anyway, but it just one day I decided to take a really good look at it, and I was like, whoa. It was actually Edward Hendry. I heard an interview with Edward Hendry. He wrote the Flat Earth book.
Yeah.
Anyway, I listened to his interview, and I was like, wow, maybe there is something to this. And then it was over after that. Then I found Mark Sargent's videos and Eric DeBay and shit. And it was like, after a week, I was like, holy shit, the Earth is flat.
It's crazy. I had like 100 realizations. It happened over and over and over again over a period of months. I mean, you find out and and I acknowledged that it was true once I knew that I saw too far. But then it was like 100 realizations where you have to realize it again and again.
Well, it's like, I mean, the physical reality should be obvious to everyone. It's like, like, hey, it's like people, a lot of people are like, why do you think the Earth is flat? Looks flat, doesn't it? They hate that answer. That's why I give it to them, because it triggers them. I said, it looks flat, doesn't it? And they're just like, well, it's so big. Because they're always going to come back with it's so big, right? So it's just like, well, how big is it? They don't know, right? So
yeah, how do you explain the ship's disappearing over the horizon? Ship's disappearing over the horizon.
Sure, it's like, well, hey, get you a camera, zoom back in after that ship goes over the horizon, you can see the ship again. It's
what do you know?
What do you know? I mean, it's not as flat as you thought it was, did it? Or it's not as globular,
the Earth is so
as you
big.
thought it was.
The Earth is so big, and you're too little to realize it.
I'm too small, and I'm on this big globe Earth. And it's like, who told you that? And the answer is, everybody told you that when you were growing up. Everybody told you the globe was, that you were on a globe. So yeah, I mean, come on, it's not like, I mean, we were arguing with this guy about Einstein's freaking theories and shit, but all that kind of shit is minutia. I mean, we live on Earth.
Hey, I just want to interrupt for a second here.
Go ahead.
I'm going to be playing a movie down in the cinema starting pretty much immediately, like as soon as I get a person or two in there. American Made is the movie. It's Tom Cruise. It's from 2017. It's like a drug running movie.
Action packed.
Is that an action? Well,
no,
It's a good movie. Yeah.
Not really much. It is a good movie. It's not really like what you're thinking, like an action movie though. It's more like, I don't know. It reminds me like kind of like the movie Blow or something like that.
Dude, I haven't seen that one. From 2017?
American Made.
The one with Johnny Depp.
I think you're thinking
Blow.
That one's Blow.
Yeah, that one's Blow. Yeah. American Made? I don't think I've seen that one.
Okay, it's a good movie. Hop on down when we starting it.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, cheers.
Fear, Loathing in Las Vegas is also a good one too.
Oh man.
Yeah, I played that one before too, but it's not really appropriate for the server. I don't know.
Sorry, I apologize.
I started watching this show before I came in tonight. I've been watching this show, Upstart. It's I think it's an epic original series. It's pretty tripped out. Anyway, but yeah,
What'd you say it was called?
it's called Upstart.
Hmm.
It's got the guy that one of the hobbits. Can't fucking remember his name.
The Hobbits, Bilbo Baggins.
He's not Bilbo. It's not Bilbo. It's one of the other hobbits.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway, but it's pretty tripped out, man. It's like, yeah, it's so far. I'm on episode 3 right now. But anyway, let's get back to the flat Earth action.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Realizations.
This whole question of epistemology or how you know what you know, this is such a big it's as big as proving the point, because of course we're trying to communicate the ideas. It's not, these, we know that it's flat, the reality exists, and that is self-evident for those who do the work. But the communication piece can be so difficult because we're constantly speaking to people whose assumptions are that if somebody in a white lab coat told them that something was true, or if they invoke some theory, or they say the word science, but reality is much more difficult than that. And I've been interested in this.
Yeah, Golden Lieber, you participated in hold on. Let me say this really quick. Golden Lemur, you participated in a lot of YouTube chats, right? As well, as well as conversating in places like this, right? I mean, I do. I'm just not sure if you do, or do you? I don't like. I'm not a typer. I do sometimes, but it's just like I just get worn out. I'm just like, I don't want to type in this fucking chat when there's 50 people in here, and I just get bored with these freaking idiots sometimes. So
I'm pretty active up at the I'm pretty active over in the lobby a lot of the times, but I don't spend a lot of time. I'll watch content on YouTube and stuff, but I've been taking a little bit more part in the live stream, or in like the weekend silver, what's that called, the precious metals deal.
Well, I'll tell you what, I just called a lot of people idiots in my YouTube chat, so I apologize for that, but I'll call you an idiot in my text sometimes, because you guys frustrate the fuck out of me sometimes. The YouTube chat is my chat. Be in there all the time. I'm not there all the time. I let them fucking have free reign, and so, but when I'm in there, just don't fuck me. Don't be freaking acting stupid, man.
Can I comment on what he
They've
said
been
now?
acting stupid tonight, man, and I was pissed off. Whatever.
No, it's not me. I don't participate in that one. Just ever so
I
often.
was. I mean, I run a YouTube live stream, so I have to deal with these guys in the YouTube chat, and I'm like, dude, what the? You think you own this fucking chat? No, it's my chat. So anyway.
Okay, so I was going to respond to what he just said. I don't know his name, but okay, so I want to say that we're like right in the midst of like cancel culture, right? And everybody thinks that they could just dismiss like certain words, right, with just or certain ideas with just a word, right? So if I say you're a conspiracy theorist, then you're debunked, right? And these debunkers, right, these so-called skeptics, right, they have completely changed the word to 180 degrees around, right? And these so-called skeptics have kind of made this culture to where they think, you can just use one word like debunk and that goes away now. Like that's all gone. That's history, right? We've debunked this, right? Because we're skeptical and all we do is tote the main line, right? And because everybody agrees with us, then it has to be right. And because we have the power to cancel you, right, you can't really disagree. So I want to point out that these skeptics have made things so much worse, right? Because a true skeptic can entertain both ideas at once while not believing in either one of them, right? But these people on the internet that call themselves skeptics, they're just like fighting for the state or the main culture. And the problem with that is because it's so easy to manipulate politicians, right, with special interest groups. Well, colleges get funding in the same way. So how are these colleges going to be any different? If you're not toting the line with your college funding, you're not going to get the funding. Special interest groups, well, colleges get funding in the same way. So it's going to be any different if you're not toting the line.
My bad, Hank.
Thank you for letting me hear myself.
No, my bad.
That's totally
I'm done.
true. I mean, we do live at a time when it's really difficult because you have to fight your way through all this cruft, all these layers and layers of reasons why you can't say anything. I think the other piece too is that a lot of times people are arguing to win. And if you're doing this correctly, like if you're doing science right, if you're doing logic correctly, you're involved in this process of discovery together. Like it's not just you're trying to figure out what's real, and therefore, in a sense, you don't really know what's going to happen. And you're subject to the thing that you're participating in, and it's going to tell you what you don't want to hear, which is me a while back. The earth is flat. I didn't want to hear that. Wasn't expecting that. I didn't want that. So that wasn't my wish. It just happens to be the truth. And anyway, so I totally agree with what you said, Hank, as far as where the culture is today and how difficult it is to cut through and find what is true. It's Hank, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of psychology going on out there that you have to take time to understand and break through, because each one needs a special kind of route to get to them. There are many roads to getting a Globie to understand what's really going on. Many roads coming from all walks of life.
Yeah, and you're going to get told what you don't want to hear. I mean, that's the thing about trying to find out what is true. Like you're kind of hosed because it's not like you have this predictable outcome. You have to just say, hey, wherever it leads me, and then you become subject to this thing that you found that you still don't understand.
Holy shit! You just said the same thing that was in my brain. We're subject to even the conspiracy side. We're subject to ideas, right?
No.
No. Well, you said no. Did somebody say no? No.
Well, yeah, I completely agree with that. Right, you're subject to your ideological possession, right? Just like a king has subjects, your wish is my command. And we all suffer from these. Go ahead.
Hank. No, you go, Hank. I think you were about to pat it down. Go ahead. I think you're about to say same thing I was going to say. Okay, now he's breaking up.
Fuck! Start again, Hank. Start again. You're a robot.
Start again, Hank. You robotic.
No, I think Hank was going to say the same thing I was going to say. I mean, you were subject to, certain aspects of your ancient ideologies. I mean, your presuppositions about certain different things of it, whether it comes to your background, whether it has to do with a religion or any kind of ideology, you're still subject to it, and you might be like, oh well, these guys are part of this group, but we meet each other through these different groups, and then we're gonna step on each other's toes, and it's like, oh yeah, we have certain opinions, and we finally found each other. We're all, we all have different ideologies, and it's like, fuck yeah, this is a really cool place to be. And so yeah, I mean, whether I don't want to get into religion and stuff like that, but yeah, I mean, we definitely know that the earth is not what they told us it is, and I think it's a cool place to talk about it. This is.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, to realize the Earth is flat too provides you like a foundation that is so different. I mean, people we hear all the time too, which I find an absurd statement. What does it matter? What does it matter? Well, I mean, what like. In other words, like think of a sphere with radius 3959.
That's the most ridiculous argument.
Well, it's like,
what does it matter if the Earth is flat? I got to do this. I got to go to work. It was just like,
why are you here then?
Hey, I'm gonna go to work tomorrow, and I'm gonna be like, the Earth is flat. I still have to make money and provide for my family, but now I know the Earth is flat. It's fucking badass.
Everything.
I mean, the flat Earth is badass. In my opinion, I think the flat Earth is badass. It's the way the creator made this place. It's not a globe anymore. Freaking badass. I can still go to work and know the Earth is flat every day. Fucking
your mind is free. Your mind is free. The others around you are still indoctrinated in your at work. So you're the one that's truly free at the moment.
And like I always say, and a lot of us always say, we're not here to convince you that the Earth is flat. We're just showing you that there's aspects of reality that they have convinced you of that cannot possibly be true. So they've twisted your mind around. And it's like, well, if it's not true, how's it going to affect my life? Well, in the short term, it may not affect you, but but maybe you're not spiritual. I mean, to me, I mean, a lot of it's spiritual, but also at the same time, it's your mind, man. I mean, it's like, hey, I know what's going on around me, and I can actually, I can choose my path, and these freaking government fuckers are. I'm trying to use better language on here. They're definitely manipulating every single person into a position where they almost won't have a choice at some point. So you better start choosing for yourself, or else you're going to be the F word. I mean, you pretty much already are, but but it's like just see through the veil. It's like you remember in the Wizard of Oz when Toto went over there and he dragged the curtain back.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Pay no attention to this dude. He's like, and even after he was exposed, he was like, "Don't worry about that guy. He's like pumping the shit. Anyway, this is the they're exposed and they're fucking frightened, you know.
Hey, Helio, you just asked a question a second ago. What difference does it make if the Earth is flat? That's what other people ask,
Yeah.
and I've come to realize, it's the foundation of truth among many other things. Because once you can establish that it's flat and stationary, and then you can focus on what you can prove afterwards or disprove afterwards.
Yeah. Well, and that's like when he realized that Toto pulled the curtain back, and then he looked around. He looked behind him and they saw him behind the curtain. He intensified his freaking act, right? He's like, pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. What a bunch of bullshit. Oh my goodness. So yeah, that's a really good movie, man. I like the Wizard of Oz. We should show that one night in the movie theater too. Pay no attention to this guy that's freaking showing the freaking big head.
Imagine if the big head. Imagine if the big head was a globe.
I have a big head myself. I can about big heads, but this was like, they were like, I can't remember the phrases when they met the Wizard of Oz, and it's like flames, and he's like, "Do you dare?" And then Toto went over and was like, "Hey, this is the wizard over here. He's just," and he was like, he realized they were looking at him, and he's like pumping the freaking shit, and he's like, "Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain." That shit was the bomb. I wish I'd have recognized that shit when I was a kid, but I guess I probably kind of did, because I never I bought into a lot of shit that the government said, so whatever. But there's somebody. It's Frank Baum, right? There's a guy that wrote the Wizard of Oz, and it was more about the monetary system and stuff. He had a lot of shit. Follow the yellow brick road, which is the gold. There's a lot of symbolism in that movie. It's good stuff. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
So I want to point out that, like, even in the health movement where people are like using nutrition to like gain their health, like even in there, right, where they're trying to seek the truth and they're trying to figure out what's going on, there's still orthodoxy that creeps in, right? Like a lot of people were talking about flaxseed a few years back, and it turns out that that's something that lowers testosterone in men, right? So it was an orthodoxy that was like, okay, so omega-3s are good, but don't use flaxseed. And I've heard of people using like fish cod liver oil, right? But apparently if you take too much of that, it'll really mess you up. So there's all these orthodoxies that even us in the truth community have to be aware of, because as soon as orthodoxy creeps in, it's like, okay, now we're the religious ones, right? And we're making fun of other people for being religious, but then we have unfounded beliefs. So we have to be like extremely careful as we walk this tightrope, because it's not that difficult to fall off of truth, right? Because there's lies on both sides,
Yes.
misinformation and disinformation on both sides, and we're kind of treading like not very solid ground at the moment.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of
100%.
There's a lot of people that die young that don't use allopathy, and there's a lot of people, that I don't necessarily directly know that don't use allopathy very much that die old. So I don't, I'm not sure about all of that. I personally don't. I don't have a general practitioner. I don't go to doctors or anything. Me personally, I'm not saying anyone shouldn't, but I don't. So we'll see what happens in the future.
Everybody, I've had over 38 years no doctor, so you should be all right.
See, Jen's one. He's in his 60s. He doesn't go to doctors. I don't go to doctors either. I'm almost 50, so I don't go to doctors either.
Yeah,
it's like every single person that does go to doctors all the time, they're like they have baskets full of medicine they carry around with them all the time. They have to take all the time. It's freaking.
Yeah, there's just
It's
no
like,
need,
I don't being diagnosed with anything. What the fuck are you talking about? I feel okay.
That's right. That's it. If you feel okay and you can do your exercises and enjoy your food, enjoy your company of your wife and everybody else.
I'll tell you what. Though, if I felt like I was having a heart attack or something, I'm gonna go to the emergency room. I'm not saying it's not for everybody. But anyway, somebody's yelling.
Helio, you don't carry medicines around, but you carry booze and cigarettes.
Yeah, I carry beer, vodka, and cigarettes, and I also take Nexium once a day because I have some stomach issues, and it seems to work for me. Yes, I do. I abuse
You on that purple
alcohol.
pill? What you know about that purple
Yeah,
pill?
I'm on the purple pill, and I abuse alcohol. Yes, and so yeah. So what? Hey, and what do you think would happen? What do you think? I don't have any insurance, so what do you think? Am I going to pay a fucking doctor $150 to diagnose me with something, or like, hey, your blood pressure is a little high, and I'll be like, yeah, I know that already because I can test it myself. I mean,
Can the stomach issues be an adverse reaction of the booze, of the beer?
Oh yeah, I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure that it is. So.
Oh,
but I want to talk to you guys about something real fast though. We're real quick to talk about high blood pressure, but here's the thing: the body is self-healing and self-regulating, right? So if you done fucked up your kidneys and you got partial renal failure, right, and your blood pressure increases so that it can push the blood through your kidneys, if you lower your blood pressure, right, which is your body's natural adaptation, right, because the body doesn't evolve, right, it adapts to the circumstances and the stress that you present to your body, whether it's chemical, emotional, or physical stress, right? So if you got renal failure and you start taking high blood pressure pills, that's probably not going to turn out okay, right? So the thing is, okay, so would you give high blood pressure medication to a giraffe? Like a giraffe has to push all that blood up to its head, right? Way up there, way up there, right?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't do that, right? Why would you do it to yourself, right?
That's so true.
You know what? I'll tell you what. I mean, I've been to doctors in my younger years, and my blood pressure on average has been a lot lower than it should be. Before I was, drinking a lot and stuff, and so it was like my average was quite a bit lower, and my body temperature as well. So
you're a big guy.
No, I mean I'm near 6 feet tall and over 200 pounds. So yeah, I'm a big guy. But yeah, I mean, as far as blood pressure, yeah, I know my blood pressure is a little high now because I don't treat myself well. I need to
start eating a green diet.
No, I need to start walking more. That's what I just need to walk.
Yes, that's what I was going to say, Helio. You got to get out there now. Push
I just
bike,
need to walk.
walking. Yeah.
Yeah, walking or riding a bike. Yeah, I have a bike. I just need to get out there and walk around. I mean, I go to work. I mean, I actually, I'm a cabinet maker, so I lift 4x8 sheets of plywood and cut them on table saw and shit.
Exercising.
It's not like, yeah, exercise is like functional exercise, like. Yeah, I can I know how to bring my blood pressure down a little bit. So it's like, I don't need to go pay this fucking doctor $500 to tell me my blood pressure's too high. I mean, what the fucking entire fuck is?
Man, if you want to lower your blood pressure, if you got a cat, get a laser light. Do some deep breathing and meditation, and drink water.
Yeah, I need to drink more water. Which actually today I drank freaking
Yeah. Well, you
almost a
don't have to
gallon of
drink
water
loads and loads
today.
of water.
Yeah, I mean I
Not
need
as
to drink a lot more water. Yeah, but
you don't need to drink loads and loads of water. You just got to drink what your
well,
body
I do
calls for. Don't OD it.
if I drink a gallon of beer every night and some vodka, I definitely need to drink some water the next day, right? So
Yeah, yeah. You
so
know what
everybody
they say
knows I
is
drink a
really,
lot.
Load, right,
Whatever.
Helio?
should really
Everybody
drink
knows I
water.
drink a lot, so it's not a secret.
Yeah, you should drink water in between your drinks. Really, that's
Yeah,
what you should be doing.
Gotta drink a load
dude.
for load, don't you, Helio?
Yeah, I try. I mean, when I wake up in the morning, I'm like chugging water. It's like it's refreshing. It's like, oh, this feels so good.
But I do want to say, like, add to what Hank said too. You know, because if imagine a water hose, right? Okay, so imagine a water hose that's straight and firm, and it doesn't have any like curves or crimps or anything like that in it. And yeah, and it's just straight, and the water's flowing freely. You don't really need that much pressure to get it going through, right? You just the normal pressure. But then
What do you want me to?
if you wait, no, this has nothing. No, just wait until I'm finished. I'm talking about the blood pressure, like the high blood pressure, where they tell older people that their blood pressure is high and then everyone needs to take blood pressure lowering medication. Well, there's a reason why. All older people are going to have higher blood pressure, and this is why. Because you have it's like a water hose. Your veins and your arteries, they're like water hoses. If you think about it, because they're firm and they're straight and they're not kinked and they're not clogged and all this, right? So it doesn't take a lot of extra pressure to get the water going through it. But if you use a hose and you wear it out and you get kinks in it, and then you stretch it out to where, and then you try to make it cover the same amount of area, then once it gets stretched and it gets like worn out, there's going to be like these little wrinkles and kinks, and it's going to be all bunched up and jumbled up. I tried to say both words together. But you've seen like older people how their veins are all kind of like crunched. They're kind of like jumbled up, and they're all curvy and crimpy. But then when you see young veins, they're kind of like straight and smooth. Well, just think about it, like a water hose. Like if you need to get the same amount of blood flowing at the same rate through, the crinked up hoses, versus the straight ones, you're going to need more pressure. You're going to need a little bit higher of a blood pressure, like the more like crinked up, used, worn, stretched out that they get.
Your small intestines are one of the largest organs in your system. Small intestines. And if it doesn't move around, just like you were saying, like with a hose, you got to move it around some.
I was talking about like your veins. So your veins, your blood veins.
Yeah, your veins.
And your
Well,
arteries.
I know you're talking about the veins, but same with your small intestines. I mean, because everything you put in your mouth goes through your small
plus
intestines.
you're all dehydrated from the alcohol.
Yep.
Plus you're all dehydrated from the alcohol, bro. You need to drink way more water.
Yeah, you're right, Michael.
Dehydration makes more people sick than they know about. A lot of people never drink water. You drink coffee, pop. I have to wake up.
I used
with
to drink a
cup
lot
of
more
water.
soda, but no, I drink a lot of water every day. I drink spring water. I drink.
I wake up with water. I drink water with every meal. I had high blood pressure. I got control of it.
I get that. I mean, I do like lemonade, so I have the country time lemonade I mix with my spring water, but I'll drink water and the spring water itself, and then lemonade too. I mean, I know it's sugar, but it still tastes
That
really
just
good.
makes me want to get the vodka out.
But yeah, I stopped on the sodas. I don't drink that shit anymore. Not very much. Sometimes I will. I'll get one every once in a while.
What's up, Dan? Yeah, dehydration's a bitch, yo. If you're dehydrated, man, it shrivels all your arteries up, your intestines, everything. Shrinks them. They need for elasticity, you need to be well hydrated. And that's for every organ in your body.
And your muscles as well, right?
Yeah, yeah. If you get a lot of
neurons.
cramps, it could be from dehydration. You can get muscle spasms. You can get deterioration pains. Dehydration is a killer, and a lot of people don't know it.
And when it's
But there's
prolonged, you have like the neurons in your brains too. They don't fire properly either. And then prolonged, it can cause like you to have
It's
like
from
faulty
lack of electrolyte.
thinking. Yeah, like
Yeah.
behaviors
Too
that
much
are
sodium.
formed.
Yeah, yeah. Too much sodium, not enough water, and that's 90% of people's problem with high blood pressure. I'm telling you, dehydration is none of your arteries have elasticity. Your vessels and blood veins, they can't expand and contract. They're all hardened up and crystallized because they're not hydrated.
Yeah,
If you're dehydrated, it kills your heart to just pump blood through your veins.
I just walked
got
back in
another
the
problem
house,
too.
Delio. I didn't realize we was talking about you and yours, your high blood pressure, or your blood pressure, and your stuff like that. So my bad. I was talking in a generalization, health sense.
No, I
So
know personally. I know my
I am
my blood pressure
talking
is higher than
in a
normal.
generalization about water, not
Anyway,
specifically mine. Mine was
yeah,
too much
water
sodium
and
and caffeine.
exercise. It's like I'm not at an extreme point, but if I did more, I drink more water and exercise or did walk, like long walks, my blood pressure would get regulated. So, I mean, I'm not in a bad position, but continue.
I just wanted to say that people say that you retain water due to salt, right? Because the salt opens up the cell walls and then the water goes into your cells, right? Well, you also retain a crap ton of water from carbs, right? So if you're eating like a whole bunch of sugar, then you're going to retain like even more water, and right, all that extra weight is probably going to increase your blood pressure, right? So there's all these cause and effects, right? But the doctors, they're not really searching for cause and effect, right? They're just treating symptoms. So it's a lot like
Yeah, they're not. They probably already know that if they might know this, but they're not going to say. Well, they could say, "Hey, if you like ate this and then like took a half a mile walk a day, up and down the street, then you'd probably be better off." But then, like, instead of that, I have this really good new drug that could, help regulate your blood pressure. Like, what the fuck? Anyway,
Well, as a healthcare
I'm not a
provider,
doctor, but I'm just saying, why the fuck? I know I can just do more walking and eat better, and then my blood pressure wouldn't be. It's like, but the doctors know they're not going to change their lifestyle, so I'm just like, fuck yeah, I can make $200 by prescribing this drug.
well, that's the point, you guys. I went to medical. I used to prescribe all those drugs, and I know how they trained us. They didn't train us to teach you guys how to live correctly or to rectify it naturally, because we're owned by the pharmaceutical companies, even at the medical school. And you can't get away from it. And then it's the same with how we get paid when we see patients. We have to see so many, and we're expected to provide the drugs as part of our payment. I mean, it's all kind of captured in it with the insurance, the way the system is set up. So we are not trained to tell you guys what to really do. I didn't do that, and I actually got trouble for getting people off of drugs and making.
So can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So you were. Go ahead, Hank.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to ask. So the whole time you went to school, were you ever taught to identify certain stresses that could be causing the symptoms, whether it's emotional, chemical, or physical stress?
Yeah, they taught it, but it was so minor compared to the pharmacology and the treatment of symptoms. It's really a neglected part of the field, such as the dietary. We are expected to, if we want to teach somebody about diet, well, don't teach them yourself, send them to the dietitian. See, it's another scam to get you to another insurance pay and another professional.
Right.
And
So
it's all a system set up to make everybody get paid, not to take care of you the way I know how to, because I am trained to know how to, tell you how to exercise, not to eat too much sugar, stay away from corn syrup. I mean, I know all these things, but most people want the instant pill. They've been trained to accept that as the cure. And then you've got the pharmaceutical industries behind me promoting the same thing in the medical school as well. So I went to one of the #1 schools in the nation as a medical student for a physician assistant. And I prescribed just like a doctor. And yeah, I actually got told, quit trying to make people do something about their health. Just give them the pill, they'll be happier.
So is it kind of like a
I
protocol
didn't go
based,
to,
like a one size
I'm a
fits
college
all?
dropout. I went to school for music and I dropped out of college. And
Damn.
I've been
You
telling
just
people
walked
this
right
for
over
years.
her,
The
bro.
same exact thing you told
Helio.
everybody. What?
It's
I'm
a
an asshole.
yeah. You'll
Did,
finish.
did you hear Truth Prevails talking, bro, or no?
What's that?
Go ahead, Truth Prevails.
I was just wanting to ask her because I don't want to like get her to put too much of her personal stuff out there, but she brought it out anyway. So I was like, okay, so and I was going to ask you if you were like a doctor that prescribed, but then you answered that right before I did. You said you were a physician's assistant. So,
Well, yeah.
but it's more it's more like a like a protocol type thing, right? Like a one size fits all. If they come in with, this symptom, these symptoms accompanied with these symptoms or whatever, then they got like a certain protocol that you follow. Try this medication. If it doesn't work, try this one. If they have side effects, da 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 da. Like right, it's not really like getting to the root of the problem and to fix the issue, which I think there's a lot of misleading that goes on in the medical industry, in the medical field too, in how they teach and how it's received. Because
Absolutely. It is a medically owned system by the Rothschilds. You got to understand, we are no longer independent. We're not allowed to treat you with cheap natural products or to have you be responsible for yourself.
Right. So they want to have.
We don't get trained to make you responsible. It's all intended to eventually have you under a system of control. It is a control system. That's what it is.
That's why I go to a doctor of osteopathic medicine. They done beat down all the they've done beat down all the osteopathic doctors. They try to steer people away from that. When I was a child, we had 5 DO hospitals right here that were started by nuns. And the main focus for them is to get you to change your lifestyle, to use the medicine for a temporary fix while you make lifestyle modifications. This is osteopathic medicine,
Yes,
a
that's
DO,
true.
not an MD.
That's
so
true.
if you can find a DO in your area, I would recommend a DO. But they're trying to get rid of these people and make it no longer a profession, so it's all big pharma. Don't change the way you live. Take this pill. Go back to playing. Die young.
It's even worse than that, Michael. It's like die suffering for years.
Yeah, die young in pain, but we got a pill for that too, Helio.
Yeah, exactly. They do want you to suffer.
They don't want you to die too. Oh.
Even with physical therapy, it's just like you get paid to make me fucking make myself hurt to try to move when I can't fucking move. I've seen it happen. I mean, I've been seeing it happen for years, and this is my family members, and it's fucking horrendous.
Physical therapy. Listen, physical therapy is the greatest. It's an alternative to surgery, and it's the best way to go. Now, the best thing for hurt muscle is to start using the muscle again.
Along with allopathy, go ahead.
Yeah, along with some, in an osteopathic manner, it's physical therapy and some medications. Until
they're in pain constantly. And as far as their medical, as far as
disc, and I've had disc fused in my back. I think I can speak on this.
Okay, me too.
Physical therapy is great for people who would otherwise be crippled. I've had discs welded back together. I got bars in my back, bro. Bars in my neck. I still work out. I still jog. I still work. The best way to heal a hurt muscle is to use it, oxygenate it, and water it. Don't get dehydrated. Do breathing exercises while you stretch and use those muscles. They will repair themselves. My chiropractic physical therapist, the dude, I don't know, he's Indonesian or something, but he always says, "Got to hurt to feel better, Michael. Hurt to feel better." And I thought
I'm
this
down with
bullshit
I'm
the
down with
first
that,
time.
but I'm just talking about a family. They're
But I know
they're
damn well
allopathic.
he's right.
Chiropractors aren't allopathic, so
Well, you got to have a wide variety of amino acids and collagen for
I don't do
connective tissue.
allopathic, man.
yeah, I
And,
know,
and
that's
I,
what I was saying. That's what I was saying. But most of our family members are just like, I'm
You
old. I'm going to doctors. I got Medicare, and they're just gonna be like, they're gonna end up in nursing homes, like in
First time
physical
I hit my
therapy.
back, Helio, I did Pilates with 80-year-old women that were getting down
Hell yeah!
at University of Michigan.
Someone like
I'm
Ildiko.
serious.
Ildiko.
I worked out.
Ildiko
I
would
worked
have
out
us
with
all
some
in
of
shape,
the
but she's in her
players,
70s, bro.
players for the Michigan Wolverines team too, because they get hurt. You know, they tear tendons, man. They stitch those dudes up, give them a bunch of painkillers, send them to yoga, make them do Pilates, and put them right back out on the field in 30 days.
Hell yeah.
The biggest problem
Okay,
with physical
I'm
therapy.
not. That's not what I was saying. But I'm. I'll give up. You guys could continue talking what you were talking about. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Oh, well, I think I know what you mean. You know, they sometimes have physical therapy push you too hard and don't fix the problem either if it's something that won't get fixed by physical therapy. Now, not everything will be, but physical therapy is vital to repair and give it a chance to heal on its own before you have to consider surgery. But again, there are some things that they just don't get better with physical therapy in some cases, but not the majority. The majority do get better.
Yep. Sometimes you gotta have muscle
Somebody got some
strength.
feedback.
They make it too expensive as well. Physical therapy has been lumped in with the insurance and made so expensive that, you know, the whole system is set up so that you can't do it on your own. You also can't afford, you know, health club memberships are not, part of your insurance for a reason. It's the whole system is made and designed to control every aspect of your life down to your health. And it's partly they're going to get rid of the elderly at some point. I mean, that's just, you're too expensive.
I mean, do you think it will get
actually,
to the point?
they do include
Do you think it'll get to the point where it's like Brave New World area, where it's like,
Well, yeah, it's only in that respect. I mean, that's what they do. We already weed people out by using Medicare and Medicaid to weed out those who are less fortunate. And
they actually do. They actually do include, like, you know, some like gyms and healthcare. I guess you can call it, like, you know, physical and you know, on the medical insurances now, or they have, because I've seen them. I've seen them going to the gym, but it doesn't matter as long as they're, you know, telling them, like, reducing their fat and reducing their cholesterol and putting them on statins and lowering their blood pressure. And I mean, you've got to have cholesterol, you've got to have fat, you've got to have.
That's a cow, though. I mean, it's like when you're in the medical system, you're just like, all the Medicare system is paying for all your medications, and you're just like, they'll give you money from Medicare, and then part of it will be covered, but you still have a premium that you have to pay from the money that you're getting from the government. What the fuck are you paying? Where are you getting? You ain't doing shit. You're just like a freaking cow in the medical system.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like, okay.
It's no different than running a herd of cattle right now and using a veterinarian. It's the same idea.
It's fucking sad, but that's our family, you know. I mean, what the hell?
I know, but it's also not scientific. I mean, half of it is basically poison. I mean, it's not even.
Let me ask the physician assistant lady.
You can
How
call me
often do
PA.
how often do people prescribe oxygen therapy, specifically the what do they call it, the diver's tank, the hyperbaric chamber?
Yeah,
Because
hyperbaric medicine. Okay. This is
Go
another
ahead.
one that they consider an alternative therapy, so it's not covered by many insurances, if any. Again, it's like physical therapy or gym memberships. Some will, some won't. It is considered experimental. They do not believe it does much except for wound care. They believe it helps wounds heal quicker, but it's been shown to do a lot more beneficial than they
I've
You
seen.
just opened up a door for me, man. You had to do that, didn't you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've seen
alternative
a
medicine
lot
is
of research.
denied. They deny a lot of the alternative stuff. You guys, there would be a cure for cancer if they would allow us to use frequency therapy, like the Rife techniques.
I'm just gonna say that there already is one.
I love you, damsel. Dude, I love you so much.
It's not only the Royal Rife. Dr. Brzezinski came up with a cure after isolating something in the urine,
Yes,
and then
Dr. Brzezinski.
he synthetically produced it, and he's spent like 20 years in court. Like, imagine if he would have spent
I
like 20
know.
years in research and actually
Yeah.
being funded, but the Texas Health Board, whatever they're called, the bastards, they're
The
Satanists.
AMA,
Like, they're
they
evil.
hounded him to death. They hounded him, didn't they?
The pink ribbon for cancer. How much money do you think actually has been donated to that and done absolutely nothing?
Well, I've got to say this because no one on here is like, for audience listening or for the sake of server, no one in here is giving medical advice. None of this is medical advice. And these are all personal opinions of just the individual speaking, and that's all it is. And now, after having said that, I will also say that there is actually, it's very closely related to, something like what Hank had mentioned, and then what you also mentioned. It kind of tied it in together, almost like synchronicity. And it's like, I can't keep my mouth shut, so I have to mention it, and I'm gonna say something about it because I just give the good disclaimer. But I have actually used something that's natural myself, that I've actually seen shrink tumors and actually kill cancer with my own two eyes. And then there's a lot of research on it, and it gets heavily censored, and so it has a lot to do with oxygenating your body. There's different ways. There's the chambers that they use, and then there's the hydrogen peroxide therapies. But the thing about the hydrogen peroxide is it causes the oxidative stress. I am curious to know if you have heard about the sodium chloride with the hyaluronic acid, or hydrochloric acid, or if you want to call it like the chlorine dioxide, which they all want to like consider bleach, which is not bleach. It's just got an extra oxygen molecule, but it's rendered when it exchanges the extra oxygen molecule with the cells of the body that are anaerobic. It actually it renders itself as the salt that it began as. So there is no oxidative stress caused to the body. And it does, like, not only that, but fixes like anything that could be wrong with your body that's due to an anaerobic environment.
Well, yeah,
Period.
you're talking MSM. I know exactly what you're talking. Yeah, MSM. Yeah, MMS. What the problem is, again, is it's too damn cheap. and
it's natural. They can't patent it.
No, they can't patent it, and that's what makes all these cures and treatments. And I'm, again, not giving any medical advice, just like you, and I'm not saying any of these things work. Try at your own discretion and at risk. So
yeah, I kind of, that's why I give that disclaimer on behalf of the entire server. So
yeah, because it is true that we can't speak of these things and not be in trouble. You go look up how many naturopathic doctors have been killed, and look at how many virologists have been killed for contradicting the germ theory. You'd be surprised how many hundreds we've lost over the last 20 years too. Just some suspicious deaths, I could say.
It's called coincidence theory.
Oh yeah, sure it is. But that's what it is. It is literally, you need to go find your own health cures, and you can find them. Thank God for the internet. but and word of mouth, but no, it's all repressed on purpose, and it's a pseudoscience. That's what medicine is nowadays. The medicine that you guys know as classical medicine is all pseudoscience.
A lot of it, I mean, if it's really going to cure anything, and like actually, like if a lot of it you can't find on your own. It may be out there, but you can't really find it unless you know to look for it. And if you know about it, then you already are aware of it. But if you don't have an awareness of it, then you don't know to look for it. And if they're censoring it as heavy as they are, the MMS, then you're not going to find it unless someone like shows you where to find it, directs you to it, or they give you there's so much misinformation about it. And I'm not talking about just that. I'm talking about there all kinds of different, natural health remedies. The bottom line is nature knows best, and nature knows best for a reason. The creator created nature to know best. I mean, it's like it was created to know best. It's like everything that you need is in nature.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
We just don't know. I mean, we've lost that knowledge.
Oh, it's been stolen from you. It's been actually bought out, sold, and made sure you didn't see it. And it's, you'll be prosecuted if you're somebody like me with a professional license and try to offer it to your patients. And even the naturopathic doctors are limited because of these things. And then they make these substances that you might be able to use to cure yourself illegal. Ban them. DMSO is a good example. Of
DMSO is used with MMS to help carry it in through the skin. See, I had to ask you those things and test you a little bit, right, before I invited you. But I invited you to the Censored Health server because a lot of the stuff like that can't be, talked about a lot.
Anybody hear about the Spooky 2 machine? Anybody know about Spooky 2?
I don't.
First time I've heard of it.
That's a wave frequency generating that you can hook up to your computer in a box. Kind of expensive to start out, but once you have it, it can cure all kinds of stuff. If you got cancers and stuff, you might want to look into it. It's called a Spooky 2 machine.
How much? How expensive?
We're talking 1,000 to 2,000, but when you consider that compared to chemotherapy and other therapies and even the surgeries, that's cheap. And
I mean, what kind of wave is it? Sound waves or?
Yeah, and it's actually developed to even help with any kind of illness or injury.
Sounds wonderful.
Is this?
It's a rife technique.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I was gonna ask you that. Is it the same as the stuff?
Yeah, it's a generator, and then you can buy bulbs and things too to generate the. It's just really interesting. Go look it up. They have all the Royal Rife information there. You can watch the videos of him doing his thing. And probably some people would be interested in that. If you're having chronic pain, chronic anything, chronic disease of some sort, go look at it.
I am absolutely. I remember reading about that, and I was interested then, but I totally forgot. And this has been years ago, and I'm glad that you brought it up because I hadn't even thought about it for a long time.
Link to that thing because I'd be interested in maybe getting one.
Spooky 2. Just put it in Google. You should be able to find it pretty easy. Lots and lots of videos showing the proof, and then of course how to operate the machinery. And you
Sounds
can
amazing.
do all that.
I literally wanted to buy a hyperbaric chamber for my house, and I literally wanted to help people with diabetes and other sores because I do colloidal silver, and if you can't fix it with colloidal silver in a hyperbaric chamber, I don't know what's gonna fix it.
Well, the frequency, especially resistance.
Well, there's my trifecta. Thanks.
But I would say your trifecta is pretty damn good. I mean, that would be what I would go with.
And making sure your body has all the minerals and stuff that it needs to be able to function to perform the task that it's trying to perform. A clean liver and kidney, and all of your sufficient minerals. Moringa is good.
Any kind of homeopathic.
Yeah, moringa, sea salt.
Yeah, homeopathic detoxing. Anything you can do to get toxins out. Borax soaks. What else we use? Oh, just any kind of thing you can do to detox yourself. Eating clean, drinking clean water. Distilled water is very good nowadays.
Distilled water and fruits and vegetables all have distilled water in them.
Yep.
Does homeopathy work? Because I tried it, and I'm not sure if it worked.
Well, the reason some people don't think it works is because they don't usually try it long enough at a good enough dose. But
Well, let me ask you this, Branch. When you take a pill from a doctor, how do you know that the body isn't self-healing and self-regulating, and that's what fixed the problem? So how do you know the other doctors work?
Yeah, I mean, I rarely take pills, so I don't know. I try not to.
No. Answer my question. Don't sidestep it,
So
please.
the ones that work, you can tell work, right? Like, say if you're in pain and you take a painkiller, like say if you take a codeine-based painkiller.
All that's doing is
then-
treating a symptom while the thing that's healing does the healing. He's wanting to know if the medicine is doing the healing or if the body's doing the healing.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I haven't, honestly, I haven't really had a sickness where I've actually had to take.
Well, okay, Branch.
Oh, yeah, okay. So one time I had an
Branch.
ear infection. I had an ear
Hey, Branch,
infection.
Branch.
Yeah.
Branch.
Yeah.
He was wanting to get your opinion about the placebo, the body healing itself.
Yeah, again, I think that your body does heal itself. I don't think you need half of the pills doctors prescribe you.
There you go.
I think
Is
there's
that
actually a
what
lot of people that are actually addicted to going to the doctors.
But
for no
my
reason.
question is, how do you know that you didn't heal yourself and the doctor is just taking credit for it?
You really don't half the time, but there
There
are
you
some
go.
times.
There you go.
There are some times
And didn't you
personally,
start-
I've had an experience. I've had experiences like I've had an ear infection that just wouldn't go away until I took antibiotics.
Or you could have just got fresh
use
air
olive oil.
and put you could have just like had someone to pee in your ear.
Well, I wouldn't use the pee, right? Because if you take olive oil and you heat it up to like a lukewarm temperature, so
It's a
95,
branch though, Hank.
100 degrees, right? You could put olive oil in your ear and then put a cotton ball in your ear twice a day. So once when you wake up, once when you go to bed, and it is instantly soothing. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't go see your doctor. Obviously, ask your doctor if neurotoxins are right for you.
Yeah, the next time I'll try that. Is it worth maybe making a pea and olive oil like emulsion and maybe using that? That way you get the best of both worlds.
Or just drink a ton of olive oil and then pee in your ear. No, I'm just playing. Don't do that.
Well, there are skin products that already have urine byproducts in them, urea and stuff like that. So we already kind of have that. But
Okay, yeah.
what are we trying to heal here?
I'm giving, it's an ear infection. But Branch, I was just curious because didn't you come into the conversation like asking, does homeopath really work? Because I don't think it does. Does it really work? I mean, wasn't that like how it came in?
Let's consider a couple things here. So homeopathy was a major medical therapy that people used in the early 1800s and before that. It was actually quite popular, and so popular that the Rothschilds actually made it their main healthcare method, and that they actually kind of are part of the problem. That's what they did. They got rid of homeopathic. It was actually the most popular medicine used up to a certain point, along with cannabis oil and a few other things that we don't use nowadays that are found in the old pharmacology journals. But
They found out what worked, hijacked it, and altered it in their man-made versions, and patented it, and then regulated it so that you couldn't get it.
They couldn't patent homeopathic. It could never be patented, and because of that, they made sure it got bought out. Basically, they made sure they bought up all the companies, and then they put them out of business with their own pharmacology. That's exactly what happened.
Which exactly how we got the curvature of the Earth. They hijacked perspective and called it curvature.
well, we never get down to the brass tacks of why they say homeopathy doesn't work. They say it's so diluted that you only get 1 part per million or whatever, and they say it can't be effective because there's not enough of it. But it depends on, how you think about this homeopathy thing. Some people say that all you really need from the medicine is like, the energy. That's the impression that I got from the homeopathy that I've heard about. And so the energy is in there in this very diluted medicine, and it's like your body just syncs up with the medicine and gets better, based off of, that very small concentration. So it's a totally different school and a totally different way of looking at healing.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing with
supposed to be-
you understand water has memory. Some of you have probably heard of that, and seen some of the research that one of the Japanese has done on that, where water is actually influenced by the energy of certain substances or even thought or words. Well, it's the same thing with homeopathic. It's meant to change it influences the energy of the water or the tablet that it's instilled into. It doesn't have to be at a high concentration. That's the whole point. And it's kind of a strange thing. Homeopathic, you take the opposite, the thing that causes the symptom. So if you have nausea, you find a herb or a chemical that causes nausea, and that's the actual cure for the nausea, is to make more nausea. It's really a strange conundrum with the homeopathic stuff.
But it is interesting they say, you know, that you should promote a fever because they were curing cancer patients by promoting the fever. Like in the book by Thomas Cohen, where he talks about water and its medical implications. He says that the fever basically purges your cells of the corrupt water that's inside of them that's causing cancer in these cells and gives the cells time to breathe and formulate newer, better matrix water. And so that was his theory as to why this fever was used even in ancient times to make people better by like promoting the fever to purge and detox, you know, this stuff out of the body. So it is very interesting to look at some of these alternative schools of, you know, health and wellness and see what they have to say about some of this stuff.
Well, and it's based on, you know, people that did research on this for real back in the day, and they've gotten rid of that research. You can't hardly find any of the studies that they did anymore. But it was obviously working because people swore by it, and it did. We have less cancer rate.
What's interesting is like the royal family, right? They're some of the richest people on the planet, and they swear by homeopathy.
That's right. And so that should tell you everything you need to know. If they're using it and keeping it from you, why?
And the thing is, your liver has to filter out a lot of this stuff too. And some of these medicines appear to put a heavy load on the filtering process of the body. And so that has negative effects as well. I think even the third leading cause of death is like medical, you know, causes of death, properly prescribed medicine, you know, and stuff like that. And so some of this stuff needs to be talked about for its, you know, its drawbacks, even within the consensus medical paradigm.
30% of our deaths are caused by medical pharmacology. The #1 liver killer in the United States, what do you guys think it is?
Did I miss
Tylenol?
Exactly.
Yep. Tylenol, the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory stuff, is the most deadliest drug in America.
That's right.
If you're taking it for joint pain, guess what it does? It destroys your cartilage. So good luck with that.
And they recommend it all the time. What do you think happened with Vioxx? Same exact thing, just at a more extreme level. And so people caught on to it because, again, it caused heart attacks so quickly, we were able to pick it up. Couldn't hide it.
But don't worry, the medicine companies, Big Pharma, they found Jesus when it comes to the jab, so sign up and get 2 today.
Yeah.
I found out some more stuff about the man-made pestilence jab. I heard that the spike proteins that they're trying to use their gene products, quote unquote, the vaccine to, basically it has the same proteins as in the placenta of a mother. And so while you're developing, you know, gene product vaccines in your body against the spike proteins in this man-made pestilence, you may also be developing antibodies against your own placenta and basically becoming more likely to abort your child. So it looks like these man-made pestilence jabs may also be sterilizing people as well.
Or they called that right from the beginning.
Yeah.
I have a funny story about the vaccine. I told people if the vaccine showed up within a year, actually in March, I told people of 2020, if a vaccine showed up within a year, it meant that they had it planned all along and they already had a supply of it and they knew exactly what they were doing. Had nothing to do with a real disease.
Yep, it was a commercial. The whole 2021 was one giant commercial. On every single doorstep, every single website, every business, everybody's face, it was a whole commercial.
Well, there's a woman who has the site, Ann Barnhart, and she goes over the whole fakery. And she says basically the flu was recategorized, and people, everything in the kitchen sink was just marked down as that. To gin up fear and hysteria, and the flu numbers are now lumped in under PIC: pneumonia, influenza, corona cold. It's all one category. So now they can just throw anything in that category to beef up the numbers. Anything.
Absolutely true. That's exactly what they did. They didn't find a new disease. They just reclassified. It's pretty obvious that's what happened. When you stop testing for flu and you only test for one other disease, that's all you're going to find. And when you use a test that doesn't actually differentiate between a virus and normal substances that are found in the body, you got a perfect storm.
Yeah, damsel, it should be obvious, but it's not to the general population. If anyone looks up flu statistics over 2020, early 2021, nobody died from the flu.
Well, it's even worse than that, though, because it's been.
I know it's even worse. I know.
But they've even conditioned us to think the flu was something that it's not. I mean, this whole germ
I know
theory.
that.
This whole
Freaking
germ
crazy.
theory is completely a mess. It's not even.
Well, it's like I was gonna come in and say, let me think of what I was gonna say while I was listening to you guys. It's like there's so much shit going on in my brain. It's like they'll say that you inherited heart attacks from, which is not necessarily. I mean, it can be true, and you can say, because you studied this more than I have, that you inherited the ability to have a heart attack early or whatever, or some heart issue because of genetics, right? So my grandfather died when he was 63 years old. I mean, he was a heavy drinker and smoker or whatever, but he had this, this heart defect or whatever, and I'm supposedly have that too. So if I live after 63, you guys, I'm gonna go harder.
Well, just make sure to get your, flaxseed oil, strengthen up your heart. A little bit of.
Lemon. Sorry.
No.
Came out. Hold on, flaxseed lowers testosterone in men.
I refuse to die. I'm gonna live until I'm freaking 80. I promise.
A little bit of cayenne pepper under the tongue helps stop a heart attack while you're calling 911. Put some of that under your tongue to help out. I saw a video.
I'll try to take care of myself, but whatever. I'm gonna live past 80. I promise.
Hey, Lemon, keep in mind, Lemon, flaxseed oil is technically a crop oil, and as far as I know, all crop oils are bad for your arteries and your whole body in general.
As far as genetics go, I'm not supposed to live past 65, 70.
Why are you repeating that curse on yourself, bro?
I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm refusing.
Let me say this. The doctors told my wife's mother that she was never going to live a normal life. She was never going to have kids of her own. She was never going to live by herself, right? And that's because she had spinal meningitis when she was a kid. This woman can pick up a dresser and throw it out of a window. I know because I've seen her do it. My grandmother's house caught on fire. And she's sitting there like messing with this wooden dresser, right? Like the stand-up tall kind, right? So this is like a 5-foot, thing of wood. And I'm like, hey, I'll be over there in just a second to help you out. Next thing I know, it's on the ground out the window because she picked it up and threw it out. She's a 100-pound woman.
Hey,
she is.
That in an
emergency?
Is
awesome.
You know how you live long? Just say no.
But hey, was that in an emergency?
Say no to death. That's how you live long.
No, that was not an emergency. We were cleaning my grandparents' burnt room, and she just.
What does she take, Hank, to get so
If
strong?
Hank could please finish the answer to my question.
Marijuana? What's your question?
I said, was that an emergency? You said no. What happened?
Okay. My parents, they let someone stay with them. They fell asleep smoking. So instead of the insurance getting all the money,
robotic.
So what we did was we cleaned out the burnt room and we tore. Oh, really?
Sound clear now. Keep going.
Okay. So we did the work, right? So she was cleaning out the room. We're throwing away things, and the window is already burnt out, right? So she picks up probably like close to her own weight Chester door, right? Like a dresser. And she throws it out the window. Like, I didn't even know she could do that. She's tiny, right? But the doctor said that she was never going to have a normal life. She was never talk. She's never going to have like her own house. And she completely defied all those doctors.
That's awesome, bro.
So how tall is she?
She's about 5'4".
100 pounds?
100 pounds, 115 when she.
How big was the dresser?
About 5 foot.
And about like 4 feet wide, 5 feet wide?
Probably about 3 feet wide, 2.5 feet wide.
How much did that weigh? You said 100 pounds?
Close. Probably it was made out of as my grandparents' old timey wooden stuff. You know, nowadays everything's that cheap plywood or whatever, but this is like my grandparents' old timey stuff.
Right, that good
Right,
strong.
made out of like solid wood.
Right.
Yeah, and she picked it up and threw it out the window, like retard strength.
That's
I know exactly what you're talking about because I felt that strength of a retarded kid when I was in high school. When they hug you. My God.
Well, who here hasn't had a vacuum?
Right, and he picked me up by my hips.
Yeah, a bit like Lenny from.
Was she pissed or was she happy?
You guys.
It's kind of like the Matrix, right? Like the Matrix where people are stronger than they think they
You
are.
guys let Damsel Medic talk, please.
Hank, was she pissed?
I was just going to ask if she had ever been vaccinated.
Well, we try to say like the V word or just call it a jab. We try not to say the actual word.
Yeah, but say at her age, she probably had been a couple times. I mean, I'm not sure if there's any boosters involved for it. Yeah, of course. Whatever. But hey, it's really in my mind. My spirit refuses to die. You know what I mean? It's like people. I mean, I'm not saying that Hank can speak more for his grandmother's spirit. You know, I mean, it's just like with that spirit, you just refuse to die or whatever. You just do what you got to do.
So I think there might be confusion. That story wasn't about my grandmother; it was about my wife.
Oh, your wife? I
Yeah,
thought you were talking about your grandma.
Yeah, we're talking about your grandma.
I thought it was.
No, it was my wife.
Hank, was your wife pissed?
Yeah. No, she wasn't pissed.
And how old
It
was
was
she at the
about my
time?
grandmother's. It was about my grandmother's house.
Uh-huh.
It was about my wife, the one that had spinal meningitis.
Yeah. I remember.
Oh, my bad.
Does she do any other amazing cool tricks and stuff, or was that just a one-time?
And how old was she at the time?
She can shoot guns with both hands. I can't do that.
She's a gunslinger?
Yeah, like Laura Croft, like tut 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 tut. I can't do that shit.
Have you seen that movie, Unstoppable? Is it Unstoppable? Yeah, the one with one where he's like a superhero. The prequel to like the other new ones.
Is
No,
that
That's not
Branch?
Unstoppable. That movie's about a train.
Is that
Unbreakable?
Branch?
Are you talking Unbreakable?
Unbreakable. That's it. Unbreakable.
Unbreakable, yeah.
Okay.
Your wife might be like the Unbreakable dude, man. She doesn't know her own strength.
That is Branch. What's up, bro?
What's up, man? How you been?
Hank, how old was she at the time? Also,
She would have been probably 28, maybe
Okay.
younger, maybe 25. So that's I think when you're 35, you're the strongest you're ever going to be if you work out and stuff. So she wasn't even at her prime yet.
You know what's really weird about that, Hank? My major back issues happened about that time for me. So my back was totally fucked in my mid-20s. It was freaking miserable. It was crazy.
I just know that 3 years ago I was 35, and it's kind of went downhill since then. 3 years ago I was strong as fuck, and since then I've kind of injured myself a few times and went downhill a little bit. Not too much, but enough that I notice I'm not as strong as I used to be.
Well, just like it's kind of weird. Like in my mid to late 20s, my back was totally screwed up, and with
You guys
throughout
heard of
different
Yoel Romero?
areas, whatever. But my
that
back,
dude's a freak.
my back's not totally
Yoel
messed
Romero.
up.
He's about 45, and he looks
I
better
can
than
actually
a
strain
22-year-old.
myself now, and it's not that bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I think Romero's on the
Hello,
juice when he's not
everybody.
in UFC. Hello.
Hi there.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, bro.
Who we saying hello to?
This is Battlehead.
Hello.
I don't know.
He said everybody.
Oh, is it Battlehead? I remember
What's up, man?
Battlehead. Didn't he come in? Didn't he come in
Hold on,
like?
I'm trying to get the YouTube on. Hold on one second. I gotta go over here.
Okay. Let's get it
Fresh
rolling.
meat.
Fresh meat. Hey, but yeah, my back it feels better
Hold on,
now.
I gotta go over.
I my back was jacked,
All right.
jacked up.
Hold on a
Here we
second.
go. He does know that
And
he
now
does
it's
know it's
better
not
now.
curving anywhere, right?
Come
Wow.
on down.
Let's see what you got. Just take your best shot and don't blow it.
Well, I would have to say the major injury I was seeing when I was practicing, especially in the military, was back injuries, and they were all in their mid-20s to that age range.
Yeah,
Hey,
dude,
you guys
my
ready? You guys
back
ready?
was fucked up in my mid-20s. It was really bad. It
Saw an
was-
We have a
awful
new
lot of
person
that.
in here. Did somebody say there was a new person in here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Are you going to introduce your Glover friend?
Yeah. So my name is Battlehead, and I got Jason here. So he wants to debate you guys. He's a Glober. I'm a flat earther. So he wants to. I'm trying to get on YouTube so we can hear it live.
Bring him in.
Hold on.
He's not wanting to just to have a discussion. He's wanting to debate and defend.
Hey, the
Yeah,
YouTube,
yeah, yeah.
YouTube link's out there. I'm watching a live chat right now. I
And
mean,
his girlfriend works for
Hey,
His girlfriend works for
somebody needs to do the 3 points with him then.
Bring him in here. We've been waiting
No,
for him for 3
I
years.
think he wants to debate.
Yeah.
Ready? You ready? So listen.
Oh.
Like, answer him any question you want, and then I'm gonna put him on right now. You ready?
Yeah. Bring him in.
Hold on. Battlehead, is he already VC verified?
Yes.
Okay.
But he might think he's ready. He's not really ready. He might think he is, but go ahead. Let her rip.
And that being
Shoot
the
from the
case,
hip.
if he's ready to go at like a debate one-on-one, we need to do a one-on-one. Who wants to do it? Hank or
I'll let somebody else do it. I've been debating.
True Travails or anybody.
Well,
We can all do one-on-one, but
So
Hank's
this
got it.
person
Hank's
has-
got it.
Well, this
Or,
is
you
him
know.
speaking. I'm
I
not
have a
here to do a
question.
heavy debate. I'm just here to shoot the shits. You know what I'm saying?
no,
I'm
I thought
not
you were
really
bringing
here
your
to-
friend in.
I'm just here to talk shit real quick.
Metalhead, I thought you were bringing your
Hold
friend.
on. Don't
This-
talk
I have a
shit, my
question.
friend. You won't last long.
This is-
I have a
yeah.
question.
Yes.
What's the level of the science acumen that we're dealing with here? I mean, is this
The
person
science of
been
what?
looking into? Is this person been looking into the argument? And I mean,
He's a glober. He
or is he
thinks the world. He
new
thinks
to?
the Earth is round.
Wait, hold on. Is he
So
is he in the same room with you, Battlehead?
Yes, we're in the same.
He's
Oh,
new.
okay,
Yes.
cool.
I'm talking to
All right, well,
Battlehead.
hold on. Let's have one person talk to him, and then we'll.
This
No,
person's brand new to the
Jen.
topic.
Okay, my bad. I was missing
How's
that.
everybody doing tonight?
Doing great.
All right, let me give you a brief rundown real quick. I'm not brand new to the topic. I've been dabbling in and out of Flat Earth Society for like the past 5, 6, 7 years, really. So I
Flat
still
Earth
haven't been
Society.
convinced.
Wow.
Well, not them as a as a collective, but just like the Flat Earth world, I
Communities.
guess.
Okay.
Yeah, community. But yeah,
Community.
I'm just here to talk shit. I'm here. We talk shit all day. You know what I'm saying? Back and forth. And he said, "Hey, I got a group." He's like, "I got a group that you can talk to, whatever." Hey, I'm here for it
Well,
too.
we don't talk shit here.
Yeah, we talk about.
Well, I mean, talking shit when
scientific
it comes to like shooting the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well,
Like,
Bring the
okay, I
evidence,
just
brother.
okay, I just want to I want to lay some things out there for him real quick, real quick.
real quick. I'm
Okay,
listening.
this will be really fast for him. He's listening, right? Because I know you're not the one. It's your friend, right? First of all, coming into the server, if you want to debate, if you want to have a discussion, if you want to share your viewpoint or opinion, that's fine. Or belief, as long as you're willing to admit that that's what it is. Above all things, like you are expected to bring with you honesty. So you must be honest about it, right? If you make a claim, you will be asked to provide evidence to back that claim up. So if you don't have anything to back up your claim, I'd suggest not making it, or just admitting that it's an opinion or a belief or a viewpoint or whatever. And if there's a sign of dishonesty, it's not going to go well for you. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, at least start with a question for flat earthers. I mean, that could be a good starting.
Okay, well, just to start off, I literally just have a cell phone in my hand with the Discord app, so I'm not in front of a computer. I can't sit here and when you say, "Well, prove it," I can't sit here and say, "Well, here it is in my pocket." You know what I'm saying? I could just probably verbally guide you somewhere to go look for it or something that way. If that's acceptable.
Well, what would you be
to
trying to prove?
I can prove that. Well, that I can try to prove that the Earth isn't flat. I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is round. I'm trying to prove that the Earth
I can
is
prove
flat.
the Earth is in the globe.
Let me give you an example of what I meant by that. Then, okay, if you're going to claim that, let's say, for instance, right, that the Earth is curving, that it is spherical, and it curves at a certain rate, then you would need to provide something like to back that up with, right? And like, what would you need to prove that there is like curvature to the Earth? It would have to be a measurement. So if you're going to claim the Earth is curving, then you would need to provide a measurement. If you're going to claim, like, say, I don't know, that the Earth is spinning and, moving around the sun and thrusting through some, whatever speeds. I'm not even going to go through. I'm so sick of saying them over and over and over. So,
So
but if you're going to claim the Earth is moving, there would
every claim,
need to be
have something to back up every.
there would need to be something to provide measurement. There would need to be some kind of measurement of movement, and so forth and so forth and so forth. Right, because
okay. Well, let's kick this off with a question real quick, okay? Because I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is round. I'm trying to prove that it's not flat. That's my whole thing.
Good luck.
Because the Earth is a question. It's a big question mark, but I can prove. I can't, but I can try to prove that it's not flat. And that's But I understand where I'm at right now. I'm in the flat Earth room, right? So I guess we all can agree it's not round.
Since you know that the Earth is a globe, couldn't you provide some evidence for us?
No, I'm not arguing that the Earth is a globe. I'm arguing that it isn't flat.
So is it, if it's not curving anywhere on the surface, then it's flat, right? If it's
I kind of want to hear his proof, though, guys. I kind of want to hear.
hold
his
on,
proof, 'cause I
let me
bet
just
you-
clarify.
Yeah, I do too. I do too.
So,
Go ahead.
Hold on,
so
guys.
let's just
Let me
start
just
this off with
clarify.
a question, right?
Yeah,
Let's start this
I
off with a
agree.
question.
Go
Let's just
ahead.
make it easy. Start with a question, right? So above the so-called equator, when you look up to the sky, the stars spin in one direction. When you're below the equator, so-called equator, and look into the sky, the stars spin in the opposite direction. Why is that only possible on a
globe?
spherical shape? And
Okay.
not
Okay.
surface? That's my
I just
question.
got a clarifying question. So you said that north of the so-called equator, they spin in one direction, and south of the so-called equator, they spin in the opposite direction. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, so in the northern hemisphere, the sun, moon, and stars rise in the east and set in the west. So what you're saying is if it's the opposite direction, right, the cardinal direction being north, then you're saying the sun, moon, and stars in the southern hemisphere, they don't rise in the east, that they rise in the west. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is, when you look up in the northern hemisphere, let's just say the stars spin clockwise, and in the southern hemisphere, the stars spin counterclockwise. When you look up, why is that?
What if you saw both of those directions at the same time, and you didn't have to go to the north? Like you didn't have to. I mean, what if you saw them both at the same time? What would you conclude then?
Let me clarify this, just so we're, to defy ignorance, of anything. They all travel in the same direction, right? East
That's
to
why I
west.
come with the
right?
disagreement because in the southern hemisphere, the stars spin the opposite direction.
No,
than
they
the-
don't.
So they rise in the west and set in the east?
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not-
Because
no,
clockwise is not a direction.
The sun
We're talking about
rises-
cardinal directions. See, you got to have a point of reference that makes sense. And the North Pole would be that point of reference that all humans know about, right? So the pole star is our reference frame, right? So inside of this reference frame, the stars either rise in the east or they rise in the west. They can't do both different directions because that's not what we actually observe. So what you have is a premise that you're misunderstanding yourself. And second of all, if I go ahead and give you that this could only happen on a globe Earth, this is a formological affirming the consequent fallacy.
Hey, let me tell
Okay.
you why this happened. Hold on,
You're
hold on.
running from the
I don't
simplicity.
want to. Hold on, I don't
I
want to
feel like
run
you're
over
running
you.
from the
Hold on, let me
simplicity.
tell you. Let me
I can
tell
give
you
you an
why
experiment
this.
you can do right now in your living
No,
room.
no, we're not doing this on purpose. We're trying to help you understand. The reason this happens is if you're looking toward the north, they will have the stars will move from the was it right to the left, and if you're
Yeah,
looking
I'm not
south,
sure
they'll
about
have
that one. I know
you'll
it's
see them move
vertical
left to the right. I mean, they're all the stars are moving in the same direction.
And that's where the disagreement comes in because you can look at time lapse.
Not a disagreement. You can't deny this.
Bottom line is, though, it's the stars that are
denying
moving.
it
It has nothing to
because-
do with the shape of the earth. It has nothing to do with the ground that you're walking on. Anyway, regardless.
It absolutely does because
Truth prevails.
Because
Can you
not.
ask that question again that you asked about 3 minutes ago that they steamrolled over?
Oh, I don't know, because as soon as I said it, then someone else just like turned around and said, "Well, you can't see it both going in the same direction or whatever."
think I said
But
it
I don't even really want to like argue about that anyway, because it really doesn't matter because it doesn't have anything to do with what the ground is. The ground measures, but you can actually see both.
That's where you're wrong.
You can actually see
Let me
both
run you over real quick
directions
because that's
at
where
the
you're
same
wrong.
time.
I can give you an experiment you can do yourself in your home if you would just
No,
listen.
Helios right though. Hold up,
you don't
We're
even
dismissing
understand
what
what you're already
Helios said.
talking
No,
about.
it's
You're already
if you're
lost in
looking
thoughts.
north, if
Sorry.
you're looking north, the heavens move from the right to the left. If you're looking south, they move from left to right. So I mean,
Left and right is not a direction. We got to
Well, I
use
mean,
the North Pole as a reference frame.
Obviously, it's going in a different way.
It's a reference frame, but I'm saying from where you're standing on Earth, you see the sun, moon, and stars moving from your right to your left. If you're looking,
That's what I'm talking
you
about.
move from
Now,
left.
Head, here's a question for you,
that's
Head.
what I'm
Head,
talking
here's the
about.
question, though. Quick question, Head. Based on what you're saying, they're going different directions, right? Now, if you're on the equator, does that mean you just start spinning altogether? Stars just stop on the equator?
That's a good question.
Hey,
What
there's
happens
no.
when you see above the 20?
Hold on. Everything that you see when you see the sky, the sun, moon, and stars move, does that mean that the Earth is moving? I mean, who would ever think that when you see the
Well, I
sun,
don't
moon,
know.
and stars moving above you?
And you guys are hitting me with more questions. But what somebody was saying, and he was kind of on what I was saying, was that in the northern hemisphere, the sky moves from left to right, and the southern it moves from right to left. And it's true, and that's not possible on a flat Earth. Because if the Earth was flat, everything will be moving in one direction, from left to right, for example.
No.
May I speak to head?
Draw a number 6 on a piece of paper, put it on your ceiling, go to one side of the room and look at it, and it's going to look like a 6. Go to the other side of the room and look at it, and it's going to look like a 9. Did it change what it was?
May I speak to head?
Go ahead.
I don't
Hello,
get
head.
that.
It's me, Gregory.
I don't understand.
Or was
Head.
it just direction?
Hi.
Your
I
perspective
mean, I don't even know why
changes.
we're even starting talking about the
I
stars
understand.
anyway, because the stars are
hello.
moving. What's that got to do
Because
with
look,
the Earth?
we were talking about the stars because if you look up at your ceiling, I don't know what kind of ceilings you guys have, but we have popcorn ceilings over here.
You won't let us
So,
explain it to you, Head. We're trying to help you understand this. You're not letting
oh
us tell you
no,
what it is.
well, it's like 30 people talking. That's why, and it's hard to stay on track when it's 30
Right,
different
but
perspectives.
obviously you haven't looked into this very long because I mean there's thousands of photographers that take these time-lapse photos of the star trails moving and they converge and diverge from the same point. I don't have to move positions. I can see the stars do these things from the same point. So it doesn't matter.
But from this, they're always going to move in the same direction when you're at the same point. What I'm
You're
saying
not
is,
listening. You don't understand what I'm saying. You don't understand what I'm
okay.
saying. We see them from
When you're
one point going different directions from the same point, and the Earth cannot be spinning in two different directions at the same time.
okay, I haven't seen that
It actually
personally.
destroys the idea that it's moving at all. It can't be a ball.
Yeah. Hey, let's
Okay,
just go to the sun.
I
Let's
hear you.
just take the
I
sun.
hear you.
Let's take the
I hear you.
sun, not stars. Let's take the sun.
What's wrong with the Earth?
Everyone on Earth sees the sun move from east to west. Everyone, everywhere on Earth, even if it's a globe or in the globe model, flat idea, it's Earth moves from east to west. I mean, it's not this, and the stars move in the same direction. So it's not like you're not going to be able
And that's
to.
where we disagree at because the stars aren't moving in the same direction. I could also make the same
What?
argument.
Are you fucking
Wait.
serious? Well, you just don't get it then.
No, it's not
Head,
that I don't
head,
get
he's
it.
right,
It's just
head.
that we
Come
came
on.
across different
Let's
sets of
stop trampling
information.
over one another's answers also.
Well,
So,
no,
head,
like,
when you're looking at
give
the
me some
stars,
things to
Tell me
respond
how
to.
that's
'Cause
not
I'm
true.
talking against 30 people, so you
how.
gotta respond to
head, so when you're
everybody.
looking at the stars, the motion of the stars, when you observe them, is relative to the direction your eyes are pointing at. If you're looking
Not
at the
necessarily.
stars, pointing your eyes toward north, then they're going to move in one direction. When you turn around and look the very opposite direction, they're going to appear to move in the opposite direction. But
That's
they're
not
all
true.
still orbiting in one consistent direction, no matter which direction your eyes are pointing.
I will
Okay.
have to disagree with
Correct.
you.
Correct. I put the pictures in the chat.
difference? Head,
Helio Skeptic, please revert to these pictures because this is from a single point on Earth. We see
Dude,
the stars.
Gregory just
Do this for me real quick.
reiterated what I was just saying.
Yeah, they
Yes,
all
when you
move the
turn
same,
around and look the other way, they're gonna.
but they don't always appear that way. They
Okay,
go.
but you
It's
guys,
like you can
you guys are
be
getting
in.
away from my original question.
Whereas answering your
At
question
home,
directly,
right?
it's just
No,
the
you're not
apparent
listening.
change in
So,
direction of the orbit of the stars. They're not actually moving
right.
in different directions.
But
And
what,
this is not impossible on
Okay.
flat Earth.
Gregory? What about these photos though that are
Right.
like
Take a look
that
at what
people
Truth
take
Prevails
of the
posted in the chat.
Yeah,
of the stars? That's what the
Yeah.
XO posted.
All right.
yeah.
Look at
The last
there's something
Gregory's making a
called
point. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's something called time lapse. If you look at time lapse from people in the southern hemisphere, you will see that the stars move in the opposite direction
He's
from the
not
time
listening.
lapse.
We've been trying to tell you this
If
to look
it's
in the chat
only
at the
Come
photos
apparent,
on,
right
bro.
now for the past
just
10
You're not
minutes.
Well,
getting this,
well, I
bro.
can say the same thing that you guys
head.
aren't listening because I've seen the same. I've
Yeah, we
seen
have
people
We
talking.
understand what
trying
you're
to show
saying.
you these things,
The
bro.
opposite.
Head, we understand what
Okay,
you're
well then,
saying. It's just
can you
apparent.
just address the photo then?
Yeah, look at what Truth Prevails posted in the chat. It addresses
Hey,
exactly what you're talking about.
this might be even easier.
Hold on. Can you
If
unlock your phone?
Exo
it would,
posted
hold on,
actually.
this might be easier. If the Earth was the globe, it would work the same way. Would that help you
Exact same
out?
way.
No.
It would not unless
You
the
guys
Earth was
are
like an
talking
Easter
over
egg
each
and
other.
you're
Would you
twisting
stop?
it in the middle and trying to open it. It would not work
Yeah,
the
it's
same
just,
way.
I mean,
If the
which
Earth were
I
a
don't
globe
think it
moving,
would, but
it would look
necessarily,
like
but yeah.
it's
But
like we
this,
wouldn't need time lapse for the sky
the
to look like
sun,
that right
the
there.
sun, moon, and stars are moving in the same direction on both models. This doesn't help your argument at all. So I don't know why.
So the
you
orbital
would bring it
direction of
up.
the stars does not prove that the Earth is not flat. It's non-secular.
All right, let me give
Yeah,
you.
that was the point that he
shit,
said he was gonna.
That's
He
what I
said,
said 20
listen,
fucking
yeah.
minutes
I
ago.
don't see what you guys put in the chat.
He
Here.
said, "I'm going to show you the Earth's not flat. Let's look at the stars."
I'm going to show you the Earth's not flat by me bringing up a non secular argument.
Now, if you would please direct your eyes upward to the heaven.
Helio, the Earth isn't flat. Want to go ride bikes?
Let me show you the truth about the Earth. If you could
If we
just
just
direct
focus
your
on one
attention
thing
to the
Helio
heavens.
said.
All right,
If we
I
focus
don't
on one
blame
thing Helio
people for
said.
I don't blame people for not understanding this, but it's okay because it's hard to wrap your head around, but whatever.
It challenges you to think, but I'm ready to talk because you guys are like talking over me. But
Yeah, because you're bringing up a non secular that actually you don't even understand. So
well,
yeah, and head. Can I explain something to you quickly? You don't want to refer to the Earth as being round if you're referring to the globe. So remember, round can be a flat surface too.
Okay, I'm
for
looking at what's
starters.
going
Can I
on.
get one question? Can I get one question to Head?
Okay,
Head, to
what's the
stop
question?
going.
Okay, Head. I want to know this, Head. So when Helio said the way that the sun moves is the same way that the stars move, you said no, they don't.
They move in the same direction. That's what I said. Don't fucking misrepresent.
And you're right. You're right. They do. But Head said no, and I want to know why you think they don't.
Y'all was talking over each other. You have to ask me that again.
No, but, okay, so you said.
Go ahead and
you
answer
said
the question
the
now.
sun and the stars move in different directions. Why?
Why do I think the
all of the
sun
sun,
and
moon, and
stars
stars
move
move in the
different
same
directions?
direction all the time.
On all hemispheres?
But you said they don't,
Yes,
and I want to
in
know
both
why.
hemispheres.
Yeah, on both hemispheres.
No, what I said.
You have
was
to
that the
prove it's a
stars move-
hemisphere first.
I said that the stars move in one direction
Except the hemisphere.
from the opposite side. That was my only claim.
Debunk me. I call it a
Okay.
hemisphere. Debunk me.
I didn't say nothing about the
So
sun.
if
I said
the
nothing
sun
about
goes from east to west in Australia and the same thing in England, right? Then why don't the stars do the same? If the sun goes from east to west in Australia, the stars have to too, right? If they do the same thing in Australia, the stars have to too, right? They're moving in the same direction in both hemispheres.
I mean, if
And then even if what you're saying is the head
don't-
case, that still
I've
does
never
not prove that the
look,
Earth is
I'm-
not
look,
flat.
If that's true, that's something to look up, though. I'm glad you brought that up.
How do you have a
So
hemisphere on a flat
you
Earth?
never paid attention.
What you're going to find out when you look it up is that I'm right. So let's move on.
She said
you
tell
know,
the
man.
truth, but I'm telling you the truth. You either gonna listen or talk over me. I'm telling you the truth.
So
I haven't
Head,
looked that far
even
into. Look, listen, man. You asked me the question, man. Just listen to me real quick. I'm telling the truth.
All right.
From what I do know is that the stars change from different hemispheres. What I don't know is that in the southern hemisphere, yes, it is supposed to from east to west.
You know what would be
Both of
really
those
cool is
hemispheres in
if you talked about
Wait, he
your
didn't
original.
finish. Let him
You know
finish.
what would
Let
be
him
really
finish.
cool? No.
Listen.
You know what would be
The
really
sun
cool is if
direction
you
versus the stars,
talked
I have
about
to look
your
at
original
Helio,
argument.
you're interrupting him. Let him finish.
I'm interrupting because he's not saying the same thing he
You
said
guys
before.
have to
Listen
not
to me,
talk
dude.
over each other.
Listen to
Please
me,
be
dude.
quiet.
Listen to me, dude. You asked me a question, dude. Let me answer. But when it comes to the sun versus the stars, in which direction, I'm not educated on that. I could admit that.
So
now,
what I was saying to you is that. Oh, I'm
if you
sorry, you
guys
weren't
have
done.
any links you could point me to, instead of talking over you, I see there's a whole chat here. If there's any links you could point me to, I'm an open-minded motherfucker. I'm just not convinced yet. Convince me. That's why I'm here.
I'm here to convince you,
So,
but you're
Head,
here.
Something that I can check out on my downtime, and you feel me?
What
Here just conversing.
All right,
Now,
everyone,
okay.
give me a sec.
Now-
Give me a sec.
May I respond to
We're,
Head?
we're trying to address your original claim
about the
and
stars
this is
moving,
what yeah, the stars moving different directions in south and north. You know, that's implausible. I mean, that's not the way that you see it when you know in functionality on Earth. I mean, you
We're gonna have to
pretended
prove
that
that in
shit
this
up in
chat
your
real quick.
brain, you know. So we're
Yeah.
looking. That's not the way it works on Earth. So that's what we're trying to tell you. Don't freaking try to freaking clown us.
Let me
bro.
interrupt. I'm
See,
going to be brutally
see,
honest.
but
Okay,
just like
first of
she
all,
said, it's gonna have
hold on,
to
brother.
come with
Hold
some
on,
type
brother.
of proof.
Dude,
So the
dude,
same
give me
way
just a second.
that I have to come
Give
up
me
with
just
it, you
give me
have to
just a
show
second.
me that it doesn't work that way,
Give
bro.
me just a second,
You feel me?
bro.
Show me that it doesn't work that way.
You just demonstrated to the class that you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how the cardinal directions work. So let me illustrate to you what you did. You said that the southern hemisphere is spinning backwards because the stars are spinning backwards in the southern hemisphere, right? Which is a fundamental misunderstanding of how things work. So if I'm driving east around the North Pole, I can circle the globe. I can circle the flat Earth, right? But if I'm driving west on
Wait,
the
you just
southern
lost me.
hemisphere,
You just lost me. You said you could circle
yeah,
the
I
globe
know.
and
You've been
circle the
lost
flat
since you
earth.
got here. You said
Keep
you've
it
been debating
simple.
Flat Earth Society for 7 years. Okay, I'm gonna keep it as simple as I can. If
Yeah,
the
keep
stars
it
are
simple.
spinning, if the stars are spinning in the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere, then the Earth is spinning in the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere.
Didn't he also come in
What?
here
What did you
to,
say?
to debate and brought the stars up? It was his thing. And then now, didn't he just say just a second ago that he's not that well versed in it and he's not that educated in it and starts kind of like regressing in his knowledge about it?
No, I said
In
I've
his
been.
knowledge about
I
it.
mean, we're not
No, no,
talking
no.
to a
I said I've
professional
been dealing with
debater,
this
so we
shit
don't
for
have to be so
600
harsh.
years. I've
Gregory,
been
I
dealing with
wasn't
this for
asking
600
you.
years.
I was.
Gregory, that's the last
Learning
time.
every
Shut the
day.
fuck up, dude. Like
I'm
seriously.
learning every day.
Yeah.
You feel me? Like I've been fucking with it
Either
for some.
start making sense, or we're not going to waste any much more time with you. So come on, man.
Yeah,
What
where
you
is there a
what you mean
hemisphere on a
sense?
flat
Like I don't
plane? You know,
understand
you got to
your
prove that
question.
it is a hemisphere before you can use the word hemisphere.
What do you mean start making sense? Like I had a like if you're offended, if you can't prove that I'm wrong, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Battlehead, you brought your friend in here, and
Yeah, this is his
he was
friend.
trying to like, here's where I'm at, and then all of us were just calling him out, and then he's like, no, and I didn't mean that, and I didn't mean this, and it's like, we heard what you said, and we addressed it, none of it made any sense, and now once we call you out, it just doesn't make any sense, so. What the
You
Take it
fuck
called
back
me
is
to the
out
that?
on it.
beginning
No,
of where I
you're
wanted to take it when
Battlehead's
he first
friend.
started talking about the stars.
Yeah, it's
You
just
called me
weird.
out on it, but you
Earth.
wouldn't let me rebuttal because y'all kept talking
All
over me.
right,
It's like,
all right. Check this out. We're gonna give you 2 minutes. Explain yourself.
all right, look at your ceiling, right? Spin one way. Which way is your spinning turn? Which way is your ceiling turn? Can
My
somebody do?
ceiling is stationary. Go ahead.
No, it's not. If you're looking up at your ceiling and your body is turning, the ceiling is not stationary. Which way is your ceiling turn?
Your body would be turning.
Which way is your
Come
ceiling?
on,
Which way do you
You're
perceive?
begging me to
Battlehead
Which way do
question,
friend.
you
head.
perceive?
You're off in
Hold
the
Which
on,
way do
weeds.
you
no,
perceive?
it's
Come
not
on, man.
see, they won't let me talk.
They
Hey,
won't. Which way do you
nobody's
perceive
sitting in
your
a room with the ceiling turning. Come on, Battlehead. Hold on. You said
you're not
I
following me,
heard your
bro.
original.
You're not
Head,
following
instead
me,
of
bro.
waiting for someone to answer your question, you got 2 minutes. Just finish your statement. Answer it
That's what I'm
yourself.
trying to do. Which way do you perceive
All right,
your
stop asking
ceiling?
questions then, and use your 2 minutes wisely, or you're not gonna be able to talk anymore.
I'm using it wisely. I'm using that wisely. Which way do you perceive your ceiling to be spinning when you turn?
Just answer your own question.
Stress questions. Give us a presentation of your
Clockwise
fucking
and
ideas.
counterclockwise are not cardinal directions. Left and right are not cardinal directions. East and west are cardinal directions.
Look, cardinal directions are what? I tried to keep it simple. I'm trying to. He gave me 2 minutes. Y'all won't give me the 2
Make
minutes?
it complicated. I think
Can
we
I
can
really
figure this
explain this
out.
to him
Make
like
it
in 2
complicated.
seconds? I can explain this to him in 30 seconds.
All
right,
it
go
takes
ahead.
less than 2 minutes. If you look
Listen,
up,
I'm gonna explain it. Listen, I know what this is about. Is why the stars are they rotating in opposite directions? They're not rotating in opposite directions. You're facing an opposite. You're facing an opposite direction.
No.
Are you still on that?
You're not.
No.
So if you're looking,
hold
on a second. You just said no. So when I look at when I look at the southern stars and I look at the northern stars, I'm facing in the same direction.
Well, you would be looking upwards if you're in the southern hemisphere on a.
But you're looking south, right? You're looking south or north.
If you're standing looking upwards, you're looking into the fucking sky. So
you're looking south. You're trying to be cute. I'm not amused. You're looking south, right? The center of rotation is the south, right? In the globe model, it's in the south.
Right now, what direction are you?
Are you looking south or not? Listen, anywhere you are on Earth, if you're looking north, they spin in one direction, and when you turn around, they appear to be spinning in another direction. The stars didn't change direction. You did.
Exactly.
This is really simple, dude. This is not complicated.
If you're looking straight up, oh, you mean like northward into the sky? Okay, I'm gonna try that out.
And I think the point you're trying to make,
I'm gonna try that out.
you're just making it very badly. I think the point you're trying to make is we have two celestial poles. Why do we have two celestial poles? You're saying
there's no southern celestial pole.
I never heard him say anything
Branch,
about a
that's not his
celestial
point.
pole.
I think that's what he's trying to get to. He's
No, it's not. It's not, Branch.
Can we go to curvature with this guy?
He's not trying to prove the curvature. He's just trying to prove the Earth's not flat.
The original Battlehead is about to take the phone back. Throw some links in the chat so he can send to me or whatever, and I'll check them out. Y'all have a good night.
Hey,
you don't need a link.
Battlehead.
So
Battlehead, Battlehead.
I'm gonna come fuck with y'all again, man. I'm gonna join the Discord for my account. So I'm out of here.
That was it.
Just mute because your friend didn't have shit.
Hey you guys. Hey, this is Battlehead. I'm back. Listen, I'm just bringing people to the audience, and
It's cool, man. Hey, share it around, man. Share it around.
You guys are all cool people, and I believe the Earth is flat. Okay, so what I'm saying is this: I'm looking from the outside in. I think that when people that are globers or people that have a different way of thinking or something, that we're just a little bit more respectful. We don't talk over each other, and we have let somebody make a point, and then. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Just a little bit of respect from everybody. But I'm a flat earther, so I think this channel will be much better if we listen.
We don't need another non-mod, okay? So
yeah. I mean, sometimes it can get pretty hectic. Battlehead, man. I mean, this is just the way it is. We
look, how long should we entertain silliness?
He's going to join.
Also, be careful not to say. Be careful not to say I believe the Earth is
different
flat.
Directions, and we have to entertain that.
He's confused. I already know the truth. So
all right, then,
I'm just saying.
Since you're a flat Battlehead, why don't you help him understand the confusion? Because we were trying to explain it to him, and he freaking wasted 20 minutes of our time just trying to explain the bullshit that he was trying to bring up.
But that's why he's here. That's why he's here. And his girl works for NASA, man. So I'm just trying to get her.
Sorry, Indio.
Yeah, I'm just saying, listen, there's some things we'll entertain, there's some things we won't, right? We're not going to entertain this nonsense, right? He couldn't even admit that he was looking in different directions.
It's not nonsense.
It's just like, look north, look south. Okay, there's the stars.
Listen,
and the moon is traveling in the same direction.
Yeah, and you can go anywhere in his so-called southern hemisphere, and if you look
4 times, goddamn. Sorry.
You can go anywhere on Earth, right? And if you look north, all the stars from anywhere appear to go in the same direction, and you can go anywhere on Earth and look south, and all the stars appear to go in the opposite direction. Right? They go over your right shoulder, and then, like if you're looking north, they'll go over your right shoulder and over your left and down over your left. And if you flip around, they go up over your right, up over your left, and down over your right. This isn't complicated shit, dude. This is super simple. But when you start not admitting that this is what's happening,
and then you do the hokey pokey.
I agree with you. My point is that no matter if the Earth is flat, round, triangle, octagon, or shaped like a fucking pear or a piece of steak.
Yeah,
listen. That isn't the point on whether the Earth is flat or not. When you can't honestly talk to people, you're probably going to get abused here. If you can't be honest with yourself.
Gave a pretty good disclaimer about honesty before he even started, so can't claim.
Well, you gotta say.
Yeah, we don't want to talk to dishonest people. It's pointless. Why would we want to do that?
Honesty is different for everybody else. You might think you're being
no,
honest.
it isn't. There's an objective.
No,
honesty.
this is well the truth.
Whoa, if he's a subjective truther, no.
A
subjective
truth.
We ain't got time for him.
Dude,
Every religion thinks they have the truth.
Every religion. Somebody should start a political party called that.
Love that, Hank. That's fucking hilarious. Subjective.
You don't believe in objective reality, there, Head?
Hey, he's gonna join you guys. He's gonna join the channel, and I'll let you guys get after him, but don't get after me because I know the Earth is.
All right, well,
care.
I mean,
Listen,
hey,
you don't know the Earth is. Well, you do know, but you know.
We heard what he said.
Have you ever done any tests or experiments or measurements or anything?
Yeah, I have.
Such as?
I measure how big my feet are if my shoes fit on them.
Do you use perspective or do you actually put those? Do you try shoes on before you buy them?
You're funny, man. You're funny. I'm just being funny. Are you guys?
I actually bought shoes online a few weeks ago. Can't even wear those motherfuckers. I have to try shoes on before I buy those motherfuckers. Because the first time I ever bought shoes online, I'm fucking in my late 40s, and the first time I ever bought shoes online, I can't wear them. I can't even fucking wear these shoes that I bought online.
Helio,
No.
zip it, man. I gotta say something. Okay, so this dude demonstrates perfectly what I was talking about earlier with the cancel culture and the one-word debunk system, right? This guy had no idea that he was completely incorrect. He had no idea that his argument was extremely fallacious. He's gonna walk away thinking that he won and that he proved the Earth is a sphere, even though that's not what he was trying to do. And according to his own objective, he's trying to prove that the Earth is not flat, but he's not trying to prove that it's a sphere. So, right.
You know, it's even more funny is he came in on someone else's account. I guess they're probably in the same room and they're probably hanging out together going, oh yeah, he's like, I proved the Earth could not possibly be flat because I totally failed in my objective.
Hold on one second. We are in the same room. We are hanging out with each other. However, there's two people in the same room that can disagree with each other. So I wanted you guys to put them to shame.
Well, here's the thing. He said there's no subjective. Hold on. He said there's no subjective truth, so that means that he's not really a dude, right? He might be something else. There's no subjective truth. He might need to question his own.
Are we gonna go that hard on it?
Yeah, there's no subjective truth. He might be a female.
Could be another sex
Wait, do you mean
robot lover.
subjective or objective?
He said there's no subjective truth. I mean, sorry, there's subjective truth.
I guess we're going
he's,
that.
He's a subjective truther. So if truth's not objective, then he might be a girl.
Somebody and another thing is talking shit. This is Hank Hill, motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
When you
that
play
guy was a
music,
zigzagger.
Battlehead, when you play music, don't do the robot. He could be another sex robot lover.
Yeah, we got the sex robot song, man.
I'm the reason why your wife's
no. Let's not even go.
Come on,
oh, God.
What you mean? Let's not go there, nigga. Let's go there. Let's go there.
No, that's not.
Since I'm the female, you said I'm something, right?
Hey, you guys want to listen to that?
Well, you said there's no objective truth.
Are you a trans?
You said there's no subjective truth. Well, me, there is objective truth. It's definitely true that it means that there is no truth. Everybody makes up their own truth.
Well, and here's all right. All right. Your buddy that I guess, I mean, you said he's going to come in on another account, but your buddy said, I can look north. I can look north, and the sun, moon, and stars are moving in one direction, and I can look north, and the stars and the sun and the moon are moving in one direction. I can look south, and they're moving in another direction.
Let me try it out for myself.
And then he said, "You're looking in opposite directions," and he said, "No, I'm not."
Hey.
Anyway, I want to add something to that.
I didn't say that, and I'm like, yes, you did.
And all that shit that you all just said tells us absolutely nothing about the ground we're walking on.
Yeah, sure. But at
Hey,
the same time, it's just
I'm
like
hey, I'm giving you
Yeah, we've been
right
talking to
points.
this dude
I'm gonna
what
go check
30
it out for
minutes. He ain't
myself. I'm
mentioned
gonna
the
go look
curvature
north.
once. He ain't
yeah.
I'm gonna
mentioned
go look
measuring the
north,
Earth once.
and I'm gonna go look south. I'm gonna go look north, and I'm gonna go look south. That was a
Wait
teachable
a minute.
moment
Why
for
would you
me
have to look south afterwards? If you're looking north, you're looking in the same
because
direction as south, right? Right?
okay, you being stupid now.
That's
You being
what you
stupid now.
said. That's what you said.
Okay,
I'm
he
not the one who
answered the
said it.
question.
I repeated you.
He answered my question. He said, if you look north and if you look south, it's going to change directions because you're looking in two different directions. I'm not going to try it out for myself. That was a teachable moment. That's what I'm trying to say. I was
Teachable
for
moment.
myself.
Don't let
I learned
anybody
that from
talk
this.
shit on your fucking live stream, on your freaking account.
Hey,
Don't
does
Only
he
reason
let
even
why I'm
people
know?
back
talk
on
on your
here.
account.
Only reason
Hey,
why I'm back on here is because somebody called me a female. That's the only reason why. So I got to talk my shit back.
Nobody called you a
Well, you
female.
said there's
It's only
you
fair.
said there's no
It takes no place
you
to
said
take jabs
subjective
in
truth.
dude. I'm just back on here talking shit too. So,
We know we know you have friends hanging out with you. It could be a girl and another guy. You guys are hanging out, whatever, having fun,
I
talking
think
shit
it
on
was
here.
Helio Skeptic that said it. I think his name was Helio Skeptic. He said,
I
"Go look in
didn't
the sky."
fucking say you were a female or anybody else.
No. I didn't say that. I think Helio Skeptic is the one that told me to go look north and go look south and see that it turns because I
no, it
looked
was me.
at the yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna go do that. See, I learned something on here. So before y'all start talking shit, know that I'm leaving with something to go do.
Yeah, just go
All right.
outside, go up with this guy.
No,
It's gonna take a while. You're gonna be sitting there
no
a minute.
first. Now the motherfucker that called me a female, I'm back on your head. What you look
Nah,
like?
listen, he didn't call you a female. What he said is, if somebody said that there's a subjective truth, that means that there's a truth that's just someone's opinion. He said, and Hank said, if that's true, then you could just it could be subjectively true that you're a female, right? Because it means there's no objective reality. No one's male, female, or anything, right?
Okay,
You just anybody can just be whatever they want to be.
and shit. Let's get into semantics and shit. I ain't even really upset. We just sitting here having beers, talking shit
Yeah.
about the earth and shit.
I bet you more. I bet you any
Well, you
money
guys know
is.
this goes out on live stream on YouTube, right?
I bet you any money that it's him.
I'm just making sure you know that this goes out on YouTube. So, I mean, there's probably like 50-something people watching right now. I don't
Because
know.
I'm just talking to a cell phone with a screen that's on lock right now. So
I'll bet you any money is this guy and his buddy
There's
here's
36
talking shit,
people.
and at least one chick. And so we're
you guys know
this is
who?
what we're doing.
Real quick.
Oh,
that's on
we're
the
live
channel.
streaming right now. So that's all I'm saying.
So,
Alright,
hey,
so
let's
I'll
get
keep it
down to the brass
respectable.
tacks, man. Why do you think the Earth is a ball? Why do you think the Earth is a ball? Like, why do you actually believe it?
I don't believe it's a ball, but I don't believe it's flat.
Okay.
Well, what is Earth? What is Earth?
So what do you believe it's a fall?
Because I was actually about to get out of here, but let me tell you kind of what I've been watching on the flat Earth shit. I don't know if you guys heard of Bro Sanchez, but he's like a big YouTuber.
Yeah, we know him.
Yeah, so I've been watching his videos and shit. So I've been like for years.
He's a funny dude.
Yeah, he's a funny dude. He's flat Earth all the way. So I'm still not convinced, but I do dive in and out because I do have an open mind and I do always try to learn. I'm just not convinced yet. You know what I'm saying?
So, I mean,
sounds like you're
so check this out.
familiar with.
Let me lay it down to you like this.
I'm very
man.
familiar.
Like, what do you experience, man? It all comes down to like, what do you experience? Like, we all experience the Earth is flat and motionless, and then some people came along and said, "Nah, man, that's not it. That's just an illusion. It's actually something else." Right? You don't need to actually research anything because you already know it, right? We all experience it every day. There's some other people that they said they went to a magic place and looked back at the Earth and it was a ball, but none of us know those people. But everybody else you've ever met in your life, they all experienced the flat Earth. So, I mean, that's really the starting point where you start. Like, you don't need to start at anywhere else. Start there, build from that.
It's all perspective, like you said. When we come out the pussy, my bad, live stream. When you come
Yeah,
out,
that's fine. That's fine.
when you come out to this earth, everything is flat. It's all perspective.
Yeah,
It takes
but
different tools and
yeah.
instruments. It takes different tools and instruments to see the unseen. You feel me? Like you can't see bacteria. Get a microscope, you can see it. You can see small shit that you can see with the eye. So it's all about perspective at the end of the day.
Right,
We don't know if it's round or flat.
And so
we really
okay,
don't
so but
know,
on
to be
Earth, right,
honest.
we
But
can
there's
use that
questions
same
need to be
principle,
asked.
right? What instrument can we build to see a curved ball Earth?
I mean, a big ass telescope, what we supposedly got already. You know what I'm saying?
So we can look across the Earth and see that it's curved or
Would
something.
you put this big ass telescope to see said ball Earth? Where would you put it to see it?
Well, you would have to put it far as fuck to see the whole Earth. You know what I'm saying? But
Say it again.
Just like I said, supposed telescope, you would need a supposed telescope far away to get
Far
a whole
away
picture
from
of the Earth.
where? From the big ball Earth?
From the big whatever this is, ball, pear, flat pan,
Okay,
whatever.
to see
There's
the
no
big
real
ball
actual
Earth.
telescope.
Where would you put that big telescope?
Hubble, come on, and you will put it in space.
All right.
So-called space.
Wait a minute. Why would you need a telescope? You could just take a camera, get out there in space, and not zoom in and take a picture. If you get out there in space and zoom in, you ain't gonna be able to see the whole thing because you zoomed in too far.
Well, that's true. Well, a camera, whatever, camera, picture, whatever. At the end of the day, ain't no real picture.
So how big would this telescope have to be, and how far away would it have to be from the big ball Earth that exists?
Telescope or not, you're getting away from the point.
Why are we going down this route? Like,
why are you
Yeah,
guys in the
that's what I'm
weeds
saying.
here?
Right.
I'm really taking the piss out of him because he just doesn't know shit.
Please don't.
Oh, because we're
Listen,
going off
All right, I
course here.
won't.
Listen,
Continue.
hold on.
That's how
Hold
you
on.
would take a picture of the curvature by a camera.
Let me ask you something, because Helio was just talking about this, right? He bought shoes that don't fit because he looked at a picture of them online, right? So we look at things and they aren't always what they seem by just looking at them, right? So there's better ways to figure out what the shape of the Earth is than just looking at it. You can actually measure it, right, and just like test the Earth and see if the surface curves, and if it doesn't curve, then it can't be a ball, right? Because a ball has to have a curving surface.
And the Earth is supposed to curve so many feet at a certain distance. Calculations and shit don't add up. But at that same
But when we actually check that, right, in the real world, when we check that, we try to measure it with lasers or infrared, radio waves, you name it, radar. It's not there. That curvature that's supposed to exist is not there. There's
But does it mean that Earth is flat though? Is the Earth bigger than they say it is, or is the Earth flat? You feel me?
Well, if it was bigger than they said it is, they would break everything else. Like, you can't just say, oh, it's just a larger radius, because then the sun is larger and farther away, and all the stars are larger and further away, and the orbits are further away, and nobody went to the moon because now the moon's further away and it's bigger, and there's more gravity, and like, it breaks everything. If you change the radius, it literally breaks the entire
You can't just
heliocentric
say the
model.
Earth is flat either. You can't just say the Earth is flat either.
Oh yes, I can.
Yes,
sir.
we can.
Yes, I can.
You
On
can't
my
just say the
life.
Earth is just
Yes, I
Because-
can. I
listen,
just did.
Listen, we experience it that way. Our actual direct measurements indicate that it's that way.
Yeah.
But the only thing holding it, or the only thing holding the contrary viewpoint together is a concept. There's no physical evidence of it. It's just a concept in somebody's head.
It doesn't mean it is what it is. When you
Exactly, and that's why we do
it's all
measurements
perception.
to verify it.
It's all perception. It's all
Listen,
perception.
that's
When you
why we
experience
do-
something,
Do you
it
know
doesn't
what
mean it
brainwashing
what it
is?
Example. When you smoke crack, it make you feel good, but is it good for your body? No. It makes you feel good, but it's good for you, no. So when you
That's a non
experience something, it
sequitur.
doesn't mean it
It's
is
not
what it is.
analogous. That's not analogous at all.
You just
Okay.
admitted
I think he means the globe is crack.
Look,
correct. Ball
Okay,
crack.
look,
and you're ignoring,
No, the
you're
globe is
ignoring the
whack.
important part.
basically, let's go back to my original point. Right?
But you ignored the most important statement, a part of it. Yes, we experienced the Earth is flat, but we went out and we directly measured the surface.
Okay, you can.
We have direct measurements, right? Like if I take a ruler, dude, and measure something, that's what it is.
Okay.
There's nothing you can say about it. Like, you can come up with theories about why it's that way. Big deal.
Okay.
You're not going to change
You
the
have
results of the
direct
measurement.
measurements yourself. is what
Direct
you're saying.
measurements. Direct measurements.
Okay, that's fine. But you could say that when it comes to just about anything. You feel me?
Oh,
You
that's
really
right.
don't know what the
No,
Earth
because
is.
there's indirect measurements and then there's calculations, right? From
Mhm.
indirect measurements.
And so you're saying
We
that
have
these
direct
calculations
measurements,
are-
which is
are-
completely different.
So these calculations are calculating saying that the Earth is flat. Your calculations
No,
are saying
we
that
don't
it's
have
flat.
calculations. We have measurements. We don't have calculations.
You don't have calculations, you
We
have
have
measurements.
direct measurement.
No.
You
yeah.
don't have calculations. You have measurements.
No. Yeah, we have measurements. Yeah,
All
measurements.
calculation is
Bro,
a
so
language
your
Bingo,
measurements,
finally.
come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, so I'll give you
If you
for
don't measure
instance.
curvature, then it's flat. What part does that
Listen,
make you
No, if
understand?
it doesn't have
can
a
you
curve,
have
it
a
doesn't
ball?
mean it's flat. You just didn't. The curve isn't calculated right. It doesn't mean that the whole thing is flat. It's just that
When you
the damn
don't
calculations for the
measure
curve.
No,
are
wait,
curvature,
wait,
then it's
wait.
not
Hold.
curving.
Let me
Therefore,
say
it's flat.
something really quick.
That for
Not
How
300,000
many?
miles. I know that.
If yeah, if there are certain places on Earth that measure flat, right? How many flat measurements does it take to make a globe?
Ain't none, because the flat is a straight line. It goes on forever.
Right. So no matter how
Okay.
many times you measure it flat, it's never going to be curved.
The Earth could be a damn sickle for all we know. My
You're
point is,
arguing
we
from
don't know what
ignorance
it
No,
now.
it
is,
A
can't.
and it's not
sickle, a
You're
flat.
arguing
sickle.
from
No, it can't.
ignorance. That's not
For
a valid
all we know,
argument.
it could be a
No,
sickle.
it can't.
Because
No,
if
it
the
You're
can't.
curve
arguing
It
from
measurements
is
are
a
measuring
ignorance.
up,
What?
look,
They
look.
want to believe in
No.
something that doesn't. Listen, guys, Earth is not a globe. It's a realm. It's our place. Now, whether or not this realm exists because of whatever religion or not you believe in, this place is definitely not a globe, third rock from the sun. Stop believing that nonsense.
Okay, you're
Continue,
talking about
gentlemen.
realms
Helio,
and
Helio,
spiritual
when you
shit. I'm
say
talking
that,
about the
Helio, real quick,
physical
when you say that, make sure you add to your
understanding.
repertoire that it's not an object. Thanks.
But wait a minute, it's an object. I'm standing on it. It's physical. I
No,
have
it's
dirt
not an
outside of
object.
my
Okay, pick
yard.
up the earth. Pick up the earth right now. It's not
The
an
earth,
object. You can't do it.
Well,
yes,
just
it
because you
is.
can't
It's
pick it
dirt.
up doesn't
It's
mean it's not an
physical. I can
object.
touch
Why
it.
are
I
you
can
saying
smell it. I
why?
can
If you have
taste it.
dirt in your
Why is
hand,
that
is
an
that earth in
object?
your
I can
hand?
experience it.
It's
It's real.
not an object. I'm sorry. It's not an object. It's
Not really
reality.
flat.
It's not an object. It's reality. Okay. I can't.
We are on a plane of
Everything is
existence.
fucking reality.
But I thought that an object was something that you could be touched and seen. But
An
we can.
object is something you
Okay,
can
can
touch,
you?
feel,
Okay, pick up
see,
the
and you can
earth.
But
experience
I
Measure the.
it.
Okay,
You can
pick up the earth
experience
and weigh it right now.
fucking
could see,
dimension like Homie just said.
wait, I could see
He
it both
said we're
ways.
on the
The
plane
earth
or
is
some shit.
also oceans. Can you pick up the oceans?
Yes, you
No,
can. You can pick up pieces of it, and it's
Okay.
called
All right,
water.
guys. Have a good night. I'll take a break now. Thanks, guys.
You can pick
Yeah,
up pieces
thanks
of the
for whoever
ocean. It's
found this
called
other
water.
field of weeds.
what I was
It's
gonna
like,
say, I could see why you think it's
You
an
could pick
object.
up pieces of the earth. It's called rocks and dirt. That's part of the earth. You do know that, right?
it doesn't
Yeah,
matter. We
that's
might
not
not
a
look.
So, do you
We
know
don't
of any
know.
way in
you're
the
an argument,
past or the
bro. You're
present that
lost in
anyone
the
has ever
sauce.
But
measured
wait a
the
minute.
curvature of the
I
Earth?
can't believe
Do you
somebody
know
is
how anyone has
arguing
ever
against
done
the
that?
fact that you can pick up dirt.
Yeah,
Is
that's
somebody
not the
really
whole
arguing
truth.
against that?
Yes, I know. Listen,
Okay, can we
you're
stop with the whole object dirt thing? Can we ask you, do you know of any way in the past or the present or recent past that anyone has ever directly measured curvature of the Earth and found the radius value of 3,959 miles?
Me personally, no. But what
All
you
right.
regurgitating, we're going in circles. Yes, the measurements, what they tell us, isn't adding up. It's not. I'm being
Regurgitating. Well, hold on.
100%.
Just,
Yeah, we're
let
going
me
in
ask you
circles,
this.
but not around a globe.
Look, no,
But
hold
you're
on. Let me
not
ask.
telling
Is
me.
there? Are you claiming that there's curvature anywhere? Does it curve upward or does it curve down? I don't care what direction. Is
Man,
the
hey,
Earth
that
curving
motherfucking curve.
anywhere?
That motherfucking curves. It does. It
Show
curves.
me. Show
Does
me where
it
it
keep
curves.
curving? Who knows? I can't show you that. Does it keep curving? I can't show you
Well,
that.
if it's curving,
But I know it curves at a point.
listen, dude.
It
If it's
curves at a
curving,
point.
and if it's curving, and more than 70% of the Earth, allegedly more than 70% of the Earth is covered with water, then it's the water would have to bend around this curve, right?
And it
Show me
does.
water that doesn't lay flat and
Who is this that
sink its
darkeneth?
level.
Who is this that darkeneth thy counsel with words without knowledge?
I mean, really though.
Didn't
me
he
that.
claim to be a flat earth?
I didn't
No.
claim to
that
be a
was
flat earther.
no. That's his
I
buddy
claimed
there
to
on one
be
account.
my claim was that the Earth isn't
Okay.
flat, but I wasn't trying to prove that it was a globe either. But like
And
I
then
was
you
saying,
appealed to something that
the
was not
Hey,
really.
hey, I got one for you. I'm not trying to prove. Wait, I'm
Let me
trying to
come
prove
back
that
up
I'm not
in here.
married, but I'm not trying
Wait,
to
hold
prove
on.
that I'm a bachelor either.
Really?
That's fine. That's fine. But let me get back to telling you what I was saying.
So you don't see the error in your argument. When you try to say that it's not flat, then by
Well,
default, you're asserting that it's curved. If it's not flat, then it's curved.
no,
I'm not even sure if he's
there's
making
some
an
curves
argument. I
in
think
the
he's just
Earth.
confused.
Well,
Can I
part
ask
of
him a
that
very
doesn't
important
make sense.
question?
No.
Do you
It
do
sounds
you
like
know
you're
what
way behind
brainwashing is? Or
No.
are you
It sounds like
aware
you're
of what the
way behind,
concept
though.
of
I sound like a guy
brainwashing
with
is?
questions. I sound like a guy with questions. That's what I sound like. I don't sound like
Okay,
a
well,
Well,
when he
dummy.
answers
I
your
got a
question, you
I sound like
just
a
question.
guy
I
with
whistle
got a
right
questions.
question.
past them.
I
He's
got a
already
question
given
So
you
for you.
just
valid
hear me out.
verification.
No. You've asked plenty of questions. Can I ask one? Do you know what brainwashing is? Yes or no?
Yeah, I know what brainwashing is, but y'all gonna
Okay, so follow up question to that. Do you think it's possible that maybe this conversation you're having right now is so odd, not because, of one reason or another, but just because you were brainwashed as a child, as most of us were, to think that you live on a globe, and some of us, it took years to figure out that we don't live on a globe and accept the fact that it's just a lie we were told. And for me, it took 45 minutes. It's just all different from person to person. But the point is, it's brainwashing. Do you understand that you were just brainwashed?
Just one question.
Your question.
No, I'm still waiting for. I'm still waiting for the answer to a question I asked 15 minutes ago.
Number 3. All right, let's go. Third question.
I'm still waiting for. But go ahead if you
I'm just waiting.
don't want him to answer
You're
any of
taking
them.
a break. We're going to the next person. Jake, ask your question.
At this rate, we're going round and round in circles with him.
So, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I believe it's Arin. Is that your name? Orion. That's your name, right?
Orion.
Yeah, Orion.
Well, what made you think that the Earth was flat?
You mean originally?
Yeah, sure.
2016, I was campaigning in my neighborhood against the New World Order with various websites and sort of, say, independent media sources of various sorts. And this one guy told me in his front yard, seems to me like you're trying to show people that they've been lied to, but you know the biggest lie of them all? I'm like, no, what's that? Like, the Earth is flat and stationary. And I'm like, all right, well, that seems a little strange, but I'll hear you out. And I tried to, find some holes in his logic, reasoning, or whatever things he was telling me for 45 minutes. And yeah, I couldn't find anything that I could, point at that he said that said, oh, no, wait, you're wrong about that, So it's just what you can prove in objective reality.
Right. So, Orion, what do you think about all the footage of them showing that the Earth is most definitely round due to, parachuting, whatever? It's showing the curvature of the Earth. How do you explain that?
Parachuting?
well, remember not to use the word round because your kitchen table might be round and flat. So you would want to use the word curved or spherical.
Sure.
And as far as that footage goes, hey, buddy, I got something for you. I've got footage of a UFO that I caught on my camera at the park. But that footage of that UFO doesn't prove that UFO came from outer space.
Do you really think that thousands of videos of people parachuting and going technically to space?
Why are you saying parachuting? Why are you saying parachuting?
Yeah, because I don't know if you know this. I know.
Are you claiming that you can see curvature from the altitude of a parachute jump?
No.
15,000 feet.
Well, sure, but technically, okay, so.
No, technically no. Technically not even from 250 miles up if you did the math.
Right. May I explain? So I met somebody that.
Have you even did the math?
Wait, he just said no, but he just said no, but yeah. He just said no, but yeah, like 4 times. I can't fucking figure out where he's gonna find this curvature of Earth.
At what altitude would you see a curved Earth? Hello.
So I submit this.
Hurry up and Google it. It'll say something like 30,000 feet. About 3 years ago, it said 60,000 feet.
Drones,
Helio, you're rumpusing the fuck out of the conversation.
I did it on purpose. I'm gonna shut up. No, I did it on purpose to shut up.
I just find it to be a little bizarre that you just disnounce all this, footage of there being.
Because we got measurements. So check this out, Jake. Jake, so check this out. If we take a picture, right, and that picture shows us something, and then we go to the place where the picture was, and that thing that it showed isn't there, is that picture authentic?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay, so if we take a picture of something, like say, I go to a beach, I take a picture of the beach, and there's a house there. Then I say, hey, man, check out this picture. Check out this beach house. And my friend goes to that location, and there's no house there. Is that picture authentic?
No, the picture's not authentic.
Okay, so these pictures, allegedly from space, they show a curving ocean, right? Where the water's curving around the ball.
Yeah.
But when we go to the ocean and we actually measure the surface of the ocean, it's not curving.
Yeah, so I'm new to the server.
So, well, are you going to listen? Are you listening to me, or am I just wasting my breath? So when we go to the ocean and we actually measure the ocean to see if that curvature that is in the picture actually exists in the physical world, and it's not there, what does that say about the picture? Same
I
thing.
guess the
Picture
picture,
is
the
concocted
picture
bullshit.
wouldn't be authentic.
Well, yes, that means the picture does not represent reality. Okay.
What I was
Because
asking.
pictures are just pictures; they don't mean anything. We don't build things from pictures. We build things by taking tape measures and measuring them. Right. So that you're gonna talk over me the whole time.
Sure, I
Or
understand
just
what
like
you're
part
saying.
of the time.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so we've done this, and you're asking why we just discard all these images, and I just told you why. Is because those images do not depict reality.
Right, so then you answered my question.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to do. Those images do not. We just don't say, "Hey, although they're just all fake because I don't like them." No, we say, "Okay, that image shows this. Okay, it shows all this curving water. It's a big water ball everywhere. So let's go out and let's find this. Like, how much is SOC curving? Oh, the radius is 3,959 miles. Okay, so how much should the water be curving? It should be curving 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, so let's take a laser and see if the Earth dips away from the laser because it's curving away. It's not doing that. Not doing that. I'm sorry. I hate to tell you, it's not doing that. There's no body of water you can go to and measure the water curving.
Okay, sure. Here's my next. Last question? Why would the government lie about the shape of the Earth?
Ask them. We're not
So
clairvoyant.
you're asking why they would lie before you ask what is the evidence? I mean,
Yeah.
Indio explained some of the evidence, but you didn't ask to see the proof or evidence. Now you're asking about motive.
Doesn't care about that,
Yes.
actually.
Yeah, he
No,
doesn't
I'm
care.
just
Doesn't
asking-
want to look at the
I'm not
evidence.
proving anybody wrong
It's-
here.
Why?
I'm just asking-
Well, wait, hold on. Indio did just say to him that we measure it over water, so I think he kind of acknowledged that,
Dude,
right?
we've been spending
Is this
over
the
an
room for that,
hour
for us to
here
talk
with
about this
people
subject matter?
here that are brand
No,
new to the server.
he wasn't listening to Helio. He was thinking, why would they lie? Why would the government lie? The government never lies. They never redact documents.
Well,
They
hey,
never.
I got an answer to that. I got an answer to that. Here, how about this? Go do your own research, and maybe you can figure out for yourself why they lied. But we're not going to make up a story.
It doesn't even matter why that. To be honest, that doesn't even matter why they would lie. Because guess what? Look at the evidence. Look, we just presented it.
I'm not trying to tell you you're wrong. I'm just trying to understand your point of view.
Dick, let me ask you a question.
I really
Then we have to move to a
I mean,
different room.
I
You have to
like
talk
the
to someone else
kid,
in a different room
whatever.
for that.
I'm sure you can even say, I'm sure this would be in your favor that the teachers do teach the kids that the Earth is round, right?
I'm not a teacher. I'm
No,
just a
not
fucking
round,
guy that built
curved,
cabinets.
Curved.
I can't understand shit you guys are saying.
So
Okay,
all I'm,
Jake.
all I'm,
So Jake,
all I'm
let me.
asking is a couple of questions. That's it. I'm not trying to.
And I'm going to ask you. I'm not going to ask you a question.
My bad,
I didn't
Indio.
come here-
I apologize. Hold on. I want to apologize to Indio because this shit
apologies are all
really
the same.
pissed me off. I know. I apologize. I really apologize. I want you to
That's cool.
continue your thing.
Okay, Jake. Jake, real quick. You got a girlfriend?
No, not currently.
It doesn't matter. Okay, imagine you had a girlfriend sometime in the future, and then you walk through the door of her house and you saw her kissing some other person.
Sure.
Is she not doing that because you don't know why she's doing it?
No, I don't think that.
If you don't know the motive, does suddenly, like, the event just magically not have transpired?
No, but
Okay, so when you ask why would they lie, it's actually irrelevant because we have direct
Whether or not
measurements
it's
of the
happening.
objective physical properties. Listen,
I don't
we have
think it's
direct
irrelevant.
measurements of the objective physical properties of the Earth, and it doesn't mean a fucking damn thing why they're lying. It doesn't mean anything. If we had signed confessions from every single freaking every space agency employee and every government official to ever live, signed confessions, yes, we lied and the Earth was flat. It wouldn't prove that the Earth was flat. It would just prove that they signed a confession.
No, but those scientists that claim the Earth is round or a sphere wouldn't, if they came
like
out and
you.
said, you know what, you win. It's not a sphere. It's actually flat.
How would they know it's
Yeah.
flat? How would they know it's flat? Listen, how would they know it's flat?
Well,
How
they
would
would
a
lie
bunch of
about it being round,
scientists
wouldn't
know
they?
that the Earth was flat? How would they know? Like, what would be the
So are
source
you
of their
saying?
knowledge?
Okay, wait. Let me understand.
Just answer my question. This is really simple. Just answer the
Be quiet
question.
and let him answer.
How would they know? Because to be lying, you have to know the truth. How would they
Right.
know the truth? So what experiments
By
they did?
looking
What
into
tests did they
space,
do?
by looking through telescopes, by looking into space. Sure.
So looking in the telescope is looking at the Earth. You're pointing in the wrong direction, dude.
Okay, sure.
Hey, but
They would. They would
check
know that.
this out.
So are you saying that they're not lying? They just don't understand.
How about hey?
I'm
even
saying they're
with-
like you. I'm saying this is a tradition. It's been taught in school. It just keeps getting taught over and over again, and nobody questions it
Sure. Hey,
at all.
check this out. Even with
I'm
the
questioning it right
intention,
now, actually. So I don't.
hey, even with intention,
Helio,
on
bro,
both
he's got this. He's got this, bro. Chill out.
Shut up. You. My bad.
Listen, the only point is we've had scientists, PhDs, cosmologists, you name it, in this Discord debate us on the live stream. None of them know a goddamn thing. I hate to tell you, when it comes to this topic of the globe versus the flat Earth, they don't know anything. And I hate to say that because they all just believed it. They're like you. They started believing it in kindergarten and they just never questioned it. And like they can spit out regular
Do you blame them
nonsense.
for
Like
that? Do you blame them
pardon
for
me?
that? Do you blame them?
No, I
for
did
that?
the same thing. It's not their fault, dude. They just believe it because it's a tradition, man. It's like okay, so the common tradition in Western civilization is like a man and a woman should get married, and like there shouldn't be like these crazy one guy marrying 50 girls, right? So that's just a tradition. Everybody believes that's right, right? And whether it's right or not, I don't know.
Hey,
But everybody
you know
believes
what's
that.
you know what's really fascinating about this is that someone that is a PhD astrophysicist that can be completely freaking convinced of this. And
Well, the thing about
we've
astronomy and astrophysics,
talked to them before, right?
yeah, I
They're
know many
completely
times.
convinced of it. They're completely convinced that this whole thing exists, and we've talked to several of them. So
Yeah. So
not
Jake, like, we'll have a PhD in astrophysics or cosmology or astronomy or physics. They'll come in here and they ask the same questions and give us the same proofs that ninth graders give us. Okay. They don't know anything more than you do. They just know the story. That's it. They just know the story, and that's all it really is a story.
So
Because
can
if you ask them to demonstrate anything, demonstrate this. Demonstrate gas pressure without a container, right? Demonstrate the cause of objects falling as mass attracts mass. Demonstrate how something, there's a place where you can drop something when things don't fall. Like you can ask them to demonstrate literally anything, and they can't. They can't demonstrate anything when it all comes down to it. They
well,
just
they
have a
can't
story.
demonstrate anything, but they
Literally nothing. Nothing.
yeah,
like.
But it's like we can predict what they're going to try to demonstrate when they bring it in there, and more than likely, people like me, I'm a college dropout. I majored in music, and I was after 1 year college dropout, and I'm like, I already know what they're going to say before they say it.
Yeah,
So
and it doesn't matter. But Helio, you just alluded. But it doesn't matter what their level of education is. They could be from sixth grade to PhD at university, and it's all the same stuff.
Yeah.
So Jake, you're obviously a young man, and like you do the same thing everybody else does. Like
it's more of a discipline. It's not a science. It's a discipline, right? Would that be a more descriptive term?
Yeah.
For discipline.
Let me ask my question.
Yes.
Really quick, Distinction without a difference.
Let me ask my question. He's still young. There's got to be something they've taught him that just doesn't make any sense to him. I know when I was younger, they were telling me all these
Makes a lot
things
of
about
sense.
all this.
Right. So what about seasons? What do you think about seasons? How
No,
does
no,
that?
hold on.
Let's not
Hold
get
on a
into that.
second.
One second.
No, no.
You guys
I
want
want
to
to know.
learn? You guys want to learn? No, you
Helios,
guys are
hold on a
getting
second. hold
Yeah,
on
I
a
just
second.
want to say,
Jake,
yeah, go ahead.
so there's got to be something that you've been taught in school where you, like my brother said this the other day, he's 15. He said, how would they know what's in the center of the earth? They've never been there, right? He can ask that question because he's not fully indoctrinated. So there's got to be something that they've told you in school that you've gone, how in the world would they know? Because you're still young. You're just not
Well, I'm
solidified
going to
in
give
your
him an
head.
example of something that they taught him in school that's actually
I wanted
incorrect.
him to answer that question.
How about Columbus discovered America?
Well, I mean, an actual like scientific,
They
quote,
okay.
air quotes. So, Jake, do you think that compasses point towards the poles?
What?
That what you were taught in school, that if you take a magnetic compass, it points towards the pole? You were taught that in school?
Yeah, sure.
That's actually incorrect. A magnetic compass aligns with the magnetic field from wherever you are, and there's something called magnetic declination. So depending on where you go on the Earth, the compass could point north, could point east and west, could point in any direction. It works in basically in North America and Europe. It works generally well that it points toward the quote unquote North Pole. But other places on Earth, it doesn't actually work that way. This is something that you've been taught in school. It's the same thing that people repeat it. It's like a tradition. They all keep saying the same thing. We've had hundreds of people come in here and say, well, how do the magnetic poles work? Because a compass couldn't work. That's not how compasses work. You can just Google magnetic declination and see that this is not how a compass works. But they teach this in school, right? You believe it. Before I told you, you probably believed it just like the same you believe the globe, right? 100%. Why would they lie to me? They didn't lie to you. It's just teaching you bullshit. They don't really care what you know. They don't care if you know how a compass works. It's just
And evidence for that.
Right. I just wanted to ask one last question. How do you explain seasons?
Okay, which seasons? Meteorological or astronomical seasons?
Oh,
Not the same thing.
winter, summer, spring, etc.
Oh, but hold on. Those designations, right? There's the astronomical winter, spring, summer, fall, but there's also the meteorological, which that's the temperature change. Winter, summer, spring, fall. Okay, so the two different things. The astronomical seasons are based upon where the position of the stars are, or where the position of the sun is, basically, right? The tropical year. But the meteorological seasons vary not according to, well, there's a weak correlation between the astronomical seasons, but a bigger indicator. Hold on, just let me finish, Yoeli. I'm almost done. Bigger indicator is your local geography and where you live. And a perfect example of this is in Tasmania. In January, it snows. That is the equivalent of it snowing in Detroit in the middle of July. So the idea that there's seasons, right, and that somehow this
Are you saying that
ubiquitous
there's no
thing.
seasons? There's no
I'm
seasons.
saying is the seasons as you think of them is the same way I just told you about the compass. That is a generalization which is not actually correct.
Okay, because I know.
So what season would you call it? Listen, if it snowed in Detroit in July, what season would that be?
Snowed. It would be winter in Detroit.
It would be winter in July.
I mean, there's some places in the world where it would be.
But
yeah,
do you get his
exactly.
point?
Wait, wait. Which, where?
I'm pretty sure Australia, or is it the other way, or is it? It's
yeah.
like I think.
What I was telling you is, Tasmania is where Australia is.
I can tell you
Tasmania is
didn't
where
know
Australia
shit
is.
about
It's
this.
in the so-called southern hemisphere. In January, which is the equivalent of July in the northern hemisphere, it snows there.
And you know what?
What I'm saying is this idea that temperature and rainfall and all these things is only correlated with like quote unquote seasons, the astronomical seasons, tilt of the earth, all that crap. It's actually just wrong.
Yeah,
it's not
what's this guy's name?
It's more closely tied to your local geography, your elevation.
There's a freak storm in
Yeah,
Tassie.
sure. What's this guy's
There's
name?
a freak storm in Tassie, man. It doesn't snow every fucking
do we
January.
need to
in
explain
Tasmania.
seasons to this guy on
3
the
years
flat Earth?
running. So a freak storm for 3 years.
Yeah, who's this guy that we were talking to?
It is. It's
Stop
unusual
trampling
weather,
on each
man.
other's
It's not
answers.
meant to happen, but it does happen
Oh,
in the
it's
high
not
Alps
meant
and
to
the
happen.
mountains there.
Meant to happen by who? Who gives it meaning? Are you saying there's a God?
Well, you just said, man, it's happened the last 3 years running. Has it happened previous before
Oh,
that?
is this the
No,
rig?
because it's
The
unusual.
rig's gonna come in here now and just
So listen,
Jake is gone now.
you're missing the point.
No,
The
but he's
point is,
making it out like it snows there every January, and it doesn't. It's just bullshit.
well, because you don't understand the principle of falsification.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
You obviously don't, right? So the principle of falsification. What is that?
Yeah, rig, man. What the fuck are you talking?
I was
Well,
just
Jake is
pointing
gone
out
now.
it's not you.
Yes. Listen, it's probably
It's not
I don't know.
common. That's all I was saying.
You don't know if it's common or not. Neither do I.
Oh,
So
I live in Australia. I live in Melbourne, yeah,
you don't.
which is
Okay,
not
but you
far
don't live
from
in Tasmania.
Tasmania. But I don't know. All right,
Well,
I got no
because
idea.
you
You
look
know,
up,
you're
because
the
actually
American.
Now
yeah?
you live in
know.
Australia,
Oh my
and now
God,
you don't
Are you
know.
going to tell me that your dad fixes
Globe
cars
cars.
in accidents so you can fix cars? Are you
Oh
really going to be
yeah,
a child?
I can change a tire.
You're literally a
yeah.
child, dude. Shut the fuck up.
What was that?
Rig, why
Someone
did
that
you
got banned.
why did the rig just have the gumption to just jump in here and
I
try
don't know.
to
Because
explain
this dude was
seasons and
making it
shit?
out like it's common that it snows in Tasmania during summer, and it's
No,
not.
listen,
That's not
I
what
didn't
he
say
said.
I didn't say it was common. I said it happens, right? But it never, ever, ever
Hey,
snows in Detroit in
the
July.
rig. Have
Never
you
has.
been to
It has
Tasmania?
never snowed in Detroit in July. Never.
Bullshit. Freak weather events happen all around the world, man.
Have you ever
Look,
been to
it has
Detroit?
never snowed in Detroit in July. Do you understand that they're at the same equivalent quote unquote latitude? Right. The point of it is that the idea that temperature changes is only based on the changes of the sun, right, is incorrect. There are other
Really?
correlative there are other variables, right? Local geography, or elevation. Am I next to water? Am I far away from water? There's other factors other than simply where the sun is and the length of the day. Okay? That's the point of seasons. That's the point of the seasons argument, right? Is that the Earth is tilted and we're going around the Earth, and because the sun's rays hit it at an angle, it's colder here and warmer there. Yeah, dude, that's an overgeneralization of. That's never actually had the data to support that, right? So if you have any correlative data to say that the meteorological seasons, the changes in temperature, are absolutely correlated to the astronomical seasons, I'm willing to see it. You don't have that because this is just bullshit. People say, right? Sounds good. It's easy for fifth graders to memorize, so we just say it over and over again until everyone believes it.
And you're too dumb to figure it out, man, because you.
Hey, Helio, I sent you a message, bro. Did you get my message?
Let me check it.
Mic check. Mic check.
What's it?
It's working. Your mic's working.
10-4.
I would really like it if we would stop trampling over one another's answers so that the answers actually have effect on the listener.
Yeah.
I'd
That'd be cool.
appreciate that too. It'd be nice to be able to listen to that a little more clearly.
Do you want me to start over? No, I'm just kidding.
No, you're quite clear.
I think there was a bit of confusion several minutes earlier, at least 20 plus minutes earlier. I was muted and I don't know why.
I muted you because you were telling somebody to be nice to somebody or something.
Why is that?
There was a bunch of people. Listen, the mods are the mods, dude. We don't need a bunch of peanut gallery people telling people how to run the chat. Okay? Then it just gets everybody's gonna. How is what?
How is advising us to be kind to one another a peanut gallery worthy quality?
Because it's concerned.
Okay, so let's have 47 people all criticizing each other on how to talk to each other, and what does this chat become?
Well, the criticism would be necessary if we would
Let
just
him be the mod,
Okay,
bro.
that's like your opinion, and you're not a mod, and your opinion don't count. I hate to tell you about how this chat is run.
So is the
I
young
understand
man
that
still
mods
there?
are mods and non-mods are non-mods.
We have a term for it, man.
Resist that. It's just that the mods.
You ever heard the
I would
term?
strongly reckon
There's
that.
too many chiefs and not enough Indians.
Yeah,
Yes, I've
I'm
heard
going to
that.
tell you, it's kind of.
And that's the
Have you ever heard
principle.
that
That's the
poor
principle
leadership-
that's being applied. Too many chiefs and not enough Indians.
Well,
People with
have
the
you also heard
authority
the
to
phrase
mod the
that
chat
their
are the
poor
ones.
leadership leads to the wrong
I just
direction?
ban you off the fucking server like everybody asked me to. I'll just do that. Bye.
Yeah, sure.
Like
It has
15
turned
people
to.
have asked me to ban him. He just convinced me.
Oh,
Anyway,
cool. Anyway, yeah, yeah, it's turned a little weird tonight, but yeah, I mean, there's but
no, like he was
we've
doing
also
it in
had
that
a lot of
headroom.
that. No, Greg, I'm not talking about Greg.
I'm just saying, when I muted him, there was a bunch of people all chiming in. Don't talk to this person that way, and this. I just muted all of them that were saying it.
No,
He was the only one that whined.
Tonight's been okay, and so yeah, there's been a little weird tonight, but I think it's been all right. But yeah, people don't jump in here and try to mod the mods, man, and then you're gonna be okay. It's okay, you know.
India, just so you know, I think I remember you muted him because he was answering a question that was for somebody else.
No, Gregory. No, he guys.
No. He's been here for a couple weeks. You know. Yeah.
Someone said something about.
You
all I know
already
is I
answered
just
this,
joined the
bro.
chat. I just joined the chat, and all I heard was Ilya was talking. Someone was saying, "Be nice to each other." Another person was saying, "Don't rip each other." Another person was saying, "Let him speak." And like all these people are all chiming in, right? While Ilya was talking, right? So none of those people were moderators. None of those people were gold. I don't even think any of those people had a role above like VC verified, except for Gregory. And he should know better, but he don't. So, plus he's been doing this little mod the mods act for quite a while.
Yeah,
like
but
I said,
when you
15
know,
people have asked me to ban him, not tonight, but previously. And I said, I don't know the guy. I've never heard him speak.
if you're paying
So now I've
attention
heard him
as a
speak, and he convinced
moderator,
me.
if you're paying attention and some people you notice, I mean, you pay attention. It's like we're generous, man, when it comes to certain people. But it's like when they start to fucking abuse any roles we give them, then we notice and just don't abuse your roles, man. It's all good.
No one likes a concern troll.
It's been identified. It's in the rules. You got a big rules sheet.
There's the thing with it's part of the disruptive tactic. Who did that before? Sean G. That was like his little thing. He come in and white knight for any Glober that come in. Oh, poor Globers.
Dude,
that's about the only reason I like you.
Globers.
You don't white knight for the other Globers. You call them stupid too.
Dude, that shit gets on others. I'll hit people really quick for that shit. What the fuck? Who are you? Who do you think you are?
What happened to Jake? He ran away. Damn it.
Anyway.
We're hip to this shit, guys. We know about the tricks.
We've been putting up with it for so long. Jeez.
India, stop treating me so badly.
So can is there any Globers in here?
I banned Gregory, so no Globers.
There's no Globers in here. Or
I don't
we
think
are
so.
all flat earthers.
No, I'm a flow birther, so no.
I have a question for any Globers who believe in Elon Musk landing aircrafts, or I'm sorry, rockets. He sends them up and he lands them. Has anybody seen the video to where they have a 2-shot going on? One of the rockets is landing and they have another side camera of the launch pad of which is landing upon. And when it lands, the second camera does not show the rocket landing upon it. And then it cuts to, we'll be back. Technical difficulties type of shit.
I know.
So why does that happen? And that's specifically to any Globers?
Oh, link it. I want to see it.
Huh?
Link it.
Are you
You saw
talking
the
about
video?
that SpaceX landing where
Any rocket launch, they do this.
Yeah,
Literally.
they're all
Yeah.
fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah, so what happens is SpaceX launched a rocket and they showed it landing, but they had a live cam of the launch pad that it was landing on.
And
But
there was a duplicate. It was a duplicate, right?
while camera one showed the rocket landing, and camera two showed the platform of which it was landing on, and they didn't match up because when camera one showed it coming down and landing, camera two showed nothing landing, but camera two cut to technical difficulties as NASA always fucking does,
You
and
must be
SpaceX always
describing a
does.
different one that I'm talking about. One of their landings, they were showing the exact same footage on camera one and camera two from the two Falcon landers, and they showed the exact same footage while they were landing. And then they were able to YouTube let them audit the footage and change it where they edited the footage where it would later it was and Jaron caught that. Are we not talking about the same thing, or are you talking about something else? This was about a year ago, I think. This one.
Helio.
No, what I'm talking
Helio.
about just recent. It was like within the last week.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I did something on that. Well, 3 years ago, Helio, they did that rocket thing, and they had 3 different cameras, and all of them showed the same thing simultaneously. It was 3 at first, then
Yeah, they
changed
claimed
so
it
there
was 2 different
yeah.
rockets, but it was the
Right,
same
and then
freaking.
they had the same they had 2 different booster rockets, and both cameras from 2 separate booster rockets showed the exact same background, identical.
Yeah, and then once they figured out they messed it up, they were able
Yep.
to edit their live footage,
Right.
which nobody else can do.
Right, they were allowed to do that. Yep.
Yeah, but anyway, good.
Do you have
So,
a link to that recent
what's
one that you're talking about?
what's the recent one?
Do you have a video or something I could type in to
The
find it?
recent one, he's talking about the one where the rockets are landing backwards now, and the little lily pads in the ocean. They cut
Nobody
the camera
can
right
fucking
behind
do that
No,
anyway.
I
I
don't.
mean, that's just retarded.
I don't
Nobody
think
can
he's talking
land
about
a
the
rocket
recent.
20,000 feet from space or whatever. Huh? It's just freaking crazy.
I know what they claim on those ones. They say that the frequency of the rocket cuts or like distorts the feed, apparently. Which is nonsense because how
yeah.
it doesn't make any sense.
landing.
Yeah, because that doesn't make any sense. Because how would you ever record the data for how your rockets ever landed if you can never see them? How would you know what mistakes you made? You wouldn't look from
You can
far
tell
away.
it's real because it looks so fake. We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
How would you already have an
My
idea
boy.
why you had a problem?
What's up? You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Glober's response to that would honestly be like, what would they say if we showed him that footage?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
I mean, I've
Why
never
does
heard
it
a
matter?
legit.
Who cares?
that's my point. Like what is their fucking response to that? Because I mean, I hope that they all fucking realize they're being duped, but they're so fucking stuck in their belief that they won't look at it like that. They won't.
It is Photoshop.
I mean, what are they?
It's
Check this out. In the future, I mean, you may be successful in whatever venture you're on, and you spend time talking to flat earthers about, about SpaceX and stuff. Just like, yeah, they're fucking totally doing what they're saying they're doing, all that stuff. But you're successful and you have your family and you have a job and all that kind of stuff. It's like, but then in your in your family time or time when you're not talking to your family, it's just like, yeah, I want to talk to these flat earthers. I'm a successful person, may or may not be. I don't know. None of us can tell. All right, cool. hey, why would they lie?
I'm a
about
successful
this?
I'm a successful person, but in my off time, I like to spout globe religion with flat earthers.
Because flat Earth is so ridiculous that it's so fascinating to me that I want to prove flat earthers wrong because I have nothing better to do besides take care of my family and just go to my 9 to 5 job.
On a side note, with what you just said about why would they lie, I was thinking about the other day. Would you say that it's even possible? It's highly unlikely. It's almost next to impossible. But would you say it is possible that at this point there's not a single person lying purposefully about it? That it got started a while ago, and those people have passed away, and they cemented it so much in the people's minds nowadays that nobody's lying about it. Would you say that's a possibility?
Well, I don't think so. I don't.
Hold on. Did I say that someone is purposely lying that was dead now and they can't prove it anymore? I mean, you're gonna have to. I know you said a lot of stuff really fast. Which what 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 were you saying?
Oh, I was just asking, is it even possible? Not is it what's happening or likely, just is it even possible?
Helio, let Hank and myself help him out real quick. And it's absolutely impossible that they aren't lying, especially when you see the people in the ISS films. They're obviously all lying, period.
And also, when we are debating the Globers, right, they know when they're getting caught in a gotcha. So what they'll do is they'll dance around it and say, oh, it's negligible, right? Anytime that we catch them in a gotcha, which is a gotcha is when you have a violation of the law of non-contradiction. So, for example, the light is traveling at 90-degree parallel or it's not, right? It can't be both. So what people will do, right, is they'll say, well, you got to look at it from the observer's point of view, and the sun, it's not 0.5, right? That's what he says, not 0.5. In degrees, right? So it's such a small angle from the top of the sun to the bottom of the sun from the apparent observer that it doesn't matter. It's negligible. When actually, isn't the sun like over 100 times bigger than the Earth? And that angle would be like not measured from the observer, but from how big the actual sun is. So they know what they're doing. They know when we got them being dishonest. So they they like sweep it under the rug like it's no big deal. And because of that that technique or that that thing that they're doing, it's obvious to me that they know we got them, and they're just trying to do what's called public relations or propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if you saw in the live YouTube chat, Pillbox or Hank tonight. There was a couple of people in there that shit was going on, with the we were talking about distance to the sun or angle toward the horizon, and they were just making all kinds of craziness up.
Sounds about right. Yeah,
Well, really,
to answer your question a little further, I actually asked Hank a little while ago if a question about an encounter he had with some Freemasons, and I think he said that at least one of the Freemasons hinted to him that they know that the Earth is flat. They're not going to tell most regular people.
Right. It was on the Roundtable server, and a Mason came in there, and he was like doing a presentation like they do over there, and I kind of listened to the presentation, waited around to the end, and I said to him, "Hey, guy, just let me know when you figure out the Earth is flat." And he laughed, and he said, "Quote, yeah, those old guys, they say really funny stuff." One time, I was like, "Oh yeah, what'd they say?" Well, one guy whispered in my ear that the Earth's flat. I was like, "Oh yeah, was he the only one?" He was like, "No, the secretary told me too." I was like, "Okay."
That's awesome. That's really cool to hear. Yeah, and to your earlier point, because I definitely agree, and I think it's incredibly likely. Like, there's almost 0% chance that there's not somebody intentionally lying to us. But to your earlier point about the Globers in general, like especially the ones we debate,
0%.
I honestly feel like they are so brainwashed and indoctrinated that it's not a matter of lying for them. It's literally that they just can't conceive of it any other way. So they come up with anything they can, even if it doesn't make sense to us or even them. They don't think that, they don't purposefully lie. They're just trying to figure something out to not have their whole world fall apart around them.
Yeah, they're in so deep they cannot possibly face up to it.
That's what I think is going on, guys, because I know somebody that worked in NASA, and he's come out, and it's a flat earther now, but when he was in, he even went to Antarctica and the North Pole, supposedly, set up their satellite systems, supposedly. He's now a flat earther, and he says it's so compartmentalized and everybody's so brainwashed that they're doing such a great thing for humanity that they don't even question it. It is a religion so deep that they're just like, say, one of those people that you meet that's brainwashed in a cult. They cannot
Exactly.
be convinced. They just can't be convinced. So they're not lying to themselves. Well, they are lying to themselves, but they don't think they're lying to anybody. They just don't. They don't even think they are.
Yep.
But they will
Those
come up
aren't the
with
astronauts,
any
though.
excuse. And it's the same with compartmentalization in the military. Same thing. You got people in the know and you got people that aren't in the know. And that's purposeful.
But the astronauts are lying, though. The ones that you see on the programs pulling strings,
Oh,
literally dropping things
absolutely.
on the ISS, they are certainly.
That's true. They have to be. There's no way around that, right? They have to be lying. So yeah, that's true.
Those guys,
You can
and
just
someone's
tell by
gotta
the way
edit
they're
the green
speaking,
screen.
and when they, when you catch them doing something, the way that they snicker or smile or look surprised. I mean, yeah.
They've got duper delight written all over their face all the time. They know. There's no way they could not know. They're at the top. They have to know, and they're all military or former, most of them. So they want to get right in.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is one of them. He knows.
Oh
No
yeah,
doubt about
I think
it.
so.
Without a doubt.
And
Absolutely.
I even asked a Glover the other day, literally just yesterday, or no, 2 days ago, about the whole concept of have you watched the conference where Buzz Aldrin and all them get back and they have those looks on their faces? You know what the response to me was? It was, well, it was a really long trip and they were really tired. That was the best. That's the best. Like, that shows you the level of cognitive dissonance. Like, they just achieved the greatest thing in all of human history, and yet they're not going to crack a smile. Like, it's absolutely insane, the cognitive dissonance.
Actually, they didn't just get back. That's incorrect. They had been back for 2 weeks under quarantine, so they would have been extremely well rested after being in quarantine for 2 weeks.
Yep.
I'm sure any person on Earth who's experienced quarantine could verify that you're,
That's what I
ready
pointed
to get
out.
out and do the, backflip or whatever.
I said that same thing to someone. I brought up the same thing. I say, can you just read their face and just tell them what you think? And this is what I got. Oh, it was a really sad mission. They lost people because of the people that died before them. So it said, oh, it was just a really sad event. And I'm like, oh,
jeez.
Were those
Challenger.
Or were they smiling when they left and frowning when they came back?
Yeah.
True.
Even when you're tired, you can smile.
You think they'd just be happy just getting out of quarantine, regardless of the mission, right? He was like, holy
Right.
shit, man, I've been locked in a box for 2 weeks. It's like getting out of prison.
The other
Yeah,
bad
that
one
in itself would be an endorphin release, just being
Exactly.
out, and especially in front of the press, like rock stars.
Yep.
Because they were new rock stars. The older rock stars, steal the cameras and spit in the face and punch them. But new rock stars are like, yeah, take my picture.
Yep. Yeah, I even asked them about to show you again the level of distance they have. I asked somebody, or again, it was 2 days ago, same guy. I said, so the person who was in the command module that was orbiting supposedly around the moon, he would go around the dark side sometimes, and they did that multiple times. And he said he never saw stars. And we looked to see if there's windows. There are windows in it, so he could have obviously seen them if he looked out. And his response as to why he said he didn't see stars was, well, he was just so trained on the mission that he never even bothered to look once. Like, that's insane. Like, that's wow. It's just hard to even hear people try to lie like that.
Here's something I can't get over, right? Who's got mad feedback? Anyway, when they're landing, when they're supposedly landing, right, and they're like, 30 seconds, blah blah blah. They're like 3 feet away from like a 43,000 foot-pound rocket motor. It's like right under their ass, and they're like having like a normal conversation somehow.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't even talk like that in a Volkswagen.
Yeah, you would hear
Yeah,
the
true.
rumble. You'd hear the consistent drone with an engine. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, because they said when he threw the wrench on the surface of the moon and it landed on the table, the vibrations were picked up through the microphone in the limb. So wouldn't the vibrations from the rocket be picked up on that same mic?
Yep.
See, it's all these
Would be
things
like
that we call
100,000 wrenches.
Yeah, it's all these things that need to go in the contradictionary. We got to write them down. But some of them, have been wiped out. Now that yeah.
Are they that stupid, or do they think we're that stupid?
Combination.
Yes.
Hey,
The
you
answer
should
is
make
yes.
that a
People
channel.
are that stupid.
Make that a text channel, contradictionary, where it's just contradictions over and over. Because I think
like it.
that'll get the most people.
You're right.
Because when they can realize that they
Repetition.
can't believe two sides of the same coin and they have to pick one, they can't. That will break their mind. That will have them spiraling.
Atmosphere.
I see
It's the
people.
first entry in contradictionary.
Yeah.
It must be because the molecules are so far apart that you just can't. That you could hear it, but then you could think of it as not hearing it. So the microphone molecules were too far apart. So
That's a pretty good Don Pettit.
it couldn't
Do
hear
you
it.
understand microphones?
It was the molecules in the wire in the cable of the microphone in 1969.
Look, I've studied microphones for 30 years.
That's how we could call from the rotary phone, because they transported Nixon to the future, and he really wasn't using a rotary phone. He was using a high-tech phone, one that we don't even have today. But we lost that technology, and it's really painful process.
Yeah, we lost it along with the 12 minutes of audio from the Watergate investigation, right? We just lost it, right? And don't worry, Nixon only took us off of the gold standard temporarily. You can trust your government. It's going to come back.
Hey, look, math proves the globe.
I mean, come on, guys. Why would Nixon lie? Why would he lie?
Why would he lie?
Why?
Uh-oh.
Who's asleep?
Who is that?
Who is it?
Apocryphon.
Golden Lemur.
No.
Hello? Wake up,
Yeah,
bro.
hey, what's up?
No, it's Apocryphon.
It's not me. I'm awake.
Oh, it wasn't you. Okay, sorry.
No worries.
It was Elisha Savvy?
It's Apocryphon.
It's Apocryphon. Open your ears. Come on.
Yep. Look at them light up.
It's Apocryphon.
Now I see it. I will find out
we just
where
gonna let
that
him
noise
go?
is coming from.
Antiquity, you're sitting
This
right
is
next
beautiful.
to him. Shake him and wake him up. Shake him.
Wake up! Hey!
That's some REM sleep right there.
I was about to blame Helio.
A few moments later.
No, Helio's outside smoking, bro.
Solid gold.
Yeah.
I reckon Helio talks in his sleep. Maybe that's why it's such a problem sometimes, because he's actually asleep.
Elisha, aren't you up awful late? Or is it early now?
Nah, it's early. 6 in the morning.
Wow.
The sky is alive, so why shouldn't I be? I was going to say the sun, but this is England, so there is no actual proof that there is a sun.
You heard it here, folks. There's no proof of the sun. If you can't see it, how can you prove it's there?
Sonny, were you here when the guy was here earlier? I think his name was Head. India was talking to him. A couple guys were talking to him, and he was saying that he's not a glober. He's a flat earther, but he was going to prove that the Earth isn't flat, but it's not a globe. Were you here?
Yes.
I heard part of that. Yeah.
This guy trolled around for about an hour and a half, and he kept saying this really weird thing like I'm a flat earther, but I'm going to prove it's not flat. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah.
And then he ended up saying, "Well, there's curvature in the ocean." Like, this guy's a total liar. Why do people lie? I don't get it.
I don't know.
It's that double talk weirdness.
Well, it's like that other guy that was waffling back and forth when you guys were talking to him.
You know, that should be a probable offense. The moment we hear that, it's like, dude, you're out.
You can't help it. Like they
You're
have
sitting there
nothing.
saying, "Hey, I'm a
What
flat
else are they
earther, but I
gonna
want
do?
to prove that there's there's curvature out there." It's like,
Yeah,
dude, what the
we gotta have like a new 30-minute limit for hamster wheels.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when they go
30 minutes, 10 seconds, please.
Miggy does 10 seconds. That's it. Where's he?
Yeah,
been?
30
Well,
minutes,
you know,
bro.
some people like to play with their food, right? Okay, that's fine. You know, it's like animalistic. You know, cat and mouse them, make them look dumb. But yeah, didn't we cat and mouse that dude for like an hour and a half?
Where's Miggy been? I missed the 10-second countdown from Miggy.
Miggy
Taking a break.
is taking a break. Has another hobby. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
in the daytime, you might think of me as an executive.
this
I have a
hobby
9 to
going
5
after what
job
happened
in a tall
recently?
building. But in the evening, when I come home, instead of spending time with my family, I like to spout religious global zealotry on the Flat Earth Discord channel.
And yet we have a motive.
We're making tons of money, don't you remember?
Oh, big time.
Tons of cash, man. Lots of money in Flat Earth.
I don't ever hear anyone ask, "Why are you telling the truth?"
Hey, Hank, since you're old school, I'm going to ask you, how many times have you heard a Glober say, Flat Earthers are only doing it for the money?
Oh yeah, but
Every fucking day.
yeah, that's.
Doing it for the money.
I heard that so
Yeah,
much in the
okay.
beginning. Like, I've literally turned down people who tried to send me money. I'm like, no, I'm not taking your money. They're like, please. I'm like, no, I'm not. No.
Yeah, a lot of people have tried to come up with schemes to make money. Like, dude, I'm not interested. You know,
If I
but
wanted
I'm
to make
I
money,
stand principle.
if I wanted to make money, all I would have to do is get a laser light and just record my cats doing stupid shit, chasing toy mouses and laser lights and scaring them and shit. Because when you scare a cat and you see a cat jump up 4 feet in the air, that shit is funny. People are going to come back to that. That's going to be triggering all sorts of endorphins and yeah.
You should be able to make money. What's the issue here? Is it just
No,
the
there
NASA
is
the
no
only
issue.
ones allowed
I'm
to
just
make
saying,
billions?
flat Earth isn't how you make money. It's not a very popular idea. People hate that shit.
Yeah,
I get it.
And it's censored, so your streaming revenue can be cut off at any point in time. Will be cut off. Not even can be. Will be.
For what? Taking money?
Misinformation, disinformation, whatever their word of the day is.
I think for context, you're speaking about content creation online, like YouTube and stuff, right?
Yeah.
You guys know that Ben Shapiro?
Yeah, I just thought I'd clarify so people didn't get the wrong end.
You guys know that Shrouder or Chowder or whatever his name is, that guy that's like Ben Shapiro? He's been removed. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. He's been removed for being extreme alt-right, and that dude's cuck to Israel. So if they can remove him, right, for being an extremist alt-right, They can remove anybody for
Isn't
whatever
he a
the fuck
flipping
they want to.
cross-dresser? Wouldn't that
Yeah.
be
I don't
right
know.
up their alley?
It's like
I don't
borderline
know.
tranny.
I don't know. I don't know any of that.
Wait, who? What?
Jay Crowder.
Jay
Yeah.
Crowder. He's done skits where he's cross-dressed, but I don't know if he actually is in real life. He might be.
Many.
Well, if he'd done a
many,
skit,
many,
then that's
many
real
different-
life.
True.
It is.
It'd be one thing if it was a few, but it's a lot.
Yeah, he's done quite a few.
Yeah, no way does that legitimize him, by the way. I still think he's a dirty, rotten egg.
Of course.
But it just shows that, you know.
That's what I was getting at.
Well, Alex Jones is banned
But-
from
but
every
yeah, no.
platform, right? So,
But
what's
no,
it tell
Hank,
you?
you have a point, right? Someone who's that sus is still getting what algorithm striked or whatever. It just shows
Cancelled.
you how yeah, it just shows you how stupid the system is.
But here's something ironic. They ask us, they say, flat earthers don't really believe it. They're just doing it for the money. But if we say they're spreading the globe for the money, somehow that's absurd. You know that's exactly what they're doing. Like that's demonstrably true.
Oh yeah, they've said in the past that we're abusing children. Like, you guys take people's money at gunpoint with IRS, and if they don't pay, you lock them in a cage, and then you have this state religion, force-fed down children's throat. And if 13 years of Black History Month isn't brainwash, I don't know what is.
And if they listen, and because of the law, right? If you don't send your school to send your child to public brainwashing, then you go to jail.
Exactly.
They'll just take your kids away and put them in the child abuse department.
Do we? Is the kids even are? I mean, aren't we supposed to have authority over our kids? Is that just cooked and gone?
That's an illusion.
Well, it depends. It
You
depends.
thought you had
Did
a
you
con-
sign any? Hold on. Did
Sorry.
you sign any contracts at the hospital? Because contract law is above everything else. You know that, right?
The only song
Did you sign a
contract
birth
was signed was by my parents signing me over as an asset.
Yeah,
Did
exactly.
yeah, you probably signed some stuff at the hospital. You might want to look into that, especially if you sign the rights away to treat the children, right? Because if you sign those papers, there might be some fine print that you probably didn't understand.
No doubt. Or what about when you go in there and you need a surgery, but you're broke? They came at me one time. I got some kind of surgery. I don't know. I was broke as fuck, and I mean, shit, I was dying. Went in there and before anything happened though, they came in and pressured me with this fucking pamphlet, bro. It was like a fucking book, and they're like, "Here, you just gotta sign this, and sign that." And I'm not in no condition to do that, but they weren't gonna start helping. I guess it was weird.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, but we do have new guests. You guys want to
All
go
right.
on?
Welcome.
Yeah, we have a big. Maybe if you change your name, I'll call on you. Let's go with Bold Ben. You got control of your mic.
Yo, what's up? What's up? Thank you.
Going
Thank
on,
you.
buddy?
Thank you.
Ayo.
Pleasure to be here.
Pleasure might be ours. Let's see. What brings you to the server?
I'm just looking for like-minded people that believe in the same ideology that I do. Because every day I'm out there and I'm telling people the earth is flat, and everyone's telling me it is. So I'm just looking for like-minded people, and my friends. My friend told me about this place, so I just joined.
And who's your friend?
He doesn't really want to say, but
What's his avatar name?
Yeah, not his real name or anything.
I mean, he's in here right now, and I'll let him pipe up if he wants to. But like, if he does,
What's
Pipe up,
his
friend.
name?
Pipe up, Mr. Friend. If he's in here.
Yeah, Ben is one of my buddies, but I just introduced him to the flat earth and whatnot, but Big
yeah,
PK is
Oh.
definitely Big
yeah.
PK is definitely a troll.
I've been here with Person for like 3 weeks. We've been talking about this shit. He's convinced me, bro. So like, yeah, me and Person, no cap, we're buddies, and
Hey,
we're good friends.
really quick, Leluca, can you go through some of the shit with Big PK though? Like, he's such a troll, bro. Like, just he has the idea that the flat Earth is just retarded. I think so. If you could like share some of the stuff with him, that'd be cool.
Yeah, sure. I'll be doing that I'll be available to do that in 10 minutes. If anybody else wants to take this until then, appreciate it.
Yeah, but like, pleasure to be here, and I look forward to chatting with you all.
Yeah, pleasure to have you. You got any
Okay,
questions?
I got a
or-
question. Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
Oh no, you go for it.
Yeah, new guy, I just got a question for you. When you heard about this, the first thing you thought was it has to be like incredibly stupid, right? Has to be like the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your life, right?
You mean like at first? Yes, and then I saw the evidence, bro, and then I'm just like, it's actually not so stupid, you know?
Okay, what evidence did you see?
Yo, Person sent me a bunch of videos. So like the first one, I'll have to go to the videos. So, all right, so we start talking.
Wow.
We start talking Person, and I don't know if you want to chime in here, bro, but the Neil deGrasse Tyson video about him saying, that Red Bull clip, and the guy's like jumping from like space to Earth, and then there he is, the world's supposedly greatest astronomer, saying that the jump in the video is
You
fake.
see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's
Yeah,
in space."
that's the video.
No, he's not.
That's the video.
I want to see the video now again.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Does someone have the link? I got to see it.
I got the link.
All right, so I want to
Wait,
I want
got
to
the
talk to you
link.
about that.
Okay,
I
yeah.
want to talk to you about the Red Bull jump, right? So you heard of the Coriolis effect, I'm sure, right?
What's it called?
Coriolis effect.
No, can you explain it briefly?
All right, so according to the Coriolis effect, the Earth is spinning, and because the Earth is spinning, this causes all sorts of phenomenon, including, they used to say in 2015, the toilets flush counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere, hurricanes spin counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere, and an object flying over inertial and non-inertial reference frame, like a merry-go-round, will have an apparent deviation to the people on the inertial reference frame. Do you know what I'm talking about now?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so if the guy went up in a balloon and the Earth is spinning, this Red Bull jump, if he went up in a balloon and the Earth is spinning at roughly 700 miles an hour, how did he end up in the opposite direction? If the Earth is spinning underneath him, shouldn't he have landed 2,100 miles because he was up for 3 hours? Shouldn't he have landed 2,100 miles away? But instead, he lands like 80 miles away in the opposite direction against the Earth spin. Do you find that peculiar at all?
Well, I didn't before, but now that you say it, yes, I do.
So is the Earth spinning underneath the balloon?
Thank you.
I would say it's not.
So can we get Neil deGrasse Tyson to say not only is it flat, it's also not spinning?
Can we? I don't know if we can, but like potentially, right? Based on that video, then yes.
Another crazy thing about that video is I'm not sure which one you're talking about because it sounds like I don't think I've ever seen the one where the guy admits it. Was that what was happening? Was the guy was admitting that he didn't see curvature?
No, what happened was that people were saying that the GoPro cameras was causing the Earth curvature, right?
Yeah.
So they had to kind of come clean on this one because it was obvious that, yeah, she's gone. So the point was that flat earthers were calling it out, saying, "See, you can see the horizon at eye level of the camera inside the capsule, but outside the capsule is fisheye lens." So he kind of had to come clean and say, "You can't see the curvature from 128,000 feet. That shit is flat." I think he meant to say that shit looks flat, but
Okay.
he's so on the grass that he can't speak straight. But anyway, so that video, flat earthers like to use it because it was kind of like, we told you so, right? Listen, and you know what? The ballers, they hate Neil deGrasse Tyson. Anytime we bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson, they're like, "I don't believe that guy." They throw him
Right?
under the bus.
Right?
Oh, they
And
hate him.
oh yeah, they hate him,
Every
right?
time.
Because what the deal is that he has to be honest, right? Because if you're an academic, I'm pretty sure it's immoral to be like lying to people on purpose. But these people that hide behind their avatars, much like myself, they can lie to people and completely get away with it, right? Nobody can hold them accountable, right? Because they're just lying. That's why I always try to tell the truth, and I even call out flat earthers sometimes. But yeah, I always try to tell the truth. I may not be perfect, but the thing is that it was a huge tell for the flat Earth community, right? Because it looked like he was in space, but it should have looked flat, and they were showing a curve. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson backed us up and betrayed the globetards, which, no matter what the truth is, they will always be deceptive and use dishonest tactics in order to keep the argument going in the favor of the globe using propaganda techniques.
And then I showed examples of wide-angle lenses curving horizontal. I tweeted that. You did. But I don't want to be a spoil,
He doesn't want to piss off the globers, but
So is that guy still here? Is he who you're talking to?
yeah, I covered for you while you were gone. You can take over.
Yeah.
Where's the
Oh,
link?
no. Hey, you can continue, please.
I know. I'm not. I actually believe in it. The guy that doesn't believe in it is Big P Care. That's not. It wasn't me. It was Big P Care who doesn't believe. He believes there's.
No, I don't want to talk to the guy that's called Big Picker.
P Care means it's a RuneScape thing. It means player killer.
Yeah, well, I don't know that. So
You can see why ladies wouldn't like that name.
he could
A
change
little
it.
creepy.
Yeah.
You could just call yourself Tom. Yeah, that'd be way better if you just renamed yourself Tom, bro.
Yeah.
We're anti-creep. And
So-
anti-Wojak.
Bald Pen did I don't know if you told them why you think it's sorry, Bald Ben. Why you
Yeah.
think it's flat.
Well, yeah, no, I was. We were just kind of discussing
Oh,
the
okay,
video
okay.
that led me onto it, and it was that Neil deGrasse Tyson video.
Oh,
And
okay.
then me and a person, we were looking into it, and the more we looked into it, the more convincing it was that
Mm.
the Earth is flat.
Oh. Okay.
And then also, like, I don't know how like it's probably not the right Discord for this, but like we were talking also around the moon landing and all that stuff, but also
Well,
a lot of that stuff.
This is a good place to talk about that too, in relation to, space and why it's fake and whatnot.
Yeah, like I don't know what the flat Earth community's view is on the moon landing, but I would assume,
Shit's fake as fuck, bro.
yeah,
It's
it's
wild
around
guess.
exactly. And then on that, like we were watching videos on that too, and I've always believed even before the kind of flat Earth fact that the moon landing.
Well, where
is
do we
always
get the picture of the globe? Where do we get the globe from? The moon landings, right?
Well, like exactly, I've been told that like they're all artistic renderings. It's like, why do they classify them as artistic renderings?
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Bullshit by any other name is still bullshit.
There's a video of them faking the globe out the window of the whatever they're in.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, in order to show the perception to our, you know, Russia or some of our other, you know, the other competitive nations, you know, that we do have the technologies.
That we're in a treaty with for the penguins.
When the go goes, when you go to the goes, it goes.
You what, mate?
Are you eating your
What?
mic?
Go, you just hey, whoa, by the go of the beta.
Helio.
I think he might be hot micing, so I've muted him.
So, and sorry, Indio, as you mentioned before, you didn't want to talk to that guy, but I believe he changed his name to Les B now. So he just told me to tell you that.
Oh snap, that's me. I thought India was here. Alright, whatever.
Just channel your inner Indio to answer the question.
Hmm?
I mean,
Alright.
Indio is your spirit animal, so you need to channel your inner Indio.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm gonna be banning soon. Les. You got control of your mic. Les.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I apologize. I don't know why I was labeled a troll when I first got in here. Because me and Ben were talking about this so A person's the one that said I was, and me and Ben were talking about this in the Discord before he even joined. But so it was kind of what did it for me was so a lot of the stuff that's already been mentioned, but also the moon landing was a big part of it as well. And it's crazy because in Hollywood, they had a whole set made so like the video they shot of the moon landing, quote unquote moon landing, they said, and so they had a whole script made. And they released a script of what was supposed to be said at what times, and who was supposed to say them. And all that stuff, to me, seems a little suspect. You know what I'm saying?
Alright. So what do you think of the shape of the Earth is?
It's flat. It's flat. It's flat. There's no way, if you think about it, right? If you took like a water bottle, right, and turned it sideways and spun around in a circle, the water would fly out of the water bottle, right? So why doesn't that happen? If Earth is truly spinning, however fast they say it's spinning, the water would fly off.
Hang your robot.
But thank you guys for welcoming me. I don't know why I came in here and was immediately given a bad name. I apologize. I don't know why.
So don't worry about it. So give us your top 3 reasons that convinced you that it was flat.
So the water bottle theory was given to me when I was probably junior high or the beginning of high school, I think. And that was one that I was like, oh, because you would hear my science teacher talking about, yeah, you know, the Earth's spinning this fast and all this bullshit. And then somebody was like, okay, now hold out a water bottle and spin around in circles. What happened? You know, the water goes flying out. And then the moon landing. So I feel like mine are a little bit different to my reasoning behind it. But yeah, so that was like a big one for me. And then also, and another thing, dude, we would fly off the Earth if we're spinning and we're just standing there.
Alright, so what's your second reason?
And then the second one is the moon landing. Why would they have to fake it if they actually did it? And what's the third one?
To show you the globe.
Say again. Sorry.
To show you the globe, 1972, they took a picture of the Earth, allegedly.
Yeah, and
that's why they would fake it, to show you the globe.
Oh, why they
Hey,
think
I'm sorry,
Greenland.
guys. Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is somewhat important, right? Who's coming down to chill chat and muting and deafening everyone without actually coming into the chat? Somebody's doing it, and please, can you guys stop? Because we're trying to just.
I have
what?
no idea what you're. Oh,
That was Branch. Why is Branch not on Branch's account?
yeah, that
I
would.
don't know. Someone
He's
muted him
just
though.
changed his.
Sounds a lot more peaceful for some reason.
Well, there's a surprise.
And don't you guys think that gravity's made up as well? That's something that they just had to think of to kind of suppress the thought of us flying
So,
off the. Sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna. No, I'm sorry. Keep going. You said the second one was the moon landing, and the third one. I apologize for interrupting. Go ahead.
The third one is well, a third one's more of like a belief, kind of not really going against the globetards, but like, so the water, to me, this makes sense. So, you know, when you were going through like history class and all that stuff, and they showed you they called like a Pangea, right? And that was like the original islands. Well, they call them continents that are all stuck together, right?
Sure.
So if you think about that, that was the original scientists say that was the original way that what we call Earth was originally formed. And I think all that is probably still the truth, right? We're on a big island, and what surrounds us is man-made walls or structures that were put in place at one point, and the water is just surrounding us and held in by those walls. Because I have been to the ocean. I've been to the ocean before, and you can't even see, you can't see the walls, but if you kept going and going and going.
I don't know what you're talking. Walls, man-made walls. I keep being. That's.
Well, how else? Here, explain this then. How would the water stay on Earth, right?
Okay, so I don't know, guys. I'm not convinced he's a flat earther. I mean, if any of you want to continue the conversation.
I don't know. Lakes work pretty well, right?
Obviously trolling.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, what did he say?
Yeah, I
He said lakes work pretty well, don't they?
He said that we're still on this big island, and man-made walls is what's keeping us in, or else how would we not fall off? Like nobody here believes that we're a disc in space. So I'm not sure where you got the idea that we might fall off.
No.
If you're genuinely here to ask questions and actually understand our claims, then we're happy to talk to you. But pretending to be like a flat earther and trying to like, I don't know what you're trying to do, but I'm not convinced.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
See, and that's bad because you guys were given a bad notion of me when I first joined. Which is, I mean, that's.
Look, we're willing to start over, right?
No, I gave you a chance. I'm sorry, Hank. I gave you a chance to explain what you believed or why you were convinced of being a flat earther, and you're giving me some weird answers.
Well, I guess it's just hard for me to explain.
I've got glowy vibes.
No, okay.
It's like
I smell feelings.
Well, here, this then. How
do you smell feelings?
What does that mean?
Yeah, it's that bad.
What smell feelings?
Stimulate your senses.
I'll be right back. I'm
Is that
gonna
it?
try to dig up something real quick.
It's called
I'm gonna try to find
anesthesia.
a video that originally convinced me, and it explains more about what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Like,
Again,
no,
if you guys
synesthesia.
want- Go ahead.
Isn't that a crap singer from the 90s?
No, that's when you can like hear sound and taste color.
Oh, okay. As opposed to when she's singing when you don't want to be able to hear sound.
All right, so let's give the guy a chance to redeem himself. What's a fourth reason that the Earth is flat? Bonus round, bonus questions. I'm excited.
He's gonna go dig something up, supposedly. I don't know, guys. I've had my fill of dumb. I shouldn't say dumb, but very nonsensical globers today. So
Yeah, I would definitely say and crypto especially. I don't know. I like the way that crypto explains shit. Ben, if anything, you can get a lot of information from crypto. He's super nerdy with this kind of stuff, dude. Very smart.
I'll slip you that tenner later. Cheers for that.
I don't know. I haven't really met a person or someone as smart as a person yet, but I'll definitely.
Oh, shut up, man. You're so dumb, dude.
Crypto sus. I think he's totally a communist.
A person, dude. We've been going on this deep every night for the past like 2-3 weeks. I've seen all there is to see.
No, not even close, dude. So I've been giving Ben like the obvious information, not anything. I barely touched the Black Swan with him, but I gave him all the information on, obviously a lot of the contradictions that Neil deGrasse Tyson makes in regards to how far up you have to be to see the curvature. And then I went through gravity a little bit and how the different definitions work in regards to what we were taught early as, kids. I went through, of course you can see too far, showed him some pictures and clips of that and whatnot. Went through a few other things, but by all means, if you guys have any other information that you think would be important to share with him in particular, that'd be cool. Big PK, not so much. I think he's trolling, but Ben definitely.
Well, if he's trolling, he's failing miserably because
Ben,
he hasn't invoked any emotions or anything.
This is a question for Ben. Ben, the other day, so I joined the Discord, which is our Discord. I joined it, and you asked me, "Do you believe the Earth is flat?" And this is what's the first thing I said?
All right, so you did say yes, 100%.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Well, hold on. Yeah, but I can say that I believe in Satan's clause, but I told my. Yeah, go ahead.
But be clear. What you need to do, bro, is like present your argument on why you think it is. Because like right now, to be honest, kind of sounded like.
Yeah, you failed the bonus question too because you took too long to answer.
This is like I came into an interrogation room, dude, and I'm still new to this.
Yeah, we don't like LARPers. We do not tolerate people LARPing as flat earthers. So if you are a flat earther, we're trying to test your mettle.
Here, I want more knowledge on this topic, right? So I'll hang out in here.
Well, then go to the YouTube channel and listen intently, and every once in a while say hi to Helio.
And say hi to what?
Well, hold on. Is he the guy asked about the what's that? What's holding the water in and stuff?
Yeah.
That's kind of. That's kind of a thought I went through at one point in time, right? To give him a little bit of just slice of credit.
Yeah, there's
Didn't
nothing
we
wrong
all
with that
kind of go
question.
through that thought?
Yeah, but I just asked for a fourth reason, and he completely blew off my question and said, "But I said it was flat."
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Sorry, I'm not convinced.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm not either. Really.
But here's the thing, dude. You don't have to be a flat earther to join this place. I don't know if you guys had like a thing where this is only flat earthers club or something, but it's not. So you can be
This
honest.
is Honesty Club.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, genuinely, I'm not trolling, right? And I'm here to get.
Then answer my question. Can you provide a fourth reason that you think the Earth is flat? That has convinced you?
I think there's like three main ones, and those are the ones that I already spoke of.
Only three?
Listen, I don't have to
come
say
on,
shit.
you
I
got
can just hang
something,
out here.
bro.
I just want to gain more
So
knowledge on this. That's
we
it.
have
That's
a question from the panel, or sorry, from the chat panel. If the Earth is flat, then why do we have pictures from space? And then also explain how gravity could work on flat Earth.
They had to have been modeled. They had to have been modeled or created.
Cutest little gifts I've ever seen in my whole life.
Somebody's hot micing. What?
If this isn't fucking hilarious, I don't know what.
Global
Virus Fox is the guy.
Oh, my bad.
Mikey.
No worries. Go ahead.
Wait, was this a question for me?
Yes.
Can you repeat?
Yes.
If the Earth is flat, why do we have pictures from space? And then also explain
They're not
how gravity works on a flat Earth.
And I don't think gravity's a thing. I think gravity was put.
Then why do things go down, dude?
See, these are the questions. This is the reason I'm here, so I can get these answers. Can you answer that question?
Yes, I can, but I'm asking you.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a really good question.
Okay, so
That's why I'm here to learn more.
I got nothing, guys. I don't know. I can't.
Well,
not
he did good
really,
just
but I
now.
don't
He said he didn't know, right?
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to like. That's a good answer. That's the thing. I'm like, I was expecting him to be a big troll, but then he's not turning out to be a troll. So now I'm stuck within like, is he trolling or not?
Well, now I'm very curious on the question. Yeah.
What was the question again?
She asked what or how she asked
How does
me,
gravity work on a flat
Yeah.
Earth?
and yeah, I don't know. That's a really good question.
All right, that's fine. I'll give you like a globe skeptic type of vibe, but you're still on my radar.
That's fine. I mean, if I troll, you just ban me. It's easy days. But I'm not. I'm here to learn.
We don't just ban for kicks, dude.
Yeah, no,
But-
I wasn't threatening you to ban or anything. I'm just not convinced that you're a flat earther. We have globers here, so we're not gonna ban them just because they believe in here, you know?
Yeah, I understand.
But how do you not have a third reason, or a fourth reason, or a
Well, I'm
fifth
still-
reason? If you're a flat earther, you got the 50 reasons, my friend.
Right?
How long you been looking into this, bro?
I don't know. Probably. So I think I
That
was
really
first
all
there
it is?
this-
Just 3 and you're done? I know you got a fourth. Just give it a shot.
Wait, actually,
don't.
that's a good question. How long have you been looking?
So this, well, to be honest with you, I haven't I watched a documentary about the Earth being flat probably a year ago, and then it was kind of in my mind.
Which documentary? It's very
It was
important.
on I think I watched it.
What was it called?
Oh, this is a year ago, mind you. Okay, like I just said, it was like a year ago, and I think
Okay.
I watched it on YouTube. I'm not 100% positive.
No, but what was the name of the documentary?
Dude,
That's what I'm
I
asking.
don't remember, dude. I have okay. This is a random thing, but I don't watch TV. Right? I don't watch any TV. I only watch documentaries because I'm scared of cartoons. That's no
What?
BS either. So I've seen a lot of documentaries.
What?
Since I have seen that documentary, I cannot recall the name of that documentary off the top of my head. But this
What were they
idea
talking
has been
about?
in my head since then, right? And it wasn't something that I thought about. I mean, this question doesn't come up. You know what I'm saying?
It would come up if you're going through the journey of like being a flat earther. This is what everybody
It's not. I don't
has.
think it's a journey. I think it's a.
It's not a journey.
It's like what you believe. It's not a
No.
journey.
What?
I wouldn't call it a journey.
Then you haven't taken the journey
Yep.
because it is a fucking journey
Yeah.
down the
Are you
rabbit
talking
hole.
about? Are you talking about like when you get on YouTube and you go down like a rabbit hole?
No, I'm not just talking about watching videos. I'm talking about like the thought process, your life, your reality actually changing day to day, what you see outside and be like, "Oh Lord, I did not realize this. I didn't even notice this before, but now I notice it because the earth is freaking flat."
No,
That
see, I
kinda
don't think I'm
stuff.
at that point. No,
All right,
you're right.
yeah.
I
So
don't think I'm
then,
at that point.
Can I interrogate him, Lulu?
please.
All right, here's the deal, bro. We're gonna do a rapid fire session. You're gonna tell me what you think about each subject when I bring it up, and you gotta be like answering it within 5 seconds, so I know you're not Googling it, right? And keep it down to like less than 10 seconds for your answer. You ready?
Yeah, let's do this.
All right. What happened on 9/11? It's okay if you don't know.
Yeah, the Twin Towers were hit by an airplane.
Who did it? Who did it?
The government.
Okay, what happened with JFK?
He was assassinated by the government.
Okay, and what's your evidence for that?
Sorry?
What's your evidence that he was assassinated by the government?
I would probably say the way that they not the autopsy, but like